I transformed from an ordinary man into a hero, facing trials that test my courage, intelligence, and resolve. My experiences become a rich tapestry of stories, destined to be recounted across generations, evolving into legends that shape the very beliefs of humanity. Above the gray mist lies the master of all things, while beneath it is the prison of every living being. The gray fog serves as the origin of extraordinary wonders and the resting place of all that is remarkable. I woke up suddenly from a deep sleep, only to find myself no longer in my bed. Ouch! My head hurts. As I blinked my eyes open on the purple ground, I felt disoriented at first. My gaze quickly focused on the vibrant purple flowers surrounding me. The bana flowers shimmered with a gentle light, creating the illusion of a soft purple carpet spread across the earth. Looking up, I was struck by the sight of towering trees, hundreds of meters tall and several meters wide. I couldn't help but wonder if these giants had been growing since the Jurassic period. A gentle breeze rustled the petals, sending them swirling through the air like tiny purple lights, making the scene feel almost like a fairy tale. But this enchanting moment was abruptly shattered by loud shouting. Where the hell am I? I didn't even get dressed before heading to the bathroom, and now I'm stuck in this crazy place. A middle-aged man squatted on the ground, yelling in frustration. Hey, can you at least put your pants on first? Someone nearby kindly reminded him. Ah, pervert, a woman shrieked at the sight. A composed-looking middle-aged man in a suit and leather tie spoke up. None of this matters right now. What we need to do is figure out where we are. Is time traveling in groups the new trend? I thought I was the main character, a middle school boy muttered under his breath. I took a moment to survey my surroundings and noticed that many others around me appeared to be Chinese. I focused on staying calm, observing everything, and avoiding touching anything in this strange new world. 5 minutes later, the noise of curses and conversations started to fade, and we all began to nervously observe our surroundings. No one dared to move around freely. Not far away, a group of 6 or 7 people seemed to have come to an agreement and cautiously started to advance together. As one person took the lead, the larger group of dozens followed suit, moving carefully. This place feels so strange, isn't there any danger? One person remarked. I think it could be dangerous too, so it's better to stick with the bigger group, another added. Many echoed this sentiment, clearly driven by fear. Almost everyone wanted to leave this unsettling area. When they saw someone stepping forward to clear the path, they quickly fell in line behind. The ground was entirely made up of dark black soil and gravel, with only massive trees and vibrant purple hibiscus flowers breaking the monotony. After just a few minutes of walking, someone gasped, "Look! There's a strangely shaped stone tablet ahead. There's writing on it," someone nearby chimed in. We all gathered around the towering stone tablet, which stood over 10 meters high. We could see 3 large symbols engraved on its surface. Each symbol was simple, composed of only a few strokes, yet they felt mysterious. The first symbol depicted a flower from another realm, precisely like the ones we were standing on. The second symbol illustrated a peculiar creature resembling a cow but sporting enormous, uneven horns. The third symbol was even more baffling, consisting of a few horizontal and spiral lines. Beneath the 3 symbols were several lines of small text. These weren't words from any known language on Earth, yet somehow, their meanings were clear as if they were etched directly into our minds. Sequence 9 Heartlight Purple Soulflower, a spiritual plant, primary medicine. Asha drags, evil descends, and takes its horns. The treacherous lionfish is strange, so I take its gray. This flower is known as the purple soul flower. Could this be something extraordinary? I recalled those words and considered the possibilities. I noticed many young people whose eyes sparkled as they gazed at the stone monument. Some even picked a purple flower from the ground and tucked it into their pockets. Hey, why don't you break one? This stone tablet can directly imprint knowledge into our minds. Based on my years of online writing experience, this tablet must be inscribed with some sort of magical potion. If we prepare the potion according to the formula and consume it, we could gain extraordinary abilities, a young man beside me whispered. I glanced at him in surprise. No way, my coat doesn't have pockets, and it's best not to pick the flowers here. If there's really some extraordinary power at play, that flower might be significant. He noticed I was wearing bare pajamas under my coat, which indeed had no pockets. He chuckled but didn't throw away the purple flowers. I brushed him off. I had already warned him, if something went wrong, it wouldn't be my fault. If the formula really was a magic potion and there were so many flowers around, I could always come back later to gather them. Though being near the stone monument felt safe, we couldn't linger there. Everyone pressed forward to explore. The 7 people in front led the way, followed by a large group of dozens. I stayed with the crowd. It would be foolish to stray from the team at this point. After wandering aimlessly for over an hour, the noise of curses and conversations among the group grew louder. They scanned their surroundings or stared at the unchanging scenery in the distance, their expressions grim. I understood their urge to scold their mother. At that moment, if we kept wandering aimlessly, fear would only grow in our hearts, and that fear would reveal our true nature. Suddenly, a strong man rushed ahead, blocking our path, and shouted, "Come on, let's move. Are we done standing around? How can we be sure this won't lead us deeper into trouble? If we keep this up, we could all end up dead." A stylishly dressed woman from the front of the group retorted, "Then what do you suggest? Why don't you take the lead?" Just as it seemed a quarrel was about to break out, a middle-aged man in the leading team cleared his throat and spoke up loudly, "Everyone, this isn't the time for infighting. We're going to face dangers together for a long time. Although we've just met, we are now among the few partners we have. Let me introduce myself first. I'm with the Chinese military, though I won't disclose my exact position. The people around me aren't ordinary, they include top biologists, geographers, botanists, and medical scientists. Isn't it amazing? Have you noticed that those who travel through time seem to be exceptionally talented individuals? It's a fact you can't deny. The people beside me are ones I met in earlier discussions. Their expertise might be our key to surviving in this strange world." Everyone fell silent, processing this information, and began asking those around them about their backgrounds. "Hey, what do you do?" one person asked. "I'm just a university professor, not one of the top talents," replied a middle-aged man next to him with a wry smile, waving his hand dismissively. "Which university?" "Tsinghua University. I run an investigation agency and have built a bit of a reputation, sister. What about you?" a few women inquired, turning to those nearby. I was taken aback. "Wait, I don't have any special skills. I just happened to win first place because of my quick thinking before." The strong man blocking our path looked surprised too. He was the champion of the boxing championship, and if boxing counts as a talent, then he definitely had it. "I messed up earlier, so it's on you guys to come up with a plan. It's too awkward to keep moving forward without saying anything." The strong man softened his stance and asked the question that was on everyone's mind. "Let me explain," said a smart woman dressed in white long sleeves and green suit pants as she stood up. She adjusted her glasses and continued, "The first thing we need to do is find water sources. That's essential for our survival. We've confirmed that we're no longer on Earth, so the methods we usually use to locate water based on weather patterns or plant growth won't work here. We can only rely on the terrain. It may seem like we're wandering aimlessly, but we're actually heading toward lower areas." "Oh, I see," someone in the crowd murmured. Some remained quiet, having already grasped the leading team's strategy through the direction we were heading. Everyone continued to move forward. More than 2 hours passed, and the surrounding environment did not change at all. Not only did they not find any water source, but they also did not see any other creatures. A young girl who looked only about 20 years old next to Lin Shan looked at Lin Shan desperately and asked, "Brother Lin, do you think we can still return to Earth alive?" Lin Shan rolled her eyes. She had asked this question countless times along the way. "Shawan, forget about returning to Earth. It's good enough to survive. Old Lin is right. According to my many years of online writing experience, the possibility of returning is not great." A young man on the side interrupted. "Wu Wan, shut up. This is reality, not fiction," Shawan said angrily. Wu Wan looked at Shawan and replied sarcastically, yes, this is reality, not fiction. You didn't travel through time. You're still at home." Lin Shan looked at the two people bickering happily. He met them on the way. Because they were of similar age and had common topics, they formed a temporary team. Compared to the quarrel between the two, Lin Shan was always calm. He was sure that this was not the Earth. Could there be anything worse than this? Whatever happened next, it would be nothing more than this. There is the sound of flowing water. Someone suddenly shouted. It is really the sound of water. Lin Shan listened carefully, and the sound of rushing water came into his ears. It seemed that there was a river with a fast current nearby. Suddenly, many people showed excitement. "We are saved. We can definitely escape. As long as we find more food, this is the second Earth." The pessimistic mood decreased, and the joyful mood increased. Everyone saw the hope of survival. At this moment, the sky was a little gray, and there was a hazy gray fog floating in the sky, so that no stars could be seen. Ah! A woman suddenly screamed, and it was heard very far in the empty woods. What's wrong? Everyone changed color and asked hurriedly, and at the same time, they all had a bad premonition in their hearts. Bones, they are human bones. The woman turned pale, her body trembled constantly, and she retreated tremblingly. Everyone looked in the direction the woman pointed. There were two skeletons hanging on a towering tree in front of them. They were swaying in the wind and looked particularly creepy. Lin Shan and several brave men walked forward and observed carefully. Although it was horrifying to see human bones here, it was also a good thing. At least it proved that someone had been here before. The skeletons are of a man and a woman. There are many rough cracks on them. They are almost weathered. The environment of the other world is very different from that of the earth. It is impossible to judge the age. Someone frowned and said. Someone else joked, if there are extraordinary elements in this world, maybe these two people just died a few minutes ago, and now their bones are weathered. Hiss, everyone took a breath of cold air. This kind of thing must be a joke on Earth, but now such an outrageous thing as time travel has happened, what else is impossible? For a while, some people in the crowd began to become suspicious and looked around, and even Lin Shan felt a chill all over his body. Seeing the fear spreading, Lin Shan quickly comforted them. The presence of human skeletons means that someone has been here before. It seems that we are not the only ones. There may be human settlements in this world. After hearing what Lin Shan said, everyone seemed to see hope again and temporarily dispelled the fear in their hearts. After walking forward for another half an hour, everyone was exhausted, and mental fatigue and thirst tortured everyone. From the time they came to now, everyone has walked for nearly 5 hours, and they haven't even walked out of this forest. Could it be that we have encountered a ghost wall? Someone muttered. Nonsense, although the environment has not changed much, don't you see that the flowers on the ground are growing more and more sparse? Really, I wouldn't have noticed it if you hadn't told me. Keep going, let's get out of this forest first. If we are really starving to death, we can eat all the bark and leaves around, so don't be picky at this time. We can make do with food, but the lack of water is the most troublesome thing, and I don't know if there is dew in this world. Lin Shan observed the people around him, and it was obvious that these people had a strong psychological endurance, and no one had shown extreme behavior so far. There is a river. Someone in the front suddenly shouted, and everyone looked forward. 200 meters away, a 100-meter wide river was lying in the middle of the forest like a silver dragon. It was unclear what was going on, but the sound of the rushing water could tell that the water flow in this river was very fast. The last 100 meters of the journey, everyone ran towards the river at the speed of a 100-meter sprint. Everyone looked at the river in front of them with constant surprise. Ah, the water is so clear. Look, there are fish, but they look a little weird. Shaoan looked at the running water in front of him and was a little worried. Is it poisonous, or has other hazards? Even if it is, can you not drink it? Lin Shan replied. Shaoan replied helplessly, no, I would rather die of poison or thirst than die of poison. Damn, can you say something good? What if this water is not only harmless but also beneficial to drink? For example, it may be spiritual water or something, and drinking it will strengthen your body, Wu Wang interrupted. Ha ha. Shaoan sneered and mocked, do you believe it yourself? While the three were talking, someone had already crouched by the river and drank it fiercely, but most people were watching. 10 minutes later. Seeing that nothing happened to those who drank the river water, more people couldn't stand their thirst and began to drink water, but only for a brief taste. Lin Shan also took a sip. The river water was unusually cold, as if it had been chilled in a refrigerator. Ah! A miserable cry came, followed by equally miserable screams one after another. Lin Shan watched helplessly as a young man not far away was ignited by a purple flame. In an instant, the raging flames engulfed his whole body. His skin was instantly covered with a layer of large blood blisters, and was immediately burned again. Damn, he fell to the ground twisting and struggling in pain. It was too late to save him. His screams as he was burned by purple flames resounded throughout the forest, making everyone shudder. It looked like he would not die for a while. There are more than 10 people like him who are spontaneously burning. Purple flame. Purple. Lin Shan remembered it, and the man in front of him was the young man who asked him to fold flowers before. He quickly shouted, throw away the purple soul flower that I broke earlier. It was too late, the speed of the flames was so fast that it didn't even take a blink of an eye. Anyone with the purple soul flower on their body all spontaneously combusted at the same moment, falling to the ground rolling and wailing, and some people jumped directly into the river. Here, this kind of flame can actually burn in water. This scene of a living person being burned by fire was so cruel that Xiaoan didn't dare to look at it anymore. She turned her head away and closed her eyes, covering her ears and opening her mouth. She didn't know whether she wanted to cry or shout. At this moment, the mutation occurred, and the person who was spontaneously burning suddenly jumped on the normal person beside him. As long as the sparks stuck to him, the people beside him immediately started to burn. The fire gradually expanded, and in the blink of an eye, more than a dozen people were ignited. The remaining people screamed in fear and ran into the forest to distance themselves from the spontaneously burning person. Lin Shan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead as he ran. His heartbeat was extremely fast. He had just missed death. The young man pounced on him immediately, but luckily he dodged. At this time, the people in the field were divided into two, the spontaneous combustion people and the normal people, separated by 100 meters. The purple flames continued to burn, and the wailing of the self-igniting people became smaller and smaller. I don't know how miserable it was to be burned by that purple flame, which made them wail like this. After a long time, their bodies were burned into piles of fine ashes, and a purple soul flower bloomed from nothing in the original place. At this time, only 11 people were still alive. They watched this heroic and tragic scene in pain. Everyone clenched their fists tightly, their faces were pale, and they gritted their teeth. Some people tried to hold back the tears in their eyes, and some people bit their lips. The sound of water in the forest was still there, and the purple flowers of the other shore bloomed all over the forest. The magnificent scenery like a fairyland was full of weird and terrifying atmosphere. There were more than 20 piles of ashes on the ground. Just a few minutes ago, they were all living people, but now they have become small piles of ashes. If they hadn't witnessed it with their own eyes, no one would believe it. Ah! Looking at the piles of ashes, Lin Shan sighed, now there are only 11 of us left. What should we do next? Should we continue to walk or rest here? Everyone seemed to have not heard what Lin Shan said, still staring at the piles of ashes with horror on their faces. There is still hope if we continue to walk, but we can only wait to die if we stay here. This forest is too weird. The person who spoke was wearing a military uniform. He was the middle-aged man named Zhang Zhonghua. The temporary team of 7 people around him now only had 4 people. Fortunately, Xiaoan and Wu Wan, who had been following Lin Shan, were still alive. They did not covet the illusory extraordinary abilities. Can we really still survive? Is this really a world where humans can survive? So many people died in such a short time. Some people questioned that everything they had just experienced completely broke his hope that he had always held. All this was too unrealistic. Lin Shan said calmly, "We have experienced a lot today. According to common sense, these are things that should not happen, but we are in another world. The most unreasonable things have happened, and other things are nothing. The reason for crossing over is not to kill us. Although I don't know the reason, I feel that there is still hope for survival." Zhang Zhonghua looked at Lin Shan with a little appreciation. He was able to remain calm at this time, which showed how tough his mind was. He said, "Little brother is right. I wonder if everyone still remembers the words they heard when crossing over." Remember, someone with a good memory recalled, saying, "Above the gray fog is the master of everything, and below the gray fog is the cage of all living beings. The gray fog is the origin of all extraordinary things, and it is also the tomb of all extraordinary things. Pioneers of the earth, do you want to be the master, or all living beings?" Lin Shan was a little surprised. He was sleeping at the time and didn't hear these words, but with this sentence, he was more certain that they had hope of survival. Suddenly, Lin Shan was stunned and said in surprise, "Pioneers?" "Yeah." Zhang Zhonghua nodded slightly and said, "Yes, pioneers. We are pioneers. Does it mean that there are still people on Earth who will cross over? If we think about it, in the worst case, even the entire Earth." Lin Shan frowned and said, "Could it be that our role is to pave the way for those who cross over later?" After thinking for a moment, he relaxed and continued, "It seems that we have a great chance of survival. We may know the answer after walking out of this forest." "That's right." Zhang Zhongjing nodded again, "So my suggestion is to keep going, at least to get out of this forest." Seeing that the two were so confident, the others gradually relaxed their nerves. Now any argument is not as good as letting them continue to live. Just when everyone was about to set off, the abnormality appeared again. A golden thread appeared on all the remaining 11 people. One end of the golden thread connected everyone, and the other end extended from the depths of the forest. It was unknown where the source was. Lin Shan first stared at the golden thread on his body, then his eyes moved slightly. There was also a black thread next to him, and he was slightly stunned. It seems that no one else noticed his abnormality, only he could see the extra black line. What does this line represent? Is it just for guidance or other unknown supernatural things? Why is the line connecting others golden, but I have an extra black line on me? Lin Shan had all kinds of questions in his mind, but no one could answer him. What does this mean, guidance? Maybe, this golden line looks close. If our guess is true, this golden silk thread is a guide, and we may find the answer by following the silk thread. Of course, the worst possibility is not ruled out. This golden silk thread is just some kind of bait. One wave has not yet subsided, and another wave has risen. Looking at the golden silk thread on the body, everyone was silent after a brief conversation. After a short silence, Zhang Zhenghua said seriously, "We have no choice. The direction indicated by this golden line is exactly where we want to go." The sky gradually darkened, the breeze blew, and the enchanting purple soul flowers danced with the wind. Everyone's emotions were ups and downs. This was related to their life and death and future, and no one could be calm. They were already 500 meters away from the river, and the golden thread became brighter and brighter. It seemed that they were getting closer and closer to the source. The crowd did not delay any longer and continued to move forward. After traveling for more than 100 meters, the golden thread began to flicker. At this moment, someone screamed, and a large hall was discovered 100 meters ahead. The entire hall was more than 10 meters high, standing alone here, and the surroundings of the hall were shrouded in mist. This hall should be where the source is. It looks like it was built artificially. Does this mean there are humans in this world? The answer is inside, just go in and take a look and you'll know. Approach the main hall and observe carefully. This is a huge palace, covering a large area. Someone touched the wall material with his hand and found that it passed directly through it. It was illusory and had no entity. This is fake, it's some kind of supernatural power. The source of the golden thread is inside. If it is illusory, how should we get in? As if sensing that everyone had arrived at the door, the next second, the hall turned from virtual to real. The whole process seemed extremely dreamy. Everyone almost forgot their fear, and they were amazed by the vision in front of them. This was really incredible. This was something extraordinary that had never been seen on Earth. Xiaoan sighed, "The real thing is extraordinary power." Lin Shan looked at everyone, "Let's go in." "Let's go, the answer we want may be inside." Zhang Zhenghua said solemnly, looking at the hall in front of him. "There is no gate to the main hall. When you step into the main hall, you are facing a screen. From the back of the screen, a golden halo gently ripples out. When everyone comes to the back of the screen, a ball of golden light floats there, emitting a faint light. Dizzy, indescribably hazy and holy. There are 11 golden threads on the golden light, and the other ends of the threads connect everyone. Everyone could not hide their surprise. This is? Is this golden light the source? I don't know why, but there is a sense of intimacy. Me too. Is our time travel related to this golden light? Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "There seems to be something inside." Everyone took a closer look and saw that it was a jade volume. It was quietly suspended in the golden light. It was only the size of a palm. Compared with the 1-foot-wide golden light, it looked extremely small and difficult to detect. "Hurry up and take it out." "Wait a minute," Xiaoan said worriedly, "is there any danger?" Zhang Zhenghua said seriously, "I can't control that much. This is the only clue at the moment. I'll get it. If an accident happens, you can discuss it separately." As he spoke, he reached into the light ball and took out the jade book. Fortunately, nothing unusual happened during the process. At this time, everyone could clearly see the whole picture of the jade album. It was said to be a jade album, but it was actually an ancient bamboo slip, but the bamboo slips were replaced by jade. "Open it quickly and take a look," someone urged. Zhang Zhenghua unfolded the jade book as instructed. After seeing the contents of the jade piece, everyone fell into silence for a moment, and then there was deathly silence, and you could hear a needle drop. After a long time. This, how is it possible? Someone muttered to himself, as if he had lost his soul. Is everything arranged? After hearing the sound, Lin Shankai woke up from a dream and stared straight at the contents of the jade album. The jade album was composed of 11 jade pieces, each with a name written on it. Zhang Zhenghua, Jia Xuan, Luo, Yan Ruxin, Xia Shen, Xia Yusen, Wu Wang, Jing Tianzong, Huang Ying, Xi Zhennan, Lin Shan. Why are our names on it? It's so weird, there is a feeling of destiny. Everyone stared at the jade book and thought about its meaning. They thought they would know the answer to time travel if they got the jade book.
Unexpectedly, the Jade Book did not bring any hints. Instead of reducing the problem, it became more complicated and confusing. Lin Shan said, "Put the Jade Book away first. It may be useful in the future. This hall is very big. Let's go look elsewhere." He wanted to see what the source of the black thread was and whether it might be some kind of object. "You guys pass it around first and take a look. If there's no problem, I'll put it away." Zhang Zhonghua handed the jade album in his hand to everyone for circulation. The jade album is ordinary in style, but it is gentle to the hand. The most surprising thing is that when you hold the jade album in your hand, you feel a vague connection with yourself. After everyone passed the jade album around, Zhang Zhonghua solemnly put it in his inner pocket. Everyone had no objections to this. Someone must hold the jade album, and Zhang Zhonghua, who currently has the highest prestige, is the most suitable one. After the incident, everyone began to explore the hall. Lin Shan took the lead and walked at the front. He followed the black line to the second floor of the hall. There is not much difference between the second floor and the first floor of the main hall. They have the same screen, but there is no longer golden light behind the screen, but a group of black light. The strange thing is that other people turn a blind eye to the black light. Lin Shan stared at the black light ball, and as if lost, he stepped forward and put his hand into the black light ball. The next second, his whole body trembled and twitched involuntarily. The whites of his eyes were dyed black, like an abyss. His skin also turned a strange black color, and the strange and mysterious power was changing his body, and his body was transforming in an unknown direction. "What's wrong with you?" Shaoan's voice reached Lin Shan's ears, shaking his shoulders vigorously. Lin Shan woke up from the dream and murmured, "What happened to me just now? You suddenly started twitching just now. Did you encounter some supernatural force again?" Shaoan returned and immediately looked at Lin Shan with some worry. "I'm fine." Lin Shan felt the changes in his body, shook his head and said, "It's my own body problem." Some people had a strange look in their eyes, but they also breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it wasn't supernatural, it would be fine. After one experience, more than half of them would be reduced. If it happened again, I don't know how many would survive. After regaining control of his physical body, Lin Shan discovered that this body had something extra, a talent called uncanny body. He accepted this talent naturally, as if he was born with it. However, he didn't know what this talent was for, and he didn't have any hints. The only thing he knew was that this talent was called uncanny body, and it was born after being transformed by the black light. At the same time, two strange objects appeared in his mind, a piece of parchment and a quill. Lin Shan felt that he could take out the parchment anytime and anywhere, but now was not the time to study it, so he had to wait until he got out alive. "This hall has a third floor, let's go up and have a look." A charming voice came into my ears. Lin Shan was thinking a lot at this moment, and looking in the direction of the conversation, he saw the mature woman named Chao Yusen, who was a member of the previous leading team. "Since I can see the black line that others can't see, can someone also see some kind of guidance?" Lin Shan thought secretly in his heart. Putting away his thoughts for the time being, he followed everyone up to the third floor of the hall. Arrive at the third floor of the main hall. "What is this?" someone exclaimed. An altar is engraved with various complex symbols and messy lines. Around the altar, countless ancient characters are flashing. Each time the altar flashes, the overall light of the altar becomes a little brighter. Staring at the altar, everyone was deeply surprised, vaguely feeling that this might be their hope of escaping from here. At the same time, the lines in the middle of the altar began to flicker, and gradually formed a huge mysterious magic circle, and a mysterious force vibrated out. "Why can't my body move?" "Me too, my body is out of control." Everyone found it difficult to move, and they were terrified, but they couldn't change anything. In the magic circle, the light kept flowing, and countless mysterious symbols flickered. After the ancient characters on the periphery flickered dozens of times, the mysterious symbols finally lit up at the same time, emitting dazzling light. When the light faded, the magic circle returned to dimness, and there was no one in the field. After a while, the entire hall turned from real to virtual again, turning into golden light and dissipating on the ground. In the gray fog, a huge magic circle appeared on the ground, and the people who disappeared suddenly appeared again. However, when everyone looked around, they were all stunned like clay sculptures and wooden carvings. The earth seemed to be stained with ink, and it was inky. Occasionally, a few unknown weeds grew tenaciously in the soil. The visual distance was no more than 10 meters. Beyond 10 meters, it was gray and nothing could be seen. "Where is this? Did we escape from that place just now?" The voice of the person who spoke was a little trembling. Why do I feel that this place is not as good as the forest just now? Someone was complaining. This is not a forest, where are we? Did the magic circle just now make us cross again? Many people showed panic.
There was no joy after escaping the predicament, but only panic.
Everyone had a bad premonition.
The next moment, the jade book that had been in Zhang Zhonghua's arm suddenly floated out by itself, releasing 1,000 feet of golden light, illuminating the entire sky, dispersing the surrounding gray fog, and forming a golden light curtain to block the gray fog outside. When the surrounding gray fog was dispelled, a desolate and empty scene came into view. There were some huge rocks standing on the ground, and there were also trees and weeds growing sparsely on the ground. After escaping from the trapped forest, the scene in front of me was completely different. The purple flowers and the towering trees 100 meters high were all gone. In front of me were endless hills with undulating terrain and covered with gravel. Lin Shan watched all this quietly, and his ominous premonition came true.
Where are we?
I want to go home, a woman couldn't help crying and murmuring.
We can't go back. We can't find the way back. A fragile woman cried out and her body shook. If someone hadn't been supporting her, she would have fallen to the ground. How should we survive in this strange world?
Even some men's voices were trembling at the moment, full of strong fear and uneasiness.
Don't panic, stay calm, there will be a solution. Zhang Zhonghua shouted.
That's right. Lin Shan nodded in agreement. The gray fog has been dispelled, we can explore the surrounding area. The unknown fills some people with awe and fear, while also giving others a desire to explore. Lin Shan took the lead and walked forward, wanting to take a look at the situation nearby. Zhao Xuan was not far away, seeming a little cold, with his arms folded, his beautiful face a little pale. When Lin Shan passed by, she took off her coat and handed it over. She said thank you, then shook her head and refused. I'm not cold, I'm just a little scared. Lin Shan didn't say much. He was just offering kind help from his companion. When he saw the other party's refusal, he put on his coat and continued walking forward. After traveling a few hundred meters, another river appeared in front of us. It was much smaller than the river we saw before, only about 10 meters wide. Wu Wang's eyes lit up when he saw the river. Old Lin, don't leave.
I can't walk anymore. Let's see if there is anything to eat nearby. Others are exhausted, too. I've been hungry for a long time. I wonder if there are any fish in this creek. I just saw some fruit on the trees near here. I wonder if I can eat it.
I also saw that the fruits were ordinary in shape and not bright. They looked like ordinary wild fruits. But don't forget, this is a world with extraordinary power, so be careful. Seeing that the sky was getting dark, everyone discussed for a while and decided to camp here. Zhang Zhonghua looked around and said, Lin Shan, Wu Wang, Jin Tianzong, you make a simple harpoon and go to the river to see if there are any fish. Luoi, Xijianan, let's go pick some wild fish from the tree's fruit. After a pause, he took out a lighter from his pocket and handed it to Chao Yusin, saying, the remaining 5 girls will go pick up some dead branches from around to make a fire. Fortunately, the lighter was worn by him and traveled through time with him. Otherwise, he would have to imitate the ancients by drilling wood to make fire.
Good. No problem. Everyone responded.
10 minutes later, looking at the branch in his hand, Lin Shan couldn't help but fall into deep thought. He knew how to make a simple harpoon. He didn't have any tools, so he couldn't chew one out with his mouth. Wu Wang and Jin Tianzong were the same. They had no choice but to stare at the branches in their hands. Sighing, Lin Shan suggested, just find a few sharp branches. Let's go to the river first and have a look. Wu Wang smiled and said, the fish in the other world may not have seen humans and are not smart. They may be particularly easy to catch. Jia, is there a possibility? Jin Tianzong laughed strangely and said, the fish in the other world are more powerful than us. Lin Shan smiled and said, it's really possible. Don't forget, there are extraordinary beings in this world. That's right, we have no ability to resist at all when faced with such weird things.
Wu Wang nodded. Stop it. Jin Tianzong made a stop gesture. I was just joking.
What you said seems to be true.
It's scary.
Lin Shan smiled and said nothing. Although Jin Tianzong was almost 40, there was no trace of an elder in his character. The 3 of them walked another 100 meters and came to the river. The water was crystal clear, and at a glance they could see a fish that looked like a human being swimming in the river. The reason why it attracts people is because this fish has 2 heads, which makes people panic just by looking at it. Moreover, this 2-headed fish is actually a bit silly, as Wu Wang said, and will not swim away when it sees people coming. The 3 of them hesitated for a moment, not knowing whether they should grab it or not.
Their hands holding the sharp branches were trembling. Boom!
There was a sound of branches entering the water, and the two-headed fish was directly stabbed through.
The penetrated fish was stunned for 2 seconds before starting to struggle desperately. Unfortunately, it was too late. Lin Shanmeng forced it pick ashore.
Looking at the two-headed fish still jumping alive on the shore, Wu Wang gave Lin Shan a thumbs up.
This fish was half a meter long and very fat.
Just one fish was enough for 2 adults to eat.
Is this fish edible?
The two heads look weird. Wu Wang felt numb looking at the fish on the ground. Don't look at creatures from other worlds with the eyes of earthlings.
Lin Shan replied, and then said, look again and catch a few more.
This fish may not be afraid of people because it has never seen people before.
Easy to catch. Okay.
Wu Wang responded and began to search carefully on the shore.
Boom!
With a sound, another half-meter-long two-headed fish was picked up ashore.
This time it was caught by Jin Tianzong. That's enough, let's go back quickly. We've gone a little far.
Lin Shan looked at the darkening sky and reminded, it may be completely dark in half an hour. Each man held 2 fish in his hand and returned along the original path along the riverbank.
Suddenly, a huge blue full moon suddenly appeared above everyone's head, illuminating the earth with a faint blue light.
Lin Shan looked up at the blue moon above his head in shock. This blue moon suddenly appeared without any signs, and it was so huge that it hung above his head, making people feel that it would fall down in the next second. Blue moon, Wu Wang and Jin Tianzong also looked at the blue moon that suddenly appeared in amazement.
Hurry back!
Lin Shan urged. He felt an inexplicable pressure under this blue moonlight.
Ha!
At this moment, Lin Shan looked at the river. There was a group of twisted black lines in the river, which looked a bit like a fish.
Strange line fish?
Lin Shan was a little surprised and doubtful.
Jin Tianzong asked in confusion, why do I feel a little cold all of a sudden?
Yes. Wu Wang hugged his arms and trembled. From the beginning, I felt a chill on my body, just like the air conditioner was turned on.
Lin Shan felt even more obvious.
Not only did he feel cold all over, but he also had a lot of cold sweat on his forehead. His body was a little weak, and his strength was lost unconsciously. He immediately realized that something was wrong and shouted, "Get out of here quickly!"
Bang!
With a sound, Jin Tianzong fell straight to the ground.
Lin Shan's pupils shrank, and he wanted to call Wu Wang to carry Jin Tianzong and run out.
Before he could open his mouth.
Bang!
There was another light sound, and Wu Wang also fell down. What was creepy was that the fish-shaped strange thing swimming in the water actually floated directly on the water surface, and its whole body was trembling at a high frequency.
Buzz with the strange trembling, the darkness as thick as ink quickly attacked.
At the moment of darkness, Lin Shan threw the fish in his hand directly, hitting the high-frequency vibrating ball of thread. The moment the fish touched the ball of thread, it rotted directly. Not even the bone residue was left after a while. In the end, Lin Shan was still wrapped by the darkness. He could feel that he had lost control of his body. Except for his brain, other parts were slowly losing consciousness, as if something was gnawing at him. As time passed, more and more parts lost consciousness. If it spread to the whole body, Lin Shan could be sure that his fate would not be better than the previous fish. Lin Shan was sweating all over. He tried his best to break free, but it was useless. His whole body was like being nailed by iron nails, and he didn't move at all. He struggled desperately in various ways, but it still didn't work.
Am I going to die here?
This was the only thought in his mind at the moment.
Finally, maybe he accepted his fate.
Lin Shan was no longer afraid, and a bitter smile appeared on his lips. The only regret was that he had not yet repaid his parents who raised him. He felt his heartbeat slowly disappear, his body temperature gradually became cold, and the light in front of him was gradually eroded by darkness.
Just then, Lin Shan, Wu Wang, Jin Tianzong.
Shouts came from a distance, and Lin Shan regained consciousness a little. He opened his mouth to ask them not to come over, but no sound came out. Then he saw a ball of fire, and 3 people approached slowly with torches. The moment the fire appeared, the thick darkness suddenly dissipated, and Lin Shan felt his whole body relax and collapse to the ground. It's afraid of fire. This thought flashed through his mind, and he knew he was saved. The footsteps gradually approached, and then he heard a scream, "The person is here.
He is still breathing, and I don't know why he fainted. Carry him back quickly." After hearing the last sentence, Lin Shan also fainted. When he opened his eyes again, he saw a warm fire. He supported his body with difficulty and found that Wu Wang and Jin Tianzong had woken up and were warming themselves by the fire. You are awake. What happened by the river just now? You were the last one to faint. Did you see anything?
Zhang Zhenghua was the first to find that Lin Shan was awake. After a moment of silence, Lin Shan said in a deep voice, "It is some kind of weirdness." Hearing that it was weird, everyone trembled and their eyes revealed a look of horror. There was actually something weird nearby. After thinking for a while, Lin Shan continued, "But it seems to be afraid of fire." It dissipated when it saw the fire. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. It's good to have a weakness. As long as there is a weakness, there is a way to resist it. Zhang Zhenghua said seriously, "Tomorrow, go scrape more resin to make torches. If all the weird things are afraid of fire, then our chances of survival will be greatly increased." Looking around, he continued, "Men and women form a group to take turns to keep watch and add firewood to the fire, and the others rest.
There is one more man. I'll go first. It's still early and there should be no danger. I'm not sleepy now."
Lin Shan raised his hand.
"Okay, then we'll rest first. You haven't eaten yet. There are fruits over there. You can eat some. We ate them before and there was nothing unusual. Call us if there is any movement at night." "Okay." When everyone else fell asleep, Lin Shan was the only one awake in the silent night. He looked at the fruit in his hand, smelled it first, and there was no irritating smell. Then he took a bite. The extreme sourness filled his taste buds, but he could only pinch his nose and eat it. At this moment, he suddenly noticed that a blood-red full moon was reflected in the river not far away. Looking up at the sky, he found that it was indeed blood-colored. It seemed to be extremely far away, only slightly larger than the moon on Earth. It turned out that everything he had just seen, including the huge blue moon above his head, was a strange illusion. Strange?
He suddenly remembered that there was a piece of parchment and a feather pen in his mind. With a slight thought, the parchment and feather pen appeared in his hand. The dark yellow leather was somewhat soft in his hand, but it was extremely cold and looked quite strange. The tip of the feather pen was white, and the feather was black like ink.
I don't know what animal's feather it was.
It was long and had mysterious patterns engraved on it.
Feather pen and parchment. What should I write? Write the wishes in my heart or the puzzles that I don't understand? After thinking for a while, Lin Shan gently wrote on the paper, "What are you?" The handwriting was golden, and the handwriting disappeared after a flash. After a while, a few lines of black handwriting appeared on the parchment, standard Chinese characters. "I am just an ordinary parchment. Pay your life and you will know what you want to know. The current remaining life is 72 years and 5 months.
Lin Shan stared at the black handwriting on the parchment and read it over and over again until the handwriting disappeared. Good guy, the ordinary and omniscient parchment, even knows the remaining life so clearly.
Lin Shan, how to return to Earth.
Parchment, you need to pay 1 year of life.
Lin Shan, pay.
Parchment, you can't go back. All humans on Earth will travel to the Grey Mist universe within 1,000 years, and the Earth will also merge into the Grey Mist universe after 1,000 years.
Lin Shan, how to increase life.
Parchment, you need to pay 1 month of life.
Lin Shan, pay. Parchment, extraordinary.
Travel all, Lin Shan muttered while staring at the paper.
Lin Shan, where are my parents?
Parchment, you need to pay 1 month of life.
Lin Shan, pay. Parchment, not yet crossed, unable to locate.
Lin Shan was speechless. He didn't know there was still a charge. This was too dark. He felt that he would die soon if he used this parchment.
He wrote on the parchment again, Lin Shan, how to become extraordinary.
Parchment, any race, born with only one physique. And you were given a weird body because of the parchment, with 2 physiques so you can carry 2 sequences. The living body sequence has a known formula. You need to pay 20 years of life to obtain the material acquisition method and location. The weird body sequence has no existing formula. You need to pay 40 years of life to obtain the sequence 9 formula. 20 years is directly 1/3 of the lifespan. This parchment is not omniscient, and you cannot believe everything it says. After all, it is somehow weird in itself. As for paying 40 years of life to obtain the formula, Lin Shan didn't consider it at all. After paying 40 lifespans to obtain the formula, there is a high probability that you will also need to pay the lifespan to obtain the location of the materials. Even if you become an extraordinary being in the end, you will only have a few years left to live. Lin Shan calculated in his mind that if he used 20 years of life to acquire extraordinary powers, his lifespan would only be 50 years. However, if he did not have extraordinary abilities in this world, he might not be able to survive even a week. Lin Shan, pay 20 years of life. When I wrote this sentence, I instinctively felt that something was missing, and a weakness filled my whole body. After the golden writing disappeared, a large piece of black writing appeared.
Parchment, sequence 9 heart light. The fish will only appear at night.
If you place torches around the fish will be restricted from moving. Burn the fish with fire to get its ashes.
Note, twisted fish cannot be killed as weirdos.
After the parchment explained how to obtain the gray fish, the writing disappeared and the paper turned into a radar. The gold dots representing Lin Shan and the black dots representing the fish completely overlapped in the middle, and the gray dots representing Asha Tua, the white dots representing purple soulflower and purple soulflower are at the top of the paper, and the distances are shown to be 20 kilometers and 70 kilometers respectively.
Is that thing really a fish?
It is 70 kilometers and takes more than 10 hours to walk, and you may encounter dangers along the way.
However, in order to be extraordinary and survive, he had to go.
Looking at the red moon above his head, Lin Shan thought to himself, get the ashes of the fish first tomorrow night. More than 2 hours passed before he knew it, and Zhang Zhonghua came to take over. Zhang Zhonghua looked at the watch on his wrist. It's been more than 2 hours, why didn't you call me?
Lin Shan smiled and said, I'm not sleepy yet. You still need to rest even if you're not sleepy. You don't know what will happen tomorrow. Go to bed quickly.
Zhang Zhonghua urged.
Okay, then I'll go to bed. Call me if you have anything.
Lin Shan replied.
Zhang Zhonghua nodded, well, go quickly.
Lin Shan found a tree at random, leaned against the tree and closed his eyes to sleep. When he opened his eyes again, it was already early morning. The sun rose and the sky was red. The original blood-red full moon had disappeared.
The sun in the other world is very similar to the one on Earth, just as hot.
The only difference may be that it is a circle larger than the sun on Earth. Zhang Zhonghua's voice can be heard from a distance.
Sleeping on the ground all the time is not a solution.
Today we need to make some stone tools to cut down trees and build a wooden house. It's best to find out if there are any metal veins around.
Stone tools are not only not durable but also inefficient. Jin Tianzong interrupted, I know this. I used to be in this industry. You go find the mines.
I will use the soil to build a blast furnace. Even if there is no iron ore, I can grind the stones.
At least cutting trees is not a problem.
Everyone started to work hard to survive. With their knowledge, these things are not difficult. As long as there are materials, they can be rubbed out.
Crack. Boom.
It took more than 10 minutes to cut down a tree, and the stone knife in his hand was already bumpy. After waking up last night, he found that his strength had increased several times. He felt that 3 or 5 big men would not be his opponents.
First, scrape the resin on the tree clean, and then do further dismemberment. This tree is a bit like a locust tree.
It will secrete a lot of resin.
This is a good thing.
It can not only make simple glue but also an indispensable fuel for making torches.
Lin Shan, drink some water.
At this time, Zhao Xuan and the young woman named Huang Ying came over with a stone pot. No one dared to say it was a pot because of its crooked shape. Jin Tianzong was indeed a brick master who sharpened 2 stone knives and chiseled out such a pot in one morning. Lin Shan took the leaves handed over by Huang Ying, rolled up the leaves and scooped water from the stone pot to drink.
Tsk tisk, he smacked his lips and said, I never thought that there would be such a day when even drinking boiled water would be a luxury.
Puff. Zhao Xuan chuckled and said, it will get better slowly. I heard that someone over there has also discovered metal mines.
It will get better and better in the future. Roar. A loud roar of beasts came from a distance. Wild beasts? Lin Shan was not surprised but happy. In a sense, it is a good thing that there are wild beasts in this world. At least he can eat meat in the future. I'll go and see.
As he said, he ran in the direction of the cry with the tattered stone knife. Be careful, it could be, Zhao Xuan shouted from behind.
I know.
I'll just watch from a distance, and I can notify you in time if there is any situation. Zhao Xuan was interrupted by Lin Shan before he finished speaking. He knew that it might not be a wild beast, but perhaps some kind of extraordinary creature, but it was useless to be timid.
If you want to survive better, you must learn more about this world. 5 minutes later.
Behind a slope, Lin Shan stuck to the side tightly, looking nervous. Take a deep breath, calm down, and continue to watch the fierce battle not far away. A magical deer and a ferocious black tiger are fighting. Every time the divine deer steps on the ground, it can step out a small pit on the ground. The front hoof kicks the black tiger and kicks it more than 10 meters away, and smashes the small trees on the way to break in half.
The black tiger is not a vegetarian either.
Every time it bites, it can tear off a piece of flesh and blood from the divine deer. The sharp claws scratched the divine deer with deep wounds that can be seen everywhere on the bone. Both sides were already bloody, but they still stood firmly and majestically. Their aura alone made Lin Shan's breathing difficult.
Damn it, are there no normal beasts in this world?
Another extraordinary creature, and two at once. Lin Shan secretly complained. I thought it was an ordinary beast, and with my current physical fitness, I could kill it for lunch, but I didn't expect that I would become a delivery boy. After the fierce battle, the divine deer gradually gained the upper hand. Lin Shan was shocked to see it from the side. In fact, the black tiger was better in terms of attack power, which could be seen from the injuries, but the divine deer had stronger recovery ability. The wounds were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye.
Over time, the black tiger became weaker and weaker, but the divine deer was still in high spirits.
Finally, under the divine deer's earth-shaking hoof, a 1-meter-deep pit was trampled out on the ground, and the black tiger lay in the pit with blood and flesh, and there was no breath.
The next second, something happened that made Lin Shan drop his jaw. The divine deer was seen flashing with gray light all over its body, and after a moment it turned into a human form. It was a little girl, dressed in green and probably only about 17 or 18 years old. The strange thing was that she had deer horns on her head and a cat's tail behind her, making it hard to tell whether she was a human, a deer or a cat. She carried the black tiger on the ground and was about to leave when she suddenly sniffed. Meow. A crisp cat cry came, confirming that it was a cat. Meow.
Another meow. The sound was soft, but this time it sounded beside his ear. Lin Shan turned his head mechanically, and the tip of the girl's nose almost touched his nose. Her bright and flexible big eyes, with black pupils, emitted a faint green light. Fuck! Lin Shan turned around and ran away in fear. He was so focused on watching the show that he forgot that it would not be good for him no matter which side won.
It was too late to run now.
The cat girl lifted Lin Shan up with one hand. She looked at Lin Shan with a puzzled look on her face.
Are you a new race? Are you a new race? Are you a new race? No wonder the gray fog in this area has been dispelled. Ha!
Lin Shan was stunned and could not understand a word. Although he could not understand what the cat girl was saying, she was willing to communicate with him, which at least showed that the girl was a civilized cat, not a beast, and his tense heart relaxed immediately. Taking a deep breath, Lin Shan turned his head and said to the cat girl seriously, Meow? Meow meow meow? The cat girl was startled and loosened her hand, allowing Lin Shan to face down and have an intimate contact with the ground. Are you also a cat? Why don't you have a tail? Lin Shan rubbed his face and felt helpless. He couldn't communicate at all, but fortunately, the other party didn't have any hostility. Catwoman seemed to see that she couldn't communicate, so she gave up on continuing to communicate with Lin Shan. She carried Black Tiger on her back and disappeared from Lin Shan's sight in a few jumps. Leaving now? Lin Shan couldn't believe it, but the facts were right in front of him. He smiled bitterly and shook his head, and turned back the way he came. He wanted to tell others about the news of discovering a new world. Back at the camp, Lin Shan gathered everyone. Calling us together for what? Zhang Zhenghua asked curiously. What's wrong, Lao Lin? You're in a panic. I'm building an earth furnace. We'll have iron tools for use in a while. This is progress across the ages. Jin Tianzong said with a proud smile. Look, everyone is here. Lin Shan said seriously, there was a roar of wild beasts just now. I looked for the sound and found someone other than us, or maybe it was a cat. Lin Shan told everyone what he had just experienced, and their eyes widened with surprise on their faces. If they were on Earth, they would definitely think that Lin Shan was making up stories, but now they all believe it. According to what you said, there are other intelligent creatures in this world, but it's a pity that they can't communicate with each other. It would be great if they could, a middle-aged woman wearing glasses who looked to be in her 40s said with a pity expression. Said, to master an unfamiliar language, even if the other party cooperates, it will take at least a year. She is a language expert, a true scholar, proficient in dozens of languages on the earth, and pursues learning new languages. Languages from other worlds are very attractive to her. Lin Shan only had a few simple conversations with her. He knew that her name was Yen Ruxin and that she was fluent in various languages. Because they only spent so little time together, he didn't know anything else about her. Suddenly, Zhao Xiaoan pointed behind Lin Shan and said in surprise, Ah. Is that the girl you are talking about? Ha! Lin Shan was startled, turned around and looked behind him, and found that the Catwoman in green was looking at them with interest. Something bad happened. Lin Shan thought to himself. He didn't expect that Catwoman was pretending to leave, but in fact she was following him. At this time, Yen Ruxin spoke.
It's okay. If she doesn't have any ill intentions, I'll communicate with her.
The Catwoman in green walked over naturally and stared at Zhang Zhenghua fiercely, making Zhang Zhenghua feel a little scared.
New race?
Then he stretched out a hand that was indistinguishable from a human and poked Zhang Zhenghua's chest. Zhang Zhenghua's heart was in his throat. He couldn't beat him, so he could only pray that the other party was not hostile. Bang bang bang, the place where the opponent poked made a banging sound. Zhang Zhenghua was stunned for a moment, and suddenly remembered the jade scroll on his chest. It seemed that the girl didn't want to poke him, but the jade scroll on his chest. Zhang Zhenghua took out the jade book.
He knew that it might be a treasure and even related to the future of the human race.
The Catwoman in green stared at the seemingly ordinary jade book for a while. What a weak clan weapon, it is indeed a pioneer. After saying this, the Catwoman in green could clearly feel relieved.
Hello.
Yen Ruxin walked up to the green Catwoman and stretched out her hand to try to communicate with her. The green Catwoman hesitated for a while, stretched out her white hand and touched Yen Ruxin's hand gently, then immediately retracted it.
Yen Ruxin looked at the other party's movements and felt happy.
Knowing that there was something going on, she immediately pointed to herself and said in Chinese, "I am a human race." Pointing at Zhang Zhenghua, he said, "He is also a human race." Then he pointed at himself, "I am a human race, Yen Ruxin." Then he pointed at Zhang Zhenghua, "He is from the human race, Zhang Zhenghua." After repeating this for more than 10 times, the Catwoman in green finally made a move and pointed at herself. "I am a cat tribe, Sashali." Yen Ruxin silently wrote down this sentence in her heart. Fortunately, the morphemes of both sides are the same, one syllable and one word, which makes learning more convenient and reduces the steps of understanding. Lin Shan saw the two of them sitting on the ground, talking to each other and communicating with each other with body movements, and Zhang Zhenghua was beside him to cooperate.
He immediately ignored them and continued to pull out the tree.
He wanted to reserve more resin to make a torch, and he would proceed as planned tonight. At noon, he casually ate some fruit, holding back the sourness, and finished a wild fruit that looked like a pear. Then he returned to the temporary camp and drank some water. At the camp, he saw the Catwoman in green munching on it. He didn't even frown at the wild fruit in his hand, and he didn't forget to make gestures with Yen Ruxin opposite him while eating.
Professional things must be done by professional people.
It was important for him to continue to pull down trees. The simple wooden house at the camp still needed a lot of wood to build.
Click! Boom!
When he brought down the 12th tree, the sky was getting dark, and the black dot on the parchment representing the fish reappeared in his mind. Back at the camp, there was no need to sleep in the open air this time. A simple awning had been erected as a temporary base at the camp, covered with branches, and the surroundings were still empty.
There is half a rough wooden house next to the awning.
The reason why it is half a wooden house is that only the prototype of the wooden house has been built. It will probably take a long time to complete it.
Including the new Catwoman, there were 12 people in total.
Everyone gathered around the fire, eating wild fruits in their hands and communicating in low voices. Fortunately, there are many fruit trees nearby, and there are almost endless varieties of wild fruits to eat. I haven't encountered any poisonous fruits yet, but I haven't encountered any delicious ones either. I don't know if there are seasons in this world. If they don't have food in winter, they will starve to death. It is worth mentioning that the time in this world is not much different from that of the Earth. When the watch shows 7 o'clock, the blood-red moon appears on time, hanging high in the sky and covering the earth with a blood-red carpet. At this moment, the cat girl in green, Sashali, suddenly walked up to Lin Shan and whispered in unfamiliar Chinese, "And I how?" Wei is like silly Sha Li and at the same time stretched out her hand, wanting to shake Lin Shan's hand. Lin Shan was stunned for a moment. This creature from another world was too friendly. He quickly stretched out his hand to shake it. As soon as he held it, before he could feel the softness, Sashali suddenly pulled out her hand and stared at Lin Shan warily. "Good." Lin Shan was speechless.
He didn't understand what was going on. Others also looked at Lin Shan strangely, thinking, isn't this guy taking advantage of others?
He is too brave. Seeing Shashali staring at her hands warily, Lin Shan finally knew why she was so wary, because his cold body temperature may not only be cold, but also the touch was a little weird. He sometimes touched himself. Everyone will suddenly get goosebumps. Smiling at Shashali, Lin Shan started to rub the torch with his hands.
As long as he was not embarrassed, others would be embarrassed.
Unfortunately, this Catwoman didn't know what embarrassment was and still stared at Lin Shan's hand.
Sasali, what's wrong? Yen Rushin noticed something unusual and asked gently from the side.
Shashali shook her head, returned to her original position, and ate the wild fruit in her hand.
After a long time,
looking at the 7 torches of different thicknesses at his feet, Lin Shan began to feel nervous. What he did next might cost his life if he was slightly negligent. However, now that I have come to this world, I have seen extraordinary things. He doesn't want to have to be at the mercy of others every time he encounters the extraordinary. He also wants to pursue the ethereal extraordinary power. Whatever your heart desires, go wherever you want. I'll go out for a while and come back soon. Lin Shan lit a torch, holding the other 6 in his hand, and said lightly, if I don't come back, don't look for me.
Why did you go out at night? And you're talking so scary. Zhao Xiaoan asked puzzledly. Some personal issues.
Then he walked out directly.
Be careful.
Zhang Zhenghua reminded.
Yes, I will. Lin Shan nodded.
Looking at the gradually disappearing firelight, everyone showed a thoughtful expression. No one called him, everyone had their own choice, everyone just huddled together, others had their own secrets or opportunities, and others didn't care too much. Parchment could also see the map in his mind, looking for punctuation, slowly approaching the location of the strange lionfish. It was still the same river, the same location, the strange lionfish did not move at all, and I didn't know if it was because of the strangeness that it couldn't move. Within 50 meters of the strange lionfish, Lin Shan swallowed his saliva and looked up at the sky from time to time while walking. When approaching the range of 30 meters, the surrounding space began to become disordered, and an unknown breath gradually spread. The surrounding things began to be affected, and the air began to become unusually cold.
Is this something similar to a domain? Lin Shan's eyes suddenly shrank, and his heart trembled.
When he looked up at the sky again, he found a huge blue full moon hanging above his head. Lin Shan hurriedly stepped back until the blue full moon above his head disappeared, and then he inserted a torch and lit it.
He continued to do this in another direction. It took less than 10 minutes to insert torches in 4 directions in turn.
This kind of resin torch can burn for more than half an hour if nothing goes wrong, and there is still plenty of time. When torches were inserted all around, Lin Shan walked carefully towards the direction of the strange lionfish again. The cold breath was still there, and the blue moon above his head appeared again, as if nothing had changed. Day. The sound of the soles of his feet touching the ground was clearly transmitted to his ears. Although the sound was not loud, it seemed unusually clear to Lin Shan's ears. Go forward step by step, 20 meters, 10 meters. When he was close to the 10-meter range, the scene in front of him made Lin Shan's scalp numb. A spiral column was floating on the river, and its whole body was vibrating at a high frequency. The most terrifying thing was that it looked like a black pillar supporting the sky from the bottom up, and it was unknown how high it was. The column grew upward in a spiral shape. Because the sky was too dark, it was impossible to see the edge at a glance, but it was more than 10 meters high in the visible sight. As the spiral column vibrated, it made a buzzing sound, and the surrounding area spread out as dark as ink. The darkness wanted to approach Lin Shan but was blocked by the fire. However, as the darkness invaded, the torch in Lin Shan's hand became dying, as if it would go out at any time. He was so scared that he quickly took out a spare torch and inserted it into the ground to light it. When the second torch was lit, the surrounding fire became more intense, and the darkness finally settled down. Approaching 5 meters again, Lin Shan took out another spare torch and inserted it into the ground to light it. The last 5 meters, every step was under great pressure, the cold breath made his blood flow stagnant, the cold sweat on his forehead had formed fine ice chips. Finally, he took the last step, and suddenly, he felt extremely dizzy. In addition to the cold, there was an unknown breath that impacted his consciousness. He felt his vision gradually blurred, and there were double images in front of him, and he would faint at any time. He bit his tongue hard, and the smell of blood made him a little sober. He knew that if he fainted now, he would die. He stretched out his frozen arm with difficulty and stretched out the torch to burn the bottom of the column. He didn't dare to look up. If he looked up at the body of the strange lionfish at this distance, he might faint immediately. He saw the burned part clearly. It was composed of countless thin silk threads, which were trembling at a high frequency. As it was burned by the flames, Lin Shan seemed to hear a scream, a cry implanted in his soul, which made him feel a trance of his soul leaving his body. As the fire continued to burn, the thin wires began to twist and twist due to the flames, and fine ash continued to fall. Ziz! Another scream shocked Lin Shan's soul and left his body. It was not until now that he knew that people really had souls. This feeling was very strange and terrifying.
He could even see the top of his head. Lin Shan knew that he could not continue to burn. If the other party screamed again, his soul might really leave his body. He bit the tip of his tongue hard again, his sight began to sink, his soul and body merged. He tore a piece of cloth from his pajamas, squatted down and wrapped it up with soil and fine ash, and his body made a crackling sound. It was the sound of the body joints being frozen. If it was his previous physique, he would not be able to move now. Crackling accompanied by the cackle, Lin Shan slowly retreated. When he retreated 10 meters away, the pressure around him suddenly decreased, and the coldness slowly dissipated. At this moment, something strange happened. One of the torches inserted around him suddenly went out for some reason. Lin Shan's eyes suddenly shrank, his heart trembled, and he ran out desperately, ignoring the severe pain caused by frostbite. The spiral column strangely found that it could move, and immediately returned to the shape of a fish. The next second, the extremely dense darkness, like ink, suddenly spread to the surroundings. Wherever the darkness reached, the ground was corroded with a sizzling sound, turning into a scorched earth. It was angry. The darkness came in the blink of an eye, but was blocked by the fire in Lin Shan's hand and could not move forward any further. The flame on the torch began to swing left and right very irregularly, as if it would go out in the next second. Lin Shan's heart, which had just relaxed, was lifted up again, and he accelerated to run out of the field. The shaky flame finally went out. At this time, Lin Shan was only 3 meters away from the outside of the field. He jumped violently. With his current physical fitness, it was not difficult to jump 3 meters. The darkness behind him had already touched him. A sharp pain that pierced his soul was accompanied by a fishy smell. He felt that his internal organs were rotting. This fishy smell came from his body. Bang! He fell heavily to the ground, and the blue moon above his head disappeared. He escaped. But he would not live long. Smelling the stench emanating from his body, he couldn't help but ask himself, is it worth it? His internal organs have all rotted, and it's a miracle that he's still alive. Maybe it's thanks to the physique of the weird body. Feeling his increasingly weak body, he thought and took out the parchment. Slowly wrote with a feather pen, Lin Shan, how long can I live? Parchment, remaining lifespan of 51 years and 3 months, cursed, actual survival time is 37 days. It seems that checking the balance doesn't cost money, and this feeling of knowing the balance of your life is really fucked up. The original lifespan of 51 years was directly reduced to 37 days. Lin Shan, is there any way to eliminate this curse? Parchment, you need to pay 1 month of life. Lin Shan, pay. Parchment, become a supernatural life. Lin Shan's eyes regained a trace of spirit, and the only thing that can be used to deal with the supernatural is the supernatural. In other words, as long as you become a supernatural life within 37 days, you can offset this curse. He has already obtained one of the 3 materials, and the last purple soul flower is not difficult to obtain. He just needs to get the Horn of Ash Auto. There is still hope. Lin Shan dragged his broken body back to the camp, and did not disturb the people who were still resting. He found a tree not far from the camp to lean against, closed his eyes and rested. He couldn't sleep. His internal organs kept feeling a sharp pain as if they were burned by fire. He didn't know how he managed to hold on, maybe he was numb from the pain. Not only that, his whole body exuded a foul smell from the inside out, and he felt sick when he smelled it, and had the urge to vomit. Except for his appearance, he didn't look like a living person at all. In this way, in the torment of half sleep and half wakefulness, the sky gradually brightened, and he was ready to tell others and go to find Asha's horn. As soon as he approached the camp, he saw the green Catwoman carrying the black tiger out. The other party obviously saw him. She sniffed her nose and frowned at Lin Shan. She could feel that the human opposite was about to die. She didn't need to guess that this kind of injury was caused by something strange. She sighed. She had no way to deal with the injury caused by that thing, unless she used the sequence potion of the tribe, but there were not enough of that kind of thing in the tribe, let alone outsiders. Shaking his head, he disappeared in a few jumps with the black tiger on his back. Everyone was in the camp. Lin Shan, you're back. Zhao Xiaoan's surprised voice came. Yeah. Lin Shan nodded and asked, why did the Catwoman leave? I heard from Sister Yen that she was going back to her tribe and would come again after a while. It seems that she wants to form an alliance with us. Zhao Xiaoan replied. Then she frowned and asked, do you smell a bad smell? It's like the smell of a rotting corpse. Lin Shan replied, I've been smelling it all night. It's the smell on my body. I came to say goodbye to you. What's wrong with you? Zhao Xiaoan was startled and asked hurriedly. Lin Shan said calmly,
I have been cursed by a strange thing.
I don't have many days left to live. I will find a way to remove the curse and leave soon. What happened last night?
At this time, Wu Wang interrupted and asked.
Yes. For a moment, everyone fell into silence, not knowing what to say. To be honest, the relationship is not that deep.
We have only known each other for 2 days, but a living person is going to die again, which makes people feel indescribably uncomfortable.
There is still hope, and you may not die, Lin Shan explained, and then said seriously, don't go to the lower reaches of the river at night, which is the place where we fainted that day.
Strange?
Yes.
Lin Shan nodded and joked, the facts prove that even with a torch, it cannot guarantee safety.
Zhang Zhonghua looked at Lin Shan, I hope you can survive. Maybe you will be extraordinary by then.
According to the Catwoman, people on Earth will start to travel to this world in large numbers soon.
We are all pioneers. I hope you can help when the time comes. They can all feel that something is wrong with Lin Shan.
He may have some opportunity to come into contact with extraordinary power.
Don't worry, I am still a human, provided I can survive. Lin Shan responded. I'm leaving.
Lin Shan waved his hand and walked in the direction marked on the map. When Lin Shan's back slowly disappeared from sight, Zhang Zhonghua called out, get to work, we must build the wooden house today.
Okay.
After walking for 2 hours, Lin Shan was already exhausted and pale. He stopped to rest in a shady place, took out the wild fruits picked up by the roadside, and ate them slowly. The weather in the other world now is a bit like the transition period from spring to summer on Earth, a little hot.
Fortunately, it is a hot day.
If it was winter, everyone would have frozen to death or starved to death. Not to mention the problem of keeping warm, there would definitely be no wild fruits everywhere on the trees. After resting for more than 10 minutes, Lin Shan's face gradually returned to ruddy, and he stood up and prepared to continue on his way. If the previous physique was several times that of a normal adult, then the current physique is probably about the same as that of a child. He had to rest for more than 10 minutes every hour. He looked at the cloth tied around his waist. It was the ashes of the strange fish. The clothes had no pockets, so he could only tie the mouth with a straw rope and tie it around his waist. This thing was now related to his life and property. Lin Shan kept an eye on it to prevent it from falling off suddenly. He continued to walk for 3 hours and rested 3 times in the middle. At this moment, a strange phenomenon appeared in his sight. The space seemed to be divided into 2 pieces. The circle was where Lin Shan was now, and the circle was covered by gray fog, just like the gray fog that everyone encountered when they first entered this land. The visible distance in the gray fog was no more than 10 meters. He couldn't help but think of the Jade Book. The Jade Book emitted a golden light that dispersed the gray fog. Unexpectedly, it dispersed directly 10 kilometers away. Was it related to the dispersal of the gray fog that he didn't encounter any danger along the way? There were still 10 kilometers away from the place marked on the map. The rest of the journey had to be walked in the gray fog. Lin Shan had an ominous premonition. He gritted his teeth and stepped into the gray fog. When he looked back, his eyes shrank. The way back was gone. The gray fog also covered his back. He tried to take a few steps back. The surrounding environment did not change at all. He was still in the gray fog. He took only 1 step in the gray fog. Normally, he would return to the circle if he took 1 step back. Now this situation was a bit like the ghost wall in folk horror stories. Ghost wall? Thinking of this, Lin Shan reacted. It was indeed similar to a ghost wall. This gray fog could replace his sense of direction. His position could not change, but his direction of movement would change. He consciously observed the parchment in his mind. Sure enough, the direction of his movement deviated. He walked a few steps to the right, and the gray fog around him disappeared. He returned to the place where the gray fog was dispelled. It was really terrifying. If he didn't have parchment, even if he knew that his sense of direction was wrong, it would be useless. He could only get lost in the gray fog. Lin Shan was secretly shocked. He had just entered the gray fog and encountered such a weird thing. It was absolutely impossible for a normal person to survive in this gray fog. The Jade Book could dispel the gray fog here. It seemed not simple, and it was not even worse than parchment. I just didn't know if it had other functions. He continued to walk to the left with difficulty. If he looked at the punctuation on the parchment, he would find that he was actually walking forward. This was a very strange feeling. Everything in the gray fog was chaotic. Moreover, he would change direction every time he walked for a while and continue to move forward. In his perception, there was no change, but the direction would deviate as he walked.
Half an hour later. Lin Shan rested by a tree.
If there was no gray fog, the environment outside the circle would be no different from the inside of the circle, with sparse fruit trees and hills everywhere.
Roar!
Of course, there were also occasional roars of beasts, which were not heard in the circle. Every time he encountered the roar of a beast, he would take a detour in advance.
With his current physique, he couldn't even beat ordinary beasts.
Whether there were ordinary beasts in this world was another matter. The only beast he had seen so far was the black tiger. It was possible that all beasts in this world were extraordinary. At this moment, the thing that Lin Shan was most worried about happened. A huge sound of boom 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 came from a distance. The distance was getting closer and closer.
What is this sound? Is it a herd of beasts?
Lin Shan was a little confused, and even if he wanted to run, he didn't know which direction to run in. The sound felt like it was coming from all directions. It was deafening.
Boom boom boom.
The huge black shadow came roaring with a loud bang, and Lin Shan could vaguely see that it was a thing, a huge boat. The height alone is more than 10 meters high, and the strong wind brought by when it roars by blows away nearly a kilometer of gray fog around it.
Lin Shan was as small as an ant under this giant ship.
The ship did not look like a human craft. The overall structure was very simple. There seemed to be something crawling on the ship, which could not be seen clearly even from a distance.
As the boat approached, Lin Shan finally saw clearly what was on the boat.
All kinds of scarlet soft-bodied creatures were squirming together, round, flat, striped, and some deformed shapes. Just looking at it made people want to vomit.
Feeling.
Lin Shan was too small for the giant ship and would not attract its attention at all. It roared straight from the front, and the strong wind blew Lin Shan more than 10 meters away, and he fell heavily to the ground. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Lin Shan got up with difficulty, thinking that the matter was over.
Immediately afterwards, another huge ship appeared in the sight.
Different from the previous ship, this ship was empty, extremely dilapidated, and looked strange and eerie. It moved at such a speed that it made no sound and did not even stir up a breeze. As his thoughts turned, the huge ship flashed past his eyes from far to near. Lin Shan suddenly trembled. He saw the ship passing directly through the trees, which was different from the previous ship that was crushed and destroyed.
This is a ghost ship. I felt a little horrified in my heart.
Now looking at the direction in which the two giant ships left, I had a vague feeling that the ship in front was running for its life. If something of this level happens to enter the circle, then us so-called pioneers of the human race will be wiped out in minutes. Lin Shan shook his head with a wry smile.
After a false alarm, I got up and continued walking. There was only the last 8 kilometers left to the destination.
Suddenly, he felt something was wrong, and the surroundings began to feel cold. This feeling was all too familiar to him. His heart trembled, knowing that there must be something strange nearby, but fortunately he did not enter the opponent's attack range. Just when he was about to take a detour, a red fire suddenly appeared in front of him, a bit like a red lantern.
The light was very warm and made people want to get close.
Lin Shan tried his best to contain the feeling of closeness and calmly stepped back, wanting to leave the scope of this strange influence. When Lin Shan stepped back, a red figure suddenly condensed in front of him. Lin Shan was shocked and started to run back. The moment he ran, the red figure in front of him rushed over, and its hands passed directly through Lin Shan's body. In an instant, Lin Shan felt a biting coldness all over his body, his consciousness began to become blurred, and everything around him fell into darkness.
After a moment, he passed out.
The moment before he passed out, he had only one thought: my life is at stake.
My head hurts.
I don't know how long it took, but Lin Shan woke up in a daze and shook his head in severe pain. He found that he was still in his original position, and the red lantern in front of him was still there.
I'm not dead?
This time he did not act rashly. He summoned the parchment in his mind and found that the parchment was filled with dense words. This was the first time that the parchment proactively provided information. Parchment, I don't know whether it's luck or misfortune, but you triggered the Red Lantern's attack mechanism, and the Red Lantern eroded you. She didn't want to kill you, but she inadvertently worsened the curse on you. Currently, there are only 10 days left to survive. You are about to die. Even if you find a Shatuo, it will not help. A Shatuo is an extraordinary life, and it cannot be shaken unless it is extraordinary. However, I have to admire your luck. You have encountered a strange creature that is close to the human race. As long as its attack mechanism is not triggered, it will not actively attack you. If the method is correct, you can even try to control it with your mortal body. You need to pay 5 years of life to obtain the control method of the Red Lantern. The weird things that are close to the human race are not weird but weird things.
This is a bit intriguing. Parchment should also be classified as weird things.
Lin Shan muttered in his heart. Now he had no other choice but to write on the parchment, Lin Shan, pay.
It's good to be alive now, why do you care about lifespan?
Parchment, perhaps you can try to go directly to hold her and use your own blood as the oil for her burning lamp.
Remember, never turn your back to her, let alone think about running away, you will die.
Any monster will there are negative effects, please exercise moderation. It seems that the killing mechanism of this weird thing is to turn its back or run away.
He happened to do both of these two before.
He also noticed that the parchment used chi instead of it, which made him feel a little frustrated.
Tingling.
As for the negative impact at the end, the parchment didn't directly explain it.
Maybe, it doesn't know if there is a possibility.
Lin Shan took a deep breath to keep himself calm, and slowly approached the red lantern step by step. When it was close to the 10-meter range, the blur caused by the gray fog disappeared, and the vision began to become clearer. The lantern could be clearly seen, and the red figure holding the lantern. It was a silhouette of a woman, standing there quietly, holding a lantern in her hand, and her whole body was made of blurry red, just like a child's random graffiti.
She seemed to be staring at Lin Shan, and Lin Shan knew that if he turned his back now, he would receive a fatal blow.
Looking at the red shadow, he slowly approached and stopped when he was shoulder to shoulder with the red shadow. He didn't have the coldness that made his blood freeze when he confronted the strange lionfish before. It was just a little cold, which should be related to the closeness to the human race written on the parchment. Lin Shan observed the lantern in front of him, and his heart couldn't help but jump.
He used to study medicine.
Although his professional skills were very average, he could tell at a glance that the lantern was made of human skin. The supporting skeleton inside should also be made of polished human bones. At this time, looking at the red shadow beside him, it looked like a skin person.
Could it be that the material was taken from her?
Lin Shan resisted the discomfort and held the handle of the lantern. In an instant, he felt that his vision became extremely wide, and the gray fog around him was useless.
He could see the scene 100 meters away.
However, the moment Lin Shan held the handle, the red shadow overlapped with him directly. Cold, numb, and stiff body almost lost consciousness. Lin Shan felt that his body was being taken away. It was not him who controlled the red lantern, but the red lantern that was controlling him.
Lamp oil.
Feeling that his body was gradually losing control, Lin Shan realized that it was written on the parchment that blood was needed as lamp oil. He raised his right hand with all his strength and put his index finger in his mouth. He bit it hard, and a bloody smell filled the air. He took out his finger and put it above the lantern. Tick, tick, blood slowly dripped into the small lamp in the lantern, and Lin Shan immediately felt that the control of his body was gradually recovering.
Lin Shan did not stop until the small lamp was full.
At this time, his body had completely recovered control. Not only that, his vision was expanded again, and he could see through the gray fog and see a range of nearly 200 meters. The red lantern should have other abilities, but they have not been explored yet. Just expanding the field of vision is already very powerful, and many dangers can be avoided in advance in the gray fog.
I survived.
Lin Shan breathed a sigh of relief. He encountered so many dangers after walking only 4 kilometers out of 10 kilometers. This world really doesn't give people a way to survive. With the help of the red lantern, the rest of the journey went much more smoothly. There were no more strange things along the way, but there were 2 fighting supernatural beasts, which Lin Shan avoided in advance. It was not until now that Lin Shan was sure that the beasts that could survive in the gray fog were not good, and they were all supernatural creatures.
On a small hill somewhere.
Lin Shan looked forward. The Ashada with big horns was nearly 2 meters tall, and its body shape was a bit like a cow, with the big horns on its head occupying 2/3 of its body. This was a small tribe, with a total of 8 Ashada, walking aimlessly on the ground. According to the stone tablet seen in the forest before, this is called Evil Fall.
Are all beasts called Evil Fall? If not, what is the difference between beasts and Evil Fall?
There are too many questions in his heart, and no one can answer them for him.
If he asks all the parchment, he will die suddenly and his life will not be enough. How can I get this horn?
This big horn must be extremely hard, and it is unrealistic to break it with brute force. Looking at the Ashada not far away, Lin Shan was a little puzzled. Ashada, bull, red lantern, red, bullfighting. Lin Shan suddenly had an idea. He hoped that this Ashada would be like the bull on Earth, and that fast swinging objects could stimulate them. Holding the lantern in his hand, his mind moved slightly, and a red shadow suddenly appeared on the horn of an Ashatu not far away. This was another way to use the red lantern that Lin Shan had explored on the road. He could create red shadows at will within the visible range. Not only that, these red shadows could also ignite everything they touched. He did not let the red shadow burn these Ashatu. The fuel needed for burning is its blood. With such a large body, it would not burn to death even if it was drained. He just let the red shadow stand on the horn of one of the Ashatu, shaking it left and right to attract the attention of other Ashatu. As expected, all the bullheads in the world are one family, no matter if it is evil or something else. The other Ashatu saw the red shadow swinging, their eyes instantly turned red, and they used their horns to hit the red shadow fiercely. The big horn passed through the red shadow and hit the horn where the red shadow was, making a sound of golden swords clashing, and sparks flew everywhere. Lin Shan was shocked. This is an iron horn. This kind of collision sound is not like the sound of normal horns colliding. Bang bang. The collision sound continued, and the other 7 Ashatu surrounded the Ashatu with the red shadow on the horn in the middle, taking turns to use their horns to hit it. The Ashatu in the middle was full of fear, watching his companions with red eyes and crazy using horns to hit him, and his hooves were trembling with fear. Finally, with a click, the big horn broke and fell to the ground. Lin Shan clenched his fist excitedly. It was much easier than he thought. Thanks to the red lantern, if there was no red lantern, it would be difficult for him to get the bull horn. No wonder even Parchment admired his luck before. It was simply that he got what he needed, and other weird things would never have this effect. Continue to use Hong Yin to lead the group of Ashatu away. When the herd of cattle walked away, Lin Shan went forward and picked up the horn on the ground, and found that it weighed at least 50 kilograms. There was still 50 kilometers to go, and it was a bit unrealistic to hold this huge horn, and Hong Yin couldn't help him carry things. Thinking carefully, the formula of the sequence potion should not use the whole horn. He took out the parchment, and before he wrote down what he wanted to know, a piece of handwriting appeared on the parchment. Parchment, after getting the horn of Ashatu, you feel very confused. You think that the materials of the sequence potion should not use the whole horn, so you are ready to ask the parchment. Through the handwriting on the parchment, you finally understand the specific configuration method of the formula. Lin Shan found that when he wrote questions, the parchment would only answer questions, but when the parchment actively displayed handwriting, it would appear more human. It is not known whether it is a good thing or a bad thing. At this stage, he still cannot do without parchment. The black handwriting that Lin Shan had read flashed away, and new handwriting appeared again. Parchment, sequence 9 Heartlight, take 10 g of the spirit ash of the strange line fish and dissolve it in 50 milliliters of pure water. Take 10 g of the black powder left by burning the Ashatu horn and dissolve it in 80 milliliters of pure water, and a purple soulflower. These are not recorded on the stone tablet. If you try to figure out the specific proportion by yourself, you don't know how many attempts you will have to go through. It is worth mentioning that there is no charge this time. As long as the questions about this magic potion sequence are included in the 20 years of life paid before. Lin Shan held the red lantern in his hand and summoned the flame to ignite the Ashatu horn on the ground in front of him. The flame was a transparent red color, without a scorching feeling, and even had a chilly feeling when the flame burned. The more than 1 meter long Ashatu horn was completely wrapped in the red flame, and the cuticle began to soften and melt. A fishy smell came to his nose. Lin Shan didn't care about it at all, and it was not as smelly as his body. After burning for just over 20 seconds, the flame suddenly went out. It was not because the work was finished, but because the lamp oil converted from blood had dried up. Lin Shan could only bear the pain and bleed again to replenish the lamp oil. During this period, the lamp oil was replenished again. The red flame burned for more than a minute before the Ashatu corner on the ground was completely burned out, leaving a pile of black powder. At this moment, Lin Shan's face was pale, and his already weak body became even softer and weaker. He bled 3 times in total. The capacity of the small lamp was about 100 milliliters. The blood from the 3 times combined could fill half a bottle of mineral water. Although the amount of blood was still within the acceptable range for adults, weakness was inevitable. He staggered to the black powder, tore off a piece of cloth from his pajamas, which was already missing a corner, and wrapped up the black powder on the ground. After burning, only less than 150 g of black powder remained after burning the 50 g Ashatu horn. After collecting all of them, Lin Shan made a straw rope to tie the cloth bag and tied it around his waist. Lin Shan looked at the 2 small cloth bags on his waist, and a sense of accomplishment arose spontaneously. Although he had experienced a lot, he was also excited to collect 2 materials in just 2 days. As long as he walked another 50 kilometers and reached the purple soulflower forest alive, he could get a glimpse of the extraordinary power, and he could continue to live.
Calm down, pick up the lantern and continue on the road. It will be dark in a while. I don't know if there will be any additional dangers in the gray fog.
The sky gradually darkened, and the sun on the horizon was replaced by a blood-red full moon. Beside a campfire, Lin Shan leaned against a tree with the red lantern in front of him. Even now, Lin Shan did not dare to turn his back to the red lantern. A strange thing is a strange thing. Don't think that she will not attack you if you have a friendship with her. He did not plan to travel at night, as there were too many unstable factors at night. There must be something similar on this land, like the strange line fish, which only appears at night. It would be safer to rest well and wait until dawn before traveling.
At night.
Just when Lin Shan was taking a light nap, the ground suddenly shook, and the roars of wild beasts came.
He was awakened instantly. What's going on? Why are these wild beasts roaring in the middle of the night?
Lin Shan just thought of this, and an extremely strong darkness surged from the sky above the gray fog like a tide. Lin Shan was shocked, but he saw that there seemed to be an invisible barrier in the sky, blocking the darkness, and the darkness was frantically attacking the barrier, trying to break through the blockade of the barrier.
It's the red lantern, it's protecting me.
Lin Shan saw that the oil in the small lamp was burning faster, and guessed that the barrier should be the work of the red lantern, and the darkness outside the barrier must not be a good thing. Perhaps it is weird again. The barrier was twisted and deformed by the darkness, but it never broke, and the darkness twisted along with the twisted barrier, sometimes like the claws of a beast, sometimes like the palm of a human, and sometimes like various deformed monsters, changing in 1,000 ways. Suddenly, the darkness stopped impacting, and the invisible barrier became quiet.
After a while, the barrier slowly sank and was constantly pressed down.
Seeing the barrier being pressed lower and lower, Lin Shan's heart was about to rise to his throat. Fortunately, after being pressed to a certain extent, the barrier began to rebound slowly, as if the thing that created the pressure had left. Lin Shan breathed a sigh of relief and bled again to replenish the lamp oil for the red lantern. This was his only hope to fight against the unknown outside the gray fog. Thinking that the matter was over, Lin Shan, who was about to rest, suddenly stiffened. He felt that he was being stared at by something.
Was it that thing just now? This feeling of being stared at became stronger and stronger.
Lin Shan's whole body became cold, and his sight began to move up.
He saw the top of his head again. The soul left the body again.
Last time, it was the cry of the strange line fish.
What was it this time?
He looked up, just one glance, and almost made him lose his soul.
He quickly looked away.
A huge eye, rooted in the void, with black blood vessels constantly wriggling around the eye, and light blue souls were constantly sucked into the eye, some in human form, some in animal form, and some strange creatures, none of which could escape the suction. Because of the barrier of the red lantern, the suction had become very weak when it reached Lin Shan, but it still made his soul leave his body. He bit his tongue hard and used the pain to stimulate himself. His vision began to sink, and his soul returned to his body again. At this time, he looked up at the sky and saw nothing. The eye was still there, but he couldn't see it. I don't know how long it took, and seeing that the lamp oil was about to burn out again, the feeling of being stared at finally disappeared. The red lantern withdrew the barrier, and everything around became normal again. Lin Shan breathed a sigh of relief and had no choice but to bleed again to replenish the lamp oil. This gray fog can no longer be described as dangerous. It is a dead land with no way to survive. If this situation happens a few more times, let alone whether he can resist it, just simply replenishing the lamp oil can kill him. In the morning, Lin Shan opened his eyes and sighed helplessly, feeling his increasingly weak body. The burning sensation in his internal organs persisted. Every day he passed would be eroded by the curse for one more day. In addition, he had been bleeding recently. At this time, a child in his teens could knock him down.
Continue on the road.
Theoretically, 50 kilometers can be reached in one day, if there are no accidents on the way.
Maybe it was really lucky. Nothing happened after walking for half a day.
Although the beasts became more and more dense during the period, Lin Shan used the red lantern to discover and bypass them in advance. He sat under the tree and ate the wild fruits he picked to replenish water and physical strength. As for whether it was poisonous, it was no longer within his consideration. In addition to being unpalatable, he had not encountered any poisonous fruits so far.
The parchment showed that the destination was still 28 kilometers away. We walked 22 kilometers in the morning.
If we worked harder, we would reach the purple soul flower forest before nightfall. After a good rest, we took the red lantern and continued to move forward. The scenery on the roadside began to change. There were more and more green plants and denser trees. Suddenly, an ancient tree tens of meters high not far away pulled itself out, and ran to another place with its roots as legs and planted itself in the soil. Then, more than a dozen half-human high ants emerged from the original tree pit one after another. They were communicating with their antennae, and seemed to be wondering where such a big tree had gone. After the communication, they didn't know if there was any result, and the dozen ants went back into the tree pit again. Lin Shan saw it, and he didn't know what to say for a long time. He opened his mouth but didn't say anything in the end. He chose to bypass the big pit and continue to move forward. After what happened just now, it was inevitable to be a little suspicious when looking at the trees next to him, and there was an illusion that they would suddenly rise from the ground. Night fell, the blood moon was in the sky, and there were only 5 kilometers left to the destination. Lin Shan walked in the night with a red lantern. He planned to walk the last 5 kilometers at night. It was not that he was anxious, but that he was dying. His body was already extremely weak. He could have reached the destination before nightfall, but he had to delay until now. If he delayed for another night, he didn't know if he could stand up. On the surface, he could still live for about 7 days, but lying down for 7 days would also live for 7 days. Cough cough cough. Looking at the light black blood on his hand, Lin Shan was silent. Not only was the blood coughed out light black, but the blood released by adding lamp oil during the period was also light black. Surprisingly, the light black blood seemed to be more effective as lamp oil. Not only was it more resistant to burning, but even the field of vision increased to a range of 200 meters. At this moment, he could no longer feel his breathing and heartbeat. It was a miracle that he could still live like a normal person. 5 kilometers, 4 kilometers, 3 kilometers. The abnormality still occurred in the last 3 kilometers. As expected, we shouldn't rush at night. In front of him, an old man in a luxurious long gown and pale face stood there stiffly, looking at Lin Shan with a pair of gray, dead eyes without a trace of spirit, standing there like a cold corpse. Stared at by this terrifying look, Lin Shan subconsciously tensed up, and an extreme fear surged from his heart and quickly enveloped his whole body. At this moment, his body even lost consciousness. He knew that this thing was definitely not human, it was weird, and it was extremely scary. Half of the black lamp oil left in the red lantern was burned out in an instant, just because of a look. The gray mist is coming, the people, the clan, are in mourning, blood stains the sky, and the ruler is dead. Human race, ancestral land, intruders die. Like the cold words coming from the 9 nether hell, they echoed in Lin Shan's ears. Lin Shan's scalp exploded, and the strange thing in front of him actually spoke. Human race? Is he a human from this world? Just when Lin Shan was thinking, darkness as thick as ink spread out from the old man's body and attacked Lin Shan instantly. Lin Shan couldn't move and could only watch the darkness coming. Under the attack of this terrifying old man, he had no possibility of escaping. At this critical moment, a red figure appeared beside him, and the red lantern floated out of Lin Shan's hand and fell into the red figure's hand. The next second, the fire in the red lantern became extremely dazzling. The red light enveloped the entire world, and now there was only a piece of red left between the sky and the earth. The old man saw that the darkness was blocked, but his expression remained unchanged. The darkness spreading under his feet surged again, and then struck. The entire world was divided into 2 colors, black and red. The 2 supernatural abilities were melting, conflicting, and squeezing each other. In the end, darkness won. The red light in the sky suddenly dissipated. The red figure was suppressed by the darkness and slowly disappeared. The red lantern fell on the ground. On the ground. Human, clan. After the red figure disappeared, a sentence came intermittently, like a woman's voice, but it seemed unusually cold and gloomy. The darkness stopped less than a foot away from Lin Shan. He could feel the horror hidden in the darkness. If he touched it, he would die. The next second after the woman's voice sounded, the darkness in front of him, including the old man not far away, disappeared. Only the charred land around him could prove that something extremely terrifying had happened here. The wind blew, and the surrounding trees were all broken into black powder, drifting with the wind, and the space was dyed black again. Escaped from death again, Lin Shan barely raised his spirits and quickly left this dangerous place. In the last 3 kilometers, no accidents happened. After 2 days, he finally saw the goal of this trip. The purple flower of the other shore, or the purple soul flower, growing on the ground. Behind the purple flower is an endless sea of flowers and a 100-meter high towering ancient tree. This is where they came in on the first day. The
The Sea of Flowers is blocked by a 100-meter wide river. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be the same river they saw on the first day. I didn't expect to come back after a round. So the teleportation that day didn't actually travel that far. Not necessarily, maybe the whole flower sea is very big. He shook his head, not thinking too much. His eyes moved slightly, looking at the wide river. The river water was clear and you could see the bottom. Although it was very wide, it was not deep. Lin Shan's height of 1.8 meters was estimated to be only up to his waist, but the water flow was too fast, which was a troublesome thing. If you were not careful, you might be washed away. Lin Shan took off all his clothes except for a pair of underwear, untied the 2 small pieces of cloth tied around his waist and held them in his hand, holding the red lantern in the other hand. He dared not forget this red lantern. Although it had helped him before, if you dared to turn your back to it, it would still let you know what it meant to be chilled to the bone. There was no solution to the rules of this kind of weird thing, so you could only follow it. Lin Shan raised his hands and waded into the river. The river water was icy cold, and he gritted his teeth and walked slowly forward. If he was washed away and there was no hope of coming back, all the materials were in his hands at this time. It would have been better to take some of them first. When he walked 1/3 of the way, Lin Shan began to regret not thinking it through before. He could only grit his teeth and continue to move forward. Fortunately, although the water flow looked fast, the real thrust was not that great. The biggest resistance was the cold temperature of the river water. It took him 5 minutes to walk 100 meters and finally successfully landed. At this time, he was trembling all over. After his body relaxed a little, he walked towards the purple soul flower marked with parchment. This flower was the outermost one in the Sea of Flowers and the closest to Lin Shan. He did not walk into the Sea of Flowers. This Sea of Flowers itself was a strange place. It was not normal to gather so many extraordinary plants together. He remembered that the strange old man mentioned the human race before. Maybe this was the place of the human race in the other world. If the human race in the other world was like that old man, Lin Shan felt that they would not be able to communicate. Find 4 large leaves from the side, open 2 small cloths and pour the 2 powders on the 2 leaves respectively. He took out the parchment and weighed the other 2 leaves. Looking at the value displayed on the parchment, Lin Shan nodded. He didn't expect that the parchment was so dedicated. After weighing, he began to pick the powder. Both powders were mixed with soil, so he needed to pick out the powder one by one, otherwise it would be easy to cause trouble if the dosage was too little or too much. This was not like a cold medicine where it was okay to have a little more or less. It took half an hour to select 2 portions of 10 grams of powder, and put away the remaining materials. Fold the 2 selected portions first. Next is pure water, and distilled water belongs to pure water. Find a few square stones around, melt them into a concave shape with the flame of the red lantern, and the simple stone bowl is ready. A total of 3 stone bowls were made. Fortunately, there was a red lantern to save him time. If there was no red lantern, he could only grind it by hand, and he didn't know how long it would take. After all 3 stone bowls are ready, fill one of them with water and place it on 2 slightly higher stones. Start a fire under the stone bowl and start boiling water. At this time, you can only use ordinary fire to boil. If you use a red lantern, not to mention lamp oil, the temperature alone will easily burn through the stone bowl. After everything is ready, cover the bowl with large leaves and wait for distilled water to condense on it. 3 hours later. Collecting distilled water with leaves wastes too much. It took 3 hours to collect 130 milliliters of distilled water and put it in 2 bowls. Lin Shan only needs to take a look at the parchment when filling the water to know how much water is in each bowl. After the water in the 2 bowls reaches the standard, pour different powders into each. After adding the powder, the water in the stone bowl begins to change in quality. The pure water in the stone bowl begins to become viscous and crystal clear, similar to mercury. It slowly rotates and wanders in the bowl, as if there is an invisible force urging it to move constantly and change its form. The auxiliary medicine has been prepared, and the last step is the main medicine, purple soul flower. It bloomed at his feet. It was just such a small flower that reduced the team of dozens of people to 11. Lin Shan guessed that this flower should have the property of spontaneous combustion if it is picked for a long time, so he left it for the last. He pulled out all the purple soul flowers with the rhizomes, washed off the soil carried by the rhizomes by the river, and then stuffed them all into his mouth and swallowed them without chewing. Suddenly, a burning sensation came from his body. If there was no auxiliary medicine at this time, he would definitely die. Lin Shan quickly picked up the 2 stone bowls in front of him and drank them all in no particular order.
After drinking the auxiliary medicine, the burning sensation in his body disappeared, and Lin Shan's consciousness also disappeared. His body began to be wrapped in a layer of golden cocoon. Hundreds of miles away, in the same sea of flowers, the strange old man quietly looked at the golden cocoon. After a moment, the old man slowly disappeared from the spot. I don't know how long it took. Crack! A crisp sound came from the sea of flowers. Crack, crack. The golden human-shaped golden cocoon cracked, and the cracks gradually widened. An arm as white as jade broke out of the cocoon, followed by the second hand, and then both hands simultaneously pulled the golden cocoon open, revealing the bald head inside. After getting out of the golden cocoon, Lin Shan stood naked on the ground, stretched out his hand and touched his bald head and eyebrows. I became bald and stronger. Looking at his palm again, there was a layer of soft and restrained golden light attached to it. Not only the palm, but every inch of skin on the body was covered by this layer of golden light. This is extraordinary spiritual power. In fact, his physical fitness has not increased much, only about doubled compared to before the curse, and the ultimate explosive power of his punch exceeds 1 meter. This is not the most important growth. The real power of the Heartlight sequence lies in the control of the Heartlight, which is beyond human power. Only the supernatural can fight against the extraordinary. Picking up the red lantern, he easily waded across the river that had once caused obstacles. The river water was blocked by the Heartlight and did not affect Lin Shan at all. When he walked to the other side of the river, his body was not even wet. Picking up his clothes, Lin Shan was stunned. How long has it been to become like this? The clothes were covered with a layer of green mold, and even a small mushroom grew on it. The pattern and color were basically peeled off, and the yellow bear pajamas almost turned into plain white. Although the clothes were torn, they were still wearable, better than being naked. After washing them in the river, he put them on directly. Unfortunately, the underwear was completely gone, but now he had the Heartlight to protect his body, so he didn't have to worry about getting his balls hurt. He sat down somewhere and took out the parchment and wrote, "Lin Shan, how much life do I have left?" Parchment, remaining life is 200 years. Good guy, not only was the curse lifted, but the balance was also recharged. I don't know whether it was recharged or reset. If it was reset, it would be a pity that there were more than 40 years of life in the account that were not used. Lin Shan, is the life added to the original life? Parchment, you need to pay 1 month of life. Lin Shan, pay. He chose to pay without hesitation. This question was very important and related to his subsequent operations. Parchment, no, taking the sequence potion successfully is equivalent to getting a new life. Different lifespans are obtained according to the different abilities to control the sequence. The Heartlight sequence obtains a lifespan of 200 years. This lifespan only represents the existence time of the soul, and does not guarantee the survival time. It turns out that lifespan is bound to the soul. Lin Shan felt that his strange knowledge had increased again. The most important thing is that he got an important information. Lifespan is not increased on the original basis, but directly reset, which is equivalent to getting a new life. Put away the thoughts and continue to write on the parchment. Lin Shan, location of the camp. Parchment, 1 month of lifespan needs to be paid. Lin Shan, pay. The handwriting on the parchment disappeared and turned into 2 light spots, with a small mark next to it, 70 kilometers. It is still dark now, and the blood moon is still in the sky. Even if Lin Shan is now promoted to extraordinary, he dare not walk in the gray fog at night. The first 2 times he was able to survive were completely because of good luck. Silently waiting for the red moon to retreat, Lin Shan started to hurry after the sun rose, and chose to run directly. He planned to rush back to the camp before night. The outdoor environment is very different from when I came here. The weather has become colder, and the wild fruits that were originally seen everywhere on the roadside trees have all rotted on the ground. Even the leaves on the trees have begun to turn yellow and fall. Is it winter? It seems that this world also has 4 seasons, but I don't know how long a season is. It was just summer when I came here, and now it's almost winter. If I count according to the time on Earth, I have been in the purple soul flower forest for at least half a year. I didn't expect that so much time would pass in a blink of an eye. I don't know what's going on in the camp. Lin Shan was covered in a bright light and ran towards the camp at a fast speed. He avoided wild beasts or weirdness along the way in advance. After being promoted to extraordinary, his blood can provide a 400-meter field of vision when used as lamp oil. As long as there is a weirdness nearby, you will feel a chill when you step into its spiritual coverage. With this skill, he successfully avoided 2 unknown weirdness along the way. Even if the weirdness wants to attack him, as long as it is not too terrifying, he can now resist one or two and take the opportunity to escape.
As for dealing with the weirdness,
he has no plans to do so now, and he probably doesn't have the strength to do so. He has always remembered the parchment's previous mention that the weirdness is immortal.
When encountering a weirdness that has no wisdom, will not die, and is extremely troublesome, the best way is to avoid it.
After jogging all the way, more than 4 hours have passed, and there is only a slight breath. There are still 30 kilometers left, and Lin Shan plans to rest for a while before going.
What is that?
He suddenly found a few familiar and unfamiliar creatures not far away.
Chicken!
Lin Shan swallowed his saliva, and his empty stomach began to urge him. It is indeed a chicken, but it is much larger than the chickens on Earth. It is half a person tall when standing up, and there is a faint spiritual light on the body.
This is an extraordinary chicken. There are 9 in total.
Lin Shan no longer hesitates and rushes over with a lantern in his hand. When the chickens saw Lin Shan rushing over, they not only did not dodge, but also bravely spread their wings and tried to peck at Lin Shan. The heart light penetrated their bodies to form a light golden protective shield. The chickens could peck small holes in the protective shield with their beaks, but they would be repaired soon. Then, Lin Shan punched the chicken on the head with his fist wrapped in light golden light, and swung it more than 10 meters away, and it fell to the ground and did not get up again. The other chickens may have realized that they could not beat Lin Shan, and they wanted to run away.
How could Lin Shan do that with only one chicken?
The light golden light on his body condensed into a big hand, and he slapped a chicken that had not run far away. The golden light condensed by the heart light can attack outside the body, but attacking outside the body is equivalent to giving up its own defense, so it can only be used according to the situation. Seeing that the other chickens had already flapped their wings and ran away, Lin Shan was holding a red lantern in the same place, and the next second, a light red flame ignited on the chicken closest to Lin Shan, and it fell to the ground motionless after a few seconds. The other chickens had already run out of the red lantern's influence range, so Lin Shan did not chase them. These chickens were obviously faster than him, and he could not catch up with them. Besides, 3 were enough. He would eat one and take 2 back to see if he could raise them to lay eggs. He walked over and picked up the chicken that was burned to death.
Half of it was burnt.
If it burned for a few more seconds, it would probably turn into charcoal. Although this chicken was also a super creature, it was definitely the weakest one. Even Lin Shan, who had just become a super creature, could easily deal with it. I don't know how the super levels are divided. When in doubt, ask the parchment. Lin Shan, Super Strength Division. Parchment, you need to pay 1 month of life.
Lin Shan, pay.
Parchment, Sequence 9 to Sequence 1 are 9 life levels.
There is no difference between strong and weak in the same sequence. Strength depends on the use of ability.
Except for the weird, the ability of the weird is beyond the constraints of the law.
It is the strongest in the current sequence.
However, even the weird can hardly cross the sequence to affect the creatures of the higher sequence. Below Sequence 9, there are pseudo-supernatural creatures, which are creatures that are mutated by the influence of the spirit and are the weakest supernatural. Those chickens just now should be pseudo-supernatural, no wonder they are so weak. After reading the information, Lin Shan muttered. At the same time, he was glad that he did not take the initiative to provoke the weird. According to what was written on the parchment, all the weird are invincible in the same sequence. Tearing off a piece of chicken and chewing it in his mouth, Lin Shan's eyes lit up.
It's delicious. This chicken is half a person's height and weighs nearly 20 kilograms.
Although Lin Shan's appetite has increased significantly after becoming a supernatural, he has already eaten only the half that was not burnt, which made him feel so full that he didn't want to move. This is the most filling meal he has eaten since he came to the other world. After a hearty meal, Lin Shan looked at the 2 chickens that had fainted on the ground. They were a male and a female, and they could lay eggs and give birth to chicks. He first tied the 2 chickens' claws together with a straw rope, then found a wooden stick to carry the chickens on his shoulders, and continued on his way with a big red lantern in his right hand, leaving only a pile of bones. He narrowly avoided a strange attack along the way, and there was only the last kilometer left to the destination. During this time, the chicken on his back woke up twice, and was knocked unconscious by Lin Shan again. Taking 1 step forward, passing through a golden light curtain, the surrounding gray fog suddenly disappeared.
Finally back. 10 kilometers further ahead was the location of the former camp.
Lin Shan looked at the rolling hills ahead and couldn't help but sigh. There are 2 completely different worlds with gray fog and without gray fog. At this moment, the sky was gradually getting dark, and there were also strange things in the night circle, such as the fish. Lin Shan remained vigilant along the way and did not take it lightly because the gray fog was dispersed. He had just walked 5 kilometers when he suddenly heard the neighing of a wild animal, a bit like the neighing of a horse. Could it be a horse from another world? There was also the faint sound of human conversation. The sound moves from far to near. Sister Xiaoxian, please slow down, my horse is a little disobedient. Shaoan, the red moon is coming out soon. It may be dangerous then. We have to go back quickly. The person speaking behind was a woman who looked less than 30 years old, with a pink almond face, a pair of big black eyes, and shiny black hair, casually scattered on her shoulders. Both of them were wearing green silk robes, a bit like what the green catwoman was wearing that day. At this moment, Zhao Xiaoan and Xia Xian were riding horses from another world that they had obtained from nowhere, running from behind Lin Shan. The horse under Zhao Xiaoan was a little dishonest and always disobedient. She could only hold the horse's head tightly to prevent it from falling off. The horse beneath her may have been a little uncomfortable because of her stranglehold, and it kept shaking its neck and throwing her around. Fortunately, these horses have been trained. Even if they were painfully strangled, they did not strike but kept running with the horses in front. Suddenly, Zhao Xiaoan felt something was wrong, and a cold chill surrounded her. She had been living in a different world for half a year and immediately realized that there was a problem ahead. Sister Xiaoxian, stop for a moment, do you feel cold? She didn't directly say it was weird, but Xiaoxian understood the meaning as soon as she heard this. It was indeed unusually cold. They had walked this road many times and it had always been safe, so they didn't pay attention at first. Xiaoxian patted the horse's back and said, "Dai, stop for a moment, turn around and change the way." Upon hearing this, the horse under her stopped quickly and followed Xiaoxian's guidance to prepare to turn around. The moment she turned around, a red figure suddenly formed around her. Xiaoxian's heart trembled, but she could do nothing. The red figure in front of him pounced directly, and its hands passed through Xiaoxian's body. In an instant, Xiaoxian felt a biting coldness all over her body, her consciousness began to become blurred, everything around her fell into darkness, and she fainted after a moment. At the same moment, Zhao Xiaoan also fainted. 2 minutes later. Lin Shan looked at the 2 unconscious people on the ground speechlessly. He heard their voices and was ready to wait for them in front, but he forgot about the red lantern. They appeared behind Lin Shan and were fine, but turned around and immediately satisfied the red lantern. As for the attack conditions, it was already too late when there was a problem. This thing's attack does not distinguish between enemies and friends. As long as it is within its rules, even gods will have to feel cool. He has a way to crack it, which is to place the lantern high, and it will not attack as long as it is not within a certain height. Now that things have happened, I have no choice but to wait for them to wake up before continuing. At this time, Lin Shan noticed the 2 horses standing next to them. There was a spiritual light flowing on the horses. These were 2 extraordinary creatures. How they were able to control extraordinary creatures with their mortal bodies puzzled Lin Shan. It seemed that a lot of things happened during the time he was promoted to extraordinary. Another point is that the red lantern only attacked the man on horseback, but not the horse. Does this mean Wei Yi will not take the initiative to attack extraordinary beasts? Keep this in mind, maybe it can be used in the future. Half an hour later. Zhao Xiaoan woke up in a daze, opened his eyes and saw a red lantern and the black shadow behind the red lantern. Is this the weird thing attacking us? Zhao Xiaoan calmly recalled what happened just now, but found that the strange thing was walking towards her. Zhao Xiaoan was stunned. It was different from what he learned in books. Didn't he say that the strange attacks in the barrier were all regular? Why did this thing move on its own? Shaoan. This weird guy can actually talk? And you know my name. Zhao Xiaoan's eyes widened with a look of horror. It's me, Lin Shan. Seeing Zhao Xiaoan's scared look, Lin Shan knew that she was thinking wrong, so he stepped forward and waved. This weird thing actually turned into Brother Lin, who has been dead for half a year. Could it be that it peeked into my memory? Zhao Xiaoan was even more frightened. She felt that this was too weird and terrifying, and it was also deceptive. Sure enough, everything in the book is a lie. Everything weird and without wisdom, just instinct, is all fake. Seeing Zhao Xiaoan's expression becoming even more frightened, Lin Shan was helpless. Why did this guy have so many scenes? It was really weird. She had already lost her temper. It's really me, Lin Shan. He said and flicked the other person's head directly. Ouch, it hurts. Zhao Xiaoan grimaced in pain. At this moment, Zhao Xiaoan was convinced that the person in front of him was not a strange person, but a real person. Because he just used a physical attack. Zhao Xuan felt that he was one of the smart ones who could grasp such tiny details.
Brother Lin, why did you come back? It's been more than 5 months. We all thought you were dead.
After confirming that this was the first person he met when he first came to the other world, Zhao Xuan's eyes turned red instantly, and tears fell like beans. They only knew each other for 2 days, but those 2 days were as long as 2 years to her. She always relied on the calm Lin Shankai to give her the confidence to persevere. Lin Shan never came back and she secretly cried several times.
Why are you crying? Lin Shan didn't wipe her tears for her, but just said, it's been more than 5 months? It's only been a few days for me, and I've experienced some things, so I delayed it.
At this time, Xia Xian on the side also woke up, rubbed her head and looked at Lin Shan. Aren't we being attacked strangely?
Who are you? Did you save us?
Lin Shan smiled awkwardly and looked at Zhao Xuan, asking her to explain.
He couldn't say it was me who attacked you.
Zhao Xuan wiped his tears and showed an expression that didn't know whether he was crying or laughing, and said, Sister Xia Xian, he is Lin Shan.
Lin Shan? Are you back alive?
Xia Xian rubbed her eyes and looked carefully. Although it was blurry under the red moon, she could vaguely see the unfamiliar face with a hint of familiarity. It was strange because half a year had passed and she did not have as deep an impression as Zhao Xuan, but after all, they had lived together for 2 days and she still had some vague memories.
Let's talk about it when we get back, Lin Shan said. Okay, you sit behind me.
Zhao Xuan climbed up to the horse with difficulty and hugged the horse's neck, saying, let's ride back. This horse doesn't need to be controlled, as long as it sits firmly.
Lin Shan was speechless. You hugged the horse's neck. Where should I hold it? Holding you?
Zhao Xuan also thought of this and his face turned slightly red, but he still didn't say anything and grinned. Lin Shan looked at Zhao Xuan and felt that she had changed a little bit.
No, I can just walk back. It's not convenient for me to ride a horse now. Lin Shan replied.
Riding a horse with a red lantern is too dangerous. If the horse goes too fast, the person on the other horse will suffer.
Then let's walk with you. It's not far anyway. Zhao Xuan said.
Xia Xian nodded. Then let's go together.
You haven't been back for a long time. Our camp has changed a lot now. I just want to introduce it to you. Okay.
Lin Shan nodded in agreement, and then said seriously, if you don't want to faint, you must walk behind me later. Hearing this strange request, the two looked a little strange.
Could it be that Lin Shan was the one who made them faint before? No wonder it was not the weirdness but him that appeared in front of them now.
Suddenly, Xia Xian found that Lin Shan was carrying something on his back.
It seemed to be a chicken? But it was too big. She asked hesitantly, what are you carrying? It's a chicken. I caught it on the road. I want to take it back and raise it to see if it can lay eggs.
Lin Shan casually brought the 2 chickens on his back to him.
This chicken is too big.
Xia Xian poked it with her hand and said with a dumbfounded look on her face.
It will be delicious. Zhao Xuan looked at the 2 chickens and couldn't help drooling.
She almost forgot the taste of meat because she ate vegetarian food every day. It tastes very good. Lin Shan replied, but I plan to keep these 2 and see if they can lay eggs.
Can you let me keep them? Xia Xian said, and then patted her chest. I am a professional in breeding.
Lin Shan glanced at her. This guy wouldn't want to eat the chicken he caught and deliberately make an excuse.
Zhao Xuan blinked and smiled. Sister Xia Xian is amazing. She takes care of all the animals in the camp, including this horse. She also tamed it. Joint crime?
Lin Shan thought for a while and said, it just so happens that I may not have time.
It's best if you can keep it. Then he added, this is an extraordinary chicken, it's okay.
Lin Shan was interrupted by Xia Xian before he finished speaking. We are also extraordinary now, so we can beat a chicken. Xia Xian was seen flashing with a faint white spiritual light. Although it was very thin, it was indeed an extraordinary spiritual gauze, but a pseudo-word should be added before the extraordinary. Feeling the spiritual fluctuations, Lin Shan couldn't help but doubt whether she could really beat the chickens behind him. The spirituality of these 2 chickens was a little stronger than hers. But it shouldn't be a big deal. Anyway, with him here, the chickens can't turn the world upside down.
Then I'll leave this chicken to you. Lin Shan reminded, be careful.
The 3 of them talked all the way and soon saw a bonfire. There were more than a dozen people around the bonfire. A row of wooden houses could be vaguely seen behind the fire.
We are back. Let's see who this is.
Zhao Xuan shouted in the direction of the bonfire more than 10 meters away.
Why are you back so late? I was just about to look for you.
Zhang Zhonghua's voice came.
Are you? Lin Shan? Someone with sharp eyes said in surprise, "You are still alive." Everyone was surprised that he could still survive in the gray fog for half a year. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was a miracle. Among them, Wu Wang and Jin Tianzong came over and hugged him directly. Wu Wang said excitedly, "Old Lin, I didn't expect you to be alive. Where have you been for the past 6 months?" Lin Shan disdainfully pulled his hand away. Zhao Xiaoan didn't hug him either. "I didn't expect you to succeed." He smiled and said, "Sit down and talk slowly." Everyone made an empty seat for Lin Shan. They all stared at Lin Shan in surprise, with expectations in their eyes. Obviously, they all wanted to hear his story. Lin Shan found that there were not only humans sitting by the campfire, but also cat people, both men and women, but the green cat woman he saw earlier was not there. Seeing that others were staring at him expectantly, Lin Shan was a little embarrassed. There was no long story. He just slept for half a year. Pick out what you can say, remove the parchment and tell everyone what you can say. Everyone listened with relish. They didn't expect to encounter so many strange things in 2 days. The gray fog is really a dead place. So you are now truly extraordinary? Zhang Zhenghua asked. That's right. Lin Shan nodded, without deliberately showing off his abilities. The dinner ended happily amid the laughter of the crowd. After Lin Shan finished talking about his experience, he kept his head down and ate the gray steamed bun in his hand, without continuing to speak. At night, Jin Tianzong asked Lin Shan to sleep in his wooden house, where he had extra beds. Although Lin Shan felt a little awkward, he still nodded in agreement. In the evening, Lin Shan came to Zhang Zhenghua's house and found Wu Wang was there. He got straight to the point and said, "I still have some materials left, which can help all of you become extraordinary. You can prepare them. I will collect some more materials in the next few days." The only material missing was the ash of the strange line fish. With his current ability, it should not be a problem to be careful and take another 100 G. As for helping everyone achieve extraordinary, this was something he had thought of on the way. For him, it was just a matter of leading the way, and there were also many materials, but for others, this was a guarantee of survival in the alien world. He is not a saint, but there are only so few people left in the world now. It would be an idiotic behavior to think about weakening teammates at this time. Besides, since everyone is a pioneer, they may not have their own opportunities. He has helped them first. Sometimes the favors given for free are the hardest to repay. If nothing unexpected happens, his status will be directly promoted to the core position of the human race. Another point is that he still wants to go further on the extraordinary road. He wants to pursue a higher sequence. He doesn't want to look back in the future and not even have anyone to talk to. Hugo, it's just right that the three of us who have fallen bodies stay here to welcome the human race who are about to cross. Without strength, we can't move an inch in this gray fog world, and we can't lead the human race. Jin Tianzong said. What fallen body, and is the crossing army coming? Lin Shan was puzzled. Zhang Zhenghua explained, these are the information brought by the cat tribe. We are now in a cooperative relationship with the cat tribe. They are not cooperating with us, but with the future human race. According to the cat tribe, 9 months after the pioneers crossed over, the tribe members will cross over one after another and will be scattered to various places in the gray fog world. The gray fog world is boundless. If you are unlucky, you may encounter strangeness and be wiped out as soon as you cross over. After a pause, Zhang Zhenghua continued, the name of the Jade Book is the tribe artifact. There will definitely be tribe members crossing over near the tribe artifact. The exact number is unknown, but the crossing will continue. It is not just here. There will be countless human strongholds in the gray fog world sandwiched between the saw points of all races. If you encounter a friendly type like the cat tribe, it's okay. If you encounter some evil races, you can imagine the fate. Hearing this, Lin Shan was a little confused. What should people who cross over to other places do if they don't have a tribe artifact to dispel the gray fog? Do they have to live in the gray fog? The tribe artifact is condensed by the luck of the race. As long as the number of people reaches a certain number, it will condense into a projection of the tribe artifact. The strength of the effect depends on the number of tribe members. The cat tribe next to us is like this. They don't use the tribe artifact itself. Zhang Zhenghua explained. How many years has the cat tribe been developing? Lin Shan asked. This tribe has been in this world for 180 years. How far have they developed in 180 years? Lin Shan asked. It's still in the agricultural age, without a complete industrial system.
This is on the premise that tribesmen have come through and provided advanced knowledge. Then he added, the level of technology in their original world is not worse than ours. Although there are differences, they basically have everything we have. They have a complete civilization heritage, but they still stay in the agricultural age after 180 years. It can be said that it is extremely slow. There must be some factors that hinder development. What does the fallen body mean? He thought of the fallen body mentioned by Wu Wang earlier. Zhang Zhonghua said slowly, this is also the information we got from the cat. All living things are born with a physique, either a living body or a fallen body, which corresponds to two sequences of magic potions. The living body sequence uses natural treasures as the main medicine, and the fallen body sequence uses evil fallen as the main medicine. The two sequences focus on different directions. The living body controls all kinds of spiritual power, and the fallen body can transform into an evil fallen body with a very strong physique. The test method is very simple. Pure spirituality carrying gray light is a fallen body, and white light is a living body. Mage and warrior? Lin Shan summarized it in 5 words. Yes. Zhang Zhonghua nodded and said, the fallen body can only be a warrior, but the living body can be a mage or an assistant, mainly depending on the sequence ability. Lin Shan nodded to show his understanding. He only mentioned the living body and the fallen body, but did not mention the mysterious body. It seems that even though the cat tribe has lived on this land for 180 years, they still don't know the concept of the mysterious body. After thinking for a while, Lin Shan asked again, what is the highest order of the cat clan? Zhang Zhonghua replied, what was revealed to us was sequence 9. I don't know if it is true or not. I feel it should be true. A large number of their tribesmen died in obtaining materials. To succeed, the first potion requires a large amount of materials to try. It is an attempt by the entire cat tribe, not just the tribe next to us. The tribe's artifacts can allow them to. There is a connection to a certain extent, and the potion exploration is broken down into a whole. Lin Shan nodded. The stone tablet will only tell you what the materials are and what parts are needed, but it doesn't mention the amount to be used or how to handle the materials. He has parchment and can obtain the formula accurately. If he tried it by himself, it would be unimaginable. The first successful cereal potion of each race can be called a miracle. The cat people can't believe it all. You have to know that there is a kind of invasion called cultural invasion. Lin Shan said seriously. The cat clan came over to help them for no reason. Being friendly was one thing, but he wouldn't believe it if the cat clan had no agenda. Wu Wang said seriously, don't worry, we will pay attention, but I feel that this cat tribe just wants to find shelter in advance. After all, we hold the original human artifact in our hands, and this may be the holy land of the human tribe in the future. It's best like this. Lin Shan nodded slightly and said, then let's do it. The fallen body will stay and organize the people who have traveled through time. The other 7 people will follow me. They will come back after being promoted to the extraordinary. Only when they have the strength will others be willing to work with them. Please cooperate seriously. As for the fallen body's transcendence, I will see if there is a chance to get the sequence later. Maybe the cat clan's sequence can be exchanged. Zhang Zhonghua smiled bitterly and said, it feels like you are now the true pioneer and leader of the human race. The few of us who have traveled through time have done nothing but build houses, farm and raise animals. Wu Wangshan agreed. I heard from the cat tribe that after several generations of sacrifices, the first extraordinary person appeared after traveling through the 50th year. You have become an extraordinary person in only half a year. To be precise, it has only been 2 days, and you are still there now. Come and help us. Lin Shan smiled and asked, are the clan weapons powerful? It's awesome. Without the weapon to dispel the gray fog, we would have been out of luck. Wu Wang replied. Zhang Zhonghua said doubtfully, what's wrong? Why do you suddenly ask about the clan weapon? The clan weapon can only dispel the gray mist without any attack effect, and wherever the clan weapon moves, the barrier will move with it. If you want, I can play with it for a few days, but I can't. Take away. He thought Lin Shan was asking if the clan weapon was powerful and wanted to take the clan weapon out. Lin Shan was speechless. What did he mean? I mean, since the clan weapon is so powerful, have you ever thought that your names are on it, and all clans will know the names on it in the future? Do you still think you are ordinary? Wu Wang scratched his head, am I that powerful? I don't even know. Lin Shan knew the horror in the gray fog. The clan artifacts that could dispel the gray fog were definitely not simple. The people whose names were engraved on the clan artifacts would definitely not be ordinary forever. The reason why Zhang Zhenghua and the others are still ordinary now may be because the human race has not yet the reason why the time-traveling clan weapon is still very weak at the beginning. He got the advantage because of the parchment, otherwise he should be like them, farming, grazing, and living a leisurely life. Zhang Zhenghua did not worry about whether he was strong or not, but looked at Lin Shan and asked, "When do you plan to leave?" "I will help you contact other people in private." Lin Shan thought for a while and gave an accurate time, 7 days from now. "I still need to collect materials. I just need to relax for a while. My nerves are almost broken in the gray fog." After coming out of Zhang Zhenghua's house, he first took a look at the red lantern that he hung high on the tree. Then he came to Jin Tianzong's wooden house and saw Jin Tianzong tinkering with his various tools. "Do you have more clothes?" Lin Shan asked. He was still wearing the tattered pajamas, which were as shabby as he wanted, but he had no choice in the previous circumstances. "There is a new set in the cabinet, you can take it yourself." Jin Tianzong replied without looking back and continued to tinker with his tools. Lin Shan opened the cabinet and rummaged around and found a green robe with no patterns on it. It felt very comfortable to the touch and was better than the materials he wore on Earth. Lin Shan frowned and said, "Why are they all green?" Green is not his favorite color, but now everyone inside and outside the camp is wearing this color. Jin Tianzong raised his head and replied with a smile, "Go and ask the big green silkworms in the vegetable garden if they can spin silk of other colors." "Is this made of silk? No wonder it feels so good. It's really luxurious." Lin Shan was a little surprised. He didn't expect that his living standard has been so high in just half a year, and his clothes are all made of silk. Ha ha ha. Seeing Lin Shan's performance, Jin Tianzong laughed and said, "You wouldn't think so if you saw those green silkworms that are fatter than pigs." Hearing this, Lin Shan understood clearly. It seemed that there was overproduction. There were chickens half as tall as a man, and silkworms that were fatter than pigs were outrageous, but there was nothing surprising. "I'll go out and clean up. I'll be back in a while." Lin Shan went out directly with his clothes. By the river, not far from the fish, Lin Shan took off his clothes and jumped into the river. This was the first time he took a bath in half a year. The glimmer of light flowed on his skin, and the spirituality of his heart helped him resist the coolness of the river water. Lin Shan found that when the heart light was not activated, it was just a faint glow, a little white, and if it was activated actively, it would turn into light gold. After washing, he went ashore, put on his clothes, and looked in the direction of the strange line fish. There was a circle of fences to prevent people from entering by mistake. He didn't want to cause trouble for himself today. Anyway, there were still 7 days. He went back to have a good sleep and wait a few days. When he returned to Jin Tianzong's wooden house, he found that he was still tinkering with his tools. One of them aroused Lin Shan's interest. It was a round clock made of wood. The hole was very small, but there was a very complicated mechanism inside. Various gears were intertwined, and the hour hand, minute hand, and second hand were moving regularly on it. Lin Shan was a little surprised. "Can a watch be rubbed out by hand?" Jin Tianzong smiled and said, "It's just a small thing. If you want it, I'll give it to you. I'll make another one tomorrow, but this is wood, which is easy to wear. The gears will be replaced in a year at most." "Thank you very much." Lin Shan took it directly without hesitation and put it on his hand. It is made of wood, but it can be easily adjusted in size when worn on the hand. The craftsmanship is incredible. "Is this the craftsmanship of the cat tribe?" Lin Shan asked. "No," Jin Tianzong said proudly, "I studied it myself. I don't know why since I traveled through time. The principles that I didn't understand before can be understood after a little research." "Amazing." Lin Shan praised, "Maybe you could do it before, but you didn't study it. Now you concentrate on research, so you have this feeling." Lin Shan then asked, "How did you all suddenly gain spirituality?" "I got it after eating a few meals of extraordinary creatures," Jin Tianzong said, and then added, "The cat tribe invited me." Lin Shan frowned. The cat tribe really spent a lot of money. Is it investing in advance, or is there another plan? Jin Tianzong's wooden house has 2 compartments, one master bedroom and one tool room. Lin Shan came to the tool room from a small door on the side. A small bed that is only big enough for one person, with a green silk quilt on it. "Finally, I don't have to sleep on the floor anymore." Lin Shan took out parchment and wrote on it, "Lin Shan, what is the purpose of the cat tribe?" "Parchment, you need to pay 1 month of life." "Parchment, the tribe's luck is blocking, and I can't know." Lin Shan frowned and looked at the black handwriting. The tribe's luck here should refer to the tribe's luck of the cat tribe, but I didn't expect that the tribe's luck could actually block the parchment's supernatural powers.
Since there is no answer, I can only leave it alone for now. At least at this stage, the cat tribe only brings many benefits.
Then write, Lin Shan, conditions for promotion to sequence 8. Parchment, you need to pay 1 month of life.
Lin Shan, pay. Parchment, digest the sequence 9 magic potion. Lin Shan, how to digest the magic potion. Parchment, time. Lin Shan, how long? Parchment, unknown, varies from person to person.
The black handwriting on the parchment disappeared, and before Lin Shan could continue to write down the question, a large piece of black handwriting emerged.
It was the hint given by the parchment. Parchment, the abundant spirituality in your body has made you lose your way.
You are eager to pursue the power of Sequence 8, but you don't know how powerful and terrifying Sequence 8 is. Hunting Sequence 8 with the ability of Sequence 9 is tantamount to committing suicide. And, you seem to have forgotten that you can carry dual sequences. Lin Shan repeatedly read this handwriting.
The meaning of the parchment is very clear.
He is now committing suicide by looking for materials for Sequence 8.
If he wants to continue to advance, he must first carry another sequence ability. How did those who don't have dual sequences advance?
This question flashed through his mind. Shaking his head, he stopped thinking about it. Since Sequence 8 is out of the question, he will start with another sequence. Lin Shan, get the formula for Sequence 9 Weird Body Potion. It is not realistic to go out to find the Sequence Stone Tablet, so you can only exchange your life for parchment. Parchment, you need to pay 40 years of life.
Lin Shan, pay.
Parchment, searching within a radius of 1,000 kilometers, no. Parchment, searching within a radius of 10,000 kilometers, no. Parchment, searching within a radius of 100,000 kilometers, no. Parchment, successfully stolen. Lin Shan looked at the words on the parchment strangely.
Successfully stolen? Could it be stolen?
Parchment, Sequence 9 Bloodwing. Bloodwing Weird Main Medicine, Mercury Grass Plant Whole Plant, Scat Any Evil Fall Take Its Core.
Lin Shan, get location.
Parchment, you need to pay 40 years of life.
Lin Shan, pay.
The words on the parchment disappeared, and 4 dots and some small characters appeared. The closest one is Evil Fall Scatini, which is 436 kilometers away, and the farthest one is Weird Bloodwing, which is 2,467 kilometers away. Not only that, the lifespan required to obtain the material position of the weird body sequence is twice that of the biological body sequence, and nearly half of the lifespan is consumed in 200 years. I don't know if it is because of the long distance or other reasons. Although it hurts, I feel much better when I think that the lifespan will be reset after the promotion. I don't know if it is an illusion. He found that the parchment seemed to become colder, and the hand holding the feather pen for a long time was also frozen, and the joints made a crackling sound when turning. Put away the parchment, only to see that the bedboard on which the parchment was placed was corroded and black, which had never happened in the previous transactions. Lin Shan's heart skipped a beat, and he thought to himself, could it be that the parchment is also growing after each transaction?
Is there a possibility of losing control? Did he give up using parchment because of fear? Parchment is a strange object, which itself represents bad luck. If you want to use its convenience, you must accept the possibility of backlash. Giving up because of fear is not his style. It needs my life, and I need its knowledge. This is a deal. As long as I am strong enough, there will be a way to counter it. Lin Shan lay on the bed, imagining countless possibilities in his mind, and fell asleep unknowingly. The next morning,
went to the river to wash up simply. For toiletries, Jean Tianzong only gave him a piece of green silk cloth and a wooden toothbrush. There was a sticky gray paste on the toothbrush as toothpaste. Lin Shan looked at the silk cloth in his hand speechlessly, which really explained what making the best use of things means. All the supplies are made of silk.
Lin Shan. Zhao Xiaoan walked to Lin Shan and stopped him. Are you free? Do you want to go with us to collect herbs?
Collect herbs? Lin Shan was puzzled. Yes, I have been studying the medicinal properties of plants in this world. Although there are not many results yet, I have collected a lot of medicinal materials that can be used as medicine. The resources in this world are really rich. The precious medicines on earth can be found everywhere here, and they are all enhanced versions.
Zhao Xiaoan said. Are you also studying medicine?
Lin Shan was surprised.
Yes. Zhao Xiaoan nodded and said, I am from the Peking University School of Pharmacy. Brother Lin, are you too?
Great. Lin Shan gave a thumbs up and said, I am a clinical major, just an ordinary undergraduate. Don't be modest, We can communicate when we have the chance.
Zhao Xiaoan didn't believe it.
Lin Shan said seriously, really, my professional knowledge is very average.
Seeing Lin Shan's serious expression, Zhao Xiaoan was choked, but he continued to ask, so are you coming or not?
Go.
Ride a horse. I want a horse alone.
Okay. After some communication, Lin Shan decided to go out with her. Anyway, he was free, and the main reason was that he wanted to experience the feeling of riding a horse. Following Zhao Xiaoan and Xia Xin to the stable, there was a large farmland on the left side of the stable. Xi Jinan was driving a cow to plow the field. There was also a piece of land next to it that was full of green plants.
I don't know what they were planting. Seeing Lin Shan, Xi Jinan called out from a distance. Lin Shan waved in response.
Then he turned to Zhao Xiaoan and asked, where did this cow come from?
And these horses?
He pointed to the 5 horses in the stable. Zhao Xiaoan curled his lips and said, where else could it come from? The cat tribe gave it to us, but we caught the cow ourselves. Although the materials provided by the cat tribe are very useful, it always feels weird every time I think that they gave it to me. The cows and horses here are pseudo-supernatural creatures, with a thin layer of spiritual gauze on their bodies, but why do they look so similar to the creatures on Earth?
There are also chickens and silkworms.
Although their bodies have become larger, their essence has not changed.
What is the relationship between this place and the Earth? Lin Shan. Zhao Xiaoan interrupted Lin Shan's thoughts. What are you thinking about? Are you thinking about how these creatures are so similar to those on Earth?
Yes.
Lin Shan nodded. Don't think about it, you can't figure it out.
Zhao Xiaoan said, I heard from the cat tribe that there are cows and horses in their world. Are there people in their world?
Lin Shan asked.
Zhao Xiaoan shook his head and said, no, they say that in their world, cats are the only primates. Xia Xian let a black horse out. You need to let it get familiar with you before you ride this one.
You don't need any riding skills. Just make sure you don't get thrown out. These horses are very smart and can even understand simple languages.
Lin Shan observed the black horse. Occasionally, a spiritual light flashed on its back. The muscles of its limbs were strong and powerful.
Its bright eyes looked at Lin Shan, as if it was also looking at him. This horse is really smart.
Lin Shan reached out and patted the horse's back. The black horse did not resist, but just snorted.
Let's go.
At this time, Xia Xian and Zhao Xiaoan also let a horse out. We can only search inside the barrier. The weirdness inside the barrier is basically marked, and there will be no danger. Lin Shan had just got on the horse's back and had not shouted go, when the black horse automatically followed the horse in front and ran. The horse's speed was very fast, not slower than the speed of 40 miles per hour on Earth. When it ran at full speed, only the whistling sound of the wind could be heard. It took only 20 minutes to reach the boundary of the barrier. At this time, the horse slowed down and began to walk slowly. Lin Shan observed the surrounding environment.
This was a large area of valley, and the ground was full of various plants that Lin Shan thought were weeds.
Zhao Xiaoan began to look for the herbs she needed on the ground, while Xia Xian rode a horse around the valley, as if patrolling or looking for something. Lin Shan was bored and found a comfortable place to lie down and practice the ability of the heart light. After taking the magic potion, the heart light became his almost instinctive talent, but he had to develop various ways of using it himself. There are currently 2 ways of using it, one is to protect the body, and the other is to shape it. The heart light can change into various shapes according to the mind to attack. The disadvantage is that it cannot defend when attacking, and cannot attack when defending. During the use, Lin Shan found that the spirituality of the heart light has a total amount.
Its body is just a ball of light golden light.
No matter how it is rubbed and deformed, the size of the shape is limited by the total amount of spirituality. If you want to increase the upper limit of spirituality, you can only wait for the body to slowly digest the magic potion.
There seems to be no other way. The heart light sequence did not bring him any special abilities.
Rather than saying that he was promoted to sequence 9, it is better to say that he mastered a weapon called Sequence 9 Heartlight. Suddenly, an inexplicable guess was born from the bottom of his heart. The Sequence 9 of the strange body is called Blood Wings.
Could it also be a weapon called Blood Wings?
Lin Shan felt that his guess was very likely. The so-called promotion sequence might be to pick up a weapon called Sequence to arm yourself. I don't know how long it took.
Make way. Zhao Xuan walked up to him and kicked him, muttering, you broke a good Isatiz root. I don't know if it can survive after transplanting.
Ha?
Lin Shan was a little confused, and stood up and looked under him. Is this Isatiz root?
If you didn't tell me,
I would have thought it was a small banana tree. He deliberately broke it and put it under him. The leaves were big and thick and didn't hurt people when they lay on it. Zhao Xuan looked regretful and said, "It may not be called Isata's root, but the medicinal properties are the same, so it's called Isata's root, but this one can't survive. There were more herbs here in the past few months, and a large number of them died after winter. Now there are not many that can be transplanted. Are you still looking?" Lin Shan asked. He looked up at the sun, which was almost overhead, and it was noon before he knew it. "Let's go, call Xia Xian, and go back to eat." "Okay." When they arrived at the place where the horses were tied, there was a silk package, which was bulging with Zhao Xuan's morning harvest. Seeing that Xia Xian was not there, Zhao Xuan took out a wooden whistle and blew it hard. The whistle echoed through the valley. After a while, a whistle came from the other side, which was Xia Xian's response. A moment later, Xia Xian rode over on a horse, and it seemed that she was holding something in her hand. It was a long-eared rabbit that was about the same size as the rabbits on Earth, but its spirituality was no worse than the chicken that Lin Shan caught last time, and it was even slightly stronger, and it was much stronger than the cow he saw yesterday and the horse under his crotch. Looking at the rabbit in front of him, Lin Shan had another temporary conclusion in his heart: animals that look the same as on Earth, in the gray fog world, the larger the size, the lower the spirituality, and the smaller the size, the stronger the spirituality. Looking at Xia Xian again, her face was bruised and swollen. It was obvious that she had suffered a lot in order to catch this long-eared rabbit. Her spirituality was not as good as this long-eared rabbit. "I don't know how she caught it. Sister Xia Xian, what's wrong with you? Come here and I'll apply medicine to you. Just try the swelling-reducing effect of this medicine." Zhao Xuan saw that Xia Xian was injured, took out a wooden box from his pocket, unscrewed the lid, dug out the sticky ointment inside and smeared it on Xia Xian's face. "Kong, I caught a rabbit." After applying the medicine, Xia Xian raised the rabbit in her hand and said, "Puff, ha ha." Zhao Xuan couldn't help laughing directly. Xia Xian's voice was too magical now. Seeing Zhao Xuan laughing at her, Xia Xian stopped talking to her with a dark face, turned to Lin Shan and said, "This rabbit is too spiritual. I won't be able to catch it after it recovers. Let's catch it." Lin Shan nodded and took the long-eared rabbit that was caught by the ear and was still punching in the air from Xia Xian's hand. Its spirituality was drained by Xia Xian, and now it is no different from an ordinary rabbit. The word spirituality is very complex and contains a lot. In the extraordinary world, it represents both the total amount of blue bars and strength. The upper limit of spirituality largely determines the strength of a creature. Moreover, spirituality will be consumed, and it will be consumed all the time during use and confrontation. Lin Shan currently knows that the only way to restore spirituality is to restore it over time. The above are all guesses made by Lin Shan. He is not sure whether his inference is correct. He put away his thoughts and rode his horse towards the camp. On the way, the rabbit in his hand struggled several times but was easily suppressed by Lin Shan. 20 minutes later. After returning to the camp, lunch had been prepared by Luo He. Everyone in the camp had their own duties and clear division of labor. Luo He had been responsible for everyone's meals. Lunch was simple: gray steamed buns, green vegetable soup, with a little oil floating on it. Lin Shan took a sip and the soup was a little salty, which made him feel that it was tasteless and a pity to throw it away. A good cook cannot cook without rice. Even the best chefs cannot make delicious dishes under such conditions. At this time, a male cat who was eating nearby came to Lin Shan and spoke in poor Chinese. "My name is Wei Yi, and I Hao, the pioneer of the human race." Lin Shan smiled and responded, "Hello, my name is Lin Shan." Wei Yi said seriously, "I hope that our cats and humans can forge a deep friendship." "This is exactly what I want to see," Lin Shan replied. After greeting, the cat named Wei Yi did not say much and returned to his original position to continue sitting. Lin Shan asked Zhang Zhenghua beside him in a low voice, "Have you been to the cat tribe?" "No, we have never been out of the barrier, and we don't have the strength to go out of the barrier. It has always been the cat tribe who came to us." These cat tribe members came with supplies and then stayed to learn the Chinese language with Yan Ruxin. "It's better for you to ask Yan Ruxin about the cat tribe. She knows the most about it," Zhang Zhenghua replied in a low voice. Lin Shan nodded and planned to find a time to ask Yan Ruxin about the cat tribe. There were 5 cat tribes present, all of them were extraordinary. 3 of them had deer horns on their heads. Their ability should be the same as that of the green cat woman, who could transform into a deer. The abilities of the other 2 were unknown. After eating and drinking, he stayed in the camp in the afternoon and didn't go anywhere. He chatted with people from time to time to understand the current situation. In this way, 5 days passed in a flash, and every day was a salty fish. Tonight he was going to meet the strange lionfish again, and the day after tomorrow he would set off to the purple soulflower forest. It would take half a year to be promoted. During this half year, he could start to consider starting the second sequence. At night, by the river, Lin Shan approached the position of the strange lionfish step by step. He held a red lantern in his right hand and 5 torches in his left hand. Even if he had become a supernatural being now, he would not dare to confront the strangeness head-on. After inserting torches around, Lin Shan walked straight to the center. A cold breath came to his face, and the temperature around him dropped several degrees in an instant. Lin Shan looked very strange now, holding a red lantern in one hand and a lit torch in the other. The thing opposite Lin Shan was even stranger, a black column, spiraling towards the sky, with countless tiny silk threads dancing around the column like tentacles. Even though he had seen this scene once, it still made his scalp numb, and he immediately accelerated his movements and began to burn the bottom of the strange lionfish. The strange lionfish began to scream. This time, with the protection of the heart light, the soul was not shaken out, but he still felt faint, making his consciousness blurred. Seeing more and more fine dust on the ground, the call of the strange lionfish became more and more miserable, and a strange black fog rose from the river. Crack, crack, crack. The river water began to freeze at a speed visible to the naked eye. The torches inserted around began to shake and could go out at any time. The cold sweat on Lin Shan's forehead froze before it flowed to his cheeks. After a while, feeling that it was almost enough, Lin Shan quickly collected the fine dust on the ground, picked up the red lantern next to him and prepared to evacuate. Just as he stood up, he suddenly felt a terrifying force coming from the top of his head, and then a strong feeling of suffocation and fainting filled his brain. Lin Shan realized that something was wrong, and hurriedly used all his strength to stimulate the heart light. The light golden light flowed, blocking the erosion of that force, but the golden light became weaker and weaker. What's going on? Lin Shan was a little confused, his eyelids slightly raised to look forward, his heart trembled, and the torch that was originally burning in a corner in front of him went out, allowing the strange lionfish to regain some mobility. He was now unable to raise his head due to the pressure of some unknown force. His spirituality was draining away at a very fast speed. After his spirituality was consumed, this force could kill him instantly. What should I do? Lin Shan calmly thought about how to deal with it. If he called on the heart light to counterattack, it would inevitably weaken his defense. He might die at the moment of mobilization. He looked at the red lantern beside him. All the oil in the lantern burned out in an instant, and the space above his head was ignited by the flame. Lin Shan felt the pressure suddenly relieved, and he quickly rolled to the side and retreated several meters. He looked ahead at the air that seemed to be ignited. In fact, it was not the air that was ignited, but the spiritual power of the strange lionfish. It seemed that the flame was burning the air, but in essence it was a confrontation between two spiritual powers. Seeing that the flame was getting weaker and weaker, Lin Shan bit his finger and bled again to replenish the lamp oil. Lin Shan did not escape immediately. The blue full moon occupied the entire sky, and the surrounding environment turned completely blue. All the exits disappeared, and this place became an independent space. This is the real ability of the strange lionfish, creating a real illusion space. If you want to get out, you must first break the blue moon. If you want to break the blue moon, you must find the body of the strange lionfish. To make the strange lionfish show its body, you need to light 4 torches. If you can't get out, you can't light the torches. Everything seems to be stuck in a dead loop. Now the only way is to use the red lantern's spiritual power to fight against the strange lionfish. His own spiritual power can only be used as a defensive guarantee. It is far from enough to fight against the strange lionfish. From the confrontation just now, it can be seen that just a few seconds of erosion has consumed most of his spiritual power. A darkness like ink came again. Lin Shan used the red lantern to ignite the darkness. The darkness and the light red flame intertwined with each other. A burnt smell came from the flame, like the smell of a corpse after being burned. While the red lantern and the strange lionfish were fighting, Lin Shan looked at the last torch in his hand with a flash of his eyes. The light of the heart turned into a sword, splitting the torch into 4, and then the light of the heart turned into a hand and inserted it into the 4 corners in turn. Mobilize the flame of the red lantern and ignite the wooden sticks in 4 directions at the same time. At the moment of mobilizing the red lantern flame,
the spiritual power of the Red Lantern weakened, and the spiritual power of the Strangeline fish gained the upper hand. In an instant, it came to Lin Shan. Lin Shan was well prepared and used all his strength to stimulate the heart light to resist. Darkness enveloped Lin Shan, and the light golden light covering Lin Shan became weaker and weaker. The next second, the 4 wooden sticks were ignited at the same time. Lin Shan felt the pressure suddenly relieved, and the blue moon above his head moved away and returned to the initial position. Without any hesitation, Lin Shan turned around and ran out. Only after running out of the coverage of the blue moon did Lin Shan breathe a sigh of relief. The gap between him and the Strangeline fish was too big. If it weren't for the Red Lantern and knowing the weakness, he would have been killed instantly. He was just a newcomer who had just been promoted to Sequence 9, while the Strange One was at the top of the same sequence. It was not surprising that there was such a gap. After activating the heart light in an emergency just now, he found that his spiritual limit had increased unknowingly. Not only that, he also inexplicably gained an ability of inner vision. Through inner vision, he found that a small part of his heart had turned golden. Is this the sign of digesting the magic potion? When the heart turns completely golden, does it mean that the heart light magic potion has been digested? Lin Shan thought to himself while observing his heart. Although it was thrilling, the result was good. The materials were obtained and the strength was improved. Dragging his tired body, Lin Shan returned to Jin Tianzong's wooden house and lay on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. In the morning, after breakfast, Lin Shan was bored and leaning back in a chair to bask in the sun. He had been doing this for the past few days. There was no work for him to do in the camp. Everyone was responsible for a part. They were all professionals. If Lin Shan went to help, it would only cause trouble. He only helped to chop wood and cut trees occasionally. Lin Shan at this time, Huang Ying came over and called Lin Shan, saying, "The things you asked me to make last time are done. Take a look and see if you are satisfied. I also cut 2 sets of clothes for you, by the way." Huang Ying is a woman under 30 years old and a good sister of Xia Xian. She is very good at handwork and is responsible for the textiles in the camp. She was holding a green school bag in her hand. It was 3 layers and buttons were used instead of the zippers of modern school bags. It's okay as long as it can be used. Lin Shan stood up and took the school bag, thanking him. "Thank you for your hard work, Sister Ying." He asked Huang Ying to help him sew the school bag 2 days ago. He will travel far in the next 6 months, and a package that can hold supplies is necessary. Huang Ying apologized, "There are no plants that can be used as dyes, so we can only make green." "Green is good." Lin Shan smiled, "It can also be used to cover up when lying on the grass." "Have you packed up? It may be half a year before I come back next time." Lin Shan asked. "I don't have much to pack up, and didn't you say it's just the time to close your eyes and open your eyes?" Huang Ying replied. "That's right." Lin Shan nodded, and then said, "When you wake up after a sleep, you may find that a city has been built here. It's best." Huang Ying smiled and said, "I hope the human race can also prosper in the other world." "Hey, you two, what are you talking about?" At this time, Xia Xian came over with an oval green cocoon. "Hey, this is a new cocoon." Xia Xian threw the huge cocoon to Huang Ying. Lin Shan looked at the cocoon and finally understood why almost all the fabrics in the camp were made of silk. One piece of this thing is enough to make a silk quilt. Do silkworms also cocoon in winter? Lin Shan asked curiously. Xia Xian replied, "Then you underestimate this kind of silkworm. This kind of green silkworm is a species cultivated by the cat tribe using unknown means. It has a lifespan of 10 years. Except for pregnant ones, normal green silkworms make a cocoon once a month. After making a cocoon, it comes out as a baby silkworm. After eating, it waits for the next cocoon. It's simply a ruthless silk spinning machine." Lin Shan was surprised. "You can say that." Huang Ying nodded, and then said, "This is the oppression of higher life on lower life. They changed your genes so that you can only work besides giving birth to children, and you still feel that everything should be like this. So, being weak is the original sin." Lin Shan said lightly. "You guys chat, I'll go back if I have something else to do." Xia Xian said, she came just to bring the cocoon to Huang Ying. "I have something to do, so you can continue to bask in the sun," Huang Ying said with a smile, and then walked back holding the cocoon. The two went about their own business, while Lin Shan continued to lean on the chair and bask in the sun. During this period, the heart light in his hand kept changing shapes, and murmured in a voice that only he could hear, "If I could always be this relaxed, that's it." After lunch, Lin Shan prepared the potions in the wooden house. There were a total of 7 potions and 14 small pottery bottles. There were still more than 10 grams of the remaining fish ash, and there were still 3 grams of the horny powder that Asha dragged.
More than 10 grams.
Put away the remaining materials and pick up one of the small pottery bottles. The liquid in the bottle was crystal clear, like mercury, and it slowly swirled around in the bottle.
In the process of preparing the potion, Lin Shan discovered a phenomenon.
As long as the proportions are correct, some unknown law will be triggered, causing the potion to undergo a qualitative change. One of the pottery bottles was weighed little by little without parchment paper. It is formed by adding ingredients inside. This rule should also apply to other potions, which means that as long as there are more materials, the proportions can be slowly tried out. Lin Shan wrapped these pottery bottles tightly with silk cloth and put them in his backpack. When I walked out of the wooden house, I planned to continue basking in the sun leisurely, but when I saw the 10 wooden houses neatly arranged in front of me, I suddenly had an idea. He wants to build a wooden house for himself. There should be many new people here next time he comes back.
This place is equivalent to the city center. What if the value of the land increases after we first acquire a piece of land?
The cat clan's house is separate from the human clans, separated by a distance of 200 meters. Except for learning each other's language and eating together, they can't see each other most of the time. Lin Shan found a place with dense trees. Looking at the big tree surrounded by people in front of him, he held the actinic axe in his hand.
With only 2 axes, the whole tree collapsed.
He cut down more than a dozen trees one after another and processed them all on the spot, cutting them into smooth wooden boards. During this period, Jin Tianzong was asked to help. Under the ever-changing mood, in the evening, a medium-sized wooden house of 50 square meters was completed. Moreover, the specifications of this wooden house are very modern, a bit like a villa, and it is more than an era ahead of the other wooden houses side by side. Lin Shan looked at the small villa in front of him and nodded with satisfaction. He found that although Xinguang was mediocre in fighting and had no outstanding abilities, he was really good at work and could conjure up any tool. The red moon was in the sky, and everyone gathered together to have dinner. Zhang Zhenghua suddenly said loudly, "Wei, the 7 of us will go out with Lin Shan tomorrow.
It may take a long time before we come back. While we are away, if the human race comes, please help us."
Wei Yi was startled for a moment, then his face showed joy but he quickly concealed it. He said politely, "It should be, my cat tribe and human tribe are already allies. Don't worry, as long as my cat tribe is here, the human tribe will not be harmed."
Thank you very much.
Zhang Zhenghua thanked him. Lin Shan frowned and looked at everything in front of him. Although the joy was fleeting, he was still caught by Lin Shan.
It seems that I will have to find a chance to come back then.
Lin Shan thought to himself.
What are you going to do? Wei Yi asked.
Zhang Zhenghua looked hesitant, then Lin Shan said calmly, "Advance to extraordinary." He said this deliberately, so that even if the cat clan really had any intentions, they would at least be able to weigh the consequences of the next time the extraordinary people return.
Wei Yi looked shocked.
But he still forced a smile and said, "Congratulations to everyone, you have found the path to transcendence so quickly. The cat clan has given so much help to my human clan. When our human clan becomes stronger, the cat clan will get the rewards we deserve." Lin Shan said softly. His words had 2 meanings.
He didn't believe that the cat people wouldn't understand the meaning.
I don't know if Wei Yi didn't learn Chinese well, or if he was deliberately pretending not to understand. He still smiled and said, "This is exactly the original intention of my cat clan. The world of gray fog is so huge. We are all ants in it. If we are drawn in a circle, we cannot get out of the circle. We are trapped in the so-called safe zone. Only by joining a group to stay warm can we barely survive in this gray fog."
Brother Wei means that the races in this gray fog world all stay together and develop together?
Lin Shan asked with interest.
Exactly. Wei nodded and said, "Win-win cooperation is the essence of survival in this world."
Lin Shan remained silent. The parchment's answer to any question related to race was, "It's impossible to know because of the fate of the clan." Wei's words were unfounded and he would not believe it.
After dinner in the evening, everyone returned to their cabins to rest.
Lin Shan continued to sleep in Jin Tianzong's wooden house. Although his villa was large, it was just a shell with nothing inside. The red moon and the sun alternate, and morning glow appears on the horizon. The 8 people were ready to go. Lin Shan led a dark horse out of the stable.
He wanted to find the second sequence of potions when everyone was promoted.
The journey was long, so riding a horse would be a good choice.
The 7 people only brought some dry food. If they were quick, they might be able to arrive in one day. The 7 people are Zhang Zhonghua, Zhao Xiuan, Wu Wan, Xia Xian, Huang Ying, Xi Zhenan, and Cha Yusen. At this moment, only Yen Ruxin, Jin Tianzong, and Luo Ohi were left in the camp. It only took 2 hours to reach the edge of the barrier. Lin Shan took the lead and encountered no danger along the way. The red lantern was held in the air 5 meters high by Lin Shan's little hand transformed by his heart light, and it did not affect everyone. In front of the barrier, Lin Shan showed a serious expression and said, "The gray fog world is ahead, which is full of dangers. If you are not careful, you may lose your life. Help me hold the horse, you walk behind me, follow me closely." Lin Shan walked to the front, took off the red lantern and held it in his hand. "Okay." Everyone responded. Stepping out of the barrier, the gray fog instantly enveloped everyone's vision, and the visible distance was no more than 10 meters, including Lin Shan. The heart light could not dispel the gray fog, nor could it be condensed into the eyes to enhance vision. However, holding a red lantern in your hand is different. You can ignore the gray fog within 400 meters. It is a magical tool for walking in the gray fog. Everyone walked along the way. After walking for a few minutes, Zhao Xiuan whispered, "It's so cold, will it?" Everyone nodded, and they also felt a chill following them, and all their eyes looked at Lin Shan. Lin Shan shook his head, raised the red lantern in his hand to indicate that it was caused by it, and said, "Keep going." Everyone breathed a sigh of relief and continued to move forward according to the direction provided by Lin Shan. Lin Shan observed the markings on the parchment and adjusted the direction of advance. For some reason, he was lucky all the way and did not encounter any danger. "Are we not walking the same road?" Lin Shan muttered. The last time he walked alone, he encountered several dangers along the way. Today, it felt a bit too smooth, and he did not even encounter a wild animal. At noon, everyone ate some simple dry food on the way and then continued on their way. There were still 40 kilometers away from the destination. Lin Shan looked at his watch and saw that it was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. It was almost impossible to get there before the red moon appeared. Everyone had not yet advanced to extraordinary physical strength and was not as good as Lin Shan. "Looks like we have to spend the night in the fog again." Lin Shan was a little panicked. If he was alone, it would be okay. There were so many people this time, and most of the human pioneers were here. If they were in danger, they would be in trouble. The pioneers died suddenly before they could lead the human race to rise. This is not a funny joke. As night fell, with the red moon in the sky, everyone gathered around a campfire and chatted in low voices. We were still 15 kilometers away from our destination. "Isn't it said that it's dangerous in the gray fog? I walked all day and didn't see a single ant. It's best if there's no danger. Isn't there a saying called the calm before the storm?" "Shut up, don't be so talkative." Everyone was talking in low voices, while Lin Shan was leaning against the tree, alert to his surroundings. The journey was too peaceful, and there wasn't even the roar of wild beasts. It was completely different from the first time he walked in the gray mist. Lin Shan didn't close his eyes the whole night, his nerves were tense. Nothing happened all night until dawn. Lin Shan breathed a sigh of relief, walked at the front and continued on his way. Suddenly, he discovered an abnormality, which came from the red lantern in his hand. The red lantern is trembling. The parchment proactively gave hints. "Parchment, he is watching you." Under his gaze, all living and dead people who exist or do not exist will surrender. He will watch the new fire. His gaze runs through the 9, the writing stopped abruptly here, and many words in the middle were blurred, as if they had been erased. The next second, click. Lin Shan's mind trembled. The parchment was actually torn. Although it was only a small tear, but this was in his mind. No one present, including Lin Shan, felt anything unusual. This unknown power was specifically aimed at the weird. The red lantern trembled in my hand, and the parchment was completely silent in my mind. The journey was smooth and we arrived at the purple soul flower forest. Before entering the flower forest, Lin Shan's heart trembled again. Not far ahead, an old man stared at them quietly. He was still the old man he saw that day, his cold and dead eyes without any emotion. Fortunately, this time the old man didn't come out to stop them, he just stood there quietly. "Is it him who is helping us?" "No, if it is him, there is no need for Red Lantern to be so afraid." The first time Red Lantern fought with the old man, it was back and forth. It has only been a few days since he could not even look at him and make him tremble. Zhao Xiuan saw Lin Shan staring straight ahead and asked, "Lin Shan, what are you looking at?" No, Lin Shan came back to his senses and said, "I didn't see anything."
Zhao Xiuan and the others couldn't see the strange old man appearing in the distance because their sight was blocked in the gray fog. It was better not to say it to scare them. At present, it seemed that this strange thing the old man seemed to mean no harm. Looking there again, I found that the old man had disappeared. After walking a few hundred meters further, the gray fog gradually dissipated, and a wide river appeared in front of everyone. This is probably the forest we just passed through. I didn't expect to come back again, Zhang Zhonghua said with emotion. Those who didn't fold flowers at the beginning have to fold flowers now. Those brothers and sisters who died have folded flowers too early. Wu Wang said with emotion as he looked at the flowers in front of him. Huang Ying said with a smile, after half a year, this place is still like a fairyland. The seasons seem to have no impact on this forest. Indeed, the leaves on the trees outside are gone, but the trees here are still the same as before. Stop sighing, let's cross the river. Lin Shan interrupted their useless sighs. Everyone waded across the river. They were all pseudo-supernatural, and their physical fitness was even better than that of Lin Shan back then. This river was nothing to them. Lin Shan opened his school bag, took out the magic potion that had been prepared inside, and distributed it to everyone, saying, "Eat the flowers first, then drink these 2 bottles of potion, and just find a place to sit. Don't go too deep into this forest, and don't go too far away. This forest is not affected by the gray fog. If someone wakes up first, catch fish from the river to eat." Lin Shan then reminded. "You want to leave?" Zhao Xiuan asked. "Yes, didn't I tell you?" Lin Shan replied. Zhao Xiuan said with a smile, "Then you have to come back alive, otherwise we won't be able to go back." Lin Shan was silent. He couldn't guarantee that he would live. Next, he would walk straight in the gray fog for nearly 5,000 miles. This distance was still walking in the gray fog. Fortunately, there are horses, which can help him shorten this time. If he is lucky, he may be able to come back in a month. If he is unlucky, it is not uncommon for him to not be able to come back. Lin Shan said seriously, "Try to wait until I come back. If I haven't come back in half a year, you can go on your own. If you are lucky, you may be able to walk back." "Hey," Zhao Xiuan sighed softly. Lin Shan didn't talk to her anymore and sat down next to a tree. At this time, Zhang Zhonghua, Xia Xian, Huang Ying, Xi Zhennan, and Xiao Yusen were all wrapped in light golden cocoons, leaving only Zhao Xiuan and Wu Wang who had not yet taken the magic potion. Zhao Xiuan glared at Wu Wang and said, "What's your ink mark on? Why don't you drink the medicine quickly?" Wu Wang curled his lips. "You didn't drink either. You take care of me." Zhao Xiuan fully demonstrated what spicy means. "Hurry up and drink." Wu Wang glanced at Zhao Xiuan meaningfully and said, I drink. As he spoke, he found an open space to sit down and swallowed the purple soulflower in one gulp. When he felt something was wrong with his body, he immediately drank the 2 bottles of potion in one gulp. Seeing Wu Wang being wrapped in a golden cocoon, Zhao Xiuan walked to the tree next to Lin Shan and leaned against it. "Why don't you drink?" Lin Shan asked. Zhao Xiuan asked, "Why don't you leave?" "I'll leave after you finish drinking." "I'll drink it after you leave." "You drink first." "You go first." Lin Shan got up, walked directly towards the river, waded across the river, untied the horse, mounted the horse and went straight out of the flower forest. Zhao Xiaojing watched quietly until Lin Shan disappeared into the gray mist. In the gray fog, it was still as quiet as before, but the red lantern no longer trembled at this time. It seems that the unknown existence has turned away, but its power is still there. Lin Shan planned to use this gap to rush forward with all his strength. The red lantern fell from the sky and was caught in Lin Shan's hand. His sight suddenly returned to 400 meters. "Drive!" He rode a horse all the way, covering a distance of nearly 100 kilometers in just 4 hours. During this period, there was still silence in the gray fog and he did not encounter any strange beasts. At this time, the horse under him ran slower and slower. Lin Shan realized it has reached its limit. He once read a book about horses, which actually recorded a long-distance riding competition held somewhere. The race was 120 kilometers long. In the end, the first person to finish the race was a Mongolian horse. It took 7 hours to complete the race. Many hours. Find a place with grass to stop. Lin Shan didn't know what kind of grass the horse ate, so he loosened the reins and let him look for something to eat. Wei Yi would not take the initiative to attack the beast, so he was safer here than Lin Shan. Looking at the time on the watch on his hand, he saw that the red moon was about to appear, and he planned to camp here tonight. He took out the dry food he carried in his bag and calculated the speed in his mind while eating. After subtracting the rest time of the horse, He could travel nearly 200 kilometers in one day without any accidents, which was faster than walking on his own. More than 3 times the amount, and there was plenty of rest time. As night falls, the red moon rises in the sky. The icy cool wind blows from afar, making people shiver inexplicably. The gray fog has become active again, and the days ahead will not be easy. As soon as he finished speaking, a mantis-like creature swooped towards Lin Shan and arrived in the blink of an eye. Lin Shan, who was holding a red lantern, had already noticed it, and his heart light condensed into a pale golden spear that instantly penetrated the unknown creature. When the creature stopped struggling, Lin Shan stepped forward to check and found that it was indeed a mantis. This mantis is half a meter long, with a brown shell. Its forelimbs are like 2 extremely sharp knives. There are jagged barbs in the blades. If it is scratched, a piece of flesh will be cut off. Lin Shan stared at the mantis's forelimbs for a while, then his mind turned into a blade and cut off one of the forelimbs, leaving only the sharp front part. Then he cut a piece of log and put it on as a handle, and a simple dagger was ready. It could be used for self-protection in the event of an emergency and exhaustion of spiritual energy. Early the next morning, the corpses of mantises piled up in a hill. Lin Shan opened his eyes, and the 2 circles of black panda eyes were particularly conspicuous. Such large mantises kept attacking him at night, just like poking into a mantis nest, and he didn't dare to move at night. Fortunately, the mantis could handle this pseudo-supernatural thing easily, but it would be troublesome if something strange happened because of his moving position. So I could only stay alert for the sneak attack of the mantis all night, and only calm down when it was almost dawn. Including last night, he had not slept for 2 whole nights. He untied the horse rope tied beside him and looked at the mark on the parchment. There were still 300 kilometers left before the first destination. Drive! Lin Shan shouted softly and changed direction. The horse began to gallop, and Lin Shan changed direction from time to time. Horses, like people, would lose their way in the gray fog. Without the suppression of the unknown, the weirdness in the gray fog began to become active. After traveling for just an hour, we encountered 2 places that were suspected of being weird. Fortunately, the scope of their supernatural coverage was not large, and Lin Shan took a detour to avoid them in advance. Ta, ta, ta. Suddenly, the sound of feet treading water came to Lin Shan's ears. Lin Shan's heart tightened. This was the ground. Where did the water come from? Ta, ta, ta. The sound of treading water was still there, but the road ahead was flat without any water stains. Lin Shanqin raised her voice and looked down. The next second, his hair stood on end, his mind trembled, and the horse underneath him completely turned into a bone horse. The sound of ta, ta, ta was not the sound of treading water, but the sound of the horse's hoof bone contacting the ground. The horse seemed completely unaware of the fact that there was only a skeleton left of it, and it still ran forward at a moderate speed, getting faster and faster. Lin Shan was restless now and didn't know how to deal with it. It seemed to him that there was nothing unusual around him, but the horse underneath him turned into bones without even realizing it. He hurriedly took out the parchment and wrote tremblingly, Lin Shan, what's going on? Parchment, unknown. Lin Shan looked at the word unknown with cold sweat dripping from his forehead. The horse under his crotch was completely disobedient and was galloping desperately. Enough to run at top speed for an hour. Finally, it seemed that it had reached its limit. The horse's front hooves suddenly jumped up, and when it landed, it suddenly fell into pieces. Lin Shan rolled over when the horse fell to the ground and was not affected. He first looked at the place where the horse had just run, and then looked at the broken bones scattered on the ground. He remained silent and stood there for a long time. At this time, he finally knew the cause and effect. The place he had just passed was a boundless sea of bones. Nothing could be seen at the other end. Only by looking back across the sea of bones could he see its true shape. The horse had noticed his own changes when he accidentally entered it, but he still used his bone body to carry him across the sea of bones. In other words, he was saved by the horse that lost its life after following him for just 2 days. Lin Shan felt a little unhappy in his heart, and his light turned into a shovel, commanding the shovel to dig a deep pit, collect the horse bones scattered around, and bury them in the pit. Then set up a grave and find a big stone from the surroundings to make a monument. On it, inscribe, the tomb of the unknown black horse ridden by Lin Shan of the human race. There's nothing I can do to help you. If I can become famous in this world in the future, you will be famous if I ride on you. After Lin Shan polished the stone tablet, he turned around and left. He had to walk the rest of the way on his own. At night, under the red moon, Lin Shan ate some dry food that he brought with him. It was actually the gray steamed buns from the camp. After 2 days of storage, the steamed buns had become hard. When biting into his mouth, it felt as if he was chewing on hard noodles. At this time, they were still 200 kilometers away from the first destination. He lost his horse midway and only traveled 100 kilometers today, less than half the planned distance.
Every next step will be like walking on thin ice.
If he encounters something as strange as the Sea of Bones again, then he can declare the end of this dream called life. Lin Shan prayed silently, hoping that he would have better luck in the future.
He fell asleep quickly after not sleeping for 2 days. Lin Shan, what do you think is above the gray fog? Do you want to take a look above the gray mist? Let's go and see it together.
You are so weak. You can only live in a circle now, don't run around, it will be very troublesome if you die. Oh, I forgot. A weak creature like you will die if you listen to me.
Several races and countries have perished like this. I obviously didn't want to hurt them. I hope you are okay.
The ethereal voice kept echoing in his mind, like a complex and incomprehensible spell, making people inexplicably frightened and trembling. Lin Shan suddenly opened his eyes and gasped violently. At this moment, his ears, eyes, nostrils, mouth, and 7 orifices were bleeding, which looked particularly creepy.
Dream? But what's the matter with this blood?
Lin Shan looked at the blood on his hand. He was too sleepy last night and fell into a deep sleep with his eyes closed. Fortunately, there was no danger. He looked at the blood on his hand again and said uncertainly, or maybe it happened. He picked up the red lantern and continued on his way.
After so many things, Lin Shan's heart was already big.
A little bleeding was nothing. As long as people were still alive, they should keep going.
Boom! Boom!
Lin Shan was walking forward carefully, and suddenly felt the ground shaking. Then the sky suddenly darkened. Woo! A hissing sound resounded throughout the world, a bit like the sound of a ship's whistle, shaking the world.
Lin Shan instantly felt deafness in both ears and a splitting headache.
He covered his ears with his hands and looked up at the sky.
The sky was blocked by gray fog and he could not see anything. He could only feel that it was getting dark. He could vaguely see a towering pillar in the extremely far distance. Gray fog was lingering around the pillar, and the towering pillar was getting farther and farther away. Every time it was raised and lowered, it would make a loud booming sound. Evil, high-order evil.
Lin Shan was shocked and had this thought in his mind.
What order of evil is this? Will I have to face this kind of thing when I ascend to the next order?
Lin Shan was numb in his heart. This thing was so big that he could not see its full appearance. He could only barely see a towering pillar that looked like a leg. This kick can destroy a city. The more he saw, the more he felt his insignificance. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. He put away his thoughts and continued to move forward with the red lantern. He did not think too far away, but only set a small goal for himself, to advance 70 kilometers today. After walking for about 10 kilometers, Lin Shan found an area with a huge difference in terrain and an extremely flat area. Starting from where he stood, the ground in front of him collapsed nearly 2 meters. At a glance, all the trees were trampled and smashed, and there was a faint smell of blood flowing into his nose. This place was stepped on by that huge unknown creature. No creature should be able to survive under that kind of weight. Lin Shan thought for a while and was not surprised but happy. This was simply a natural shelter. He didn't know how big the footprint was and how long it could protect him. Lin Shan jumped into the huge pit and walked in it without encountering any danger. Suddenly, there was a soft black thing on the ground in front of him, lying motionless on the ground. Lin Shan looked at the darkness with a strange expression. If nothing else, this must be weird? He originally thought that being weird without a physical body would prevent him from being injured, and at most, his supernatural power would be reduced. Unexpectedly, when the giant beast kicked down, even weirdness was crushed to death. But if you think about it carefully, it is normal. The living body controls the spirituality to attack or defend, while the fallen body should directly use the spirituality to strengthen the body. It itself represents the spirituality, so it can step on the weirdness without entity. Lin Shan approached the darkness and watched carefully. He wanted to study what the weird thing was. It was a dead-end weird thing. This was really an excellent opportunity. Lin Shan first poked it with the dagger in his bag, and it penetrated directly without feeling any supernatural power. The light of his heart turned into a stick, and he wanted to use this stick of light to turn way over. But who would have expected that when the bachelor in his heart first came into contact with that strange mass, it turned into dots of black light and dissipated between the sky and the earth. Dead? Lin Shan's mouth twitched. It's a porcelain thing. It shouldn't be so, I remember it was written on the parchment that the strange thing is immortal. In desperation, Lin Shan could only continue to move forward, trying to find if there were any other weird corpses. After walking for another 4 hours, I didn't encounter any other strange corpses during this period. Perhaps all of them had disappeared. There were quite a few corpses of various beasts, all of which were bloody and inlaid into the ground. After a simple lunch, he continued on the road. He has now walked more than 30 kilometers in total, and still has not left this huge footprint. Looking around, everything is flat, and he seems to be a three-dimensional creature living in a two-dimensional world. Suddenly, an extremely strong smell of blood entered the nasal cavity. Lin Shan frowned and sniffed. Could such a strong smell of blood be the lair of wild beasts? 10 minutes later, the gray fog suddenly dissipated, and a huge ruin came into Lin Shan's sight. It was actually the stronghold of a certain race, but it was now in ruins. There were dense red dots among the ruins. When Lin Shan took a closer look, he suddenly felt horrified. These red dots were all living people who had been trampled to death. Looking around, they are all densely packed and boundless. How many people are there, 100,000 or 1 million? Since everything is now a two-dimensional screen, the architectural style cannot be seen. Looking carefully at the bloody mess on the ground, Lin Shan discovered that it was not a human race, because they seemed to have tails. Are they from other races? Lin Shan had traveled so far and had never encountered people of other races. He didn't expect that his first encounter would be in this situation. This was originally supposed to be a city, but it was directly compressed into a two-dimensional painting. Lin Shan found that he still underestimated the giant beast. He thought it was crushed by weight alone, but all the plains along the way were at the same height. Even the original city in front of him did not bulge at all. Place. The ground height cannot be so average just by weight. It seems that there is some kind of terrifying ability mixed in. Lin Shan walked on the bloody flat paintings, wanting to see if he could find anything useful. A city that could be built in the gray fog world should have been developed for many years, maybe even longer than the cat tribe. They were sure unexpectedly, generations of hard work would be ruined by 1 foot. This also made Lin Shan deeply aware of the cruelty of this world. Hundreds of thousands of lives turned into a painting in an instant. Lin Shan walked around the ruins for a long time and found that nothing was left here, everything was destroyed. Suddenly, Lin Shantong shrank and turned his head sharply to look behind him. A little girl who looked to be only 12 years old stood quietly behind him. She was in tatters, with an animal skin book hanging above her head, her long blue hair shawl, and a blue fox tail behind her. There were no whites in her eyes, only pitch black, and she stared at Lin Shan emotionlessly. Lin Shan was a little hairy as he stared at her. Lin Shan didn't feel extraordinary spirituality in her, but how did she come quietly behind him? The next second, Lin Shan understood. Although she has no spiritual power, there is a supernatural wave in her body, and a strange aura spreads around her with her as the center. Kakaka, Lin Shan frowned. Supernatural power is completely different from spirituality. Spirituality can be traced, but supernatural power is completely unreasonable. Just like now, he felt that his blood was freezing and his internal organs were covered with a layer of ice. Without hesitation, Lin Shan directly took down the red lantern hung in the air by the light of his heart, burned the lamp oil and turned it into a light red flame, targeting the little girl behind him. The girl was not ignited. The two supernatural forces were colliding. For a moment, it was impossible to tell the winner. There was an inexplicable sizzling sound in the air. Lin Shan took advantage of the moment when the girl could not move and directly turned his heart light into a gun, commanding the heart light gun to shoot the girl to the ground. Red blood flowed out, and the girl showed a painful expression on her face. Lin Shan was not soft-hearted and planned to shoot her again. The long spear turned around, like an arm, and made a circle in the air and threw it at the girl again. Puff! This shot directly pierced the girl's heart, causing her to faint directly. Lin Shan did not take it lightly. People who can control strange powers should also have strange immortal characteristics. Just when he was about to throw the third shot, the supernatural power on the girl suddenly disappeared, and the girl seemed to become an ordinary girl. In an instant, a raging fire ignited on the girl's body. It was the power of the red lantern. Without the suppression of the supernatural power, the red lantern directly ignited her. Lin Shan thought it was over, but the book on the girl's head trembled slightly and directly extinguished the flames. Even so, the girl was charred all over. She would definitely not survive without the supernatural power. Lin Shan was attracted by the animal skin book on the girl's head. Is this a clan weapon? He didn't dare to act rashly.
He only had a vague understanding of clan weapons. He only knew that clan weapons could dispel gray fog. This alone was already very abnormal. If I could walk in the gray fog with a clan weapon, wouldn't it be relatively safe wherever I go? Lin Shan looked at the animal skin book and was a little tempted. If he could get it. But the next second, the animal skin book shattered like a broken mirror, turning into tiny specks of light and disappearing on the spot. Without the clan weapon, the gray fog surged in from all directions again. Lin Shan secretly said it was a pity. Just as Lin Shan was about to turn around and leave. With a moan, the girl who should have been dead came back to life again. Lin Shan was startled, and immediately turned his heart light into a spear without hesitation, intending to give her another fatal blow. But just when the tip of the spear was about to poke the girl's forehead, Lin Shan suddenly stopped, letting the light golden spear hover between her eyebrows. At this time, the girl was terrified, curled up and trembling like a frightened bird. Her eyes were no longer pitch black, but turned into crystal clear blue eyes, full of fear, as if Lin Shan was some kind of evil ghost. Lin Shan was a little confused. Why did he feel that this girl was like a completely different person? Now it was like he was bullying a weak little girl. The tip of the gun trembled between the girl's eyebrows, and Lin Shan was hesitating whether to take action. The tip of the gun moved forward slightly, and before it touched the girl's eyebrows, the tip of the gun had already cut the girl's eyebrows. A stream of blood flowed from the eyebrows, mixed with the girl's fearful tears, slid down to the chin, and finally dripped onto the ground. Can you speak? Lin Shan didn't take action in the end. Tau sigma omicron nu upsilon nu pyro omicron nu omicron, the girl said timidly. Lin Shan stroked his forehead, and sure enough, the language was not communicated. Why can't the whole world speak Chinese? The girl's state was a little wrong, and he didn't know what was going on and didn't dare to get too close. He took out a hard gray bun from his bag and threw it to the girl from a distance. The girl caught it in a hurry, sniffed it first, and then took a bite without any vigilance. The bite didn't move, and the girl seemed a little confused. She looked at Lin Shan with confused eyes. Lin Shan knew from the girl's behavior that she must have been spoiled in the tribe, the kind who had everything she wanted. Now the whole tribe is gone, but she is still alive. However, it is more likely that only one tribe disappeared, and she has other tribesmen scattered in this world. Ah! Lin Shan sighed and prepared to ignore her and continue on his own way. Sympathy is sympathy, but this world is so cruel. Every time he walks on the edge of life and death, no one sympathizes with him. The girl was a little flustered when she saw Lin Shan was leaving, and her eyes were full of fear. The next second, she turned into a blue-haired fox and followed Lin Shan not far away. Lin Shan was a little surprised. Even the cat tribe seemed unable to turn into a cat. Why could this girl turn into a fox? Could it be that she happened to be a fallen body and took the magic potion of the evil fallen fox? But she clearly used supernatural power just now. Unable to figure it out, Lin Shan stopped thinking about it and started to speed up. The blue fox followed behind him neither slowly nor quickly. He walked until the evening, but he still hadn't walked out of the big pit of footprints, and even the ruins of the fox tribe hadn't come out. The unchanging plain was full of bloody and blurred images. Lin Shan didn't plan to hurry at night. Some evil things only appeared at night, and they might not be affected during the day. He found a place to sit casually, took off the backpack behind him and used it as a pillow to lean on. Suddenly, the blue fox shadow flashed in front of his eyes, and the blue fox still followed him tirelessly. Lin Shan took out a piece of gray steamed bun from his bag, and considering her size, he broke the gray steamed bun in half and threw it to her. The blue fox followed all the way without making any aggressive moves, but Lin Shan remained vigilant. Several times she wanted to get close, but was driven away by Lin Shan. When the blue fox saw Lin Shan throwing out the food, it jumped up and bit it, and then turned into a little girl, and the gray steamed bun was still held in her mouth. Then her mouth moved and swallowed the gray steamed bun in one bite. Lin Shan watched the fist-sized ash bun being swallowed by her in one gulp. His throat felt like it was about to burst. His face turned pale, but his eyes remained calm. At this time, when he was close to her, Lin Shan discovered that the girl's whole body had been cracked by the fire, and the scorched clothes had completely melted into the flesh and blood. Despite such serious injuries, the girl did not even frown, and her face remained calm. Too weird, what on earth is this thing that can use the supernatural power that only weird people have, and can also transform between humans and foxes? At this moment, the parchment that had been immersed in it suddenly took the initiative to give a prompt again. Parchment, run. The handwriting was twisted, revealing weirdness. Lin Shan was immediately horrified,
and without thinking, he picked up the backpack on the ground and ran wildly. When the girl saw Lin Shan running, she was stunned for a moment, turned into a fox and wanted to catch up immediately, but stopped again in an instant and looked behind her. The space shook like ripples in the water. A middle-aged man in luxurious clothes walked out. He first glanced in the direction of Lin Shan, and his eyes fell on Lin Shan through the gray fog. The next second, a strong spiritual pressure surged towards Lin Shan from all directions. Lin Shan wanted to drive his heart light to block it, but he couldn't even hold on for a second. Bang! With a bang, Lin Shan was directly crushed by the pressure, his limbs were scattered and his blood splashed more than 10 meters away. Seeing that Lin Shan was dead, the man set his eyes on the little girl. "PN, all? Are you okay?" "I rushed over because I saw that the family fortune was in trouble," the middle-aged man asked. The girl smiled and smiled when she saw the middle-aged man, and she was no longer the same as when she just saw Lin Shan. She replied, "I'm fine, but launching city's 200 years of foundation is gone. I finally came out, but I didn't expect to encounter such a thing." She continued, "I just saw a very interesting person. He made me feel familiar, so I teased him for a while." The middle-aged man said lightly, "I killed him." "Okay." The girl's expression was calm and she didn't feel anything wrong. The space fluctuated again, and the two walked into the mirror-like space and disappeared. The surroundings returned to silence, and only the broken bodies scattered on the ground not far away told the events that had just happened. At this moment, the broken limbs on the ground began to wriggle, and the blood, meat, and bone residues began to wriggle and splice, gradually recovering. An hour later the people on the ground have all been restored to their original state except for their clothes. It is as good as before, if you ignore the traces of splicing. Lin Shan suddenly opened his eyes were scattered and confused, and after a moment, he murmured with lingering fear, "I should have died just now, right?" He was still a little frightened until now. The experience just now was too terrifying. The terrifying pressure crushed his soul together with it. It was a real soul-shattering. At the moment of his physical death, he felt his soul separated from his body, but then his soul began to fall apart, and then he completely lost consciousness. He took out the spare clothes that Huangying prepared for him from his backpack and put them on, thinking, "I didn't expect that I didn't die even like this, how did I come back to life?" The only special thing about him at present is the talent of the weird body. Does the weird body also have the same immortality as the weirdness? Before he could think more, his extremely weak body made him faint again. When Lin Shan woke up, it was already noon the next day. The jigsaw-like marks on his body faded a little, and the feeling of weakness disappeared. What made Lin Shan helpless was that his heartbeat disappeared, and he couldn't breathe smoothly because of the leak. It seemed that this body was already dead. Lin Shan thought secretly, the so-called strange body should not refer to this visible and tangible body, otherwise it would be too weak, perhaps it is some unknown body such as the soul. Lin Shan ate as usual. Maybe he wouldn't starve to death if he didn't eat now, but the body needed to eat. He was afraid that this body would rot completely if he didn't eat. Sure enough, his guess was right. After eating, he clearly felt that his heartbeat began to beat weakly. After eating, he started to hurry on his way. He looked at the mark on the parchment and there were only 130 kilometers left. At this time, seeing the parchment, Lin Shan found a place he had missed. His head was broken into pieces of meat. Where did the parchment go? Why didn't it fall out of his mind? Even if it was not in his real brain, but in the spiritual sea or consciousness sea described in the novel, these seas should disappear when he died. Where did the parchment go? The more Lin Shan thought about it, the more he felt the weirdness of the parchment. The terrifying spiritual pressure did not affect the parchment at all. As he said that, he couldn't help but look at the red lantern that was crumpled into a ball next to him. The red lantern was held in his hand at that time and was also squeezed. Its body was directly pressed into a twisted sphere. However, fortunately, the weird things will not be destroyed like the weird. He can feel that the red lantern is slowly recovering. This process may be very long. Next, the visible distance in the gray fog will only be 10 meters. Going forward all the way, it was evening again. The gray fog in the sky could not block the red moon. The light red moonlight sprinkled on the gray fog, causing a layer of light red ripples in the gray fog. Until now, he is still in the footprint pit. After eating a gray bun, Lin Shan rested on time. When he woke up the next day, he found that the jigsaw-like marks on his body had faded a little, and his heart beat more vigorously. It seemed that he would be able to recover as before in no time. Feeling the changes in his body, Lin Shan breathed a sigh of relief.
It was good that he could recover. His body temperature was originally cold, unlike that of a normal person. If he lost his heartbeat and breathing, he himself was not sure whether he was still a human being. 2 hours later, Lin Shan walked to the border of the ruins of this city, and estimated in his mind that he had walked about 80 kilometers in the ruins. Such a large city, how many people must there be in it? But all of them became a flat picture scroll together with this city. It was not until noon that Lin Shan saw a straight slope of nearly 2 meters high in front of him. He jumped on the straight slope, and the world in front of him instantly became three-dimensional. It was like two worlds before and after, a three-dimensional world and a two-dimensional world. Lin Shan calculated in his mind that he had walked nearly 150 kilometers in the footprints. The footprints alone were 150 kilometers long. What was the size of the unknown creature? Lin Shan did not dare to imagine. At this time, the trees in front of him began to become dense, but they all had one thing in common: they were bare without leaves. Since he walked out of the huge footprint, Lin Shan began to be alert. The red lantern had not yet recovered. He was walking on thin ice in the gray fog, and every step might be dangerous. It was noon. Lin Shan leaned against the tree and looked at the markings on the parchment. There was only less than 50 kilometers left, and the target this time was still moving. The position of the punctuation changed from time to time, sometimes far and sometimes near. Suddenly, there was a sound of breaking air in his ears. Lin Shan's pupils suddenly contracted, and he didn't think about it, and the whole person rushed towards the open space next to him. The next moment, a huge white figure whizzed past the place where Lin Shan had just stood, and his fist smashed a big hole in the ground. What a strong force! Lin Shan looked at the gorilla in front of him, covered with white hair, and his strong body stood up more than 2 meters tall. Lin Shan didn't waste words, and directed the long spear transformed by the heart light to stab the white-haired gorilla. Among all the weapons transformed by the mind light, the spear was the most convenient for him to use, and the long-range thrust attack was the strongest. The spear carried a golden spear light and came to the front of the white-haired gorilla at lightning speed. The white-haired gorilla did not dodge or avoid and directly took it with his fist. Bang! The place where the fist and the spear tip touched made a sound of golden swords clashing, and sparks kept flying around. Just at the stalemate, the light golden spear suddenly rotated, and the thrust force suddenly increased greatly. Swish! With a sound, it directly pierced into the flesh along the fist of the white-haired gorilla, and when it came out from the back, it brought out a piece of blood, flesh and bone fragments. The white-haired gorilla screamed and was about to escape, but Lin Shan could not let him do as he wished. The tip of the spear turned and pointed diagonally, and it rotated at a very fast speed in the air. With a swish, it directly pierced through the throat of the white-haired gorilla. Boom! A moment later, the white-haired gorilla fell to the ground with a bang. The battle happened suddenly, and ended even more suddenly. Lin Shan stood there motionless. This is the way of fighting in the gray fog world. The strong is strong, the weak is weak. This is also a collision between spiritualities. If Lin Shan's heart light gun could not break the white-haired gorilla's physical defense or could only cause minor injuries, then it would be Lin Shan lying on the ground now. Lin Shan walked forward to check the corpse. This was a real extraordinary beast, but it should have become extraordinary not long ago. After recovering from the previous injury, 2/10 of his heart has now turned pale gold. If the sequence is divided into stages, then he should have entered the second stage, and his spiritual upper limit has been raised again. Are the evil fallen and the beast the same creature? If the evil fallen, both have cores, right? He remembered that what he needed was Scartini's core. If this white-haired gorilla was also evil, then he should also have a core. Even after he spent a lot of effort to chop the white-haired gorilla into pieces, he still couldn't find where the so-called core was. This happened to prove another conjecture of Lin Shan, that there is a difference between evil degenerates and beasts. Just like weirdness and weirdness, both have supernatural powers, but the former can be used as a material for sequence potions and the latter can be borrowed by others. The same is true for evil spirits and wild beasts. They both integrate spirituality into flesh and blood as strength. Evil angels can be used as materials for potions. Wild beasts cannot be used as medicine but can be tamed and serve people. As for why he made such a distinction, it is unknown. Just like Newton discovered universal gravitation, the law itself exists, and Newton is just the discoverer. No longer paying attention to the puddle of meat, Lin Shan let his heart light turn into a broad long sword and murmured to himself, with my current spirituality, maybe I can give it a try. Lin Shan placed the heart light sword on the ground. Then he stepped on it with both feet. Buzz.
The heart light sword actually floated up with Lin Shan on it. The next second, the heart light sword carried Lin Shan forward at a moderate speed, which was about the same speed as a normal person running. Lin Shan sat cross-legged on the sword and felt the breeze blowing, which was quite like the demeanor of a sword fairy, if you ignore its speed.
Feeling the loss of spiritual power, he was thinking about how to use it reasonably.
If he continued to fly at this speed, his spiritual power would run out in about 40 minutes. However, he must not let his spiritual power run out, otherwise he would not even have the means to protect himself. After flying for 20 minutes, his spiritual power would probably drop to the level of the first stage of sequence 9, which was an acceptable range. Calculating in his mind, 20 minutes passed quickly, and Lin Shan jumped off the flying sword. He felt the recovery speed of his spiritual power, which could be fully restored in about 30 minutes, which means that if he used up all his spiritual power, he could recover to the peak state in just 1 hour. In Lin Shan's perception, every decrease or increase in spirituality can be accurately captured. He has absolute control over his own spirituality. He glanced at the distance displayed on the parchment again. He flew 5 kilometers in 20 minutes. Although he knew it was slow, he was still speechless after seeing the real data. After his spirituality was fully restored, he continued to fly with the sword. After 3 round trips, he finally reached the target location. The distance on the parchment showed 300 meters. After jumping off the flying sword, Lin Shan did not go directly, but first restored his spirituality on the spot. The next battle may be easy or difficult, and the possibility of defeat cannot be ruled out. After a while, Lin Shan walked to the target location. Start hunting. On a certain tree, Lin Shan stood on a branch, looking at the strange creature 100 meters away, and said to himself, "This is the evil Scatini, it looks really strange." 100 meters away, there was a horse with a body, but with 2 small bone wings on its back, and a slightly open mouth on its head, revealing sharp teeth inside. The most peculiar thing is that this creature has no eyes on its head. The place of the eyes is another round mouth, which is wriggling like a meat grinder. The real eyes grow on the tail. The tip of the tail is connected to a big eye, which is gurgling. It is worthy of being called the evil degenerate. Even this appearance can make children cry. Lin Shan's scalp tingled. Before the fight started, he had already lost a lot in momentum. There was no way. If not for anything else, he had to bite the bullet just for the materials of the potion. Xingguang's current remote control range is 20 meters. Lin Shan did not go directly, but slowly approached with the cover of the trees. When he was in the attack range, Xingguang's spear shot out fiercely, swish. The spear cut through the air and nailed directly to the eyeball on Scatini's tail. The next moment, the spear directly shot the eyeball. A cry similar to that of a baby crying came from Scatini's mouth. The sound was sharp and piercing, constantly stimulating Lin Shan's eardrums. Fortunately, there was no substantial impact. It was just the other party's scream. The bet was right. Lin Shan was secretly happy. After the big eyeball was shot out, Scatini ran around like a blind man. Lin Shan took advantage of the victory to pursue, and the long spear turned back and pointed directly at Scatini's head. Bang! However, it was not so smooth this time. His head was like steel, and the shot left no trace at all. Then try another position. Lin Shan directed the Xingguang long spear to attack continuously. Bang, bang, bang. A sound of metal clashing sounded, and the tip of the spear rubbed dazzling sparks on his body, but only left white marks on his abdomen. At this time, Scatini was still screaming and running around, and unknowingly left Lin Shan's attack range. Lin Shan could only chase him, but he kept the maximum distance of 20 meters and hid himself in the trees. I saw that the long spear flew high into the sky and began to rotate at a high speed. The spear tip even made a buzzing sound. During the rotation, the spear light became brighter and sharper. This move was developed by Lin Shan himself. He had used it when he killed the white-haired gorilla before. It can gather momentum and increase penetration by rotating the spear. It is his strongest attack move at present. Swish! The spear broke through the air and went straight to the weak defense position of Scatini's abdomen. It had a kind of momentum that a little cold light came first and then the spear came out like a dragon. This shot did not disappoint him. It directly cut through its abdomen and poked a big hole in its belly. Suddenly, the internal organs and intestines mixed with smelly blood flowed all over the ground. It fell to the ground unconscious. Lin Shan went forward to check the body. When approaching the body, something strange happened. Scatini actually bit Lin Shan's arm at an extremely fast speed. Lin Shan's pupils shrank.
He found that there was an eyeball hidden in its round mouth. It was not blind at all. The exposed eye was just a bait. Immediately, he tore off his arm without hesitation. Immediately distanced himself. The evil fell still did not stand up, perhaps waiting for another chance to attack, or perhaps the last attack was just a last gasp. Lin Shan did not approach it again. Instead, he turned his mind into a pair of scissors, went into the evil fell's stomach and cut it randomly. After all the internal organs were cut to pieces, Lin Shan approached again cautiously. When he got close, the evil fell did not move at all, and it seemed that it was really dead. I didn't expect it to have an eyeball in a conspicuous place, and another eyeball hidden in its mouth. If Lin Shan jumped out just after poking it blind, he would definitely be in trouble. Even with such vigilance, he still lost an arm. Lin Shan's mind moved, thinking that maybe he wouldn't lose anything, because his body was broken into pieces last time, but he could recover. He opened Scatini's mouth, and his arm was not swallowed, but it was bitten into 3 pieces. Lin Shan put the root of his arm on the broken arm, and saw that many black tentacles grew from the broken arm and connected to that arm. After a while, the arm was glued back, and the other 2 arms were glued back repeatedly. The arm was restored to its original state, but it couldn't move now. It should take time to recover. Looking at his intact arm, Lin Shan smiled bitterly. It's really becoming less and less human. After his arm was restored, Lin Shan felt weak for a while. He didn't faint directly like last time, but he also felt that his whole body was soft and powerless, as if something was missing. It seems that this kind of splicing of the body is not without consumption, but he does not know what it consumes yet. After resting for a while, Lin Shan walked to the location of the evil corpse and looked at the parchment. Parchment, in the eyeball and the mouth. Sure enough, this parchment may have its own thoughts. He now dare not ask the parchment questions easily, for fear that it will absorb too much life and then backfire. He secretly decided in his heart that in the future, except for the problem of sequence potion, he would not trade with parchment unless it was absolutely necessary. Lin Shan used force to pry open the round mouth on the evil head and pulled out the eyeball inside. With a sizzling sound, the blood vessels connected to the eyeball were brought out together. The eyeball was covered with dense gray-white flesh and blood tissue, like layers of spider webs covering it. Lin Shan peeled off the flesh and blood tissue on the eyeball with his hands, revealing an irregular gray stone. The stone was only the size of a fist, with uneven outside, and it was still entangled with strong spirituality. Lin Shan first took the stone in his hand to weigh it, then rubbed the blood off the stone on the ground, and finally stuffed it into his backpack. So far, 1/3 of the materials for the Blood Wing magic potion have been collected. The second material is mercury grass, which is not a straight line with Scatini's route, but is nearly parallel. The distance marked on it is 231 kilometers. This distance should be reachable in 3 days, and it may be faster if the sword is taken. After hastily dealing with some dry food, Lin Shan continued to move towards the target location of the mercury grass. There were all kinds of strange and bizarre evil spirits along the way. There were only a few in a small group, and a large group was so dense that it was impossible to see the edge. He even saw more than a dozen Scatini walking in the woods. What surprised Lin Shan was that they were actually eating grass. It seems that the parchment marked the location of the easiest materials to obtain. If the parchment marked this Scatini group, it would not be so easy to get the materials again. Fortunately, this seems to be the territory of the evil spirits, and there was no weirdness. In the following time, Lin Shan flew on the sword when he encountered an evil spirit on the ground, and walked on the ground when he encountered an evil spirit that could fly. By the evening, he had traveled nearly 50 kilometers with the flying belt. This speed is almost twice as fast as before, and the ability to avoid danger has also been greatly enhanced after gaining the ability to fly. Good things come in pairs. The Red Lantern has also recovered during this period. It may not be fully recovered, and can only provide a field of view of 100 meters, but it is enough to avoid most of the absolute evil spirits. With the cover of the trees, even if he approached the evil within 20 meters, he would not be discovered as long as he did not make any sound. Of course, some evils with special abilities are excluded, such as the cobra that was cut into 2 pieces at his feet at this moment. This snake seemed to have some kind of perception ability. When Lin Shan just approached within 20 meters, it stared at Lin Shan without making a sound. When Lin Shan entered its attack range, it pounced on Lin Shan like an arrow on a string. Fortunately, Lin Shan's heartlight has been protecting his body, directly breaking it apart, and then being cut off by Lin Shan with a sword. Looking at the snake on the ground, Lin Shan had an idea. Eating the hard gray buns these days made his mouth feel dry. Maybe it's time to add a meal.
In the evening, after eating a full meal of snake meat, Lin Shan's eyes lit up. He found that the upper limit of his spirituality increased a little, and the recovery speed of his spirituality increased in the process of digesting the snake meat. This is only a supernatural beast of sequence 9, and the effect is simply a panacea.
However, the snake gallbladder, which should have been the most valuable, was not very effective and did not contain any spirituality.
The spirituality was all in the flesh and blood of the snake. Lin Shan could not figure out the specific reason.
He roasted all the snake meat into jerky and put it in his bag.
With the supplement of these snake meat, his flying time would be greatly increased. 2 days later, at an altitude of tens of meters, gray fog quickly moved around him. Relying on the supplement of snake meat, he spent most of the time flying in the sky in the past 2 days.
The destination of this trip was 10 kilometers ahead. He encountered more than 10 attacks from evil birds along the way and avoided them all.
The most dangerous attack was from an alien bird whose strength far exceeded his.
He relied on the red lantern to buy time and hide in the woods on the ground to avoid it.
Even so, his body was pierced with several holes by the sharp beak. He did not encounter any weirdness in this area, but only groups of evil birds. These evil birds were strong and weak and had strange shapes. Moreover, Lin Shan also found that the evil ones rarely killed each other for no reason, and there was no fixed food chain. As long as they were weaker than themselves, they were all food. The rule of big fish eat small fish and small fish eat shrimp was fully demonstrated here. Flying in the sky, they naturally avoided most of the evil ones.
The remaining evil ones with flying ability, the strong ones would fly very high.
His height was basically the strength of sequence 9, first to second stage. 30 meters is the safest height, which is the value he got after more than 10 attacks. Half an hour later, Lin Shan came to the foot of a mountain. The terrain of the earth began to change from here, from forests spanning hundreds of kilometers to continuous mountains, which reached the sky and were surrounded by gray fog, like pillars of heaven with no end in sight. The gray fog became thinner as it went up, so the vague shadows of the mountains could be seen. And the target of Lin Shan's trip, the mercury grass, was just in front. The distance display of the parchment had become three-dimensional, with an additional height display, marked as 9,408 meters. 100 meters ahead is a steep cliff, which is blocked by gray fog and cannot be seen clearly. Lin Shan remembered that the altitude of Mount Everest on Earth is 8,848 meters, and any mountain here is higher than this. He flew up the sword and began to climb slowly. The higher he went, the more he felt an inexplicable pressure, and the greater the consumption of his spiritual power. The distance of 8,000 meters, not counting the rest time, flew for 2 hours. At this time, Lin Shan already felt difficulty breathing. This was definitely not a reaction to the altitude, but oppression by some invisible pressure, and the source of this pressure was the gray fog. Only when he reached the sky did Lin Shan realize that what he saw below was an illusion. The gray fog in the sky did not become thinner but became thicker. However, for some reason, he could see extremely distant mountains. In the distance, there were mountains and mountains.
The mountains stretched for an unknown number of miles.
Suddenly, he saw a columnar mountain in the distance. It was a very regular cylindrical shape, which was out of tune with the other mountains. In an instant, Lin Shan felt that his sight was getting closer, and an unknown force was pulling him. At this moment, he seemed to have a god's perspective, and he could see everything around the columnar mountain.
Lin Shan could clearly see that there were 3 huge characters engraved on the columnar mountain.
They were characters he did not recognize, but they directly transmitted the meaning of the characters into his mind like a sequence stone tablet. The next second, consciousness gradually returned from far to near.
90,000 miles.
Lin Shan murmured, with a look of shock on his face. That mountain is called 90,000 miles.
What does it mean?
Could it be that the mountain is 90,000 miles high? But Lin Shan felt that it should not only represent the height, but also the mountain is surrounded by a strong spirit.
What this represents is obvious: the entire columnar mountain is weird.
Zooming in, the height in front of us is not the top of the mountain, but should be halfway up the mountain. Because the mountain is huge, there is a concave position halfway up the mountain. For the valley, it may be just a small concave, but for Lin Shan, it is a valley that stretches for countless miles. It seems that the mercury grass should be in this valley.
Lin Shan jumped into the valley.
The scenery in front of him immediately made him feel the magic of nature.
He really didn't know how to describe the scenery he saw.
In front of him, there was a huge valley that extended for unknown distances. The bottom of the valley was covered with densely packed plants, with thousands of them, so dense, as if they are afraid that if they grow slowly, they will lose their place. Most importantly, these plants are mixed with many otherworldly plants. He saw the mercury grass he needed at a glance. It grew everywhere like ordinary weeds. It was only 10 centimeters tall and had 7 pointed leaves that fluttered in the wind. Next to it there are mercury grasses with 8 or even 9 leaves, but the parchment is only marked with 7 leaves. He was not greedy to pick the 9-leaf mercury grass. Cereal potions did not pay attention to whether the potency was strong or not. If the potion was too powerful, it might break the overall balance of the potion. With so many extraordinary plants in this valley, are there any plants that can enhance spirituality? Lin Shan saw the wide variety of extraordinary plants here and immediately had an idea. His guess is well founded. He has discovered that there are 2 types of weird and evil. One can be used as a material for sequence potions, and the other can be driven by humans. They just changed the name, weird, evil fallen beast. Will there be magic potion elixir? The only thing that can help him at this time is parchment. Although he is worried that the parchment will become stronger and have backlash, the first factor in everything is to become stronger. As long as he is stronger than the parchment, then it can only work for him and make points. Lifespan is just a salary. Thinking of this, Lin Shan no longer hesitated, took out the parchment and wrote, Lin Shan, are there any elixirs nearby that can increase spirituality? Parchment, searching. 18 elixirs were found that can be taken directly, including 1 elixir of sequence 8. Parchment, you need to pay a lifespan of 2 years and 3 months to obtain the position. Looking at the writing on the parchment, Lin Shan calculated that the position of these elixirs was 1 plant with a lifespan of 1 month, and the number 8 was 1 plant with a lifespan of 10 months. There should be some kind of pattern in the charging of the parchment, but he couldn't know it yet. Learned. Lin Shan, pay. 19 dots suddenly appeared on the parchment. The largest one in the middle was him. The dots next to it represented the location of the elixir. The farthest one was 80 kilometers away and the nearest one was only 400 meters away. Walking to a medicine plant, there was a pair of white flowers with only 3 petals, and white light flakes flashing around them. Lin Shan directly uprooted them. He glanced at the parchment in his mind. The parchment immediately displayed the handwriting in coordination. Parchment, the correct way to take it is to divide it into 30 equal portions and take it within a month. It is recommended to swallow the whole plant directly. Lin Shan frowned, but still swallowed the whole flower in the soil in 1 gulp. The next second, crack! Lin Shan seemed to hear the sound of something breaking, and when he looked inside, his whole heart was torn apart. The next second, his consciousness went blank and he passed out. When I woke up again, it was already nighttime. Lin Shan looked inside and found that his heart had recovered and the golden area had increased by a circle, but it was still early for the 3rd stage. 1 month later, he finally found and swallowed all 17 elixirs. After nearly falling into a coma every day, nearly 4/10 of his heart was now dyed pale gold. According to his own level, he is currently in the 3rd stage of sequence 9, and is very close to the 4th stage. If the spirituality in the 1st stage was 1, then now it is 3.9. Now there is only the last sequence 8 potion left, which is the farthest away and seems to be in the center of this valley bottom. With sufficient spirituality, Ling Lin was good at flying with his sword all the way. It is worth mentioning that the flight speed has not changed at all and is still at a turtle speed. However, there has been a qualitative change in the battery life. Although the total amount has increased, the full time of spirituality is still 1 hour. Now the automatic recovery of spirituality alone can maintain the consumption of sword flying. There is no need to worry about the consumption of sword flying. Light spirituality. Lin Shan sat cross-legged on the broad sword with his arms folded across his chest. He could feel the spiritual fluctuations around him becoming stronger, causing a faint pressure on him, spiritual pressure. Squeeze the space with pure spirituality. The last time I experienced this feeling, I was directly crushed into minced meat. Fortunately, this time we were facing a plant. From a distance, I saw a towering tree hundreds of meters high. This is a big willow tree that even 10 people might not be able to hug. The willow branches hang down from the tree. Each willow branch is 100 meters long. Standing under the tree and looking up is even more shocking. The willow trees cover the sky and the sun, not a ray of sunlight can shine in within 100 meters. Is this the elixir of sequence 8? Isn't it a bit inappropriate to use the quantifier strain? It is unrealistic to carry such a big willow tree in its entirety, so we can only see if we can scrape out some scraps. Lin Shan commanded the axe transformed from his mind to slash at the willow tree, leaving no trace behind. Unable to cut the lower part of the tree, I tried to cut the willow branches above again. This time I succeeded in leaving a trace of white. Lin Shan was overjoyed. As long as he could leave a trace, all he had to do was grind the iron pestle into a needle. 3 hours later, the nearly 100-meter-long willow tree fell from the tree. Lin Shan picked up the wicker and looked at the parchment. This time the parchment didn't seem to get Lin Shan's point. Lin Shan had no choice but to take out the parchment and write it down with a quill.
Lin Shan, can wicker be eaten?
Parchment, yes, but the spirit cannot be absorbed and will explode directly, and it will take time to revive.
Since the parchment mentioned resurrection, Lin Shan wrote it again. Lin Shan, why do I revive every time I die? This is the question he has always been puzzled about.
Parchment, you need to pay 3 months of life.
Lin Shan, pay. Parchment, the ghost body is immortal except when the life is exhausted.
Sure enough, it is just as he thought, everything is because of the ghost body. It seems that he will not have to worry about being beaten to death in the future. The parchment poured a basin of cold water on him as soon as he thought of this. Parchment, although the ghost body will not die, it needs to consume the source every time it recovers. If the source is exhausted at one time, it will fall into a freeze state, which is the same as death. After the freeze, it takes a long time to restore the source and needs external force to restart before it can be resurrected.
If there is no external interference, it will last until the end of its life.
What was written on the parchment reminded Lin Shan of the group of frozen monsters he encountered in the footprint pit some time ago. That state was almost the same as death. As for what external force was needed to restart, Lin Shan did not ask.
Knowing this was enough.
He also discovered that it was no wonder that the parchment was traded with lifespan. Even the immortal monsters would die because of the exhaustion of lifespan, and lifespan was bound to the soul. So it seems that the soul is the origin of everything. Monster bodies, fallen bodies, living bodies, and these physiques may all be attached to the soul. He put away the parchment and turned his eyes back to the willow branch in his hand.
The willow twigs can't be eaten now. Maybe they can be saved until they are upgraded to Sequence 8?
Lin Shan shook his head.
Sequence 8 is still too far away. It is better to use them as ropes. The twigs are extremely strong and have spirituality. They can be used to tie up monsters.
He cleaned all the leaves on them. Although the twigs are 100 meters long, they are very slender.
They don't take up much space when rolled up. They can still fit in the backpack.
Lin Shan took out some gray buns and threw them away. With the snake meat jerky, he no longer cared about these gray buns. He made room to stuff the extremely slender twigs in. The backpack was half a person's height and had 3 thick layers. The space was huge. Even so, a small part of the twigs was exposed outside the bag and could not be stuffed in completely. Looking at the spiritual willow leaves on the ground, Lin Shan was reluctant to part with them, so he stuffed all the willow leaves into the small layer on the side of the backpack. In fact, there is not much spirituality contained in these willow leaves, but the parchment said that eating them would cause the body to explode. Lin Shan guessed that it should be a matter of quality, not quantity. He could feel a slight pressure on the leaves. The second material was obtained, and his strength improved a lot. It can be said that it was a double happiness. Now there is only the last material left, which is also the most difficult material, a complete weird called Bloodwing.
The distance marked on the parchment is now 561 kilometers.
Lin Shan's heart skipped a beat. When he looked at the location of the mercury grass before, it clearly showed more than 2,000 kilometers.
How come it suddenly became 561 kilometers? The next moment. 560, 559, 558, 559, 558, 557.
This weirdness has been moving all the time, and the speed of movement is so fast, but it seems to be just wandering in an area and not moving over a large area. Lin Shan had a bad feeling in his heart. The speed of this strange creature was much faster than his.
It was impossible to catch it.
If he wanted to catch a strange creature, he had to make it enter a dead state, which required him to break it and reorganize it to exhaust its original power. Let alone whether he could beat it, the speed was beyond his reach.
No matter what, he would approach it first.
Flying the sword all the way, 2 days later. It was very close to the location where the strange creature stayed. The speed of continuous flying sword increased greatly. He flew more than 300 kilometers in 2 days.
He did not see any danger along the way. He easily resisted several attacks.
The road he was walking now was not the area of the mountains, but returned to the forest full of evil before.
The direction was different. This time he continued to go north. There was a deep pit of footprints in the south of the forest, mountains in the east, and an unknown area in the north. The area of this forest was surprisingly large and spanned hundreds of kilometers without seeing the end. Suddenly, the punctuation of the blood wings on the parchment began to move. 568, 569, 570, 571, 572. It continued to move north at a very fast speed. Lin Shan secretly groaned, but there was no choice but to chase it. One day later, he came to the place where the strangeness had been wandering before. A large area of trees here disappeared and rotted, and at least hundreds of evil spirits were lying on the ground without life. Lin Shan jumped off the heart light sword and checked the bodies of these evil spirits. They all had one thing in common: there was not a trace of blood on their bodies. Blood wings. Control the spirits about blood, Lin Shan muttered to himself as he looked at the scene in front of him. Roar! At this moment, a beast roar came. An evil spirit had a fish body, claws under its body, and wings like a pterosaur on its body. It had black wounds all over its body, and it was obviously injured by the spirit. Roar! It came not far from Lin Shan and roared at Lin Shan. The sound had a vague feeling coming from the water. After a low growl, it ignored Lin Shan and found a little evil creature that looked exactly like it from the pile of evil creatures. It lay on top of it, and from time to time, it rubbed the little evil creature with its slightly open mouth. It turns out that evil creatures also have feelings. This scene made Lin Shan sigh with emotion. Thinking about the direction the evil creature just flew from and the wounds on its body, it proved that the strange creature had something to do with it. It was very likely that it was just chasing the strange creature. Strange creatures have instincts, and those that can move will definitely run away. Since the evil creature didn't attack him, Lin Shan didn't want to cause trouble. Maybe the strange creature was also damaged now, so this was a good opportunity. 1 week later. It was still the same forest. The known distance of this forest was more than 1,000 kilometers. He chased the strange creature all the way, but it moved too fast. Finally, it stopped somewhere 4 days ago and has not moved until now. The distance marked on the parchment at this moment is 37 kilometers. This week was a veritable 1,000-mile pursuit. With his strength of sequence 9 close to the 4th stage, he was not weak in this forest. In addition, he could fly, so if he was careful, he could walk sideways. He encountered 2 attacks from evil spirits that were stronger than him on the way, but he blocked them with red lanterns. One died and the other was injured. The dead one had turned into jerky in the backpack. Although the evil spirit meat was a bit disgusting, the effect was the same. The reason why he dared to pursue the strange with his current strength was that the red lantern was his biggest guarantee. After 2 months of recovery, the red lantern had been fully restored. In addition, his strength improved, the blood quality improved, and his vision increased to 500 meters. He continued to move forward and soon came out of the forest. This evil forest of more than 1,000 kilometers ended here. To the north of the forest was actually a huge freshwater lake. The forest turned into an endless lakeshore, and all kinds of birds flew in groups in the sky. If the area of the purple soulflower forest was a place full of weirdness, and the evil forest that had just passed through was the gathering place of the evil, then this place was a paradise for fish and birds. Looking up, Lin Shan could faintly feel a unique weirdness and coldness. It seemed that the bloodwing stopped just after escaping from the evil forest. It will be dark soon, so it's better to do it tomorrow. Looking at the gradually darkening sky, Lin Shan whispered to himself. Finding an open space by the lake, Lin Shan took out a pottery bottle and poured out the red, fishy liquid inside. This was the blood of the beast. And then he washed the pottery bottle and refilled it with clean water, raised his head and drank it in one gulp. Sweet, Lin Shan, who hadn't drunk water for a long time, even felt that the lake water was a little sweet. He had finished drinking the water he brought with him, and there was no place to replenish water along the way. He could only collect some blood from wild animals as water to drink. He pinched his nose and drank it because it smelled fishy. He was used to eating raw meat and drinking blood every day. The red moon was in the sky, and the red moonlight even dyed the lake red. The birds in the sky hid in the forest behind them when the red moon appeared, waiting for the next day to continue hunting. There was silence all around. The red lake water was slightly rippled by the night wind, and a bloody smell came to his nose. Blood smell? Lin Shan was slightly stunned, and then his heart tightened and he immediately realized that something was wrong. After drinking blood for nearly 2 months, he was now particularly sensitive to the smell of blood. He stood up and walked to the lake, and dipped his finger in the water in the lake.
Staring at the red liquid on his finger, Lin Shan's pupils suddenly shrank, and his heart trembled violently.
How could this be water? This is clearly blood. A whole lake of blood.
Lin Shan took a few steps back away from the lake. He stared at the surroundings with cold eyes.
It was a normal lake during the day, why did it turn into a blood lake at night?
And, this area, it is no exaggeration to say that it is a sea.
If the entire evil forest is the lakeshore, then the diameter of this lake is at least thousands of kilometers. Could it be the red moon in the sky?
Lin Shan looked up at the red moon hanging high in the sky. The color was indeed blood red, but more enchanting.
Suddenly, Lin Shan stepped back violently. The entire lake was rising, or moving.
It moved several meters in just a few seconds and was about to flood Lin Shan's feet. At this moment, a blood-red hand stretched out from the lake, followed by arms, heads, bodies, and finally feet. A humanoid creature appeared, and he just stood quietly on the lake. Next, something happened that made Lin Shan shudder.
The entire blood lake, dense and endless blood-red arms floated out of the lake. Dense red figures stood on the lake.
At the same time, they took a step forward, and the blood sea expanded forward as a whole. As they moved forward, the blood sea expanded at a very fast speed. Lin Shan flew into the air on his sword, staring at the scene in front of him. This scene was too shocking. As these people moved in an orderly manner, the blood lake spread to the forest and submerged everything they encountered. Lin Shan was assimilated by the blood lake before he could last a second within the 500-meter field of vision.
At this moment,
chirp! A bird chirped, resounding from the forest. The chirping sound penetrated the space and brushed across the lake, and the blood lake that was advancing forward stopped immediately.
The next second, it was dawn.
A huge figure that covered the sky and the sun, carrying a blazing white light, penetrated the gray fog and came from far to near in the blink of an eye. There was no pause in the middle. Lin Shan only saw a beam of white light flashing and plunging into the blood lake. Gulp, gulp. Then the entire lake's surface began to bubble, and the entire blood lake began to boil. The blood in the lake was evaporated at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the figures on the lake's surface all melted like candles. Until the water level of the blood lake returned to its original position, the beam of light returned again, and everything returned to normal again. However, the color of the beam of light became extremely dim, as if it would go out in the next second. Everything happened in less than 5 minutes, and only the ground like fine sand told everything that had just happened. On the heart light sword, Lin Shan looked up at the sky. The coldness was still there, and the weirdness called Bloodwing was still in place without moving. Looking at the blood lake again, the blood lake had returned to calm at this time. A war between weirdness and evil, maybe it can also be called the battle to defend the territory of evil. Lin Shan muttered to himself. He didn't know what sequence level this blood lake and the unknown evil in the beam were. The difference was too big. Not to mention the blood lake, it had no self-awareness, but in the eyes of the evil, it might not even be considered food, and eating it would be nutritious. He just sat cross-legged on the sword until the red moon disappeared and the sun rose. Lin Shan opened his eyes, and the heart-light sword slowly climbed up with him. He was going to start hunting the blood wings. The heart-light could not be divided, so he couldn't attack while carrying it, so he could only find a way to get the blood wings down. There was a bundle of willow branches and a red lantern at the front of the sword. Now there were only these two objects that could deal with the weirdness. His idea was to use the willow branches to pull the weirdness down and restrict its movement. As for whether it would be torn off, he was not worried at all. The body of the willow branch was a willow tree of sequence 8. He used the heart-light sword to chop for 3 hours before cutting off a branch. In order to prevent any accidents, Lin Shan took out the parchment.
Lin Shan, what is the weakness of the blood wings?
Parchment, you need to pay 1 month of life.
Lin Shan, pay. Parchment, the complete weirdness has no weaknesses.
Lin Shan had the urge to curse, as he had lost a month of his life for free, but he also got an extra piece of information, which he kept in mind. Since there is no weakness, he can only fight hard. Lin Shan stood up, holding a willow branch in one hand and a red lantern in the other, and the lamp oil had been filled in advance. At a height of 1,000 meters, Lin Shan looked at the strange-shaped weirdness in front of him. A pair of huge wings, with a vertical pupil in the middle of the wings looking around, and soft feathers on the snow-white wings. As the wings flapped up and down, black blood dripped from time to time, dripping into the air and then slowly rising, going back and forth, as if there was a waterfall of blood under it. There was no entity, and the whole seemed to be composed of illusory light and shadow. Lin Shan was 200 meters away from it, and perhaps he had not yet entered its range of the spirit, so he was not attacked. He gradually approached, and when he was within 50 meters, he suddenly felt a black screen in front of his eyes, and the sunlight was blocked. He looked up, and his pupils suddenly shrank. The blood wings were less than 5 meters above his head, and its wings were nearly 10 meters long. When looking ahead again, the blood wings there shook and suddenly disappeared. Afterimage. The speed was so fast that it left an afterimage. The speed was so fast that Lin Shan could not react at all, and the next moment he felt that his blood was out of control. Bang! The blood vessels in his body burst directly, and the blood scattered around Lin Shan and did not fall down, but rose up. All gathered under the huge wings. Oh no! Losing all the blood in his body had no effect on him. In addition to feeling a huge pain, he did not feel any discomfort. However, losing blood means that the red lantern can no longer add oil, which is the most fatal problem. The extraordinary battle is decided in an instant, so he can't think too much. With a slight thought, he instantly ignites the blood wings above. Suddenly, the two spirits began to fight, the air sizzled, and the blood around the blood wings began to burn. These were not real blood, but the manifestation of its spirit. Lin Shan felt the pressure suddenly loosened, and then he threw the willow branch in his hand without hesitation. The blood wings were resisting the spirit of the red lantern and were caught by the willow branch. Lin Shan pulled hard, and the live head suddenly became a dead knot. Seeing that the lamp oil was about to run out, Lin Shan tied the other end of the willow branch to the heart light sword. Then, he controlled the heart light sword to dive down, and a strange force came from the wings, and its position did not move at all. Seeing that there was only 1/10 of the lamp oil left, Lin Shan decided to take a gamble. He directly cancelled the flame of the red lantern and jumped off the heart light sword. The blood wing came to Lin Shan's head at a faster speed, as if it wanted to draw Lin Shan's blood again, but found that there was no blood to draw. The vertical pupils in the blood wing's wings turned a circle, and the originally snow-white wings suddenly turned red. A blood-like red light quickly attacked Lin Shan. It intended to directly wipe out Lin Shan with pure spiritual power. Lin Shan had no way to avoid it and was directly wrapped by the red light. His flesh, internal organs, bones, everything was eroded by the spiritual power, rotting and decaying quickly. When the blood wing dissipated the spiritual power, Lin Shan had completely died and was riddled with holes. There were small pieces of meat left on the broken skeleton. The next second, a breeze blew. The skeleton was broken into pieces and scattered to the ground. Lin Shan watched helplessly as his broken bones scattered to the ground. He is dead, but not dead. He didn't pass out directly like last time. Last time, the middle-aged Fox clan was so strong that his body was torn apart, so he lost consciousness. The blood wing obviously didn't have this ability. It was his outer body that died, but his strange body was still there. Only now did he know that the strange body and the soul were one. Although normal people have souls, they cannot leave the body. When a person dies, the soul will disperse. Think about it carefully. That's right, how can anyone often have his soul leave his body? He has often had his soul leave his body since he came to this world and obtained a strange body. His current feelings overturned many of his previous conjectures. The strange body is a black shadow made entirely of supernatural beings, except for half a pale golden heart on its chest. That's right, that half of the pale golden heart is in the strange body. Other people's spiritual organs may be attached to the body, but his is not. His is attached to the strange body. Even though the body is gone, spiritual power can still be driven. After a brief inspection of his current body, he saw that it was a black shadow of equal proportions, no different from his original body. But there are many inconveniences to not having a physical body. For example, he is floating now, unable to feel his own weight, and has lost all human senses. This feeling is actually very scary and can be regarded as a kind of conscious death. The red lantern is in my hand, and there is no need to bleed this time. Directly transport the origin of the strange body. In an instant, the sky was enveloped in red light. A red female figure appeared from behind Lin Shan and merged with Lin Shan. This red figure has not appeared for a long time. Ever since he fought against the strange old man in the purple soulflower forest, he has not appeared again. She didn't expect that the origin of the strange body could awaken her. At this moment, Lin Shan felt like he could ignite everything. His eyes looked at the blood wings above his head. After killing Lin Shan, it stayed in place without moving. After Lin Shan looked over, his body instantly ignited with red flames, and the flames were strangely transparent. Burning made a sizzling sound on his body. Feeling that he was being attacked, the vertical pupils in his wings turned to look at Lin Shan's position. It began to mobilize supernatural powers to resist the burning of the flames, and a strange supernatural magnetic field suddenly formed in the space.
The two evenly matched supernatural forces were in a stalemate.
The sky is light red on one side and blood red on the other. The collision of fire and blood was not intense, but it was extremely dangerous. Lin Shan activated his heart light and turned into a spear, spinning directly towards Bloodwing. The heart light gun penetrated Bloodwing's body and directly poked a hole in its wing. However, the original surge was soon repaired.
This is exactly what Lin Shan wants.
With the red lantern here, he only needs to be responsible for consuming its origin. Lin Shan commanded the spear to penetrate its wings continuously, 100, 1,000, and 10,000 times. Seeing that the source of Lin Shan's strange body was almost exhausted, finally, the blood wings no longer repaired the holes in the wings.
There should be no source to repair it.
Bloodwing flapped his wings to escape. Lin Shan was already prepared.
He pulled the wicker in his hand and moved with him. If you can't pull it, just follow it.
Anyway, he has no body and weight now. The blood wings were extremely fast, and the surrounding scenery receded like a straight line. On the way, Lin Shan did not forget to continue to increase his intensity of attack. The spirituality of Xingguang is getting lower and lower, and it has fallen to the first stage. After only flying for a moment, the blood wings suddenly stopped somewhere. Finally, the vertical pupils between the wings slowly closed, and the surrounding supernatural beings disappeared.
It went into a dead state.
Lin Shan breathed a sigh of relief. His roots were about to be burned away by the red light, but luckily he persisted. The origin is different from spirituality and weirdness. It is just a repair substance derived from the body's constitution. If his origin is exhausted first, he will enter a state of death first, everything will be in vain, and it is not certain whether he can wake up again.
Winning with energy consumption is entirely based on quantity.
The Red Lantern's supernatural power is evenly matched with it, so it can't use its supernatural power to defend against Lin Shan's attacks, and can only keep getting beaten. If anyone was watching the battle, they would have discovered that except for Bloodwing's escape at the end, both Lin Shan and Bloodwing barely moved in place, with only the supernatural powers of both sides fighting. We won, it's time to reap the spoils. The Bloodwing in the dead state is no different from the one just now, except that both wings are empty, and the vertical pupil in the middle is tightly closed, quietly suspended in the sky, waiting for the day when the origin is restored and it can be restarted. Lin Shan did not move it easily. He was afraid that it would disappear like the strange ball that was crushed in the footprints pit last time. He was thinking whether to complete his promotion first or go back to Purple Soulflower Forest to find Zhang Zhenghua and the others.
3 months have passed and they should have almost completed their promotion.
Suddenly, Lin Shan felt a sense of trance, and the picture in front of him was as blurry as a mosaic.
Maybe it was too much consumption. Lin Shan shook his head. Let's first ask how to configure the specific recipe of parchment paper.
Lin Shan took out the parchment, and before he started writing, the parchment actively displayed a piece of writing. Parchment, after losing your body, you didn't think about repairing it as soon as possible. Maybe you didn't know that if you use the strange body for a long time, you will completely lose consciousness and become only instinctive.
No wonder I feel a little trance-like.
It turns out that I was affected by a strange body. After reading this sentence, Lin Shan's heart tightened, and he decided to repair his body immediately before thinking about the next thing. The ghost body's source is running low, and it will probably take a long time to completely repair it. Lin Shan sat cross-legged on the heart light sword and began to activate the source. Suddenly, the scattered bones on the ground began to gather and fill Lin Shan's body. Only these were left of the original body materials. 1 month later. Lin Shan looked at his white and tender palms like a baby. Only broken bones were left in the body. It took a full month to repair it this time.
The ghost body's source is still dry now.
The restored source is all used to repair the body. If the ghost body is torn again now, he will directly enter a dead state. Moreover, he found that the ghost body's source recovered very slowly. It only recovered less than 1/10 in a month, and it was all used to repair the flesh. So now is the dangerous period, and he will not be able to be resurrected next.
Lin Shan took out the parchment. Lin Shan, can you locate the position of the human race?
Parchment, yes. The answer he got was the same as what he imagined. The parchment was placed together with the human race's clan artifacts, so it should be connected to the human race, so the human race's clan luck would not resist the parchment.
There is another possibility, or the human race does not have clan luck yet.
Lin Shan looked at the blood wing in front of him. It was still hovering there quietly,
with holes all over its body. He planned to complete the promotion first. As if sensing Lin Shan's thoughts, the parchment took the initiative to show a piece of handwriting, which was the specific formula of the sequence potion. Parchment, sequence 9 Bloodwing, take 20 g of scatini core fragments and melt them in 100 milliliters of pure water, boil the mercury flower into a liquid and take 50 milliliters, and touch the Bloodwing after the freeze with your hand. Knowing the specific formula, Lin Shan built a simple boiler by the lake. Put wood underneath and a stone pot filled with water on top. This time, there were no leaves, so he directly covered it with a glass lid transformed by the heart light. Collect distilled water first, and he took out 2 small pottery bottles prepared in advance. Seeing the value on the parchment, which was exactly 100 grams, Lin Shan took out the core of castini and scraped off 20 grams of fine debris on it with the heart light blade. Seeing that the medicine liquid in the pottery bottle became crystal clear and full of spirituality and slowly rotated and wandered in the pottery bottle, as if it had life, Lin Shan nodded with satisfaction and said to himself, "It's done." Next, pour out the boiling water in the pot, throw the mercury grass with wilted leaves into it and boil it dry. After a while, only 1 leaf was boiled, and the stone pot was already filled with silver-white medicine liquid, which really looked like mercury. Lin Shan took out the remaining mercury grass, cleaned it, and stuffed it back into his bag. If this thing can really boil mercury, it may be useful in the future. This is extraordinary mercury. At worst, it can be used as an extraordinary laxative or a thermometer. At this moment, he regretted not taking the 2 8-leaf and 9-leaf mercury grasses. Shake off his thoughts. Then use another pottery bottle to fill 50 milliliters of silver-white liquid medicine. At this point, both auxiliary medicines are ready. When all the auxiliary medicines are configured, he will tie the backpack and the red lantern to a thick old tree with willow branches. Flying the sword to 1,000 meters in the sky, the Bloodwing is still quietly hovering in the same place. Lin Shan commanded the Heartlight sword to fly close. The Bloodwing wings spread nearly 10 meters, and the height exceeded 3 meters. It is still very deterrent when viewed from a close distance. The sense of déjà vu of light and shadow makes him feel like looking at a mirage. Immediately, he drank 2 bottles of auxiliary medicine without hesitation, and immediately felt an extremely uncoordinated feeling in his body. Feeling the changes in his body, Lin Shan did not dare to delay and quickly reached out to touch the Bloodwing. He actually touched it. Without using his spirituality, he directly touched the strange body with his physical body. The next second, the huge body of the Bloodwing began to twist, and an inexplicable attraction appeared in Lin Shan's palm, slowly pulling the Bloodwing. The Bloodwing twisted into a black line like a tightened hemp rope and was sucked into Lin Shan's body. Then a black cocoon formed outside Lin Shan's body, and he had completely lost consciousness. The black cocoon, which lost its spiritual support, fell from the air into the lake and sank deep into the bottom of the lake. Day and night began to alternate rapidly, and it was unknown how long it had been. The bottom of the blood lake. Crack! A black cocoon suddenly exploded, and Lin Shan walked out of the cocoon. At first glance, Lin Shan did not change at all. If you look closely, you will find that the blood in the blood lake is avoiding him, forming a hollow area within 3 meters around him. The blood wings and the spirit of the blood lake are actually from the same source. Lin Shan felt that he could control the blood in the blood lake at will. This blood was not real blood, but a magical power. There is a strange thing in the center of the blood lake, and it only appears at night. When it appears, the whole lake will be affected by its spirit. Lin Shan secretly guessed that the white light that day should be directed at the center of the lake. As for why the blood wings and the spirit in the blood lake are from the same source, it is unknown. Perhaps there is a deeper secret hidden. The next moment, a pair of blood wings made of blood slowly opened behind Lin Shan. When the blood wings were fully opened, they were more than 3 meters long. The blood wings shook slightly, and a red light flashed on the spot. Lin Shan had appeared above the blood lake. It was nighttime, and the red moon was high in the sky. Blood wings gave him 2 abilities, blood manipulation and flight. The flying ability also gave him an additional ability to travel through space over short distances. However, it consumed a lot of spiritual power to use it. He could travel a maximum of 1 kilometer at a time. With his current spiritual power, he would use up all his spiritual power if he used it less than 5 times. He fanned the blood wings and came to the tree where the red lanterns were placed. The red lanterns did not change at all, but the backpack next to them had mushrooms growing on it. It seems that a long time has passed. I hope they are fine. I don't know if the human race has come in large numbers. Lin Shan untied the willow branches and opened the backpack, threw away all the moldy dried meat inside, and then stuffed the willow branches in.
Finally, he spent a month of his life to locate the location of the purple soulflower forest, and the marked distance was 1,057 kilometers.
Lin Shan waited in the same place until dawn.
As soon as the red moon disappeared, he turned into a red stream of light and disappeared in the same place.
Lin Shan is now no different from weird. He has a weird body and weird spiritual power. At an altitude of 10,000 meters, the red light cut through the gray fog. There was a faint pressure from the gray fog pressing on him. Lin Shan moved forward at a high speed under the pressure. Although there was extra pressure, this altitude was very safe. He did not encounter any weirdness or evil along the way. After flying for half a day, the spiritual power ran out, and he changed to the heart light sword and continued to fly with the sword. Suddenly, the speed slowed down by more than 100 times, but there was no way. The Bloodwing had just been promoted and was still in the first stage of Sequence 9. It was extremely difficult to fly for half a day, mainly because its body was wings, so the consumption was extremely low. Although the heart light has now been promoted to the fourth stage of Sequence 9, it is not a sequence with the ability to fly. It is far inferior to the Bloodwing in speed, and the consumption is also far greater than that of the Bloodwing. In the first stage, the spiritual power of the Heartlight could not even maintain flying. 2 days later, outside the purple soulflower forest, a blood-red light passed through the sky like a meteor. The next moment, outside the purple soulflower forest, red light flashed, and Lin Shan's figure appeared out of thin air. Along the way, the Bloodwings and the Heartlight sword flew alternately, and in just 2 days, they crossed more than 1,000 kilometers, truly traveling 1,000 miles a day. The purple soulflower forest remained unchanged as before.
After crossing the river to the place where Zhang Zhonghua and others were promoted, they found that there was no one here. The most worried thing has happened. Lin Shan took out the parchment, paid 7 months of life, wrote the names of the 7 people, and started positioning. It is worth mentioning that after the successful promotion of the ghost body, his lifespan was reset again, this time increased to a full 300 years, and even gave him an illusion that his lifespan would never run out. 7 points appeared on the parchment, the 7 points gathered together, and were very close to him, only 70 kilometers, which was exactly the distance to the camp.
Did they go back?
Lin Shan was a little confused. With his current ability, if he lost the parchment, he would be blind in the gray fog.
How could they walk back by themselves after they were promoted? Maybe something unknown happened. We'll know when we go back.
As he spoke, the blood wings behind Lin Shan shook, and the whole person flew into the air, turning into a red light in the air.
30 minutes later, Lin Shan stepped into the range covered by the clan weapon.
The range has become much larger. Lin Shan was a little surprised. The golden light curtain covered a range that was definitely not so large before.
It seems that the human race has arrived. I just don't know how it has developed.
Lin Shan was a little excited. He hadn't seen his own kind for a long time.
Bang, bang, bang. As soon as he crossed the border, he could hear the knocking sound coming from afar.
Lin Shan put away his blood wings and walked towards the sound. Before long, a big pit appeared in front of him, and the pit was densely packed with people. They were all ragged, and half of them wore modern clothes, but they were all worn and torn, and the originally colorful fabrics had been washed white. They circled around the big pit, holding iron tools in their hands to mine some kind of silver-white ore.
"Brother, why don't you work?"
Suddenly, a hand was placed on his shoulder, and there were obvious cracks on that hand.
"Hey, if you are really tired, take a break. You just came here not long ago, right?"
The man saw that although Lin Shan's clothes were also very tattered, his skin was unusually white, and guessed that he should have just come here not long ago.
"Uncle, can you tell me about the current situation?"
Lin Shan did not answer his question, but asked directly.
"Uncle, what do you mean by uncle? I'm only 18 this year."
He wiped his face with the tattered clothes on his body, revealing his immature face hidden under the black and gray.
"Sorry."
Lin Shan was slightly stunned. He couldn't tell his age because he was so dark before.
"Brother, what are you doing?" Lin Shan asked. "What? When you first crossed over, didn't anyone introduce you?"
The man was puzzled.
"I didn't just cross over. My situation is a bit special."
"How many days have you been here?" the man asked.
"Many days."
"You should not have crossed over in the clan hall. There have been people like you who crossed over from other places before. You don't know anything, but you come here to work." After a pause, the man continued, "How about this? There are new people crossing over to the clan hall every day.
I'll take you there. You first learn about the human calendar with the newcomers, and then register your identity." "Okay, thank you, brother." Lin Shan thanked. The man waved his hand and said, "My name is Li Mu. After traveling to this fucked up world, our human race should support each other. Come with me."
Li Mu wiped the dust off his hands and walked straight forward with Lin Shan. At this time, someone in the pit shouted, "Li Mu, you are lazy again." Li Mu stammered and replied, "Brother Chen, listen to my explanation, I am not lazy, there is a newcomer here who does not know the human calendar and has not registered. I was just about to take him to the clan hall." The man called Brother Chen came up. He was a very strong young man. He first glanced at Lin Shan. He was wearing a regular green silk clothes. This kind of clothes is now in short supply. It seems that this person traveled through time quite early. As for the red lantern and backpack, they were sent to the sky by Lin Shan with his heart light. You traveled through time so early, and you have never registered? You don't know the human calendar? The young man looked at Lin Shan and asked in confusion. No, Lin Shan replied. He really needed to hear the so-called clan calendar. If he guessed correctly, the clan calendar should be the history of this period, which was exactly what he needed to know. Okay. The young man nodded. There were too many people who traveled through time, and the current management system was very backward. It was impossible to count them all, and there would always be people left behind. Turning his eyes to Li Mu, he said, "You take him with you. Remember to come back quickly. Don't always think about being lazy. If we mine more iron ore, the equipment on the front line will be better and fewer people will die." "I know. I'll come back after I send the people there." Li Mu lowered his head and replied. Front line. Lin Shan's heart sank after hearing the front line twice. After walking with Li Mu for more than an hour, the surrounding buildings gradually increased, with rows of wooden houses and straw huts. The number of people around also gradually increased. Most of them had numb expressions and walked hurriedly. There were also some people who were full of curiosity about this place. Not only were their faces not numb, but there was even a hint of expectation. Their clothes were still brand new and full of modern colors. "We're here." Li Mu suddenly stopped and said. Lin Shan looked forward and suddenly had a strange look on his face. This clan hall was just opposite his house. The so-called clan hall was not a luxurious hall, but it was indeed more luxurious than other houses. It was built with bricks and tiles, with 2 floors and a large area of more than 1,000 square meters. Opposite the clan hall were 11 wooden houses, and the one next to it could probably be called a villa. "Go in by yourself, just say you're new here, I'll take you here," Li Mu said. Lin Shan nodded and thanked again, "Thank you." "Hey, you're welcome, it's my duty." As he said that, Li Mu walked back, but after a few steps he turned into another path, which was definitely not the way back to the mine. Lin Shan saw it and shook his head. No wonder the man didn't trust him just now. It turned out to be a habitual offender. Then he walked towards the clan hall. Outside the clan hall stood a man and a woman with neat clothes. They looked at Lin Shan and didn't stop him. Going forward, there is a long wooden table, and a woman is sitting at the table. Her appearance is not inferior to that of a first-line star. In front of her is a pile of rough papers, which are filled with densely packed names, and there are simple specialties under the names. "What are you here for?" The woman looked at Lin Shan and asked. "To learn about human history." "Oh, just go inside, wait in the hall, and you can learn with the newcomers who come through today." "Okay." Lin Shan responded and walked inside. "Wait a minute." The woman called Lin Shan. Lin Shan was puzzled. "Is there any problem?" "Have you registered?" the woman asked. "No," Lin Shan answered truthfully. The woman held her forehead with one hand and said, "Register first. Name, occupation, specialty." The woman picked up the brush next to her and asked on the paper. Lin Shan, an ordinary medical student, no specialty. Lin Shan said truthfully according to his actual situation. "Ha?" The woman looked up in surprise. "Your name is Lin Shan?" "Yes." Lin Shan affirmed. "Is there any problem?" "Nothing." The woman shook her head and said, "There is a pioneer in the human race with the same name as you. I heard that the pioneer is very powerful. Now all the extraordinary people in the tribe are promoted with his help." "Where are the extraordinary people in the tribe?" Lin Shan asked curiously. "The only extraordinary people in the human race now are Zhang Zhonghua's 7 people. Of course they are on the front line." The woman replied, and then continued, "Okay, you go in, wait inside first, today's newcomers should be soon." "Front line? Is there a war?" Lin Shan frowned. "Who is the enemy?" But he did not stop. Under the guidance of the woman, he entered a very empty hall, where people came and went, most of them wearing rough linen clothes, and a few people wearing green clothes made of silk.
Lin Shan, dressed in ragged clothes, attracted their attention as soon as he came in.
An old woman who looked to be in her 50s, wearing reading glasses and looking kind, walked up to Lin Shan and asked, "Young man, have you traveled to other places?" Well, Lin Shan thought about it and nodded in agreement. He wanted to see what changes had taken place in the tribe now. It would be better to see it with his own eyes than to ask others directly.
Okay, wait a moment, today's newcomers should be here soon,"
the old woman said in a hoarse voice. Lin Shan leaned against the wall and waited quietly. He also wanted to see what it was like to travel through time. I don't know how much time passed. Suddenly, without warning, a person appeared in the middle of the hall. She was a female student, wearing a long skirt and carrying a school bag. The moment she crossed over, she had not yet reacted, and her eyes were full of confusion. Then, 10 people, 50 people, 100 people. The hall was filled with people in a blink of an eye.
"Ah," someone exclaimed. "Where is this? Am I not playing games at home?" someone asked.
There were also people who kept observing their surroundings without saying a word.
"Everyone, calm down. If you want to know what happened, keep quiet."
At this time, someone interrupted the noisy conversation in the field.
The speaker was a middle-aged man wearing a green silk robe.
He waited until the place became quiet and continued, "First of all, I must tell you the fact that you have traveled through time and come to this strange world from the earth.
What will happen next? Know everything you need to know."
Nearly 10 million people around the world have mysteriously disappeared. Did they all travel through time? Someone murmured to himself.
Time travel? Why do we time travel? Can we still go back?
Dad, you have traveled through time too. Well, your mother is here too, and our whole family is here.
The crowd gradually became noisy again.
Quiet. Please fucking be quiet, the middle-aged man in silk robe yelled. There was a sudden pressure in the field, and all the ordinary people felt that their breathing was beginning to become unsmooth, as if someone was holding their throats. No one spoke anymore, and they all looked at the middle-aged man with horror.
Pseudo-supernatural?
Lin Shan felt the spiritual pressure and immediately judged that the intensity was not truly extraordinary.
Next, someone will tell you the history of the human race in this world and the arrangements for you. Listen carefully.
After speaking, the middle-aged man nodded to the person next to him and stepped aside. An old woman in linen clothes next to him stepped forward, looked at everyone and said, "I won't talk about anything else. I will just talk about the history of the human race in this world and the situation you are about to face. I would like to remind you in advance that there is no retreat for the human race. I was born on the earth like you and enjoyed the prosperity on the earth. But now everything is different." The old woman pushed up her reading glasses and spoke slowly in a hoarse voice. At the beginning of the first year of the human calendar, dozens of pioneers of the human race traveled through a forest full of purple hibiscus flowers, and suddenly encountered extraordinary beings.
Dozens of people immolated themselves for no reason, leaving only 11 people.
The remaining 11 pioneers were guided and found a place. The artifacts of the human race obtained in the mysterious hall are also the foundation of the current existence of the human race. Then the pioneers began to make various attempts in this world, among which the medical code, strange works, agricultural book and other books were all published at this time. Start writing. In the first year of the human calendar, there was a pioneer named Lin Shan. He went through a lot of hardships in the gray fog and finally gained extraordinary power, and then returned to his clan to lead the other 7 pioneers to become extraordinary. At the beginning of the second year of the human calendar, the human race began to arrive in large numbers. Under the teachings and leadership of the 3 pioneers, the human race began to build a new home in the gray mist world. In the same year, the cat tribe who had been helping the human race rebelled. The human race and the cat race fought, and countless the human race died at the hands of the cruel cat tribe, leaving all of the human race's houses empty. And then, at the beginning of the second year of the human calendar, 7 pioneers of the human race returned successfully and advanced to the extraordinary level. They led the human race to resist the cat tribe and opened a battlefield on the border of the tribe to fight. Until now, at the beginning of the third year of the human calendar, that is, this year, the human race and the cat tribe have been at war. According to statistics, the total number of people who have traveled through the tribe in the past 2 years is close to 150,000, but the current number of people in the tribe is less than 50,000.
Among them, there are nearly 30,000 people on the front line.
The above is the history of the human race in this world. It is very short, only 3 years. If you want to know more detailed history, you can look at the clan artifacts in the future. It records historical events in detail, the old woman finally said. What, 150,000 people, less than 50,000 people left in 2 years, someone exclaimed. I want to go back. I don't want to stay in this terrible world. The human race and cat race have nothing to do with me. I am a Chinese from Earth. A new world, a new history, everything has been reshuffled. It's interesting, I haven't done much on Earth, so coming here might as well be an opportunity. The crowd gradually became noisy. Quiet. A scolding resounded throughout the hall, and everyone suddenly felt suffocated again. The one who spoke was not the middle-aged man in green robe, but the old woman who was very weak before. She scanned the crowd with sharp eyes, and after the crowd fell silent, she spoke again. You have no choice. This is not the Earth, and there is no law to protect you. All the systems now are for the human race to continue to survive in this world. As she said that, she looked at everyone coldly and said, when necessary, for disasters those with military morale can be executed directly. Hey, looking at this scene, the middle-aged man sighed and said, I have been comfortable for a long time, and I have lost my blood. Not necessarily. A young man next to him said with a smile, aren't the people on the front line like this before they went there? Now do you dare to say that they have no bloodiness? Bloodiness is hidden in the heart of every Chinese person, isn't that they came out, but they came out by killing them. I didn't expect that as our ancestral land, we should have the best development, but we were reduced to this because of these beasts like the Cat Clan. The higher-ups have already prepared for the worst. The Cat Clan has been harvesting our clan's fortune. We can't just let the Cat Clan raise it. Seeing that the scene became quiet again, the old woman continued, for unknown reasons, time travel is based on family units. The wartime system stipulates that each family needs to send one person to the front line to assist the front line and set off 2 days later. This is a prerequisite for your family to stay at the rear. Before anyone could say anything else, the old woman waved her hand and said, go out and register. We will allocate jobs to you based on your special skills. Even if you stay at the rear, you will not be comfortable. Necessary jobs are indispensable. Industry is scarce. Under the premise that all aspects of production require the use of manpower. Finally, he added, if you want to know anything, ask the people around you. They came earlier than you and know more than you. After listening to the human history, Lin Shan felt that something was wrong with history. The purpose of the cat tribe was too weird. If the cat tribe really wanted to eliminate the human race, it should be easy with their extraordinary numbers, but the human race could persist for 2 years. Lin Shan. An exclamation came to Lin Shan's ears. Someone reported that a very strange red lantern appeared in the sky above the clan palace. I knew it was you who was back. Lin Shan turned around and looked at the person, smiling immediately. The person who came was none other than Jin Tianzong. The newcomers didn't feel anything when Lin Shan was called, but the older generation present were all shocked. They had all read the official history of the clan. Lin Shan, the first extraordinary person of the human race, added 7 extraordinary people to the human race with his own strength and went deep into the gray fog alone. It can be said that if there is a ranking of strength, the pioneer Lin Shan is definitely the strongest person in the human race. They were shocked with joy. The strongest person in the human race has returned. How strong must he be to stay in the gray fog for more than a year? Maybe there is still hope, and there is no need to take that step. They did not doubt the authenticity of Lin Shan. They all knew the person who spoke, Jin Tianzong, one of the pioneers of the human race, the author of wonderful works, and one of the current leaders of the human race. Minister Jin. Minister Jin. Everyone who knew him saluted Jin Tianzong with a standard Chinese military salute. Jin Tianzong waved his hand and said, I told you not to use this trick. I'm just a builder. Everyone knew the character of this minister, and they all smiled bitterly and nodded. Someone asked, is this the pioneer Mr. Lin Shan? Before Jin Tianzong could answer, the newcomer next to him immediately squeezed up. Pioneer? Where is the pioneer? Let me see. Lin Shan saw that something was wrong and immediately grabbed Jin Tianzong's shoulder. Jin Tianzong felt a chill on his shoulder, and the next second he was thousands of meters in the air. Fuck, it's too high, I'm still an ordinary person. Jin Tianzong screamed in fear. Where can we talk? Lin Shan asked. Wooden house. Jin Tianzong pointed to a row of wooden houses below. The next second, the two appeared in the wooden house again. Lin Shan, are you so awesome now? You can teleport directly. Let's talk business. Lin Shan rolled his eyes at him and asked, what's the situation now?
What's going on with the cat tribe? Ah. Jin Tianzong sighed and said, it's very unsatisfactory. We are completely supported by the cat tribe.
They come here every day to kill hundreds of people and retreat after killing them. They won't kill more or less. Zhang Zhonghua, Zhao Xuan and others. Jin Tianzong interrupted Lin Shan before he finished speaking. The pioneers are still alive.
I don't know why the cat tribe avoids the pioneers. Do you know why they do this? Lin Shan asked.
Jin Tianzong replied, if nothing unexpected happens, it has something to do with the tribe's luck. Lin Shan didn't answer and waited for him to continue.
Jin Tianzong sorted out his thoughts and spoke slowly. According to our observation, every time a new tribe member crosses, the tribe's barrier will expand outward, and every time there are too many casualties in the battle with the cat tribe, the tribe's barrier will shrink. So, we guess that the tribe's luck is actually distributed in every human.
The cat tribe feeds the human race to plunder the tribe's luck, so that the human race can continue to cross and then slaughter continuously. Lin Shan was silent for a while after listening, and then asked, where is the front line?
Over there, Jin Tianzong pointed in a certain direction.
I'll go and see, and talk later. As he said, Lin Shan opened the door and turned into a beam of red light and disappeared in the air.
If even you can't do it, then we can only make the worst plan.
Jin Tianzong muttered to himself in the direction where Lin Shan disappeared. Flying all the way out of the residential area, you can see a piece of land dyed red soon. That's blood, most of which is the blood of the human race.
There were densely packed thatched huts standing beside the ground.
Rows of people were running around the tents with various weapons, and some were sitting in a circle chatting. Sometimes they laughed loudly, and sometimes they were full of resentment. They were all wearing linen clothes, and their clothes were all stained with blood. Lin Shan landed on the ground and walked into the military camp along the fence.
What are you doing? It's not time to deliver supplies yet. As soon as he crossed the fence, Lin Shan was stopped.
Lin Shan looked at the person who stopped him. He was just a boy about 18 years old, but at this moment he looked serious and held the spear tightly in his hand. This man should be in high school, Lin Shan thought to himself.
I'm looking for Zhang Zhonghua, or other pioneers, can you please inform me? Lin Shan said. Looking for Minister Zhang?
Yes.
The man hesitated. Just say my name is Lin Shan, sorry, I'm his acquaintance.
Lin Shan, sounds familiar.
The man shook his head and said, okay, wait here.
As he spoke, he walked deeper into the tent.
Just then, woo!
A long horn chant sounded. Listening to the horn, Lin Shan looked at the intersection of the barrier and the gray fog in front. Immediately, he stopped waiting and spread his blood wings to fly to the front line of the battlefield. Along the way, he encountered the human army, which was as many as tens of thousands, all wearing white linen clothes, holding weapons of different styles in their hands, including knives, guns, swords, halberds, sticks. At the junction of the gray fog, the cat army gradually passed through the gray fog. There were only thousands of people, all of whom were pseudo-transcendents. They wore solid armor and held sophisticated weapons in their hands. Lin Shan looked for the location of the human supernatural beings, and finally found two supernatural beings nearby. What surprised Lin Shan was that he found that several supernatural beings were all hidden in the army, disguised as ordinary soldiers. Only 7 supernatural beings came from the cat tribe to lead the way. Lin Shan roughly felt that some of them had spiritual strength higher than him and had even reached the 6th stage. The battle below was about to break out, the armies of the two tribes met, there was a sound of fighting, and the ground was stained with blood again in an instant. Lin Shan noticed that more than 90% of the sacrifices were human, and the deaths of cats were very few, most of which were caused by pioneers hidden in the human army. Zhao Xuan raised the long sword in her hand, which was transformed by the light of the center, and cut the armored man in the opposite side in half with one sword. The blood was all over her face. She didn't care, and continued to attack the people on the other side panting. The battle didn't last long, maybe even less than 5 minutes. After a wave of charging, the cats began to retreat, leaving a field of corpses. Lin Shan had been waiting for this opportunity. As the cats retreated, Lin Shan quickly followed, hanging in the air above 100 meters. The cats couldn't see him without the strange red lantern. He did not rush into the battlefield. He could kill a large number of ordinary people at once, but it was different for pseudo-supernaturals. They could use their spiritual power. Even if Lin Shan's spiritual power was dozens of times higher than theirs, plus the supernatural power, he would be exhausted after killing hundreds of people at most. Based on his previous experience, Lin Shan speculated that the quality of spiritual power was equal.
The difference between the strong and the weak was the quantity.
If they charged head-on, the saying that ants could kill elephants with their swarms also applied in the supernatural world. However, truly powerful individuals would not foolishly compete with their opponents in spiritual power. They had more flexible ways of attacking. Lin Shan was doing this now. With blood wings, his speed was definitely at the first level in sequence 9. Even if he reached the cat tribe, he would not be in danger, provided that there was really no sequence 8 in the cat tribe. The cat tribe seemed to have a unique ability to distinguish directions, or some special guidance.
They always walked in a straight line in the gray fog. Suddenly, Lin Shan's body became abnormal. His heart light had broken through unconsciously and officially crossed to the 5th stage. He had touched the threshold of the 4th stage long before he obtained the blood wings. In the more than 1 year of promotion, he not only crossed the 4th stage, but also was very close to the 5th stage. Now the breakthrough can only be said to be the power of the magic potion digestion. Lin Shan didn't know whether this speed was fast or slow. It took 3 years to break through the 5th stage, and he also took spiritual medicine to speed up the process. We're here. Lin Shan saw that the cat army disappeared directly after passing a certain point. The cat tribe's territory should be in front of that point. The cat tribe's territory is to the south of the human tribe's territory, not far from the human tribe's territory, less than 10 kilometers away. But in the gray fog, unless the two tribes collide, otherwise, the two tribes, which are less than 10 kilometers apart, may never meet. Lin Shan flew directly in from the sky. As soon as he passed through the barrier, he found that the parchment in his mind had shrunk unprecedentedly. Maybe the tribe's luck has a suppressive effect on the weird things, Lin Shan guessed. After entering the cat tribe's territory, the gray fog was dispelled and the vision became open. It is spring now.
The earth is full of birdsong and flowers, and various small animals are running and playing.
When I first came in, it was a wilderness.
Except for the army on the march, no other cat tribes were seen.
Lin Shan no longer followed the army, passed the army and moved forward at a high speed in the direction of the army. Not long after, I saw a city standing in the distance. The area was very large and could accommodate at least hundreds of thousands of people.
The architectural style has a sense of Western Gothic architecture. The tallest building has more than 10 floors, but the average building height does not exceed 3 floors. Lin Shan stared at the tallest building.
If nothing unexpected happens, the cats will live here. Just like that, he was suspended 1,000 meters above the sky until the red moon was high in the sky.
Lin Shan opened his eyes and looked at the brightly lit cat city below.
What energy is this? Electricity.
He flew to a low place and observed a street lamp.
It was just a glass ball hanging on it.
I don't know why it can emit light, and I can vaguely feel a trace of spirituality in it. Lin Shan frowned and looked at everything around him. It was completely a modern town. It seems that the cats have not lived in vain for more than 180 years. The gap between the human race and them is too big now. Fighting hard now is like an egg hitting a stone.
If we want to fight, we don't have to fight now. The human race needs to develop.
After thinking for a while, Lin Shan made a decision in his heart. He came to the tallest building and went in directly through the space. The decoration inside is exactly like a palace, with magnificent decorations and glowing glass balls on the long corridor.
Who is there?
Suddenly, a cry of surprise rang out. Lin Shan looked forward and saw a cat-like woman with a pretty face and cool clothes. Like Lin Shan, she was holding a lantern in her hand, but she was holding a special glass lantern with a flashing light that was particularly beautiful. After seeing Lin Shan's appearance and his clothes clearly, the woman opened her mouth and was about to shout.
The next second,
Lin Shan's eyes flashed red, and the woman's blood vessels burst all over her body and she fell to the ground and died.
Stepping over the corpse, stepping on the blood, and continued to walk deeper.
Lin Shan stopped until a golden door appeared in front of him. At this time, the corridor behind him was completely stained red with blood.
He teleported directly in.
It was not the bedroom that Lin Shan imagined, but a place similar to an office. There were 2 people in the room discussing something, and they were not aware of Lin Shan's arrival at all. General, the pioneers of the human race disguised themselves as ordinary soldiers these days. When they started fighting, our extraordinary people were unable to stop them, causing some casualties to the cats.
Do you want to? No, the pioneers cannot move.
Killing the pioneers will definitely cause fluctuations in the human race's luck, thereby reducing daily income.
Let's put on extraordinary armor tomorrow, so that the soldiers' lives can be guaranteed.
Yes, General. By the way, how are the resources in the territory recovering? With the luck of the human race, the resources of the tribe are being replenished rapidly.
We don't have to take the risk of mining resources in the gray fog. The luck of the human race is enough to support us to develop to the next stage.
At that time, the expansion of the territory will no longer worry about resources.
Very good. Remember, don't harvest too much at one time, and give them time to breathe.
Yes. Lin Shan looked at the two people chattering in words he couldn't understand. Both of them were wearing soft armor. One had just entered the extraordinary realm, and he couldn't tell the strength of the other, but he should be above him.
After knowing the strength, Lin Shan no longer hesitated, raised the red lantern in his hand and instantly ignited the Catman who had just entered the extraordinary.
Ah! Before he could even scream, the man was burned to ashes by the light red flame. Seeing that the person he was talking to had turned into a pile of ashes, another cat general suddenly stepped back, and his spirituality burst out with a strong blue light. Blue butterflies suddenly appeared and fluttered around him, and their eyes instantly located where Lin Shan was, and their pupils shrank slightly.
Human?
Lin Shan did not speak, because he could not understand or communicate at all. With a slight thought, he planned to ignite him directly with the red lantern. Feeling the spiritual fluctuations, the cat general urged his spirituality to resist, and the butterfly on his shoulder began to burn, making a sizzling sound.
Strange creature?
The cat general looked ugly, stretched out his hand and pointed at Lin Shan, and several blue butterflies flapped their wings and flew towards Lin Shan. Although he didn't know what the butterfly's ability was, he certainly couldn't let it get close. His heart light turned into a spear, and with a swoosh, it pierced through the space and strung all the butterflies together and nailed them to the wall. The cat general's face turned pale. He now had to resist the red lantern's spiritual power, and it was difficult to separate his spiritual power to continue attacking Lin Shan. He was almost unable to resist just the red lantern, and his spiritual power gradually decreased. Fortunately, the red lantern's spiritual power was also decreasing. If it was just the red lantern, it wouldn't be a big deal, but there was still a damn human in front of him. The blue butterflies were strung together and turned into dots of blue light and disappeared. Lin Shan directed the heart light spear to turn around and shoot straight at him again. Ha! Before the spear could pierce him, he screamed and then broke through the window. He wanted to escape. At the moment the window was broken, Lin Shan teleported directly to the outside of the window and threw the spear out of his hand. Bang! The golden spear directly nailed the cat general who fell outside the window to the wall inside the house. The handle of the spear was still trembling because of the huge force. The cat general only struggled for a few seconds before he completely lost his breath. The battle ended from then on. Lin Shan didn't even use his full strength, and he didn't use the supernatural power of the blood wings. The main reason was that the red lantern was too strong. Without the spiritual power, even the most powerful extraordinary person would be slaughtered. The spear turned into dots of light golden light and disappeared, and the body of the cat general slowly slid down. Lin Shan used his blood wings to draw out his blood, and wrote on the wall in Chinese characters, "Stop attacking the human race, otherwise the cat race will never have peace." There are a total of 14 big characters. The cat race has been in the human race for so long before, and he believes that someone in the cat race must be able to understand it. The human race needs time now, and although he cannot help the human race defeat the cat race on the battlefield, he can sneak into the cat race and directly assassinate the cat clan leaders. This is the role of the power of the top leaders of each race, which is equivalent to nuclear deterrence. He believes that the cat race will definitely be quiet for a while because of this incident and discuss the strategy again. But the cat race will never let go of this piece of fat meat of the human race. Before, because the human race was weak, they adopted the method of breeding to slowly harvest. If nothing unexpected happens, the next time the cat race attacks, it may be directly exterminated. If you can harvest slowly, then eat it in one bite. It's better than letting the other party grow slowly and then bite back. Lin Shan did not leave immediately. Instead, he searched in this hall that looked like an office. His heart light turned into a urea bag, well, a light golden urea bag, and Lin Shan put all the valuable things in it, especially the books in the cabinet, which might record the knowledge in the gray fog. When the office became empty, Lin Shan changed his target and went to the street, preparing to dismantle a few street lamps and take them back. "You can go back, the cat tribe should not attack you again recently." Suddenly a voice came into Lin Shan's ears, still in Chinese. Lin Shan's heart skipped a beat, and he turned around to see a lively deer. The deer turned into a girl in the blink of an eye, who looked only 17 or 18 years old. Lin Shan felt that the girl was a little familiar, and he was not in a hurry to take action when he saw that the girl did not make a move.
Why, you don't remember it after more than 2 years of not seeing it? Are you humans so forgetful? The girl said lightly. You are, that, silly, Lin Shan remembered. Isn't this the first cat tribe he met? His meeting with this girl was the first meeting between the two races. Shashali. The girl raised her voice. Oh, yes, Shashali. Lin Shan was a little embarrassed, and then his voice became cold. Why, are you here to catch me? Shashali did not respond to Lin Shan's words, but just said her own. This place is not like the cat tribe's land. There are cat tribe pioneers suppressing it. The regime of Almo City is not unified. People with power always want to get more. I'm sorry for the human race, but I originally intended to cooperate with the human race, but there were differences in the subsequent discussions. Lin Shan said coldly, what's the use of saying this now? In order to resist the cat tribe, the human race has sacrificed 100,000 people. Do you want to resolve the blood feud of 100,000 people with a few words? Are all cats as naive as you? Shashali shook her head and said, I am not trying to resolve it, and I can't resolve it. They will not let the human race go. Lin Shan looked at her and waited for her next words. She continued, the cat tribe's regime was split into two parts, one in my hands and the other in the hands of an elder. I have always advocated cooperation and have never massacred the human race. I also provided the human race with all the initial supplies. Lin Shan was so angry that he laughed. Do I have to thank you? Shashali then shook her head and said, since the mistake has been made, I only hope that if the human race fights back one day, half of it can be left to the cat tribe. Our cat tribe can become a subsidiary tribe of the human race and give us a piece of land to survive. Are you so sure that the human race can fight back? Shashali just smiled and looked at the night sky, her eyes full of stars. After a moment of silence, Lin Shan said, I will tell others what you said. As he spoke, the blood wings shook, and the person appeared thousands of meters high in the sky, and then turned into a red meteor across the night sky. Shashali looked at the direction where Lin Shan disappeared, with stars in her eyes. Sister Sha, are you just going to let him go? He dared to break into the cat tribe alone. If it weren't for you, Sister Sha, a blue butterfly floated on Shashali's shoulder, and an ethereal voice came from the butterfly. Stop. Shashali smiled and said, this is a good time for us to clean up our opponents. The race called the human race has the main body of the clan weapon instead of a projection. They will definitely not be easily destroyed. If they can really rise, why not cooperate with them? To put it another way, they will both suffer. Then do you think the cat tribe's affiliation is true, or are you lying to him? That depends on whether they have the strength. Shashali said. Shashali left the place and her figure gradually disappeared on the empty street. Only the voice came faintly. So do you really want to go to the depths of the gray fog to find the sequence 8 steel? We'll set off in a few days. I've arranged everything else and I'll leave it to you. Can I not go? You've been in control for the past 100 years. I'm afraid I can't do it well. The development of the cat tribe has stagnated for more than 10 years. There have been internal struggles over the years. Under the surface of prosperity, there is corruption. Without the suppression of the supreme sequence, the cat tribe cannot be unified. This is not the cat planet it used to be. Only with power can you have the right to speak. For the cat tribe and for myself, I must go. The border of the human tribe, the military camp. A red meteor streaked across the sky and stopped directly inside the military camp. What is that? Someone exclaimed. Did you see a red light falling just now? I saw it. I saw it too. Look, there's a red lantern floating in the sky. Quick, go and notify the minister. Don't go over there yet. We can't deal with it. The entire military camp is very large. Lin Shan sat in the corner, waiting for the acquaintance to arrive. After a while. Lin Shan, it's really you. All 7 people came and were surprised to see Lin Shan. Lin Shan looked at the familiar and unfamiliar faces one by one, and they had changed, all changed, not in appearance, but in temperament. Lin Shan smiled and said, let's find a place to talk. We haven't seen each other for a long time. Let's have a good chat. At this time, a circle of people gathered outside. Is this person Lin Shan? He looks very ordinary, and his smile is scary, with a gloomy feeling. Is this the Lin Shan that General Zhao talks about every day? If Lin Shan was here, he would have defeated the cat tribe long ago? Is this the strongest person in the human race, Lin Shan? Ahem. Zhao Xiaoan coughed and shouted, isn't training enough? Are you so busy and don't go to bed at night? I'll count to 3.
If anyone is free, he can stay. 1, 2. When the count reached 2, the crowd immediately dispersed and everyone returned to their tents. Lin Shan stared at Zhao Xuan for a while. Every time they met, he felt that everyone had changed a lot, and Zhao Xuan was always the one who changed the most. Seeing that everyone had left, Zhao Xuan bared his teeth at Lin Shan and said, "Let's go."
Well, it's an illusion and it hasn't changed at all. Everyone walked to a larger tent in the middle.
Talking until dawn, Lin Shan briefly talked about what he had seen and heard. Only a small part of it made everyone amazed. Most of them were talking about what happened in the past year or so, how an 18-year-old boy killed the enemy on the battlefield, how a girl of the same age joined the army without telling her family. They said that they had witnessed the sacrifice of 100,000 human beings and the bloody awakening of the human race. They said that every night there were always people crying silently in the tents, and they still charged into battle the next day. Finally, Zhang Zhonghua said sadly, "We have survived until now just because we are in the name of pioneers. Killing us will destroy their long-term profits, see the dawn." Lin Shan stood up and said calmly, "The Cat Clan will not attack again in the past few days. I killed one of their senior officials. It seems that he still has a high status. They will not send troops until they have discussed it." After a pause, Lin Shan continued, "So, please inform us and prepare to migrate. The human race needs time to develop stably."
No one objected.
This was their final plan and the worst plan. They didn't have the ability to lead their people through the gray fog.
If it was Lin Shan, maybe it would be feasible.
Zhang Zhonghua smiled bitterly and said, "We moved once, but we only walked less than 3 kilometers and more than 2,000 people died. When we moved, the barrier would gather the dangers in the gray fog. The main thing is that even if we moved 3 kilometers, we were still found by the cat tribe.
They seem to have some means of tracking. Where are you going to move to? Do you have a specific location?" Wu Wang asked.
"Next to the purple soul flower forest,"
Lin Shan said.
"That place, it's not too far, but not close either. The barrier of the human tribe now covers an area of 12 kilometers and a diameter of nearly 25 kilometers. This area is very large.
I don't know how many dangers will be gathered there. I hope we can hold on."
"You can notify them to take away everything you can take. The most important thing is food.
Forget about what you can't take away.
Pack up within 2 days and start migrating the day after tomorrow morning." Lin Shan was a little worried that the cat tribe would soon reach unity. Then he seemed to think of something and said to himself, "Maybe, Shashali will help to suppress it for a few more days. Even so, 2 days is still the most stable."
"If you believe everything the enemy says, you are a fool.
I'll go first." As he said that, a red light flashed, and Lin Shan appeared in the sky thousands of meters high and flew towards the camp. Tiska Wu Wang saw that Lin Shan's original position was empty, and smacked his lips and said, "He is becoming more and more elusive."
"Humph." Zhao Xuan snorted lightly.
Xia Xian pursed her lips and chuckled, "So General Zhao also has this little girl attitude.
Where is the ruthlessness of killing enemies on the battlefield? What do you care?" Zhao Xuan got angry and scolded everyone.
She had forgotten to call Sister Xia before.
Ahem.
Zhang Zhonghua coughed lightly to interrupt them and said, "Get ready, organize your troops, tell them that the war is temporarily over, and the next task is the long march." Everyone nodded and returned to their respective areas to organize troops. At this time, Lin Shan, who was flying at high speed in the air, suddenly remembered that he forgot to ask everyone how they came back from the purple soul flower forest.
"Forget it, I'll ask later." Running all the way, you can soon see the gathering place.
Looking down from the air, you can see densely packed linen tents with leaves on them to shelter from the rain.
The empty road between the tents is considered a street.
If it weren't for the cats, with the creativity of the human race and the rich resources here, not to mention brick and tile houses, at least one wooden house for each person would not be a problem.
Finding a remote corner to land, Lin Shan walked forward along the street.
The people on the street all had numb eyes, and occasionally there were a few newcomers who had just crossed over and were curious about everything.
Suddenly, "Don't run, thief!"
Lin Shan looked over and saw a little girl running in front, with a little boy chasing her behind. The girl stuffed something into her mouth while running, and then swallowed it in one gulp, her face flushed.
Cough, cough, cough.
After a violent cough, she finally felt better. Then she stopped, opened her mouth and pointed, meaning that it was gone, and she had eaten it. You thief, that was the only candy I brought from Earth. I kept it as a souvenir and couldn't bear to eat it. It's been half a year, you compensate me," the boy said with a sad face. Lin Shan was relieved to see this. Fortunately it was not the scene he imagined. although life was hard now, but he could still maintain basic food and clothing.
You stare at this candy in a daze every day, it's better for me to eat it, at worst I will compensate you later. The little girl replied.
Why are you still here? This place is not on Earth anymore.
The little boy looked uncomfortable. I can do it for you. Who would believe you?
Go home quickly, I have to go to the fields to work.
Okay.
Lin Shan walked forward and saw all kinds of people. He also found that there was a white silk hanging on almost every tent, some tents had 2 or even 4. Due to the forced conscription, there are no complete families here, at least one relative has been lost.
Lin Shan suddenly thought of his parents, wondering how they are now.
After walking forward for more than 10 minutes, he saw the tallest building in the tribe, the human tribe hall.
Lin Shan walked straight into Jean Tianzon's wooden house opposite the tribe.
Jean Tianzon was writing and drawing in the house, with various drawings lying on the ground. Suddenly, he saw a shadow appearing on the drawings. He looked up and saw that it was Lin Shan.
He continued to draw the drawings with his head down and asked, "What's the matter? Where is Yan Ruxin?" Lin Shan asked.
Jean Tianzong replied without raising his head, "In your house."
"Ha?"
Lin Shan stepped over the threshold and retreated again. Turned around and walked to the door of his villa and knocked.
"Who is it?" Click.
Before Lin Shan could answer, the door was opened. The one who opened the door was a little girl of 12 or 13 years old. Looking at this familiar face, Lin Shan was stunned for a moment.
Isn't this the girl he just met on the street? Xiao Yuan, who's here?
Yan Ruxin's voice came from the house.
It's a beggar. Xiao Yuan replied.
Lin Shan's face was dark, and he said, "Little sister, this is my home."
Lul Yulu.
The little girl stuck out her tongue, ran into the house, and said loudly, "Dean, that person said this is his home." Yan Ruxin, who was cooking, wiped her hands and hurried out when she heard this.
Seeing that it was really Lin Shan, she said embarrassedly, "Sorry, I'm taking up your house.
My place is too small to accommodate so many children."
Lin Shan smiled and said, "It's okay. It's empty anyway. Come in. We are just about to have dinner. You can have something too." Yan Ruxin invited. Lin Shan nodded.
It seemed that he hadn't eaten for a long time. When he walked into the house, there was only a large round table with more than a dozen children, both boys and girls, sitting around it. There was a long piece of cotton cloth on the ground next to it, which should be their common bed. "Wait here for a while. I'll go see if it's ready," Yan Ruxin said, and ran to the only compartment kitchen in the house. Seeing that the table was full of people, there was only one empty seat, which should be Yan Ruxin's own. Lin Shan just sat on the ground and waited, listening to the children on the table chattering about something. If nothing unexpected happens, this place has been transformed into an orphanage, and they were not orphans originally, but now they have become orphans.
"Thank you for giving us your home. Here, you sit in my seat." Xiao Yuan suddenly walked down from his seat and pulled Lin Shan and said, "Are you sure you want me to sit?"
Lin Shan asked with interest.
"Sure, it's just a seat.
I, Xiao Yuan, am not a stingy person,"
Xiao Yuan said generously.
"Okay." Lin Shan sat down without any hesitation and said, "You can find me if you need anything in the future.
I am not a stingy person. This is what I should do. Don't be polite to me. If you help me, I will help you."
Xiao Yuan still said generously, and patted her undeveloped chest. This made Lin Shan happy. She looked at her with a smile and said, "Are you sure? This guy is not an ordinary person, Xiao Yuan." Yan Ruxin came out of the kitchen with a big iron pot. When Xiao Yuan heard this, his eyes rolled around and he said loudly, "I'm not sure."
"Ha ha ha."
Lin Shan laughed out loud, and he found that he hadn't laughed like this for a long time.
"Okay."
Yan Ruxin put the iron pot in the middle of the round table and said, "I'll go get the bowl, let's eat first." After that, she returned to the kitchen and brought a stack of wooden bowls. After serving a bowl to each person, she sat in her seat, and Xiao Yuan smiled and ate with the bowl beside him. Lin Shan looked at the food in the bowl, which was in clumps, a bit like dough lumps. After eating a piece, he found it a bit astringent and didn't have the smoothness of flour.
"Is this noodles?" Lin Shan asked.
"Similar, but it grows in the ground, just like peanuts, harvested once a season, and easy to survive. It is now the staple food of the human race,"
Yan Ruxin replied. "What a good thing."
Lin Shan exclaimed, "I wonder how many lives this thing can save." Yan Ruxin smiled and said, "Thanks to Xijinan, this kind of peanut wheat can only be harvested once every 6 months. The seeds he improved can not only reach 4 harvests a year, but also the fruits are fuller.
I want to be a person like Uncle C in the future, so that everyone can have a full stomach. A little boy shouted loudly. I want to be an excellent doctor and save the dying and the wounded. The meal was very harmonious, and it seemed that these children had adapted to the new life here. At the end, Lin Shan looked at Xiao Yuan and asked, "What are you going to do in the future?" "I want to become the strongest person of the human race, protect the human race, and lead the human race to prosperity," Xiao Yuan said without hesitation. Hearing this, Yen Ruxin looked at Lin Shan with a strange expression. Lin Shan was slightly stunned and looked at Yen Ruxin. "Did you teach these children?" Yen Ruxin smiled and said, "I didn't teach them anything. They are very smart." Then he said to the children, "Now that you are full, go to the fields to help everyone." "Okay, Dean." The children responded in unison. "Wait a minute." Lin Shan called them, "You don't have to work today. Go and pack up. We will leave tomorrow." "Leave?" Yen Ruxin asked in confusion. "Do you mean to move?" "Yes." Lin Shan affirmed. After a moment of silence, Yen Ruxin murmured softly, "I hope fewer people will die this time." Then, he said to the children in the room, "Then go out and play." "Great!" The children rushed out, leaving only Yen Ruxin and Lin Shan in the room. Yen Ruxin said, "They don't have anything to pack." Then she looked at Lin Shan and said, "Don't tell me you just want to go back to this empty house. You're here to see me, right? I heard from Jean Tianzong yesterday that you were back." "Yes." Lin Shan nodded and said, "I got some things from the cat tribe and brought them to you." Lin Shan walked out of the house, letting the heart light sack fall down from the sky. When he returned to the house, all the things fell to the ground. "You went to the cat tribe? And you can get away with it. You are the strongest among the human race." Yen Ruxin was surprised. She searched on the ground for a while and only picked out the books inside. Then she sat on the ground and flipped through them quickly. After a moment, he said excitedly, "I don't know the functions of other things, but these books record a kind of spiritual use as energy, and some techniques for exploring gray fog. If they can be deciphered, it will be of great help to the tribe. Then you study slowly, throw away the useless things. I'll go out first." As soon as the voice fell, a red light flashed in the house, and Lin Shan disappeared. Yen Ruxin was speechless. At this moment, she felt like a worker, and Lin Shan was like a boss, who left after arranging the work. At an altitude of 1,000 meters, Lin Shan flew towards the direction of the military camp. Along the way, he could see the army returning, with tens of thousands of people lining up in a long queue. When he flew to the original location of the military camp, he found that it was empty and nothing was left. Lin Shan recalled the location where the cat tribe retreated, summoned the heart light sword and quietly floated in the air. This wait lasted a whole day, and Lin Shan did not move until the red moon appeared in the sky. "Is it finally here?" Suddenly, a butterfly emitting blue light swayed and flew to the barrier. Just as it was about to pass through the barrier, a golden light shot down from the sky and nailed the butterfly directly into the soil. The butterfly struggled for a moment and then turned into dots of blue light and dissipated. There is no special tracking method. It's just that there are spies from the cat tribe among the human race. The road opened up by the cat tribe is indeed limited, otherwise they would not attack and retreat from one point every time, and now even the message is sent from one point. Until dawn, another butterfly flew slowly by, and it also did not escape the fate of dissipation. The other parties seemed to be anxious. During the day, a total of 4 butterflies were created intermittently, and all of them were killed. Until night, Lin Shan squinted his eyes and saw a man in tattered clothes, looking around and walking towards this side. Walking in front of the barrier to activate the spirituality, a lifelike blue butterfly was born and flew out at his command. Just as the butterfly was about to pass through the barrier, a golden light directly pierced through the butterfly, and the blue light particles and the golden light particles intertwined with each other and dissipated. "Who?" the man said in surprise. The next second, his hair stood on end and he wanted to dodge to the side, but it was too late. He watched the golden spear pierce his heart and wanted to turn around to see who it was, but he lost his breath halfway through. Behind him, Lin Shan held the spear, and after the man died, Lin Shan continued to fly into the air to monitor. There may be more than one spy, and it's unlikely that the cats put all their eggs in one basket. However, this road was the only way out. As long as he guarded it, he did not believe that Sequence 9 had the ability to send messages across dozens of kilometers after the migration was completed. Nothing unusual happened in the following time, and Lin Shan did not leave the place until the sun rose. When we returned to the camp, all the tents had been dismantled, and everyone was carrying all their belongings in large and small bags on their shoulders. There were soldiers organizing the team.
Zhang Zhonghua and the others stood at the front of the team. Yan Ruxin was surrounded by a group of children and stood in the middle of the team. Lin Shan fell to the front of the team, causing people to exclaim and wonder who this person was who could fly.
Are you all ready?
Lin Shan looked at Zhang Zhonghua and asked.
Okay. Zhang Zhonghua nodded and said, you can leave at any time.
Then he took out a jade volume from his pocket and said, take the clan artifact. Lin Shan nodded and took the jade book and said, let's go then.
I will lead the way by myself. You go to protect the team on both sides. Good. Set off.
The human migration team began to move in a mighty manner. There were 50,000 people migrating, and the queue stretched several miles away.
There were only 8 human beings and his extraordinary ones.
It was impossible to protect the entire team. We could only pray that they would not encounter danger. As long as the barrier on the border of the tribe touches the purple soulflower forest, it doesn't really mean that you have to live in the purple soulflower forest, which is a weird place. In other words, they would have to carry heavy loads and march 60 kilometers. Lin Shan expected the journey to take 2 days. The gray-black land was covered with various trees. The ground was not flat, and there were often earth slopes and sunken potholes. Countless people walked with difficulty, with fear on their faces, and fear contained a trace of expectation for the future. The team of tens of thousands of people lined up in a long dragon. On both sides, there was a pseudo-supernatural guarding the surroundings at intervals. At the front of the team, Lin Shan followed the markings on the parchment and moved forward along the nearest route. The advantage of having the clan weapon was that he no longer had to worry about the gray fog blocking his sight. The disadvantage was that without the gray fog, he would lose the natural protective layer and even disturb all the weird and evil fallen swept by the barrier. At this time, the weird was okay. If you don't get close to its territory, the weird rarely moved actively. The evil fell was the most difficult to deal with and they would attack actively. It was only 10 kilometers until noon, and there was no danger along the way, because the place he passed was originally the territory of the human race, which had been cleared before. If he walked further, he would step into a strange territory. After a half-hour break at noon, a group of people ate the dry food that had been prepared long ago. After eating, they continued to speed up their journey. They had to walk 30 kilometers today. Just after stepping out of the previous tribe area. Ah! A scream came from the crowd. Then the screams continued.
What is this? Snake? Or a bug?
Lin Shan frowned, looking at the long yellow bug struggling in his hand, with dense tentacles like feet and a row of compound eyes on its forehead, which looked particularly creepy. This is just an ordinary bug, and ordinary people can kill it, but there are too many of them, and they are also poisonous. Lin Shan has seen someone stung to the ground and died a moment later. Lin Shan clenched his fist at the void, and all the bugs within 100 meters in front of him exploded into a pool of yellow blood. But it was useless. This large-scale attack directly consumed 1/5 of his spiritual power, but the crowd was several miles long, and the bugs were just cleared away and the ones behind them continued to fall one after another. Many more people fell to the ground, and everyone was desperately stamping their feet on the bugs, with screams and cries mixed with each other.
Lin Shan was unmoved, and disappeared in the next second.
Thousands of meters away from the crowd, several long bugs over 3 meters long were lying here, with strong spiritual fluctuations emerging from their bodies. Suddenly, one of the long bugs screamed shrilly, and its whole body was ignited by a light red flame, and it turned into ashes in an instant. Seeing this, the other 2 long bugs made sharp sounds like nails rubbing against glass. After a while, densely packed miniature bugs emerged from the ground and surrounded them.
It's them!
He felt something was wrong when he caught the small bug in his hand before. It was obviously just an ordinary bug, but there was a faint spirituality flashing on its body occasionally. Lin Shan looked for the direction where the bugs came out, and saw these 3 evil fallen, who looked exactly like those small bugs. After burning one to death, he clenched his hands towards the other worms, trying to control the blood in their bodies, but found that it was useless, and only made the worm's body tense and twitch slightly.
The supernatural power is still too weak,
Lin Shan said to himself. Immediately, he continued to use the red lantern and directly burned the remaining 2 to ashes.
Every second of delay could result in someone's death.
After ending the battle in the fastest way, Lin Shan returned to the team. At this moment, the team has returned to normal.
Those worms have lost control and all burrowed back into the soil.
Wu Xing, wake up, Wu Xing. Little sister, please open your eyes, we will have a good life later, and we don't have to worry every day.
I knew that someone would die.
We only walked such a short distance, and so many people died. Complaints like this broke out in the entire team.
Keep moving forward. Lin Shan said lightly. What? Someone immediately said unhappily, why don't we deal with their bodies? How can we let them be thrown into the wilderness? That's right. What pioneer? Isn't it that they traveled earlier than us and got extraordinary powers by luck? How can they lead the human race if they are so cold and ruthless? That's right. You are only in your 20s. What can you say about leading the human race? Who gave you the right? You threatened us with your power and said you would lead us to survive. Now, 100,000 people have died.
Now these people are dying in front of them, but they turned a blind eye.
Do you still have a heart? The crowd was getting more and more chaotic. So many people died in front of them, which was too shocking for them.
Lin Shan watched all this coldly.
People's hearts are complicated. He didn't want to explain anything.
Still said to the pseudo-super soldier next to him lightly, notify them. If anyone wants to stay here to collect their bodies, stay here.
Others continue to walk. Yes.
The man saluted, ran back quickly, and shouted Lin Shan's words loudly. Another soldier continued to pass on the message about a distance of about 200 meters. There are very few pseudo-superhumans on the human side, but each of them has survived the battlefield after strict screening. Only by seeing the real bloodshed can you understand that sometimes sacrifice is inevitable, and others can only move on.
However, there is one thing they said that is right. Now all power is in the hands of the pioneers, and it is completely oppressive by force.
All pseudo-superhumans are their confidants, and ordinary people have no way to resist. But this is also the best way to reduce losses.
Unanimity with the outside world is better than civil strife.
At least, Lin Shan agrees with this approach.
In this case, talking about democracy is simply risking your life.
In this extraordinary world, if there is no absolute power, the Cat Clan is the best example of suppression, because a very small number of people fight for rights, causing the development of the entire clan to stagnate. 5 minutes later, the team moved on. Surprisingly, no one wanted to stay, and those who had clamored before silently lowered their heads. Some were wiping tears or resenting Lin Shan in their hearts, but they all took steps to continue to follow. It wasn't until the red moon rose in the evening that he stopped. On the way, he encountered 2 strange attacks and several attacks by the Evil Fallen group. Lin Shan avoided all the strange areas in advance, but the Evil Fallen could not avoid them, and the number of people in the team remained constant.
Is decreasing.
Thousands, perhaps more, may have been sacrificed in such a day.
Let people gather together and don't spread out too much. Lin Shan warned. Everything was strange at night and it might be dangerous to stay where he was.
Lin Shan flew into the air and kept vigilant around him. He was afraid that something strange that only appeared at night would suddenly appear in the crowd. Suddenly, Lin Shan felt cold all over and stared fiercely at a certain space. The space there was shaking like ripples in the water, as if something was about to come out.
I'm really afraid of what will happen.
The red light flashed twice and he teleported twice, and he appeared in that unusual location out of thin air. He mustered up all his strength and shouted loudly, "Spread out and stay away from me.
If you don't want to die, hurry up." Hearing Lin Shan's roar, everyone nearby immediately dispersed. But it was too late. A dark ink-like substance emerged from the fluctuating node, instantly enveloping the people around.
Ordinary people who came into contact with the darkness had no resistance. Their bodies began to slowly melt. Their eyeballs, mouths, and other organs fell directly to the ground, and turned into a pool of blood a moment later. When others saw this scene, they were immediately scared and screamed with bloodless faces. Some even sat on the ground with weak legs, and a pool of water gradually expanded.
No one laughed. Everyone felt a suffocating fear, including Lin Shan. What is this? Sequence 8? Damn it! At this time.
However, this strange body gave people a very contradictory feeling. It seemed to be stuck, and something was pulling it into the space node. Lin Shan tried his best to release his power. The light golden light and the red light intertwined, and immediately opened a gap in the darkness, just like a corner of the black cloth was lifted.
Quick, get out from behind me.
The darkness covered a huge area, at least 10,000 people gathered here. If they were all wiped out, it would be a huge blow to the human race. Lin Shan would not allow this to happen. Especially under his nose.
Didn't you hear me? Hurry up! Hurry up!
Lin Shan shouted hoarsely, and because of excessive force, 2 drops of black blood and tears flowed down the corners of his eyes.
At this time, everyone reacted and hurriedly got up and ran out. Don't take anything. Life or things, don't blame me if you die if you don't run away. Seeing that there were still people stumbling here with luggage, Lin Shan was so angry that he laughed. At this moment, he really had the urge to give up these people. As the strange body became more and more complete, Lin Shan's pressure became greater and greater, and more people melted. The black curtain raised by Lin Shan was gradually closing. Crack, crack. Lin Shan's bones were trembling. The bones could not bear the strong spiritual pressure and gradually cracked. Some people turned into a pool of blood while running, and their eyes were paralyzed in the blood and stared at the front, but more people were lucky enough to run away. Ordinary people could not feel this pressure. Perhaps it was all concentrated on Lin Shan. He felt that his bones were not just cracked, but had begun to shatter. The bone spurs had pierced the flesh and blood. His whole body was like a ridiculous blood hedgehog, and black blood flowed all over the ground. He could feel his spirituality gradually draining away, and the weirdness gradually got rid of the pull behind him, and his body was gradually becoming complete. The blood-winged spirituality had long been used up, and only relying on the amount of recovery to replenish it, the spirituality of the heart light was gradually exhausted. Lin Shan looked at the red lantern at his feet. After mastering the blood wing and gaining spiritual power, he could already fully control the red lantern and would not let its power overflow. The source of the strange body was transmitted to the red lantern. In an instant, the dark space was dyed red. Endless flames were burning, and a sizzling sound suddenly came out in the darkness. Lin Shan felt that the pressure was at least relieved by more than half, but the curtain was still shrinking. At this time, there were not many people left in the field. They were either dead or escaped. The remaining ones were basically half melted, and the remaining half of the people. You can hear miserable screams from a distance, and even the screams are unconscious. Seeing this, Lin Shan no longer insisted. He looked deeply into the center of the darkness. He could only vaguely see a bloody face with a crescent mark on the forehead, and the rest of the body was blocked by darkness. Lin Shan struggled to get out of the gap that was only half a meter high. After he came out, the dark curtain suddenly closed. Looking forward, it was empty and he touched it with his hand and passed through it directly, as if everything he had just experienced was illusory. Lin Shan knew that thing was in front of him, but he couldn't see it, couldn't touch it, and even now it couldn't affect him. It was as if he was in two different worlds. It was inside, and Lin Shan was outside. Lin Shan, are you okay? Hearing Zhao Xiuan's voice, Lin Shan turned around and saw that all the acquaintances he knew were there, except Yen Ruxin, who should be taking care of the children. I'm fine. Lin Shan said lightly. You call this nothing? Zhao Xiuan's voice was a little trembling. Lin Shan's current state would have killed a normal person long ago. His body was covered with bone spurs protruding from his body. How strong a willpower must be to not even frown. She hurriedly took out a pottery bottle from her pocket and said, "This is the best medicine I have prepared. Try it." Lin Shan said helplessly, "Where should I apply it? On the bones?" Then he continued, "Don't worry, I'm fine. It will be fine after a while. I'm used to this kind of injury." As he said, he waved his hand and said, "I'm going to the front. Don't stay together. Spread out. There may be other dangers." Seeing Lin Shan walking farther and farther away, the others sighed and dispersed back to their original positions. Lin Shan walked along the crowd. Everyone was scared to make way when they saw his appearance. Some people who had just been rescued knew him and whispered thank you to him. When he reached a place, Lin Shan stopped. The little girl named Xiao Yuan in front of him couldn't stop sobbing. Yen Ruxin patted her back to comfort her. Of the original 17 children, there are only 9 left now, and the little boy who had a good relationship with Xiao Yuan is also gone. It seems that they were also drawn into the strange area just now. At that time, nearly 10,000 people were squeezing out frantically, and Lin Shan had no time to care who was inside. Yen Ruxin turned around and saw Lin Shan. Seeing Lin Shan's injuries, a trace of worry flashed in her eyes. In the end, she just nodded to Lin Shan and said thank you in lip language. Lin Shan nodded in response, stepped past them, and walked straight back to the front of the team. Due to the gathering of people, the team is now several times shorter. Although the probability of encountering danger is reduced, if there is danger, the casualty rate will also increase several times. Fortunately, except for a few evil attacks that were solved by Lin Shan in advance, there was no danger again. The sun rose, and the fear that had been maintained in everyone's eyes for a night faded a little. After eating some dry food, the crowd once again formed a long dragon several miles long and continued on their way.
At this time, Lin Shan's bone spurs had almost completely retracted into his body, leaving only a few longer bone spurs that had not been repaired and exposed, and the originally brand new silk robe had been stained black with blood. Since the fusion of the blood wings, his blood is no longer real blood, but is manifested by supernatural power, and the color has also turned into ink like black. If you find that clicking the next page will force you to jump to other websites, please use the chapter error or contact us at the bottom to inform us. We will handle it as soon as possible. Thank you for your understanding. There were constant dangers along the way, and the evil fells attacked continuously. The barrier not only failed to protect them during migration, but also gathered the evil fells on a large scale. After surviving several waves of attacks, it was already noon. At this time, the crowd was no longer numb, but simply desperate. In a short 40-kilometer journey, more than 10,000 people died. The road ahead was completely piled with corpses. Ordinary people would break at the touch of a touch in the gray fog, and their lives were not guaranteed. In the last less than 20 kilometers, Lin Shan actually wanted to stop now, but he gritted his teeth and announced his departure. If the distance was too close and the cat tribe found them again, it would not be a matter of sacrificing a few thousand more people. Continuing to move forward, there were constant screams along the way, and Lin Shan kept taking action, but the number of evil fells was too large, and the evil fells themselves were not soft persimmons, and it was not so easy to win even in a one-on-one battle. Relying on the red lanterns to lead the way, the group finally arrived at their destination successfully at night. The edge of the barrier just covered the 100-meter-wide river in front of the purple soul flower forest. This river will be the life river of the human race for a long time in the future. Li Hui, let the team stop. We are here. This is our new home in the future. We will be safe after tonight. Lin Shan said to the officer next to him. Yes. Li Hui saluted and said, I will notify you now. Let the team gather. Lin Shan added. Yes. It is still 10 kilometers away from the purple soul flower forest. The clan artifact can only be in the center of the barrier. And this location is the new city center, which will be the first place for human development in the future. As for getting water, we can only dig a canal to bring it in from the 100-meter-wide river. The sky gradually warmed up, and the team began to shorten and gather. There was no conversation all night, very peaceful, and no danger was encountered all night. Not even a single evil fell appeared. Lin Shan felt that it should be related to being close to the purple soul flower forest. 11 pioneers gathered in a tent. In the next few years or even more than 10 years, we must concentrate on construction. With the natural growth of the population and continuous crossing in the future, we may have a population of 100,000 or even hundreds of thousands. So I suggest that we should start planning the urban area now, starting from the center and developing step by step outward. I have already drawn the blueprint, but I have never had the opportunity to use it. Jin Tianzong talked around the crowd, and then took out a blueprint he had prepared from his pocket and said, I have planned a small town covering an area of 10 square kilometers, accommodating a population of between 100,000 and 200,000. This is the various layouts in the town. You can take a look. Zhang Zhonghua said, leave the construction to you, but we have just migrated here, and the clan fortune has not yet condensed into a mineral vein. It is estimated that it will stagnate for a while. During this period, it is just right to count the population, and a more reasonable management system is also needed. Can clan fortune materialize resources? Lin Shan asked curiously. With this effect, the tribe's luck can materialize mineral veins under the tribe's land. Not only that, the tribe's luck also affects all aspects of the race's development, including the scope of the tribe's land, the resources in the tribe's land, and even the health of the tribe's members. If it weren't for the huge effect, the cat tribe would not harvest us for the tribe's luck. Zhang Zhonghua said. Then how does the tribe's luck grow? Lin Shan asked again. Zhang Zhonghua replied, we don't know this very well, but there are roughly two directions, one is the number of tribe members, and the other is the prosperity of the tribe. The same number of tribe members, everyone can eat enough, and some people are hungry, these two situations the tribe's luck is different. Lin Shan nodded and said, I don't care about the development of the tribe, you can do it, and then I'll go to do my own thing. Before everyone could speak, a red light flashed, and Lin Shan disappeared directly from the original place. Everyone smiled bitterly, and they were used to Lin Shan's behavior, and immediately stopped caring about him and continued to discuss the future development route of the human race. At this moment, thousands of meters in the sky, Lin Shan looked at the crowd running below. The human race is now stable. He doesn't want to participate in internal management, and he is even less interested in power.
Sometimes having power is equivalent to having power.
Next, he will pursue a higher level of power. He took out the parchment and rubbed it gently with his hands. The cold touch penetrated into his soul. Lin Shan stared at the parchment for a while with some complexity, and wrote on it with a feather pen, Lin Shan, search for spiritual medicine that can enhance spirituality within a radius of 500 kilometers.
Parchment, searching. There are a total of 49 spiritual medicines within 500 kilometers.
Parchment, you need to pay 4 years and 1 month of life to obtain all locations.
Lin Shan, pay.
The price has not changed, it is still 1 plant per month.
This time there are no sequence 8 spiritual medicines, all sequence 9.
There are only 49 spiritual medicines in a radius of 500 kilometers and a diameter of 1,000 kilometers. I don't know if it's because this world is too big or because this kind of spiritual medicine is too rare. The parchment was now covered with dense spots of light, the closest one was less than 10 kilometers away, and the farthest one was exactly 500 kilometers away.
3 months later,
5,000 meters above the sky, a beam of red light flashed and disappeared, and a purple light was chasing him closely. Lin Shan's body was full of holes, and black blood was gurgling out. Behind him, there was a strange bird with 2 heads, chasing him madly. Lin Shan had a hard time speaking. He was collecting spiritual herbs on a mountaintop, but he didn't expect to touch a small black grass next to the spiritual herbs. The moment he touched it, he felt that all his spirituality disappeared, and he had no strength at all, just like an ordinary person. Then, he fell straight down the mountain and happened to hit the nest of the strange bird behind him. Just hitting it might not make it so angry, because the strange bird had been chasing him for several hours. The main reason was that there happened to be 2 bird eggs in the bird's nest. They were called eggs, but the size was enough to hold a person. For some reason, the bird eggs were particularly fragile, and Lin Shan smashed one of them. Fortunately, the moment he landed, his strength was fully restored. At first, Lin Shan did not run away, thinking that it was just a sequence 9 evil fall and there was no threat to him. It was just right to kill it and eat it with the bird eggs next to it, maybe it could improve his spirituality.
But the result made him feel outrageous.
This strange bird was invulnerable to swords and guns, water and fire, and its spirituality had even reached the limit of sequence 9. This strange bird has 2 heads, one big and one small. The front end of the bird's beak is long and slender and emits a metallic glow. The holes in Lin Shan's body were caused by it. It can directly penetrate the spiritual defense and attack the body. Its wingspan is 15 meters long. It is no exaggeration to say that it is a giant beast. Lin Shan's speed was getting slower and slower, but the strange bird was still full of energy, its eyes were blazing, and it stared at Lin Shan with its sharp gaze, as if it would not give up until it killed him. Lin Shan was helpless. During the flight, he kept trying to light the strange bird with a red lantern, but the flames of the red lantern were extinguished as soon as it reached it. That's right, it was extinguished directly, without even the process of supernatural confrontation. The red lantern's supernatural power disappeared mysteriously.
This strengthened Lin Shan's determination to escape.
However, if you keep flying like this, the distance will only get closer and closer. You must find a way to get rid of the 2-headed strange bird behind as soon as possible. Lin Shan began to fly low into the sky, and did not stop until he reached a height of 100 meters. The 2-headed monster behind him was still chasing after him, and the distance was getting closer and closer. Lin Shan kept staring down, hoping to find a barrier to avoid pursuit. When passing by a small hill, Lin Shan suddenly felt cold all over, as if he had passed through a freezer.
It's you! Lin Shan quickly landed towards the hill. There was some hesitation in the eyes of the strange bird behind him, but its speed did not slow down at all, and it flew to the ground with Lin Shan. 100 meters away in the blink of an eye, Lin Shan had already seen the strange body here. A house?
This strange appearance turned out to be a house. It occupied a small area and only had 2 floors. It had white walls and red tiles. There were also words of happiness on both sides of the door.
Lin Shan's approach to it did not trigger his attack.
The more this happened, the weirder Lin Shan felt. At this time, the strange bird also arrived. It also saw the small house.
In addition to anger, Lin Shan's eyes looked at Lin Shan with a little more amusement. Boom!
The strange bird landed. Its huge body was taller than the small house with white walls and red tiles in front of it. The airflow generated when it landed at such a fast speed stirred up a cloud of dust. The 2-headed strange bird stared at Lin Shan with cold eyes and walked towards Lin Shan step by step. The next second, the beak with a strong sense of pressure pecked in the air, and a blood hole suddenly appeared on Lin Shan's body, and black blood gurgled out like spring water. Lin Shan's face turned pale, he no longer hesitated, turned around and ran directly towards the small house.
The door of the small house was opened easily by Lin Shan. The room was dark and empty, and no interior decoration could be seen.
Just as Lin Shan was observing the environment inside the small house, the two-headed strange bird outside raised its claws and kicked into the air. Suddenly Lin Shan felt a strange force coming from behind him. Crack! There was a sound, and the fragile spine it broke into several pieces, and then he flew straight into the room and hit a black curtain heavily.
Bang!
The door closed with a bang, and the last light in the room completely disappeared. Fortunately, the red lantern in his hand could give him the last bit of comfort. Lin Shan lay on the ground for a while, and when his spine was almost recovered, Lin Shan stood up and explored the place. Even if he doesn't recover, he can still stand up with his strange body, but he has to endure severe pain.
It's better to be pain-free. After all, he doesn't have masochistic tendencies.
Carrying the lantern, I returned to the location of the previous door and found that there was no door here, only darkness that could not be seen. After walking several hundred steps forward, there was still nothing but darkness. He observed outside that the area of the small house does not exceed 15 square meters.
What is going on now, space folding? Or a phantom space?
After walking for more than 10 minutes, Lin Shan felt like he was spinning in circles. Immediately, he stopped walking, and a red light flashed behind him, turning into huge 4-meter-long wings. The wings shook slightly, opening a red wound in the darkness.
An hour later,
Lin Shan sat cross-legged on the ground as if thinking. A red lantern placed beside him emitted a faint reddish light, illuminating a small area. I can't get out of this space on my own. After thinking for a while, Lin Shan gave up decisively.
Take out the parchment paper. Lin Shan, how to get out? Parchment requires payment of 3 months of life. Lin Shan, pay. Parchment, opening the inner space requires the power of sequence 8. Just become sequence 8 and tear the space apart.
Lin Shan almost wanted to tear up the parchment when he saw this answer.
What is the concept of tearing apart space? He couldn't do it now. This is the inner space, and that house is just an entrance. In other words, my previous guess was correct. Sure enough, there is an invisible layer of space.
Most of the higher level weirdness is in this layer of space. Lin Shan suddenly had an idea.
Lin Shan, locate the nearest sequence 8 weird location. Parchment requires payment of 60 years of life. Lin Shan frowned. He didn't expect it to be so expensive.
It seemed that anything involving sequence potions was not cheap, and it was still sequence 8. In the end, Lin Shan still didn't use parchment, and he still needed to obtain the sequence 8 formula.
If his lifespan was insufficient, it would be a waste.
Besides, if there is something weird in this space, it shouldn't be too difficult to find it. It just takes a little more time at most. I wonder if the efficacy of these elixirs will weaken if they are kept for a long time.
Lin Shan glanced at the backpack on his back. It was a big bulging bag.
In the past 3 months, 47 marked elixirs had been collected. The strange bird was the 48th one. Although he encountered many dangers during this period, however, Lin Shan successfully escaped by flying and teleporting. He did not expect to encounter a monster like a two-headed bird at the last moment. Next, Lin Shan was like a headless fly, flying around in the boundless darkness. Walk on the ground when you are tired of flying. Just like that, I don't know how long it has been, and finally I feel a hint of coldness somewhere. It is a weird smell. Lin Shan was happy, he finally found it. Usually when he was outside, he didn't want to encounter it everywhere, but when he wanted to find it, he had to look for it for so long, and he didn't know how many days had passed outside.
His physiology is completely different from that of normal people now.
He doesn't need to sleep, eat, drink water, and all the things that normal people need to survive.
Now, except for the evil meat, he only eats the rest to cope with the feeling.
The spiritual black blood of the bloodwing can replenish all the energy needed by the body. Lin Shan slowly approached the location of the weird.
He didn't dare to get too close. If he accidentally entered the opponent's attack range, the consequences would be disastrous. The sequence 8 weird was not something he could resist.
The one he encountered during the migration before, only part of the body came out, which made him unable to fight. Keep a distance of about 900 meters, which is just enough for teleportation, and there is no need to worry about being attacked by the weird. Wait quietly. If he guessed correctly, the weird will sometimes open the space outside. I don't know how long it has been, there is no concept of time here. Suddenly, Lin Shan, who was sitting cross-legged, opened his eyes, and red light flashed in his eyes. His strange body sequence finally broke through and entered the second stage. The blood-winged phantom behind him appeared a little bigger than before, and became more gorgeous, with a few more strange patterns on the blood-red wings. Also at this moment, somewhere ahead the space began to fluctuate. An extremely thick darkness surged ahead, and Lin Shan, who was 900 meters away, could feel the extremely strong spiritual pressure. It's coming. Lin Shan's heart was in his throat and he stared straight ahead. Click, click. A certain note in front crackled like broken glass, and the cracks gradually expanded and spread, reflecting on the dark curtain like a spider web. Immediately afterwards, the viscous darkness began to drill out along the node, and the node gradually expanded. Until now, Lin Shan had not seen the strange body, and all he could feel was the outrageous supernatural power. As the node expands, the weirdness in the darkness begins to seep out, but it seems difficult as if it is stuck in the middle. Just like what we saw that day, something was blocking these strange interferences in the outer space. But it just adds resistance to it. The weirdness in the darkness is still slowly seeping out its own supernatural power. Crack! There was another soft sound, and the crack at the node expanded again. Right now. Red light flashes in the dark space. The next second, Lin Shan appeared outside directly along the crack, and the sticky darkness immediately began to attack him. Lin Shan teleported twice in a row. At an altitude of 2,000 meters, Lin Shan looked at his arm. Corpse spots appeared on his arm. A faint corpse smell spread into his nose. The other side of the arm had begun to rot, and the origin of the strange body on it was slowly decaying. The repair, however, has a very weak effect, and it will not be possible to be repaired in less than a few days at this rate. Is this the supernatural power of Sequence 8? It just turned into this after just a touch. I haven't really been attacked yet, Lin Shan frowned. He thought that if he wanted to advance to Sequence 8, he would have to obtain Sequence 8 materials first. This huge gap could not be made up even if he promoted both Heartlight and Bloodwing to the 9th stage. Putting aside the matter of Sequence 8, Lin Shan began to observe the surrounding environment. The red moon hung high in the sky, surrounded by an unchanging layer of gray fog. Lowering the height to the ground, you are surrounded by a desert, which is an unexplored land. No, it's not a desert. Lin Shan grabbed the sand on the ground and looked at it carefully. It was not sand. It was the same size as sand, but there were slight ups and downs on the surface, as if the sand was breathing. The egg of some kind of creature? Crushing the sand in his hand, he guessed wrong this time. There was no larvae of some kind of creature as he imagined. It was empty, but there was an extremely subtle spirituality overflowing from it. In other words, this is actually some kind of resource, sand containing spirituality. If this thing is obtained by the cat tribe, with their technology of using spirituality as energy, they can directly have almost unlimited energy. It's also useful to humans, but it's useless to take it back. Running back and forth for such a small amount of resources is definitely not worth the gain. By the way, where is this? Lin Shan looked at the parchment in his mind, and he was stunned for the next second. The distance to the last elixir is 4,356 kilometers? How is that possible? It definitely didn't fly this far in the dark space. What's going on? More than 4,000 kilometers, this is the farthest distance he has traveled so far. However, in fact, he has not walked very far at all. It seems to be a problem with the dark space. Let's go back first. It will take a month to fly so far. I hope there won't be any more accidents, Lin Shan murmured to himself. He had been outside for a long time. It took him 3 months to collect herbs before. I don't know how long I stayed in the dark space. Now the development of the human race should be on the right track. It's time to go back. 1 month later. Flying at an altitude of 5,000 meters, there were not many attacks along the way. Coupled with the Bloodwing promotion, the current supernatural power is enough to maintain flying for a whole day. Lin Shan stood on a lake. The mark on the parchment was here, 800 meters underground. This small lake was only about 1,000 meters in diameter, but he didn't expect it to be so deep. No longer hesitating, the Bloodwings spread out and went straight to the bottom of the lake. Various fish and shrimps were swimming beside him. After a while, Lin Shan saw the target, a red coral grass, exuding a touch of spirituality. It grew on ordinary water plants. It's particularly conspicuous here. Using his hand transformed by the light of his mind to uproot it, Lin Shan teleported directly to the sky above the lake. At this moment, his legs were covered with dense leeches, which made Lin Shan's scalp numb. He didn't feel the leeches when they crawled up, and he didn't realize it until he felt his supernatural power slipping away. These leeches turned pitch black after sucking his blood, and soon died of supernatural erosion.
Lin Shan's blood was not easy to suck. He was simply looking for death.
With a wave of his hand, he swept all the leeches off his legs, and all the leeches exploded the moment they fell into the lake.
Put the red coral grass in your bag and spend a month locating the location of the tribe. The distance is exactly 500 kilometers.
3 days later, the sky above the human race. The rows of brick houses below are built very regularly, and the streets in the middle are crisscrossed. The streets are very wide, with more than 100 meters reserved. There are not many brick and tile houses, and most of them are simple tents.
However, construction has been going on around them.
It seems that they want to skip the wooden house stage and directly build brick and tile houses all over the city, and people will live in tents before they are built.
There is a 3-story hall in the middle.
It has not been completed yet, but hundreds of people can still be seen busy in it. It seems that this is the new clan hall. Lin Shan looked for the location of the pioneers, and finally looked at the clan hall. He found that there were only a few extraordinary powers in the clan hall. In order to avoid trouble, Lin Shan teleported directly to a certain extraordinary position in the clan hall. He looked closely and found that it was Si Jinan, who was writing something on a rough paper.
He was completely unaware of Lin Shan's appearance.
Lin Shan was thinking about how to call him so as not to scare him.
At this moment,
a young woman in formal attire came in, holding a thick cardboard in her hand, and said directly, "Minister, the planning of cultivated land has been issued, please take a look, and the construction of water channels has also been fully started. At present, the Ministry of Agriculture has recruited more than 5,000 people, and it is expected that all cultivated land will be covered within 2 months." Si Jinan was still writing his book, and said without raising his head, "Okay, just put it on the table, I'll take a look later." The woman actually saw Lin Shan as soon as she entered the door, but seeing him standing behind Si Jinan, she thought that Si Jinan had called him over, but Lin Shan's peculiar dress still made her look at him twice more.
"Okay, Minister."
The woman nodded and walked out.
After the woman walked out, ahem! Lin Shan deliberately coughed twice.
Si Jinan was so scared that his hand holding the pen trembled, but the fighting on the battlefield in the past few years and the mentality of a superior that has gradually formed recently did not make him show too much expression. However, in an instant, his upper body was wrapped in a light golden spiritual coat. Lin Shan noticed that his heart light had entered the 3rd stage. The speed was about the same as Lin Shan's. If it weren't for the spiritual medicine, Lin Shan might also be in the 3rd stage now.
"Don't get excited, it's me," Lin Shan reminded him.
Hearing this familiar voice, Si Jinan breathed a sigh of relief, turned to look at Lin Shan, and said, "You have been away for half a year.
How long do you plan to stay this time?"
Lin Shan smiled and said, "This time it may be longer."
"Is there an empty room?"
"Empty room?" Si Jinan thought for a while and said, "Houses are a scarce resource in the tribe now.
Although tens of thousands of people are used for construction every day, there are too many people. Half a year is not enough."
After a pause, Si Jinan continued, "And as a pioneer of the human race, you are also known as the strongest of the human race.
It is not good to arrange for you to live with ordinary people.
How about this? There is a reserved room on the 3rd floor of the clan hall, where the clan instruments and all the clan books are placed.
You can help protect the clan instruments by the way if you live there."
Then he seemed to think of something and said with a smile, "This is exactly in line with the phenomenon that the most powerful people often live in the library." Lin Shan was speechless for a while and said, "It doesn't matter where you live."
"Okay, come with me, I'll take you up,"
Si Jinan replied with a smile.
Lin Shan suddenly asked, "How many people are there in the human race now?"
Si Jinan replied, "In the last migration, more than 11,000 people died. However, in the past 6 months, about 200 people have crossed over every day, and the population is now close to 70,000.
Lin Shan nodded and didn't ask any more questions.
Anyway, he should stay for a long time this time. He needs to upgrade his heart light sequence to the peak. During this time, he may be able to witness the development of the human race with his own eyes. The newly built clan palace is larger than the previous one, but it is still as shabby, with the bricks exposed without any cover and without any decoration. Lin Shan followed Si Jinan through 2 flights of stairs to the 3rd floor. There were 2 men in green guarding the 3rd floor.
They were both the best in pseudo-supernatural abilities.
They were only 1 step away from being supernormal.
However, there was no cereal potion in this last step. It is impossible to cross. Minister of the Department. The two of them saluted Si Jinnan. Pioneer Lin Shan. Si Jinnan nodded slightly and introduced, he will live in the library from now on. The two of them were startled, and quickly stood up straight, saluted again, and said, Pioneer Lin. Lin Shan waved his hand and said, just call me a normal name. I don't hold a position in the clan. One of them, a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 30s, said, what you have done deserves respect from all of us. Lin Shan shook his head, said nothing, and stepped forward to the third floor. In his opinion, he really didn't do much for the human race. All he did was what he could do. If his contribution was truly considered, he would definitely not be as much as the other 10 people. If the second floor is an office, the third floor is a large library, with a row of bookshelves in the middle and a few books placed on them. The so-called books are composed of a stack of papers stapled together. Even the cover is not there, only a few large characters are used to represent the cover. There were a row of rooms at both ends of the empty hall, used to store valuables. Si Jinnan took Lin Shan to the middle room on the right. Walking closer, Lin Shan found that the door to the room was not even closed. It was half open and half closed, giving people a very perfunctory feeling. Opening the door, a jade book was quietly suspended on a high platform. Just put the clan artifacts here so casually? Lin Shan asked speechlessly. What else? Si Jinnan replied casually, normally people can't move the clan artifacts. We can't stop the ones that can move. It doesn't matter where they are placed. The purpose of letting people guard them is to prevent people in the clan from treating the clan artifacts as treasures and having evil thoughts. Instead, he took his own life. Lin Shan thoughtfully walked over and took the clan weapon in his hand. He was definitely not in the category of ordinary people. During the last migration, he didn't even have time to open the clan artifacts and handed them to Zhang Zhenghua before leaving. When I opened the Jade album, I found that it was completely different from the first time I read it. In addition to the 11 names in the front, there was one more name after it, Chen Liyun. Moreover, each name exuded a faint golden light. Lin Shan touched his name with his hand, and a large piece of writing was immediately reflected in the void. Lin Shan. One of the pioneers of the human race. In the first year of the human calendar, the first human race was extraordinary, and then he helped 7 pioneers achieve extraordinary things. In 3 years of the human calendar, he resisted the Cat Clan, led the human race to complete the migration, and obtained the Cat Clan's advanced technology and documents about the Grey Fog for the human race. Behind it were dense records in small print, which only recorded the general process without details. Seeing this, Lin Shan breathed a sigh of relief. If he could record even the details, Lin Shan was afraid that he would dismantle the clan artifact. This is completely a history book, although it is only a short history. Lin Shan said with emotion after reading the introduction on the clan artifacts. Si Jinnan nodded and said, it is very short now, but if our human race still exists 100 years from now, 1,000 years from now or even 10,000 years from now, what a long historical scroll it will be and how many names will be recorded on it. Lin Shan put down the clan artifacts, looked at Si Jinnan and asked, am I going to live here? Live with the clan artifacts? No, Si Jinnan said with a smile, looking through family artifacts is now given as a reward to motivated people, so people often come over to look through it. It is definitely not suitable for you to live here. You live in the next room, which happens to be it's empty. I'll have someone bring supplies and some necessary furniture later. Okay. Lin Shan had no objection and nodded, bring me 2 more clothes by the way. He has been wearing this clothes for half a year, and it is full of holes. It is not easy to hold on until now. Okay, I have nothing else to do. Si Jinnan replied. Lin Shan waved his hand and walked straight to the room next to him. The interior of the room was about 20 square meters, and there was nothing. It was just an undecorated rough room. Lin Shan sat on the ground and waited silently. He originally planned to go out for a walk, but wearing these tattered clothes was too eye-catching, so he gave up the idea immediately. Bang bang bang. Pioneer Lin, are you there? After a while, there was a knock on the door. Bring it in directly. Lin Shan said. Then I saw 2 people carrying a wooden bed in, and another person behind him hugging a green quilt. After Lin Shan made the bed, several more people arrived one after another. Tables, chairs, benches, toiletries, and even a glass ball were all provided. Is this the street lamp seen by the cat tribe? Lin Shan felt a little strange. What is this? Is it a lamp? Lin Shan asked, looking at the big man moving things aside. Yes. The big man replied, the name of this lamp is the psychic lamp. It was developed by Ms. Yen and Minister Jean. It can light up for a long time by inputting a little spiritual energy. Ms. Yen, it must be Yen Ruxin. It seems that part of the cat tribe's technology has been deciphered. After everyone left, Lin Shan picked up the psychic lamp placed on the table and looked at it curiously for a while. Facing the slowly conveying spiritual energy inside, the next second, the psychic lamp released a dazzling white light, which seemed particularly dazzling even in the daytime. I accidentally lost too much money. There should be a device inside to absorb spirituality. I almost burst it, just leave it here. I hope it will be darker at night. Lin Shan picked up the new clothes sent to the side, disappeared from the spot with a teleportation, and appeared in the air above the clan hall. He had to find a place to wash first. The only river nearby seemed to be the one in the purple soul flower forest, but it was not necessary to go so far to take a bath. After flying around in the air, he found a man-made canal. In order to save effort, the canal was dug very narrow, only 2 meters wide. Flying out along the canal, out of the central area, the periphery is a large area under construction, and the periphery is a large area of cultivated land, which is full of peanuts and wheat. The canal passes through the middle to provide water for the cultivated land on both sides. Lin Shan found an unmanned cultivated land, washed casually beside the canal, put on new clothes and soared into the sky. Landed when he was about to enter the construction area and walked into the crowd. After half a year of stable development, almost everyone's eyes are full of vitality, no longer as numb as half a year ago. All the places along the way are under construction. Lin Shan walked for several miles in the construction area. Everyone is working hard. Passing through the outer construction area and entering the central area that has been built, the buildings here opened Lin Shan's eyes. What came into view was a commercial district, with wooden plaques hanging on the uniform storefronts, with the words tea house in another world, lycée restaurant in another world, clothing shop, and even a nursery in another world. Many people were strolling around here, buying and selling, and some of them were wearing modern clothes. The currency they held in their hands was actually small bags of peanuts, which they weighed and bartered. This is definitely not a long-term solution. As more and more arable land is created, the value of these peanuts will only get lower and lower. At this moment, a group of people walked down the street, with a young man in green silk clothes in front, followed by more than 100 people, young and old, all wearing extremely simple autumn clothes, which cannot be produced by the current industrial level of the gray fog world. The street we are on is the only commercial street in the tribe. This world does not have a unified currency, so we use food as a temporary substitute for currency. You don't need to work for the first 3 days after you arrive. All food and accommodation are provided free of charge. You need to use these 3 days to adapt to the new world. After 3 days, there will be no more free supplies. You need to work to get these. As for the job, you can choose according to your own situation. For the fields, just go to the farming area and mark out a piece. If you have the strength, you can have as much land as you want. 30% of the total harvest will be used as tax. If you feel that you are capable, you can also go to various departments to have a look. If you are qualified, you can go to the various departments to have a look. You are a person who eats public food, and you may even have the hope of getting in touch with extraordinary abilities. After taking a breath, he continued, in the early stages of development, all systems are adjusted at any time. Now the human race is governed by 7 departments, namely the Ministry of Agriculture, the Ministry of Industry, the Ministry of Commerce, the Ministry of Households, the Ministry of Military Affairs, the Ministry of Police, and the Ministry of Education. It's a bit like continuing the ancient system, but the difference is very big. There is no so-called emperor. All major events related to the development of the human race are voted on by these 7 departments. Official personnel in the department are divided into 6 levels, including ministers, deputy ministers, directors, deputy directors, section chiefs, and deputy section chiefs. This is just the current system, and it is unknown whether there will be any changes in the future. Lin Shan listened to the man's introduction. The 7-department system contains almost everything needed now. This system has both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage is that it can check and balance each other, and the disadvantage is that if some departments are in opposition for a long time, it may form a disguised internal struggle. However, this system is still feasible at this stage. The current development of the human race is a good proof. If there are changes in the future, they can be changed. As pioneers recognized by the tribe, Zhang Zhenghua and others should have this ability. Lin Shan followed the group of new crossovers and listened to the explanation for nearly 2 hours.
He roughly understood the current development situation. "Hey, brother." Someone next to him called Lin Shan and said, "Brother, when did you cross over?
I heard that this outfit can't be bought with money. Brother, you are doing well."
The leader in front also turned his head to look at Lin Shan. He had noticed that Lin Shan had been following them. The main reason was that the clothes Lin Shan wore were too conspicuous. At this time, it was almost a symbol of power in the tribe. The leader carefully looked at the green robe on Lin Shan. The style was much more luxurious than his.
This kind of clothes really couldn't be bought with money now.
No matter how good the green silkworms were, they couldn't supply more than 70,000 people.
Only the departments could get them.
His clothes were issued by the higher authorities when he became a new tour guide.
"My friend, which department do you work for?"
The leader was much more tactful than those newcomers who had just arrived in the alien world. He had deeply realized that this was a new world with new rules. With the energy of those pioneers, they could have restored the monarchy. Fortunately, they did not do so, and the people still had some democracy.
"I don't work for the department," Lin Shan said lightly.
"So that's the case.
It seems that I made a mistake. My name is Jiang Dang. I wonder if I can get to know him," Jiang Dang said politely.
Regardless of whether he was an official of the department or not, anyone who could wear this dress would not be a simple person.
There was no harm in making friends.
Looking at Jiang Shua's outstretched hand, Lin Shan hesitated for a moment, but still shook hands with him. "My name is Lin Shan."
"My friend is called Lin Shan? Such a familiar name. It should be the same name."
After saying this, he fell to the ground unconscious. Lin Shan sighed and watched Jiang Shua lying on the ground trembling constantly. After a moment, he stopped moving, with a thin layer of ice on his body. Lin Shan used his spiritual sense to sense it and breathed a sigh of relief.
He was still alive.
He hesitated, of course, not because he had mysophobia or any other reason, but because he was afraid that ordinary people would have problems if they came into contact with him. He had almost completely restrained his spirituality, but he didn't expect that something would happen.
After all, how could ordinary people touch the weird? Lin Shan was no different from the weird now.
He had all the weird things, including passive harm to ordinary people. Lin Shan was worried that if he was promoted to a high sequence in the future, ordinary people would die suddenly after looking at him.
Ah, murder!
Some people screamed in fear, while others shouted calmly, "Go call a doctor and find the guards. Don't let this murderer run away, surround him."
Someone shouted immediately, and some even wanted to capture him.
Lin Shan was so scared that he ran away quickly. A red light flashed on the spot. Everyone only saw a huge blood-red wing shaking, and there was no figure on the spot.
"Where is the person? It seems to be flying. How did it fly?" "It flew with its wings spread." "It's the extraordinary. Hurry up. Inform the ministers that there is an extraordinary invasion."
At this time, above the 1,000-meter high school, Lin Shan breathed a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that these people would touch him. This was no longer a smuggling, but a complete death. Landing near the clan hall, this time he entered directly from the gate. The guard already knew Lin Shan at this time, saluted Lin Shan nodded, and walked into the hall on the first floor.
"The first floor is different from the second and third floors. There are no partitions here.
It is just a large flat floor to receive new traversers.
The newcomers today should be the wave just now.
There are no other people in the hall now except for a few old women who are cleaning.
Go straight to the second floor along the stairs on the side. When going upstairs, you will meet a group of people walking down from the second floor. Director Chen, this is the list of gray fog exploration this time. Please take a look."
A mature woman handed the list in her hand to Director Chen in front of her.
The person called Director Chen took the list in his hand and glanced at it, and said, "Is General Zhao going this time?"
"Yes." The woman nodded and said, "General Zhao said she was going to find some new herbs to improve the medical canon."
This, Director Chen hesitated, General Zhao is a pioneer. If she has any unexpected impact, it will be too big.
No, I have to persuade her. We can help her find any herbs she needs.
It's useless.
The woman said helplessly. Minister Zhang, who went to persuade before, had his face swollen and is now in the office and dare not see anyone. He is the minister of the military department, theoretically her immediate superior, and she dared to beat him directly. "If you go," the woman blinked and didn't finish the rest of the words, but the meaning was very clear. Just when Director Chen and Lin Shan passed by, he was suddenly startled and suddenly turned his head to look at Lin Shan.
Are you, Pioneer Lin? It's really you, Pioneer Lin. I wonder if you still remember me. I was at the front of the team and stood right next to you during the migration.
Director Chen said excitedly.
Are you, the fake extraordinary person standing next to me?
Lin Shan looked at the young man in front of him and asked with some uncertainty. If there is no other pseudo-supernatural person next to you, then that person must be me.
Lin Shan smiled and said, I didn't expect to be the director of the department now. Then he asked, what is your name? Director Chen gave a solemn military salute and said, my name is Chen Liyun.
I am currently the director of the development department of the military department.
I am responsible for the human race's exploration of the Grey Fog world.
This time it was Lin Shan's turn to be surprised.
Are you Chen Liyun? I've seen you on the clan artifacts before.
First, he made the most contributions in the war between humans and cats. After relocating, he led several expeditions in the Grey Mist, and successfully hunted the supernatural villains several times with a pseudo-supernatural team. His flesh and blood added dozens of new members to the clan. Pseudo-supernatural, and was loaded into the clan weapon accordingly. When Lin Shan was looking through the family artifacts before, he paid close attention to the new names that appeared.
He didn't expect to meet the real person just after reading the records.
Lin Shan somewhat understood how those people felt when they saw him, and he felt like the characters in the book appeared in reality.
Chen Liyun said modestly, actually, it's nothing.
Whether it's fighting the Cat Clan or hunting the evil ones, it's all the credit of our team as a whole. Lin Shan smiled and said nothing. A humble person may not be successful, but a successful person must be humble, even if it is false humility.
Then he thought of their conversation just now and asked casually, how did you find your way back into the Grey Fog? Chen Liyun replied, this is also thanks to the skill recorded in the cat tribe's literature, the spirit mark. You can leave a spirit mark in the clan's territory before going out. As long as the spirituality is enough, the distance between the spirit marks can theoretically be infinite.
The Grey Fog will only make when people lose their sense of direction. As long as they have a fixed goal, they will never go astray again.
How to make a spiritual mark? Lin Shan asked. It's very simple. Chen Liyun smiled and said, it's just a spiritual technique. I'll demonstrate it to you.
As he said that, he waved his hand towards the void. Nothing changed in reality, but in Lin Shan's perception, an extremely weak spiritual node appeared in front of him. There was an indistinct spiritual thread on the node connecting Chen Liyun. I showed this specially, so you should be able to feel it. In fact, this kind of spiritual mark cannot be felt by others except you.
Lin Shan nodded.
The method was very simple and he knew it after reading it once.
Spirituality and oneself are one.
This method is to separate the spirituality and then locate it through the faint connection.
There are also disadvantages.
If you want spirituality to be connected with yourself, you must ensure that it always exists in the world, which will increase the spiritual load. However, because the silk thread is extremely thin, the cost of making a spiritual mark is not too great. The longer the spiritual silk thread is stretched, the greater the cost.
That's right. Chen Liyun suddenly said, Xian Lin, can you help persuade General Zhao? If it is you, Lin Shan frowned slightly and asked, General Zhao? You mean Zhao Xiaoan? Chen Liyun smiled bitterly and said, who else could it be besides her?
No need to persuade. Lin Shan said calmly, if she wants to go, just let her go. But, Chen Liyun wanted to say something more, but was directly interrupted by Lin Shan. You can go if you're pretending to be extraordinary, but she's already extraordinary, so why can't she go?
You may have misunderstood the meaning of pioneers. Pioneers are not protected people.
Being at the forefront of everything is what pioneers should do.
Okay. Chen Liyun nodded helplessly. He put the overall situation first and did not want to take risks.
Seeing that it was useless to talk more, he stopped mentioning it. Lin Shan knew what he was thinking by looking at his expression.
There must be many people like Chen Liyun in the human race.
Unexpectedly, now that the human race is developing rapidly, the pioneers who have been on the front line are actually protected as some kind of symbols.
Pay attention to safety and don't go too far. Lin Shan finally reminded. He doesn't plan to go out recently.
Even if he has the ability to easily capture some evil degenerates and add pseudo-extraordinary people to the clan, he doesn't plan to do so. Development always comes with sacrifice, and those who survive will become the new pillars.
By the way, Lin Shan seemed to have thought of something and suddenly asked, are you a living person?
Yes.
Chen Liyun nodded.
It has become common knowledge among pseudo-supernatural people that extraordinary physiques are divided into living bodies and fallen bodies. Come with me for a moment, Lin Shan said. You guys wait for me here, I'll be back in a moment. Chen Liyun said to the people accompanying him.
Go all the way to the 3rd floor and return to the room.
At this time, the room has been fully decorated and has all the necessary furniture. Lin Shan rummaged through the bag and poured all the herbs on the ground. Take out 2 small cloth poles from the innermost layer. Seeing this familiar little bougie, Lin Shan's face was full of memories.
What is placed here are the remaining materials when preparing the potion for the 7 people.
There are still more than 10 grams of the ghostfish ashes left, and there are still more than 30 grams of the horny powder asha dragged, which is enough for 1 person. I didn't find anyone suitable before, so I just kept letting it go. Take out 2 sheets of paper from the stack of papers on the table, pour out 10 g of the ghostfish ash and 10 g of black powder respectively, stack them up, take the brush next to it and dip it in ink to write the numbers 50 and 80 on them. After finishing, give the 2 paper bags to Chen Liyun and say, 50 and 80 represent 50 milliliters of pure water and 80 milliliters of pure water respectively. When mixed with the powder inside, they will become auxiliary medicines for sequence potions.
The main medicine is purple soul flower. You should know where it is.
If you come back alive this time, go there to upgrade yourself. After thinking for a while, he added, purple soul flower is a little special.
Don't bring it out. Complete the promotion where you pick it. It's safe in that flower forest. This is the material for sequence potions.
At this time, Chen Liyun's hands holding the 2 paper bags were shaking a little. This is the way to transcendence, but he just handed it to him casually. Lin Shan smiled and said, let's go if you have nothing to do. Chen Liyun opened his mouth and wanted to say something else, but he didn't know how to express it. He could only salute Lin Shan with a firm look and said, yes, I won't let you down. After Chen Liyun left, Lin Shan went to the 2nd floor to meet some familiar old friends, including the current Minister of the Military Zhang Zhenghua, Minister of the Ministry of Industry Jin Tianzong, Minister of the Ministry of Agriculture Si Zhennan, and Minister of the Ministry of Households Yen Ruxin. 4 of the 7 ministers are pioneers, 2 of whom are only pseudo-supernatural. Although the other pioneers also have positions, they are just in name only.
Not everyone likes power. Lin Shan also made a simple acquaintance with the other 3 ministers.
These people were all former military personnel, so they were recognized by others and directly took office.
All the alternation of power was completed in a small circle. Inside Zhang Zhenghua's office.
At this time, Zhang Zhenghua, Zhao Xiaoan, Wu Wang, and Lin Shan were sitting together. Upon hearing Lin Shan's return, Zhao Xiaoan and Wu Wang dropped what they were doing and rushed back to see Lin Shan.
Zhao Xiaoan is very busy. She is currently busy writing that medical code.
As for Wu Wang, he has now started doing business and opened a Chamber of Commerce, and he named it Wu Wang Chamber of Commerce very coquettishly. Not to mention, the word Wu Wang has its own traffic. Wu Wang, the pioneer, is also a legendary person in the eyes of ordinary people.
With this name, the Wu Wang Chamber of Commerce has successfully established itself and has become the only chamber of commerce in the clan area.
There are mountains of food in the warehouse, and he is behind the funding for 3 days of free food and lodging for new travelers and some charity support.
How long do you plan to stay this time? Zhao Xiaoan looked at Lin Shan and asked.
The specific time will depend on the situation.
I will start retreating soon after I go back. The next time we meet may be a long time later. Lin Shan replied. Retreat? We are taking magic potion. Are you cultivating immortality?
You still need to retreat.
Zhao Xiaoan rolled his eyes.
Lin Shan smiled and said, I found some things outside that can speed up the digestion of the potion.
Everyone nodded and didn't ask any more questions. By the way,
Lin Shan suddenly asked, how did you come back when you completed your promotion in the purple soulflower forest last time? This question has always been in Lin Shan's mind. He wanted to ask it several times but forgot about it.
Do you still remember the golden thread we encountered when we first crossed over?
Zhang Zhenghua asked.
Which one is connected to the clan artifact? Lin Shan asked.
Yes. Zhang Zhenghua continued, after everyone was successfully promoted, the golden thread appeared again. We followed the guidance and returned to the tribe and found that the human race was being slaughtered by the cat tribe.
You also know what happened next.
Lin Shan understood that it turned out to be the guidance of the clan artifact. There were too many unknowns contained in the clan artifact, and the functions that are now known may only be the tip of the iceberg. Finally, the four of them chatted about their opinions on the current development within the clan. By the end, the red moon was already hanging high in the sky.
Inside the room,
Lin Shan sat cross-legged on the bed, with 48 elixirs placed randomly on the ground.
Lin Shan did not dare to take the elixir from the two-headed strange bird's nest.
If he encountered the two-headed strange bird again, it was unknown whether he could get rid of it again.
It has been half a year since the earliest elixirs were collected.
In the past 6 months, there have been no other changes to these elixirs except their leaves.
Leaving the soil will not cause them to die.
He casually picked up an elixir that looked like a starfish. It had a fleshy shape with 5 horns.
Crack!
Lin Shan bit off a piece of meat and made a squeak sound. It was very crispy and tasted a little fishy, with a little sweetness in it. The next second, an extremely strong spirituality gathered in Lin Shan's heart. With so much spirituality gathering, his heart soon could not withstand the pressure, and instantly pale golden cracks filled his heart.
Crack, rattling, rattling.
Lin Shan solved the elixir in his hand in just a few mouthfuls. A more violent and violent spirituality poured into his heart, and his heart, which was already full of cracks, instantly shattered. Half of the heart, which was made up of flesh and blood, was directly exploded into blood mist, while the other half, which was light golden and made of pure spirituality, was shattered into dozens of light golden fragments. A darkness emerged from nowhere and enveloped these heart fragments, and the fragments were gradually put together and restored under the influence of darkness. After an unknown amount of time, half of the pale golden heart has recovered, and darkness is crawling on it. As the darkness squirms, half of the flesh and blood heart is gradually formed, and the regrown flesh and blood heart has a touch of pale gold. Lin Shan saw all this in his eyes, and the broken heart alone was no longer enough to make him lose consciousness. It turns out that the spirituality released by the elixir is not absorbed by the heart, but only plays a role in tempering, thereby speeding up the digestion of the elixir. What is digested is not the medicinal properties of the elixir, but some invisible and intangible rules and sequences. The potion only functions as a key from beginning to end, and its medicinal properties are exhausted the moment the door is opened. After his heart fully recovered, Lin Shan opened his eyes. Red light and golden light flashed alternately in his eyes, and he soon returned to normal. Seeing through the window that it was daytime outside, Lin Shan got up and walked downstairs to see Jinnan's office, which was closest to him.
How many days have it been?
Lin Shan opened the door and asked directly. At this time, Jinnan and a group of people were watching something.
They all frowned.
Lin Shan suddenly opened the door, which made their hearts skip a beat, with embarrassed expressions on their faces.
When he saw it was Lin Shan, he breathed a sigh of relief. What? It's mysterious. Lin Shan asked curiously.
You came just in time, come and take a look. Jinnan stepped aside, allowing Lin Shan to get closer. Lin Shan took a closer look and frowned. There is a person planted on a flower pot, looking ahead with a dull expression. His eyes are still moving, but the speed is very slow and difficult to detect. She is a woman, and all the details on her body are lifelike and as smooth as jade.
No wonder the few people just saw him behave like that.
Lin Shan got closer and found that his feet were planted in the soil and his body made a very strange movement, as if he was holding something.
Everything is the same as a real person, but the size is only the size of a palm. Lin Shan frowned and asked, where did this thing come from? It was dug out of the soil. Jinnan asked, what do you think? Is it a plant or something else? Lin Shan asked back, it's not just this one. That's right.
Jinnan replied, it was discovered 3 days ago. So far, a total of 3 have been found. I have studied it for several days but still can't figure out what it is.
It's a human. Lin Shan said lightly. What? Everyone was shocked.
They thought it might be a human, but in the end they were more inclined to some kind of plant.
No way. Jinnan said, we dissected it.
There is no blood and flesh, only fibers that plants have, and the cut place will grow again after only 1 day. Lin Shan said, don't study it, find out if anyone has disappeared recently. If my guess is correct, this kind of plant will become more and more, and the source must be solved. Lin Shan waved at the little man in the flower pot, and a trace of blood gathered and formed a drop of blood so small that it was almost invisible in the air. This is human blood, distributed all over the body of the little man. Unless you look at it with a microscope, it is impossible to see it with normal eyes.
Is it weird? Jinnan asked with a heavy face. Not necessarily, it may be something else. Some evil degenerates also have strange abilities. Tell me if you find the source. Lin Shan said.
Okay,
I'll go notify the police and the Ministry of Household Affairs. Si Jinan nodded in response. Then he looked embarrassed and said, then how to deal with this? He pointed to the little man in the flower pot. She died a long time ago and has become a real plant. If you want to keep her, just keep her. Lin Shan said. Then burn her. Si Jinan replied. Yes. Lin Shan nodded. By the way. Lin Shan suddenly remembered the purpose of his visit and asked, how long has it been since I came back? It's November 27th, year 3 of the human calendar. You seem to have come back on November 1st last time. It's been almost a month. I can't remember clearly. Si Jinan said uncertainly. Lin Shan returned to his room and continued to take the elixir. Time flies, and only the last 6 of the 48 elixirs remain. From taking 1 elixir a month at the beginning, it only takes 20 days later. The stronger the strength, the faster the heart will recover after being broken. In the 6th month of the 6th year of the human calendar, a knock on the door interrupted Lin Shan, who was resting with his eyes closed. Lin Xianfeng, the director wants to see you. Okay, I'll be there in a while. In 3 years, 42 elixirs allowed his heart to break through to the peak of the 9th stage. He already felt some kind of shackles and could not break through further. The total amount of spirituality, recovery speed, and spiritual control ability have all been greatly improved. Unfortunately, Bloodwing has only entered the 3rd stage in these 3 years. Compared with the 3 years and 4 stages of the heart, Bloodwing has only improved 1 stage in 3 years. The elixir is of no help to Bloodwing. Walking out of the room, he went straight to Si Jinan's office. 3 years is enough to change many people. Si Jinan has been in a high position for a long time. There is a kind of oppression on him. Ordinary people will feel pressure when they see him. This oppression is most obvious in Zhang Zhenghua. Lin Shan found a place to sit down casually. Before he opened his mouth to speak, he heard someone knocking on the door. Dong, dong, dong. Si Jinan glanced at Lin Shan with a questioning look in his eyes. Lin Shan made a pleased gesture. Si Jinan nodded and said, come in. A beautiful woman in Hanfu walked in. A lot of big changes have taken place in the past 3 years. Lin Shan sighs almost every year. Since the 5th year of the human calendar, the tribe's textile industry has made a great breakthrough under the promotion of Huangying and Xiaoshen. Under Xiaoshen's cultivation, the original less than 10 green silkworms have now grown to hundreds. Not only green silk, but also various animal hairs, plant fibers, etc. are all sufficient. The tribe's meat has also been improved. Although they cannot eat every day, they can eat at least 1 meal a week. On October 1st of the 5th year of the human calendar, Lin Shan attended a council meeting to redraft the new year, a day that the human race needs to celebrate together. In the end, in order to commemorate the Earth, the tribe calendar will set December 30th of each year as New Year's Eve. The new tribe calendar does not distinguish between the lunar calendar and the solar calendar. Now each month is set to 30 days and a year is set to 12 months. Subsequent adjustments will be made according to the changes of the 4 seasons. Everything here is very similar to the Earth, but there are still subtle changes. Huangying developed a new type of textile technology. It is said that the inspiration of spiritual silk comes from the skill of spiritual mark. The fastest speed is to manually weave a piece of clothing in 10 minutes. If anyone in the tribe has the strongest control over spirituality, it is definitely Huangying. She can control dozens of spiritual silk threads to interweave back and forth at the same time. Not only that, she also opened a workshop called Weaving Heaven Pavilion to produce more than 80% of the textiles of the whole tribe. Along with the rise of the textile industry, there are also Chinese ancient costumes. Now if you go to the street casually, at least 70% of people wear hanfu. Even many people's etiquette of meeting has changed from shaking hands to clasping fists. Handsome men become young men, and beautiful women become young ladies. Some people say that this is a regression of civilization, and some people say that they are not wearing hanfu but national sentiment. Minister, the area of the tribe has expanded again. This is the new division map for you to review. The woman came in and handed a drawing to Si Jinan. Lin Shan sat next to him and took a look. It was a circular map with a diameter of 50 kilometers. The urban area in the middle was 10 square kilometers. The urban population was 100,000. The outer areas were farming areas, breeding areas, and mining areas. The population of these areas added up to 110,000, and the total population reached 210,000. Si Jinan took a look and said, the area is not important, the output is the first. How is the new seedling cultivation plan going?
It is progressing steadily, but the results so far are not ideal. The woman replied.
No hurry.
Si Jinan said seriously, tell him to take steady steps and don't rush for success.
I will go to the new base for inspection in a few days. Yes. The woman nodded. Anything else?
Si Jinan asked, and then said, if you have nothing else, go out first.
After the woman walked out of the door and closed it, Lin Shan asked, you called me here, do you have any clues?
3 more human grasses were found in the farmland number 39 in the northern suburbs yesterday, which is the 257th in the past 3 years.
Unlike before, we found this time.
Si Jinan took out a piece of rag from the table and gave it to Lin Shan.
The rag seemed to have been torn off forcefully. In the past, the victims who turned into human grass would not leave anything behind. Why was there an extra piece of rag this time? Has the identity of the victim been found out? Lin Shan asked. Si Jinan took a sip of water from the water cup and said, 2 of them are siblings who make a living by herding. The other one also makes a living by herding, but he is alone. All his relatives died in the war between the human and cat tribes. He is the last one.
Lin Shan took the rag in his hand and looked at it carefully for a while, saying, if I remember correctly, most of the previous victims made a living by herding, and a few were people from the city.
Si Jinan nodded and replied, that's right. Oh. Lin Shan sighed and said, it's really troublesome. I hope it's different from what I thought.
I'll go to Jiangxi to ask. Lin Shan waved his hand, opened the door and walked out directly.
Seeing Lin Shan leave, Si Jinan returned to his seat to continue reviewing documents.
Now the tribe has a vast area and a population of 210,000.
Correspondingly, the affairs to be handled every day are also piled up. Lin Shan walked along the corridor to the north. The office at the northernmost end was the police department.
The current director Jiang Shi was originally a senior military official. After the reform of the 7 departments, he was elected as the first police department director to manage the security of the tribe. He walked to the door. Knock, knock, knock. Lin Shan knocked on the door lightly.
Come in. A voice came from the room.
Jiangxi in the room was lying on a chair with his legs crossed, his hands behind his head, holding a pen in his mouth and looking at the ceiling.
Just put it on the table.
Jiangxi said casually without even looking at the person who came in.
Lin Shan walked to the table, sat on it, and asked, then what? Then? I don't have anything to do here. Go and do your thing. Don't disturb me from working. He. Lin Shan chuckled. Ha?
Jiangxi frowned and looked in the direction of Lin Shan. She wanted to see who was so blind. When she saw the person coming, she hurriedly stood up and sat upright. Lin Xianfeng, long time no see.
What's up with you? It's still about the human flower.
You guys are so slow. We haven't found the source in 3 years.
I may have to go to the depths of the gray fog in a while.
You can handle it by yourselves then. Lin Shan said indifferently. Jiangxi smiled awkwardly and said, as the saying goes, there are all kinds of birds in a big forest. It's the same whether it's on Earth or in the gray fog world. Recently, the number of criminals has increased to the point where the police department can't hold them all. There are still more criminals still at large. We can't allocate police force to investigate the human flower incident. It's not like modern society where there are cameras everywhere. In addition, this is a world dominated by the extraordinary. It's normal to have such a situation. If there are not enough people, just recruit people.
Lin Shan said.
After thinking for a while, he continued, I'm free now. I'll keep an eye on the human flower incident these days.
Tell me if you have any clues.
Jiangxi was delighted and quickly responded, no problem. I'll notify you as soon as I have any clues.
High in the sky.
Lin Shan observed the flow of people below, people coming and going, various hawking shouts continued, and the 150-meter-wide road on the central street was crowded with people. In just 6 years, a prosperous scene has been created, but it seems too small in this gray fog world. He couldn't help but think of the black shadow that covered the sky and the sun last time. No matter how prosperous the development was, it couldn't withstand a casual step, and hundreds or even hundreds of years of development would be directly destroyed.
Look at the meteor. Really, it's red.
Because Lin Shan flew relatively low, people in the city could clearly see a red light passing by, and the enchanting red light could be seen even in the daytime. Many people stopped their work, crossed their fingers and held them together, put their arms against their chests, closed their eyes and made a wish. Lin Shan in the air suddenly stopped, and a light golden light flashed in his eyes.
What's going on? Just now, his blood wing level inexplicably advanced a lot, entering the middle stage of the third stage. Normally, it takes at least a year to reach this stage. Did I have an epiphany? There should be no such thing as an epiphany. Although he was confused, he could not find any source. He moved forward and soon flew out of the city. In front of him was a green grassland with no boundaries. This place was very close to the purple soulflower forest. There were sparse houses on the ground. There was a village for every 100 to 1,000 households, and each village had a divided land. From time to time, you can see large livestock such as horses and cattle, and someone is driving them to graze. Lin Shan found that these animals raised by humans have all become ordinary animals, without any spiritual fluctuations. The first batch of these poultry were pseudo-transcendents, and the offspring they gave birth to all became ordinary livestock, and their size was also reduced a lot, which was no different from livestock on Earth. If you think about it carefully, it makes sense. Spirituality cannot be added for no reason. Sequence 8 can give birth to Sequence 9, Extraordinary can give birth to Pseudo-Extraordinary, and Pseudo-Extraordinary can only give birth to ordinary animals. At most, they have a little spirituality. After so many generations of dilution, they have completely returned to ordinary. Many of these livestock were given by the cat tribe Sashali, and some were captured in the Grey Fog. As long as a pair of tamed beasts are gathered, they will have a large number of offspring after a few years of breeding. Lin Shan walked around the grazing area for several hours until it got dark, but still did not find any abnormal places. He could only see with his naked eyes, without any perception type ability. The heart light tends to change, and the blood wings tend to speed. If he wants to find abnormalities in this land of dozens of kilometers, he can only take his luck. The red moon in the barrier is brighter and more colorful than what he saw in the Grey Fog. When he looked at the ground again, the ground seemed to be covered with a layer of red carpet. Lin Shan just lay quietly in the sky, looking up at the night sky, which was dotted with stars. I don't know how long it took. Lin Shan fell to the ground and lay directly on the grass. On a quiet night, in the deep sky, there was an occasional cool breeze, which carried the fragrance of green grass, and the grass made a rustling sound. The mosquitoes next to him exploded directly within 10 meters of Lin Shan. He just lay on the ground for a while, and the circle was already full of mosquito corpses. He hadn't relaxed like this for a long time. Suddenly, looking at the sky, at this moment he wanted to know what was above the sky. The next second, a blood-red meteor rose from the ground, dragging a long tail, soaring into the sky. Thousands of meters, 10,000 meters, 20,000 meters. When it only reached 20,000 meters, the sky was bright, the size of the sun did not change, the earth was completely invisible, and the surroundings were all white. He was clearly flying to the sky, but he felt like he was diving from the sea to the deep sea. The huge resistance caused the speed to slow down. Finally, when he reached 25,000 meters, his spiritual power was overdrawn, and the huge wings behind him were directly broken, turning into red dots and dissipating. Lin Shan fell straight down. Not only gravity, but also a thrust from the sky. He flew to an altitude of more than 20,000 meters in the middle of the night, and it took only 1 minute to get close to the ground. When he was still hundreds of meters away from the ground, Xian Guang transformed into a parachute to reduce the cushioning. When he was about to touch the ground, it transformed into a soft cloud. Lin Shan fell on it and landed without any damage, if you ignore the tattered clothes that were burned. His skin was only burned red, but he was not injured. Although Xian Guang mainly improved his spirituality when he was promoted, his body had been nourished by spirituality for a long time, and its strength had long exceeded that of ordinary people. Lin Shan could actually land without damage. He just wanted to experience this feeling, but the result disappointed him. He did not feel any stimulation. When he flew into the air, he took off his tattered clothes directly and used Xian Guang to transform them into a white robe to put on his body. Looking at the clothes on his body, Lin Shan nodded with satisfaction. White is his favorite color. Wearing green clothes every day always makes him feel uncomfortable. But although he feels comfortable now, he is uncomfortable in fighting. He can't take off his clothes and fight with others, right? In the next few days, Lin Shan continued to try his luck in this area. The human flower incident happened once every half a month on average. As long as he happened to be in that range, no matter whether it was weird or evil, there would definitely be a breath leak during the attack. He flew aimlessly and suddenly saw a place where people gathered. A group of people formed a big circle, pointing and talking about something. Landed in a slightly remote place and walked to where the crowd gathered. I heard it from a distance.
I didn't expect such a good couple to encounter such a thing.
They only have one daughter left. How will she make a living in the future? Alas.
Someone shook his head inside, saying, "This is the way of the world. No one knows whether they can live to tomorrow."
Have you called the police? Yes, they should be here soon. A supernatural incident has been investigated for 6 years, but there is no result. I really don't know what they are doing.
Hush, brother, be careful with your words.
It's like this. If you don't have the ability, you don't have the ability. Don't you let people say it? I'm going to say it today.
For the angry speech of the middle-aged man, everyone could only shake their heads.
Just then. What do you want to say?
5 or 6 people came over in a mighty manner, looking particularly majestic. They were all wearing special work clothes with blue badges on their chests with the word police written on them.
Did you just say we are incompetent?
The leading man looked at the middle-aged man who had shouted before with a gloomy face. A spiritual pressure unique to pseudo-supernormal people attacked him. The middle-aged man looked a little pale, but he still managed to stand up straight and opened his mouth to continue talking. But when he saw his wife's pleading eyes not far away, he still said nothing.
Humph.
The leading man snorted coldly and said, "Catch them and put them in the cell for a few days, and let your family take you out with sincerity." Then he looked at the 2 human flowers planted on the ground, and Lin Shan followed his gaze. Compared with the previous ones, not only did their bodies become smaller, but pink flowers bloomed on their hands and heads. "Take the flowers back and give them to the higher-ups,"
the leading man said. Yes. The group came quickly and left quickly. Lin Shan now finally understood why Jiangxi said that the cell could not accommodate prisoners.
It turned out that it was filled with such bad guys who were filling the numbers.
Director, this woman is still a beauty. Nonsense, don't you know it has happened so many times?
Regardless of whether it was beautiful before or not, it will definitely be beautiful after it turns into a flower.
Don't keep looking at that flower. It's very evil. What about this person?
The police officer next to him pointed at the middle-aged man whose hands were handcuffed. Looking at her wife's sincerity, if she is given a lot, she will be released early, and if she is given a small amount, she will be kept locked up, so as not to harm the reputation of the police department again.
Someone asked in a low voice, "What if he goes out to sue us?"
The leading director smiled contemptuously and said, "He insulted the police department first. We enforce the law impartially."
What's so scary? There is no complete law at all now.
Who is right and who is wrong can't be said with just one mouth. Moreover, Director Liu and I are old friends.
He will help anyone in his heart. There are a lot of them. The director is wise.
The police officer on the side flattered him.
The director said proudly, "You are lucky to follow me.
The law has not been perfected in the past few years.
I will lead you to make more money. I will ensure that you will have no worries about food and drink for the rest of your life. You will be free in the gray fog world and even have a chance to have a glimpse of it. Sequence potion."
Glancing at the police officer next to him, he warned, "But you must be moderate. You can take advantage of loopholes.
Don't do obvious bad things blatantly. That's asking for death."
Yes, yes, yes. The police officer on the side agreed quickly.
Sudden.
A flash of red light flashed, and a man in white robes appeared not far from them.
Weird, weird. All the police officers were trembling with fear. Extraordinary.
Only the director had the vision and did not run away. He had never encountered anything strange and did not know the difference between spirituality and supernatural beings. He could only attribute it all to extraordinary power. He carefully clasped his fists and asked, "I wonder what this Lord has here to say?" There are only a few extraordinary people in the clan, and it is impossible for ordinary people to see them. Even department-level cadres like him are not qualified to see them.
Although I don't know how to call them, it is correct to call them adults. Give me this guy.
Lin pointed to the middle-aged man with his mouth wide open in shock and excitement.
Yes, you can just take it away. Is there anything else I can help you with? The director asked cautiously. Lin Shan ignored him, walked up to the middle-aged man and asked, "What's your name?" "My name is Hu Xiong, sir." "My name is Hu Xiong."
"You are the first of my human race." Before he could finish his words, Lin Shan grabbed his shoulder and disappeared under the red light. On a plane, red light flashed, and the middle-aged Lin Shanha appeared here. The middle-aged man fell to the ground without breathing cold air, and his whole body was covered with ice slag. Looking at the middle-aged man who fainted, Lin Shan whispered, "I'm sorry, I forgot that you are an ordinary person."
I don't know if he could hear it.
When Lin Shan finished saying this, the middle-aged man on the ground, his whole body twitched. It was not until evening that Hu Xiong woke up leisurely.
Woke up? Where is this place? Why did I faint? I remember
I met the herald. Hu Xiong raised his head suddenly and met Lin Shan's eyes. The faint red and golden light in his eyes made him lose consciousness for a while.
Are you a pioneer?
Hu Xiong was a little excited.
Well, you know me?
Lin Shan nodded. I don't know, but I'm just an ordinary herdsman now. Before I time traveled, I had no abilities and was just a teacher in an ordinary high school. When I just time traveled over 3 years ago, I was lucky enough to learn about the clan's history and learn that all the extraordinary people in the clan now have you are a pioneer. When I heard Director Zhang shouting super before, I guessed that you must be a pioneer, Hu Xiong replied, his eyes still burning.
I wonder, which pioneer are you?
Hu Xiong asked tremblingly.
Lin Shan replied calmly, my name is Lin Shan.
He didn't understand why Hu Xiong was so excited. Pioneer Lin, the human race is the strongest, he murmured to himself, his face flushed with excitement. After taking a breath, Hu Xiong's expression suddenly became serious, and he solemnly said, Pioneer Lin, I admire you and other pioneers very much. It is you who have led us to survive in this land. We all agree with the policies and regulations formulated by you. But now that we have been at ease for a long time, those so-called officials abuse their power and officials protect each other. The civilians at the lowest level can only swallow their anger every day. Can't you take care of these things? If this continues, sooner or later there will be problems.
There will be no problem unless they are stronger than us. The highest right in this world is power. Lin Shan said.
You, Hu Xiong stammered and didn't know what to say.
What? Lin Shan smiled lightly and said, is the answer different from what you expected?
Hu Xiong's mind was already a little confused. Lin Shan continued, the development has been too fast in the past few years, and various problems have emerged one after another. These cannot be solved in a short time.
You feel it is unfair. There must be more people like you.
As long as among you, if someone appears who can change history, then history will develop in the direction you want, instead of pinning your hopes on so-called pioneers like us. It will be good if the pioneers can maintain the rapid development of the human race now. Various problems later need to be solved by people like you.
How do you know that you can't become a minister?
In the development of history, there is no good or bad. In my opinion, as long as the human race does not split and keeps moving forward, I will not interfere in any development. After listening to Lin Shan's words, Hu Xiong was stunned. He saw different scenery from different angles, and he could not understand Lin Shan's behavior.
Don't you feel angry when you see those incidents of oppression and coercion?
Hu Xiong continued to ask. Lin Shan did not answer his question. He felt that since the fusion of the blood wings, his emotions had indeed become much weaker, and his emotions rarely fluctuated.
Do me a favor, and I'll give you a chance to see if you can do better than others. Lin Shan said lightly.
What favor? Lin Shan and Hu Xiong walked back to the village. During the chat, Lin Shan learned that this village was called Shomu Village, with more than 200 households and more than 700 people. All the villagers made a living by grazing or raising poultry. Every season, the Chamber of Commerce would come to collect, or they could sell it in the city themselves.
Most people would choose the former.
Although the price of selling in the city was higher, the long journey and time delay were not worth it. Most of what they sold were byproducts, such as wool, eggs, livestock cubs, etc. All the way back to the place where everyone was watching before. The neighbors had all gone home, and only a few people were walking on the road. When they saw Hu Xiong, they all looked at him with surprise. They didn't expect that he would be redeemed so soon. At this time, the girl was still there, hugging her knees and looking up at the starry sky. The tears in her eyes had dried up. Now no matter how much she wanted to cry, there were no tears to shed. She suddenly felt someone next to her, and turned her head to see Lin Shan and Hu Xiong. Her eyes were numb and lifeless. Only then did Lin Shan see the girl's appearance clearly. She was 17 or 18 years old, with an ordinary appearance and some freckles on her face. Lin Shan did not speak. Hu Xiong next to her said to the girl, "This is the investigator sent by the higher-ups to investigate the human flower incident. He will live in our village for a while, in your house."
No. The girl trembled and said timidly. How could she let a stranger live in her house casually? Moreover, her parents had just been in trouble.
If this ordinary-looking man in front of her had any bad intentions. She couldn't understand why Uncle who usually had a good relationship with her family, would make such an arrangement.
That Brother Lin Hai, please step aside for a while. I will talk to Xiao Ru alone. Lin Hai was the pseudonym they had agreed on in advance. Lin Shan nodded and turned to leave. Lin Shan simply walked around the village. Everything here looked normal, but most of the people in this village were not normal. Their blood was more or less mixed with the fibers that only human flowers had. He had not visited other villages, but he thought it would not be too good. The clues that he had been looking around for several days but could not find were now everywhere. It was because his thinking was wrong. He did not expect that the abnormality would be hidden in the crowd everywhere. So many people here have undergone abnormal changes. The source should not be too far away. Lin Shan plans to live here for a while to find the source. This is no longer a trivial matter and must be cleared as soon as possible. After walking around the village, Lin Shan returned to the girl's home. The two of them, one big and one small, sat on the steps and looked at the stars together, occasionally opening their mouths and whispering something. Seeing Lin Shan coming back, Hu Xiong stood up to greet him and said, "Xiao Ru accepted it. Tell the outside world that you are his distant relative from the city. Knowing that something happened to her family, you came to help for a few days. You can come the day after tomorrow night. This seems more reasonable." "Okay, then I will come the day after tomorrow." Lin Shan responded, walked to the corner of the street where there was no one and teleported into the air. Now the transmission of information depends entirely on writing letters. Letters from various villages are collected uniformly, and the postmen are sent to the city by horseback and then distributed to the corresponding people. There are only 2 stations along the way. Generally, letters written during the day will be delivered at night, including reports written by officials in various villages and towns. The night passed quickly. During the day, Lin Shan kept observing the movements of the villagers. Everything was normal. During the period, he also flew to the village next door. As he expected, some people in the next village were also affected. Finally, he flew to the town called Samli Town in the center of the grazing area. The population here is close to 10,000. The tribe now has 1 city and 3 towns, and Samli Town is one of the 3 towns. He flew over Samli Town and found that although there are many people here, few people are infected with human flower fibers, which is not as common as in the village. It seems that the source is not in the town. He kept wandering around until the next morning, and then returned to Xiaomu village and officially became a villager of Xiaomu village. Lin Shan lived in Xiao Ru's father's room. He lived the same life as the villagers from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. every day. He herded for Xiao Ru during the day and fed the poultry in the backyard at night. In the blink of an eye, a week had passed. His life trajectory had completely synchronized with the villagers here. He even knew some of the villagers. The villagers also knew that a distant relative had come to Xiao Ru's house to help her manage the family business left by her parents. There were also rumors that Lin Shan came to help Xiao Ru because he coveted Xiao Ru's family business, and he would definitely show his fangs and ask for a share of the property later. Faced with these, Lin Shan was too lazy to pay attention and continued to live a normal life. "Brother Lin, it's time to eat," Xiao Ru shouted in the house. "Okay, I'm here." In the evening, in the yard. Rural buildings are different from those in the city. The land here is not planned and can be used at will. Every household has 2 yards, one in front and one in the back. The small yard in the front is used for eating and cooling off or drying some food, and the wide backyard is used to raise poultry. On a square wooden table, there were 2 side dishes. The staple food was steamed buns made of peanut wheat, which was also the only staple food of the human race at present. Xiao Ru bit the steamed buns while secretly looking at Lin Shan. Lin Shan frowned. No additional clues were found in the past few days. Not only that, the mutations in the human bodies of the villagers were gradually increasing, and there were more and more plant fibers in the blood, as if they were produced out of thin air. There were several villagers with particularly serious cases, and they might not survive this month. He also found that the speed of this mutation was different for each person. Some people were slow, some were fast, and some were completely absent, but these people's daily lives were no different. Where is the source? What is it? Lin Shan muttered to himself. Are you thinking about the human flower? Xiao Ru asked in a low voice. Lin Shan had told her in advance that he would keep his identity confidential, so Xiao Ru usually did not dare to mention the word human flower. Yeah. Looking at Xiao Ru, Lin Shan just nodded slightly and didn't say much. The reason why he concealed his identity was that he suspected that this incident might be man-made. If the murderer knew that someone was investigating, he might restrain himself. He also asked about the parchment in the middle,
and the answer he gave was, "It involves the fate of the human race, and it is impossible to know." The meaning is probably that this matter is very serious and will affect the current fate of the human race. As long as it affects the fate of the race or involves race, the parchment will not work. At this time, Xiaoru put down the bowl and chopsticks and whispered, "I'm full. I'll just eat a steamed bun, you go and clean it up." Lin Shan took out a steamed bun and said to Xiaoru, "Okay." Xiaoru nodded and began to clean up the leftovers on the table. He was used to Lin Shan. There was no expression on his face, as if he didn't care about anything except the human flower incident. After cleaning up, Xiaoru began to boil water to prepare for washing. Everything was the same as usual. When she passed the living room, she folded her hands and prayed to a portrait. In the yard, Lin Shan suddenly opened his eyes. "Found it." Lin Shan quickly walked into the living room, blocked Xiaoru's way, and said coldly, "What did you do just now?" Although he couldn't see the situation in the living room, he had been staring at the plant fiber in Xiaoru's blood. Just now, it had obviously increased. I was just boiling water," Xiaoru replied. She was a little afraid of Lin Shan's current appearance, and her voice was a little trembling. Seeing Xiaoru's performance, Lin Shan knew that he was anxious. He tried to soften his tone and asked softly, "What happened after boiling the water?" "I was going to take a bath. What did you do after boiling the water?" I didn't do anything." Xiaoru's voice was already a little tearful. Lin Shan was speechless. He began to observe the living room. He had been here countless times. It was the same as usual, without any difference. Could it be that it was planted by itself? Lin Shan thought to himself. There was also such a possibility. Perhaps the source had left long ago, but only planted seeds in them, which would gradually erode the human body over time. This situation was the most troublesome. He had no way to do it. He could extract blood and plant fibers together, or extract blood alone, but he could not extract plant fibers alone. If there were such fibers in the blood, there must be other parts of the body, but he just couldn't sense them. "I also made a wish." At this moment, Xiaoru suddenly spoke. "What wish?" Lin Shan asked. "I hope life can always be so peaceful," Xiaoru whispered back. Lin Shan frowned and asked, "Why did you think of making a wish for no reason?" "It's just a habitual wish." Xiaoru's voice was still low. "Habitually making wishes come true?" Mr. Lin Shan frowned and thought, and then suddenly asked, "What are you wishing for?" "Horror." Xiaoru pointed to a painting on the wall. Lin Shan looked for where Xiaoru was pointing, his eyes narrowed, and a cold air rushed to the top of his head. He had never seen a painting here before. "When was this painting hung?" Xiaoru replied matter-of-factly, "I've always been here." Lin Shan was silent. He was observing the painting that suddenly appeared. The characters in the painting are dressed like snow, with wide sleeves flying up, beautiful eyes as clear as autumn water, and fair skin as delicate as gelatin, with petals flying around them, making them look like they want to fly into the sky. At the bottom of the painting, the author's name and the title of the work are written. The author is Zhou Changsheng, and the work is called Picture of Female Barbarians Flying to the Sky. When he saw the word Nui, Lin Shan had the result in his mind. The human flower incident must be related to this painting, or to the characters in the painting. Huainanzi records, by drums and songs are used to harmonize the sky and grow hundreds of grains, animals, and trees. The flower god in Chinese myths and legends even has a festival dedicated to her, the famous Flower Festival, where people pray for lush flowers and trees, spring and bright scenery. Where did this painting come from? It was painted by a painter in the village. I heard that he was a famous painter before he traveled across time. The paintings he painted are so beautiful that people from the nearby villages are famous and come to buy his paintings. Xiaoru replied. And he is also very handsome. He is the most handsome person I have ever seen. Xiaoru blushed and added in a low voice. Take me to him tomorrow. After saying that, Lin Shan took down the painting on the wall and rolled it up. He looked at Xiaoru and said seriously, "Don't think about this painting again in the future." Seeing Lin Shan's serious expression, she also guessed that there might be something wrong with the painting, and her face was a little pale. Could it be that her parents becoming like that had something to do with the painting? Seeing that Xiaoru was absent-minded, Lin Shan stopped caring about her, walked to the yard with the painting, and then returned to the room where she was temporarily staying. In the room, Lin Shan once again spread out the picture of female barbarians flying to the sky in his hand. This painting is different from conventional ancient paintings. The author added a lot of his own thoughts, making the overall picture less serious and more beautiful. This is a very ordinary painting.
There is no supernatural power in the painting. The paper is also very ordinary plain paper and can be torn open with just a tear. However, what force blocked his sight before? The painting was clearly there. If Xiaoru hadn't pointed it out, he wouldn't have been able to see it, or would have been ignored by him. The problem is not with the painting. I will go see the author tomorrow. If the author is normal, then, there is only the last possibility left. Staring at the paintings on the table, Lin Shan said to himself. The next day, at dawn, Lin Shan called Xiaoru and asked her to take him to find the author of the painting. After walking on the village road for less than 10 minutes, I saw small shops. These were branches of the Chamber of Commerce in the village. The biggest shop in the middle is opened by the Wuwang Chamber of Commerce. It sells everything. If you have money, you can even buy extraordinary meat. Xiaoru introduced it the side, and then continued, the small shop on the right is a weekly store. A lively painting shop. Needless to say, Xiaoru said that Lin Shan had already seen from a distance that other shops were deserted, but there were people queuing in front of the small shop selling paintings. Everyone, Joe, have you finished painting the stove lord that I ordered a week ago? And mine, picture of female E flying to the sky, don't worry, we have everything. Have you brought the painting sign? Take it, this is mine, number 93. Number 93, okay. This is your Guanyin picture. Come back next time if you need it. Ha ha, the wait is finally here. The mother-in-law at home is clamoring to worship Guanyin every day and ask for Guanyin's blessing. Why are you worshipping Guanyin? If you ask me, if you want to worship, then worship the stove god. Maybe the stove god will be able to say a few kind words for our family. You are too superstitious. What are you talking about? It's just for peace of mind. The Zhou people are the best at painting female E. They are vivid. If you want to buy one, of course you should buy the best one. A group of people, in front of that small shop, admired Zhou Changsheng's paintings very much. Lin Shan frowned and looked at Zhou Changsheng from a distance. The first sight of this person reminded Lin Shan of a poem. The young master should only see paintings, among which I alone know the truth. When you write about the water in the sky, you will definitely not be a person in the dust. He has a handsome face and eyes as clear as a clear spring. He is dressed in blue and white clothes and has a folding fan at his waist. The most attractive thing is his immortal-like temperament. Xiaoru next to her stared straight in the direction of Zhou Changsheng, smiling silly. It's just pseudo-supernatural. Lin Shan knew with just one glance that he was not the source of the human flower incident. It's over. Lin Shan said to Xiaoru, you can go back by yourself. I'm leaving and I probably won't go back in the future. Ah, Xiaoru came back to her senses, her expression suddenly sad. After a moment of silence, he whispered, okay, walking alone on a familiar road. Xiaoru's eyes were full of confusion. She didn't know how to live in the future. High in the air. Lin Shan was thinking about what measures he should take after returning. The human flower incident has no source, or in other words, everyone is the source. That kind of power can be called faith, incense, or willpower. Unlike the earth, the gods who serve as the sustenance of faith in this world will not only not protect believers, but will also corrode believers. Although there are still many things that I don't understand, it is enough to deal with the current situation. Fly all the way to the clan hall and find Zhang Zhenghua. Lin Shan got straight to the point and told him the conclusion he had reached without much chit-chat. After listening to Lin Shan's words, Zhang Zhenghua looked ugly. When we came to this world, many originally unbelieving people began to believe in various gods. If your conclusion is correct, then I am afraid that more than half of the more than 200,000 people in the whole clan have been contaminated. Maybe it's because the pollution is relatively light, or maybe it's because the gods have different abilities, so there's no change at the moment. And this kind of thing cannot be stopped. Faith, like a kite that has been cut off, has a new concern, and duckweeds have a place to live. It is impossible for us to cut off their faith. This kind of thing is impossible even on Earth. Zhang Li, go and ask other ministers to come over and say there is an emergency. Zhang Zhenghua said to the tall woman standing aside. Okay, Minister Zhang. The woman responded and walked out of the office immediately. Lin Shan gently sipped tea on the side. Zhang Zhenghua kept running in circles in a hurry. He can't help but be impatient. If it is true, faith is now like a chronic poison, hidden in the bodies of more than 100,000 people, waiting for the day it breaks out. By then. Moreover, each god has different abilities. Turning into a human flower is just self-destruction, which is not a big harm. If it has some ability to affect the mind, it will be really scary. After Lin Shan finished drinking a cup of tea,
all 7 ministers in the office had arrived. The ministers hold the highest power of the human race, and their words and deeds determine the development of the human race, but they are restricted to the small clan palace and rarely step out of the clan palace. When you gain rights, you also lose your freedom.
There was no formal meeting.
Everyone simply sat around and Zhang Zhenghua repeated Lin Shan's words.
So that's it.
No wonder the source hasn't been found for 6 years.
Jiang Shi was the first to speak and asked, can it be made public directly?
Then it is explicitly forbidden to believe in any gods. Yan Ruxin frowned and said, it must be made public.
There is no benefit in concealing it.
However, it can be expected that once it is made public, various sects will definitely arise among the people.
Some people avoid this kind of mystery, and some people avoid it.
But he will risk his life to stick to it.
Then let's make the consequences more serious.
If someone uses mystery to develop a sect, they will be treated as a cult and severely punished.
Jin Tianzong said. Heisai came.
When everyone looked around, they saw an old man, no less than 70 years old, and the current head of the academic department Duan Bo. He spoke in a slightly hoarse voice, there is no way to ban faith.
Everyone has faith, including us. Believing in ourselves is not a kind of faith.
He paused for a moment and then said, moreover, the so-called gods here are definitely not the kind of gods on earth. According to the clues given by Lin Xianxian, I speculated that the so-called gods should be built up by the people's faith. He has no consciousness and his abilities are given by the people. Finally said, so, what is really powerful is not the gods, but the people's beliefs. Placing these beliefs in the ethereal void will form harmful supernatural powers.
However, if you place them on someone, can you, as a human, control this kind of strength? Zhang Zhenghua's eyes lit up and he said, what Minister Duan means is that although we cannot block people's faith, we can choose the objects of their faith for them? Hearing this, Lin Shan also interjected with interest, artificial gods?
Duan Bo laughed and said, the people will definitely not accept the sudden establishment of strange gods. We can change the names of the gods, such as heroes, warriors, or other titles. You know, many mythical and legendary figures in China are in thousands of years ago. They were just ordinary people. Zhang Zhenghua nodded and said, it's feasible.
Regardless of whether faith can be used in the end, as long as it can transfer people's faith. Si Jianan, who had never spoken at the side, was worried, will the people who are believed in be affected in any way?
Duan Bo shook his head and continued in a hoarse voice, whether it works or not, you have to try it to know.
People can't believe in a person for no reason. We have to use policies to intervene.
On the one hand, we explicitly prohibit belief in any gods and explain the dangers to them. On the other hand, we introduce the heroes we create and let them. Changing faith will be a long-term project, and the results will not be seen for several years or even more than 10 years.
What should I do about the selection? Yan Ruxin asked. Zhang Zhenghua smiled bitterly and said, except for the 11 pioneers, there is no one else in the human race who is qualified. The contributions of the pioneers are recorded in the clan artifacts, making it easy to publicize. To put it in layman's terms, a pioneer's style is sufficient and easier for people to accept. After hesitating for a while, he continued, however, everything is unknown. Let's ask others if they are willing to accept it. Jin Tianzong said casually, it's not necessary. This is what pioneers should do.
Although the other few people are not in power, they have spent almost all their energy on promoting the development of the human race. As he spoke, he glanced at Lin Shan again.
Unlike someone who often disappears.
Lin Shan shook his head and smiled bitterly. He did not deny that he always put his own affairs first. He could not yet contribute everything to the human race like them. After taking a look at everyone, Lin Shan said, it's better to call them over. This matter needs to be carefully discussed and a long-term plan finalized. There are many things involved, and even existing policies need to be changed. Then come back at this time the day after tomorrow, and I'll inform them. Zhang Zhenghua said. At this time, Yan Ruxin suddenly said, Zhao Xiuan, she seems to have gone to explore the gray fog with Chen Liyun.
Everyone was speechless.
After the silence, Zhang Zhenghua spoke up, then let's wait until she comes back.
Qi Bu will make preparations in advance. Everyone nodded.
Next, each department begins to allocate work.
The entire meeting lasted less than 3 hours. After briefly finalizing the division of labor among various departments, the meeting adjourned and detailed discussions would be held later.
At the end of the meeting, Lin Shan almost fell asleep, but the others were still in high spirits and ready to go back to continue their work.
Police Department Office. Pioneer Lin, are you here specifically to see me?
Yes.
Lin Shan nodded and said, I went to Shiomu village this time and encountered something. Is there a police station nearby? The overall quality of the chief may be a bit bad. I met a man named Hu Xiong. People feel pretty good. That's it. Jiang Shi understood in her heart and replied, I'll write the transfer order right away. Jiang Shi apologized and said, officials below the deputy division level are recommended by division level officials. I don't know much about it. Lin Shan waved his hand and said, I don't care about this kind of thing, I just mentioned it to you. After saying that, Lin Shan teleported out of Jiang Shi's office. If it goes as expected, Hu Xiong and the director will switch positions in a few days. I wonder if he can keep his original intention when he is in that position. On the third floor of the clan hall, in the room, a red light flashed on the bed, and Lin Shan suddenly appeared on the bed. Now the ability of Space Shuttle has been used very smoothly, and the position can be accurately located on the small bed. Take out the parchment. Write it down slowly on it. Lin Shan, Sequence 8 Potion Formula. Next, he plans to explore the Grey Fog and look for Sequence 8 Potion when Bloodwing reaches its peak. According to the growth rate of Bloodwing, it may take nearly 20 years. Parchment, Sequence 8 Biological Sequence Potion Formula requires 40 years of life. Parchment, an additional 20 years of life can steal 2 sequences. 2 choices? That's good. It can largely avoid the overlap with the current ability type. Lin Shan, pay 60 years of life. The next second, a black halo began to appear on the parchment, and the halo exploded in an instant, passing through all the obstacles it encountered, and disappeared into the sky in the blink of an eye. And the words on the parchment continued to appear. Parchment, searching, 1,000 kilometers in radius, none. Parchment, searching, 10,000 kilometers in radius, none. Parchment, searching, 100,000 kilometers in radius, stolen successfully, suddenly. The parchment trembled, and the paper became wrinkled, as if it had been rubbed. The trembling lasted for a moment and then stopped, and large pieces of handwriting appeared on the wrinkled paper. Parchment, Sequence 8 Yuyun Root Plant Main Medicine, Rosalie Evil Fall Take Its Core, Overlord Som Evil Fall Take Its Claws, Zero Wing Weird Take Its Ashes, Yuyun Cypress Weird Take Its Ashes. Main ability Flying. Parchment, Sequence 8 Ice Flame, Icefire Candle Flame Grass Plant Main Medicine, Negative Extinguishing Evil Fall Take Its Flame, Yarn Beaver Evil Fall Take Its Tail, Freeze Frozen Strange Take Its Ashes, Strange Waterfall Strange Take Its Ashes. Main ability Ice and Fire. Lin Shan carefully observed these 2 sequences. Compared with Sequence 9, Sequence 8 contained twice as many auxiliary drugs. The parchment also thoughtfully marked the main abilities of the sequence. I thought I would be struggling for a while, but now it seems that I don't have to worry anymore. Only Bing Yan can choose, and he already has Bloodwings in terms of speed. After thinking for a moment, he picked up the quill again and wrote on the parchment, Lin Shan, after promotion, will the original ability still be retained? Parchment, you need to pay for 1 month of life. Lin Shan, pay. Parchment, the sequence disappears, the ability is retained, and the fusion is carried out in a new sequence. Seeing this, Lin Shan felt relieved and decided to choose Bing Yan as his Sequence 8 ability. He would look for the magic potion when the Bloodwings reached their peak. Thinking of this, Lin Shan continued to write on the parchment, Lin Shan, can Bloodwings be improved quickly? Parchment, you need to pay for 1 month of life. Lin Shan, pay. Parchment, faith. Ha! Lin Shan's heart skipped a beat when he saw the word faith. Bloodwing is weird. Why is faith related to weirdness? If faith is related to weirdness, then can artificial gods also be said to be artificial weirdness? Will those who are believed become weird? Just when Lin Shan was confused, the parchment took the initiative to give a hint again. Parchment, you are afraid. You are afraid that people who accept faith will become weird. But what you don't know is that faith can be controlled by living beings. Although it is weak, it also has its merits. For weird bodies, faith it's good fuel. Seeing this, Lin Shan felt relieved and was not in a hurry to locate the specific location. It was still early and it would be a long time before the Bloodwings reached their peak. He put away the crumpled parchment. Since faith can speed up the advancement of Bloodwings, maybe it won't take another 20 years for Bloodwings to advance to the top. Lin Shan thought to himself while lying on the bed. In the next few days, Lin Shan spent time in the library, reading all the documents left by the Cat Clan. These books were all translated by Yen Ruxin. Most of the books left by the Cat Clan are speculations about the Grey Fog, and some precautions for exploring in the Grey Fog.
Although there is no record of the sequence potion, there is a record about the sequence stone tablet. It reads, the formula on the sequence steel is not static, but will change according to changes in nearby materials. For example, if the materials for a certain potion cannot be found nearby, the formula on the sequence steel will change after 1 year. It is the closest potion recipe with complete materials. If the materials disappear for some unknown reason, the writing on the sequence stone will turn gray, which means that this sequence is no longer available and can only be obtained later. New formulas are updated on the stone tablet every year, and the method of processing the materials and the general direction of the materials are also recorded on the stone tablet. Lin Shan could probably analyze the meaning of this sentence. The potion formula recorded on the stone tablet would change as the nearby materials changed. Those last words reminded Lin Shan of the Heartlight sequence stone tablet he encountered before. There was no specific formula on it, and there was no direction for improvement.
Is it because there is no occupation?
If the Cat clan knows so much about the sequence of stone tablets, there must be stone tablets in their clan's land. It seems that as long as there are cereal steel, the tribe will gradually give birth to extraordinary beings.
The cereal steel is a strategic material for the development of the race. But this thing is too rare.
Even though Lin Shan traveled tens of thousands of kilometers, he never saw the second stone tablet. He continued to look through the Cat clan's books and found that the subsequent records were meaningless to him, so he immediately began to look through the human clan's own books. In this way, reading every day makes time pass quickly. Finally, on the 5th day, someone came to Lin Shan and told him that Zhao Xuan was back and asked him to prepare to attend the meeting in 2 days. 2 days later, conference room.
The meeting lasted all day.
Everyone discussed matters of faith and compiled a list of 13 most important regulations.
1. Launch 11 pioneers to transfer people's faith.
During the 15-year inspection period, after 15 years, if the policy is feasible, all recorded figures recorded in the clan artifacts who have contributed to the human race will be released. 2. Replan sacrifices and etiquette, and cancel traditions such as kneeling and offering offerings. 3. The focus is on the new generation, children born in the Grey Fog world and those who have lived in the Grey Fog world for more than 3 years. There are no requirements for the elderly and newcomers who have traveled through the earth, but it is strictly prohibited to spread earth beliefs. 4. All publicity should not be too obvious, but should focus on the subtle influence. 5. It is prohibited to show earth gods or other fantasy creatures in any form, including paintings, sculptures, oral stories, etc. 13. Within 15 years, all policies will give way to the 13th regulation. Finally, discuss the specific details and assign the work that needs to be done to each department. After it was over, the red moonlight shone on the table through the window, and everyone started chatting. The people sitting there were either extraordinary people or pseudo-extraordinary people. The meeting that lasted all day did not make them feel tired. Jin Tianzong lay on his back on the chair and sighed, I will be old in 15 years. He has not become extraordinary, and there is no change in Lin Shan's appearance. He looks obviously much older. He is 45 years old this year, and will be 60 in 15 years. Duan Bo glanced at Jin Tianzong, took a sip of the tea in front of him, and said with a smile, you are still young.
60 is not considered old.
It is not certain whether I will survive 15 years.
Then it will be up to you. He is 75 years old.
If he hadn't eaten evil meat regularly, his spirituality has reached a pseudo-supernormal peak, and he would probably have difficulty walking now. Lin Shan said with great experience, if nothing else happens, the pseudo-extraordinary lifespan can reach 100 years, and you should all be able to see that day. There was nothing Lin Shan could do about this kind of thing. The positioning of the sequence potion, even sequence 9, required a lifespan of at least 20 years.
With so many people, there was no way he could help. It was better to let everything take its course. His 300-year lifespan should now only have about 230 years left. If nothing unexpected happens, it will take at least more than 100 years to locate sequence 8. Whether it will be enough is still unknown.
He clearly remembered that in the dark space, he only located a sequence 8 monster, and the parchment reminded him that he had to pay a lifespan of 60 years.
Now he can only hope that Parchment's group purchase discount service will be more favorable. Just when Lin Shan's thoughts were flying, Zhao Xuan suddenly said, there is bad news. Something strange is happening on the border of the tribe. Jin Tianzong said indifferently, what's the fuss about the weird ones? Just block them.
There are no less than 5 weird ones found in the tribe now, Si Zhennan interrupted, listen to Shaoan.
Zhao Xuan looked a little solemn and said, this one is weird and different, It can move its position. Moving position? Yes, it will probably enter the nearest mining area soon.
Zhang Zhonghua frowned and said, there is such a strange creature that can move position.
How come it has not been discovered before?
Zhao Xuan looked a little embarrassed, looking out the window, and said faintly, the strange creature followed us in.
We originally encountered it in the gray fog, and we avoided it.
As a result, after returning to the tribe, we found that it actually followed us into the tribe. It had always kept a distance from us before. Our visual range in the gray fog was extremely limited, and even with the spiritual vision ritual, it could not exceed 100 meters.
Lin Shan suddenly asked, can the spiritual vision ritual increase the visual range in the gray fog?
He didn't care too much about the strange creature. The strange creature that could be avoided by them should be a sequence 9 strange creature. This level of strange creature no longer posed a threat to him. Instead, this so-called spiritual vision ritual made him very interested. He tried to use the spiritual attachment eyes to increase the visual range a long time ago, but it didn't work.
Next time we go out together, I will teach you. Zhao Xuan smiled and squinted his eyes. Can I teach you now? Lin Shan wondered. Oh? Yen Ruxin smiled and said, going to the gray fog to fall in love? How romantic, young people are really good at playing. I also want to take my wife to the gray fog to have a look. It's a pity that I haven't been to the gray fog since I came to this world. Stop, let's get back to the topic.
Zhang Zhonghua interrupted everyone's teasing.
Where is the weirdness? Is it still moving now? Lin Shan continued to ask. He planned to go and see first. The weirdness that can move is very rare.
He has only seen Bloodwing with this ability.
Lin Shan planned to deal with it as soon as possible, at least to drive this weirdness out of the tribe.
He was worried that this was also a formula material for some kind of magic potion. If it was found by other races based on the direction guided by the sequence steel, the situation would be bad. However, the sequence steel only guides the direction, and it is definitely not as accurate as the parchment.
There is plenty of time.
In the number 3 mining area, it has been circling in a small area since it entered the clanland.
I asked Chen Liyun to guard it there.
Zhao Xuan replied, and then said with some concern, there is a mining village nearby. Where is the number 3 mining area?
Point me in a direction.
Lin Shan was still unfamiliar with the regional division of the clanland.
There. Zhao Xuan pointed in a certain direction.
Lin Shan glanced at the direction Zhao Xuan pointed, and then a red light flashed in the house. When the red light disappeared, Lin Shan's figure had disappeared from the house.
Everyone was left looking at each other in bewilderment. I'll go and see too.
Zhao Xuan said, and then the light of her heart turned into a light golden cloud, carrying her out of the window. By the time you fly there, they have already solved the problem. Everyone looked at Zhao Xuan flying slowly in the sky, and couldn't help but be speechless. Flying at full speed and traveling through space, Lin Shan appeared at the border of the clanland in less than half an hour. There was a village nearby, and there was a large mine next to the village, where someone was mining some kind of ore. There are no industrial means now, whether it is breeding or mining, it can only be done by manpower. Although the efficiency is very low, there are many people mining, which is enough for the internal use of the tribe. These mineral veins are condensed by the tribe's luck. As long as the tribe's luck keeps increasing, the resources will not be cut off. In other words, if the development of the tribe stagnates or the population decreases sharply, then the resources will be dwarfed. Even to this day, no one can fully study what the tribe's luck is. It is invisible and intangible, but it affects all aspects of the tribe. At this time, the sky is getting dark, and it is just in time for the workers to get off work.
Unlike the past, in addition to the miners, many people from the military came today. Why are there so many more soldiers today? A young man asked. A middle-aged man next to him looked around and whispered, I heard that something seemed to have happened ahead, and now that road is not open. This is not our business. You are tired all day, go home quickly. Someone behind urged. Someone said indifferently, you have a wife at home, but we don't, so why not stay and watch the excitement? Don't forget where we are. The excitement is not something you can just watch. There are so many people from the military, so things must be complicated. That's right, don't waste time, go back quickly. At this time, a middle-aged man scolded, still watching the excitement? Have you forgotten about the number 4 mining area? Hundreds of people died at that time, and now the entire mining area has been blocked. When everyone heard this, they didn't know what they thought of, and their faces turned pale. Let's go, in this world, human life is worthless.
When these people walked away, Lin Shan appeared at their location and walked straight to the place where he was stopped by the army. This unit of dozens of people are all pseudo-supernormal, which should be regarded as the most elite unit in the tribe. If they cooperate well, it is no problem to deal with supernormal with these people. Even the current Lin Shan is not sure that he can defeat these people head-on. Stop. No passage ahead, please leave immediately. Lin Shan was stopped as soon as he approached. The guards didn't know Lin Shan, and Lin Shan wouldn't bother about such things. Sometimes, it's not the soldier's fault that he doesn't know the general. I'm looking for Chen Liyun. Lin Shan said directly. The soldier looked at Lin Shan and hesitated for a moment before saying, "Wait a minute, I'll go and report." After a while, Chen Liyun came out. Lin Xianfeng, long time no see. After so many years, Chen Liyun was still very excited to see Lin Shan again. The first time he was excited was because of Lin Shan's identity as a pioneer. This time he was completely grateful. Lin Shan casually handed him the precious and unusual sequence potion, making him the 9th extraordinary in the clan. This was a great favor to him. No need to chat, I'm here to solve the weirdness here. Lin Shan said lightly. Chen Liyun nodded and said, "You follow me." Then he continued, "This weirdness may not be so easy to deal with. I tried it before and almost didn't come out. I didn't even see its body." Lin Shan hit him unceremoniously. "The weirdness is the peak of the current sequence. You have just stepped into the extraordinary. The gap is too big." Chen Liyun was a little embarrassed and said, "I don't know what my current strength is." Hearing this, Lin Shan's mind moved. If he has nothing to do when he returns, he can classify the levels of sequence 9. The levels from 1 to 9 were divided by him. In fact, there is no overall level division. Sequence 9 is sequence 9. This may also lead to the illusion that everyone is sequence 9 and their strength should be similar. In fact, not only do different stages affect strength, but the emphasis of the sequence is different, and the difference in strength is still very large. Xingwang is not a sequence suitable for fighting. Keeping this in mind, Lin Shan walked forward with Chen Liyun. After just a few steps, he could feel a cold breath. Lin Shan frowned and looked ahead. The area of about 10 meters in radius was shrouded in a very strange and hazy white smoke. The white smoke was constantly changing its shape and moving slowly, gradually approaching the mining area. There are so many weird things. I haven't encountered anything the same so far. Ask the people next to you to spread out, Lin Shan said to Chen Liyun. Okay. Chen Liyun nodded in response, and then shouted to the soldiers around him, "Disperse. Stay away from the white smoke." Lin Shan waited until everyone moved away and slowly rose into the air. Golden light condensed in his hand, and a pale golden spear nearly 10 meters long slowly took shape above him. The next second, the spear began to rotate, and instantly turned into a golden light and shot into the white smoke. The loud noise as imagined did not happen, and the 10-meter-long spear did not splash a single splash in the white smoke. After the Xingwang spear disappeared into the white smoke, Lin Shan felt that the spear had completely lost contact with him. The spirituality that should have belonged to him disappeared directly. This was very unreasonable and subverted his cognition. Even if the heart light gun was broken, it should be able to be recovered unless it was wiped out instantly. However, this is just the weirdness of sequence 9. It is impossible. This ability. It should be some kind of characteristic. Go in and take a look. This strange thing may have the characteristic of being devoured spiritually when attacked from the outside. The shot just now consumed too much. Please wait for me to recover for a while. Lin Shan said to Chen Liyun below. Half an hour later. Zhao Xuan rode a pale golden cloud and swayed down from the sky. Isn't it solved yet? No. Lin Shan shook his head and said, "Go in and have a look later." After another 10 minutes, Lin Shan felt spirituality filling his body again. "Go in and take a look," Lin Shan said, then stepped straight into the white smoke. Zhao Xuan and Chen Liyun followed him. Walking into the area shrouded in white smoke, it seemed like an independent space, with nothing but darkness and coldness inside. In fact, of course it is impossible to have nothing. Walking into the white smoke means walking into the range of this weird attack. I saw Lin Shan holding the heart light gun and pointing it upward. Zit-CZ. It seemed that something had been poked, and the tip of the gun had been corroded and turned into a bare barrel. However, the one who was picked must have felt uncomfortable. Vaguely, Lin Shan smelled a rotten smell. "It stinks, what the hell?" Zhao Xuan complained, holding his nose. Lin Shan looked at her strangely and asked, "You often go out and never encounter anything weird? Run away when you encounter them. We can't defeat them."
Zhao Xiuan said matter-of-factly. Have you ever fought against weirdness? Chen Liyun on the side replied with a bitter look, we rarely fight, and we can't even see the weird body. In short, every time we encounter a weird thing that we can't avoid, our brothers will definitely die, so we can only run away. No wonder. Lin Shan explained, most of the weird supernatural beings have this smell. Just get used to it. As he spoke, the spear whirled again, piercing somewhere in the void, and the putrid smell became stronger and stronger. By the time the spear turned around, only the last barrel less than half a meter long was left. Lin Shan didn't pay attention. With a slight thought, the spear returned to its original state. Zhao Xiuan and Chen Liyun on the side looked at each other in confusion, having no idea what Lin Shan was doing, shooting in the east and poking in the west. And in Lin Shan's field of vision. Every fight was extremely dangerous, and he underestimated this weird one. I saw a white and satin-like supernatural ribbon, attacking Lin Shan and the others again and again. However, it was blocked by a pale golden spear within a range of nearly 10 meters. If you are touched by this supernatural ribbon, the consequences will definitely not be good. Apart from the endless attacks, there was nothing in the white smoke, and no one could see where the so-called main body was. From the brief exchange, it can be felt that Heartlight is weaker, and Bloodwing has no direct attack method against the weird. Don't move here. If you are attacked, just hold on for a while. I will go find the real body. Lin Shan instructed, then teleported away and disappeared in the same place, and teleported back in an instant. Sure enough, after losing Lin Shan as a target, Wei Wei began to attack the other two people. Strips of white and satin-like supernatural ribbons attacked the two of them. They were unable to use offense instead of defense like Lin Shan, and could only defend passively. The supernatural ribbon was drawn on the golden gauze clothes they were wearing, making a sizzling corrosive sound, and the golden gauze clothes became dim in the blink of an eye. Why did Lin Shan slip away? Let's get out quickly, we won't last long if we continue like this. Zhao Xiuan gritted his teeth and said. Good. Zhao Xiuan's inner light has reached the third stage and can be sustained, but Chen Liyun is only in the second stage, and his inner light has been looming and almost disappeared. Chen Liyun will go out first, and Xiaoan will hold on for a while. At this moment, Lin Shan's voice came from above them. Yes. Chen Liyun ran out as instructed, leaving only Zhao Xiuan still holding on. Only tens of seconds passed, and seeing the golden light on Zhao Xiuan's body becoming looming, Lin Shan shouted again, Xiaoan, go out and let all the pseudo-supernatural people outside come in. If you are attacked once, leave immediately. Zhao Xiuan guessed what he was thinking, nodded, and said, okay. Lin Shan's method is very simple, which is to consume strange supernatural powers. It is difficult to deal with strange things in the gray fog, but now in the human race, there are so many people who don't use them in vain. Not long after Zhao Xiuan exited, dozens of figures walked into the white smoke one after another. Lin Shan teleported outside the white smoke and observed the changes in the white smoke. As the white smoke consumes its own supernatural powers, the white smoke becomes more and more transparent, and the scene inside can be vaguely seen from the outside. When Bai Yan is consumed to a certain level, his supernatural power will no longer decrease. At this time, Bai Yan's psychic recovery speed has been equal to the consumption speed. Each attack is many times weaker than the previous one, which means that Bai Yan is now in his weakest state. Having already suffered a loss, Lin Shan did not attack from the outside this time. He teleported into the white smoke again, commanding the 10-meter-long Heartlight giant sword to swing wildly. Each swing was a collision of spirituality and supernatural beings, with a sizzling sound of corrosion and a rotten smell filling the air. In the whole white smoke, the white smoke gradually became thinner and almost transparent. At this moment, a wisp of still rich smoke appeared in Lin Shan's sight. This is the true body. Now that it's easy to find the main body, the Heartlight turned into a spear and slowly rotated, and then turned into a golden beam to nail the wisp of white smoke to the ground. Dust was everywhere, and when the dust dispersed, the surrounding white smoke also dissipated. A large circular pit several meters deep appeared on the spot. In the center of the pit, a pale golden spear was nailed there, and a wisp of white smoke with a strange mouth was struggling under the tip of the spear. The spear was in a stalemate with the white smoke, and the tip of the spear was constantly corroded and repaired. The power of the Heartlight alone is not enough to make it dead. Lin Shan looked at Bai Yan, who was struggling but showed no sign of death. The next second, a strong red light emerged from its body, and a pungent smell of blood hit its nostrils. The people around it who wanted to get closer to observe again covered their noses and stayed away. This rich red light is the pure supernatural power of Bloodwings. Bloodwings have no means of attacking strange things and can only use pure supernatural powers to destroy the opponent. The red light flowed slowly on the ground like blood, gradually approaching the white smoke and covering the white smoke. Zit-zizi. The sizzling sound continued, like ice water poured on hot charcoal. Along with the transparent steam, the intensity of the white smoke's struggle gradually decreased. Ha! Lin Shan's eyes narrowed slightly. The imaginary white smoke of death did not appear. The white smoke broke into two parts. One of them got rid of the heart light gun and accelerated away from the place in an instant. As the white smoke continued to accelerate, its size became smaller and smaller, almost disappear. By the time Lin Shan reacted, the white smoke had disappeared from sight. The direction in which Bai Yan is heading is the central city, the largest gathering place of the human race at present. Let it run away. Lin Shan first looked at the half of the white smoke that turned into a pile of white fine ash on the ground, and then looked in the direction where the other part of the white smoke disappeared, and said faintly, "Send someone to search this direction carefully. Its current state should not be too dangerous. Report to me immediately if there is any abnormality." Without caring about others, Lin Shan tore a piece of cloth from his clothes and picked up the fine ash on the ground. No matter whether it is useful or not, he put it away first. Half an hour later, Lin Shan returned to the room in the clan hall. The next step is to wait for the faith to accelerate the promotion of Bloodwing, and by the way, subdivide the level of sequence 9, so that others know that even if they are in the same sequence, the gap in strength can still be very large. Central City. A group of children ran quickly to the door of a small shop. "Sister Xiaoyuan, I want a ball candy." A tender and crisp voice sounded. The child behind echoed, "I want some too, I want some too." Xiaoyuan looked at the boys and girls in front of him in a trance, their tender faces and innocent eyes. "Sister Xiaoyuan?" The older little girl in the front called softly. "Ah, okay." Xiaoyuan came back to her senses, smiled gently, and said, "Sister will give it to you right away." She took out a wooden jar from the high platform next to her and took out 5 balls of candy. Wrapped in oil paper into a round shape, the size of a pigeon egg. This candy is the formula she researched herself, looking for plants with sweet taste, and then planting in large quantities and trying continuously. Finally, a year ago, the first alien version of candy was born. This candy is not only complicated to make, but also tastes ordinary, with only a faint sweetness. Even so, for these children who were born or raised in the gray fog world, it is still a rare delicacy. But for Xiaoyuan, it is far from satisfied, because she has eaten better ones. Xiaoyuan distributed the candies to them one by one. The children searched their pockets, and each of them took out a crumpled banknote and held it high. "Sister Xiaoyuan, here's the money." Xiaoyuan took the money from the children one by one. After the children left, Xiaoyuan rested her head on her arm at the front desk, staring blankly at the 5 1-cent banknotes on the table. Picking up a banknote at random, the ordinary banknote emitted a bright white light in her hand. The newly issued currency is mixed with a rare and special mineral fragment. As long as the sorcerer is injected with spirituality, it will emit a bright white light. After various experiments, it was found that this or has no other functions, but can accommodate a little bit of spirituality. Therefore, it is used to make the anti-counterfeiting function of the new currency, and the mining rights of this or are also monopolized by the 7 governments. Xiaoyuan had been following Yan Ruxin before. Yan Ruxin did not treat the children who followed them badly at all. A large part of the evil meat originally allocated to her was given to these children. It was not until they became pseudo-supernormal that Yan Ruxin felt relieved to let them come out and live alone. Xiaoyuan folded 5 10-cent notes solemnly, walked into the house and put them in the cabinet. Next, she was going to close the store and continue to study new formulas. She looked at the sky. No one should come at this time, because the lollipops she sold were luxury goods. Children from rich families would occasionally come to buy one. At this stage, 8 yuan was enough to buy a bag of ground peanuts. Ordinary children could not afford the 10-cent candy balls. Walking into the backyard, there was a small workshop here, which was also her research and development base. Various flower pots were planted with plants of different colors. Where did such a big white worm come from? Suddenly, she found that a white worm as thick as a thumb was hanging on the leaves of a green plant. She was skilled and bold, so she pinched it directly with her fingers. Just as her index finger and thumb were about to pinch the white worm, they magically passed through its body. The next second, the extremely cold breath penetrated into the soul, and Xiaoyuan lost consciousness in an instant, and the white worm on the green plant also disappeared. Time flies by, and 5 years have passed quickly. The clanland,
which seems to be developing steadily, is actually surging with undercurrents, and the 7 political powers have huge hidden dangers. During these 5 years, the progress of Bloodwing has gradually accelerated, and it has now entered the 5th stage, saving 1 year compared to the normal speed, which shows that the faith plan has begun to show results. When he was free, Lin Shan began to write a book, which was similar to a travel novel. He wrote down what he saw and heard in the Grey Fog world, his insights on the 2 uses of evil, beasts, weirdness, weird things, spiritual plants and spiritual medicines, and the level division of Sequence 9. Lin Shan divided Sequence 9 into 9 stages. The initial spirituality is the first stage, and when the spirituality reaches twice that of the first stage, it is the second stage. The third stage is not twice that of the second stage, but 3 times that of the first stage. That is, the total spirituality of the first stage is 1, the 9th stage is 9, and the peak is 10. It is not just a division of levels, but also includes insights into the 2 powers of spirituality and supernatural power.
This includes equal definition. There is a paragraph that reads, in theory, the weakest state of the weirdness is when the amount of the spirit drops to the same level as the recovery speed. When this point is reached, it is the moment when the weirdness is at its weakest. The same is true for the evil or other creatures. Before, Lin Shan always thought that the spirits were the same, with only a difference in total amount but no difference in quality. But now he doesn't think so.
After research and various experiments, he has been able to preliminarily confirm that spirituality has a quality distinction, but it is very weak and difficult to see.
And the quality of spirituality is proportional to the total amount.
In other words, improving the sequence stage will not only increase the total amount of spirituality, but also the quality of spirituality. This improvement may not be noticeable to the person himself, but it can be very obvious in the spiritual confrontation. Similarly, the supernatural also follows this definition. Lin Shan named it spiritual quality definition and explained that the quality of spirituality, different intensities of the same amount, is proportional to the total amount of spirituality, level, possessed. The first part of this book is written by Lin Shan himself, and the second part records 2 divisions and 2 definitions. The division of plants, evil, and weirdness, the division of sequence levels, the definition of equality, and the definition of spiritual quality. Finally, the book was named The Initial Solution of Grey Fog.
Knock, knock.
Just then, there was a knock on the door.
Come in.
Lin Shan shouted to the door.
Pioneer Lin, Minister Zhang is looking for you.
A female voice came from outside the door. She did not enter the door, but just shouted at the door.
Okay, I understand. I'll be there in a moment. Lin Shan replied. The next second, red light flashed, and Lin Shan's figure disappeared into the house. Military office. What do you want from me?
He suddenly appeared behind Zhang Zhenghua and asked. Zhang Zhenghua's body tensed up at first, and then quickly recovered. He was already used to Lin Shan's elusiveness.
I'm going to abdicate after a while.
Zhang Zhenghua said leisurely while looking out the window.
How are you going to solve the 7-part problem? Lin Shan asked.
Zhang Zhenghua said slowly, it's not solved. The withdrawal of the pioneers is the best solution.
Let the pioneers take charge. The power can never be transferred. Only when we step back can the human race develop forward again. After all, our thoughts are also limited. We cannot see our own destiny from a high position.
Question. But now we are still stable, and we should be fine for another 5 years.
Lin Shan said calmly, that's fine. After implementing the faith plan, you shouldn't appear in front of the public often. Then he went on to ask, is that why you came to me to talk about this?
Zhang Zhenghua sighed and said, I hope that when the power changes, you can check it. Lin Shan nodded and agreed that if the new generation who succeeded him was dissatisfied, he would intervene. It is now time to either force a change in policy or pass the baton to a new generation.
Obviously, they chose the latter. After leaving the military office, Lin Shan walked around the streets.
Compared with before, it is much more prosperous, and the clan area and various resources are also much richer.
People's lives have begun to become more comfortable.
Now it is very difficult for the military to recruit troops. The 7th Department's methods are too gentle, and now it is peacetime and there is no reason to be tough. Exploration outside the Grey Fog has completely stopped.
Who wants to take risks outside the city when they can live a comfortable life in the city? Let me go, let me go.
I am the section chief of the household department, you have no right to arrest me.
Fengjun, why did you arrest people from our household department?
You can ask him about this and ask him what good things he has done. Even if he makes a mistake, it will be managed by our household department. The 7 departments are politically independent and do not interfere with each other. Your police department has no right to interrogate us.
Let him go quickly. I don't care about your department. If you don't accept it, go to the top and sue me. I'm fulfilling my duties. Okay, phone June, just wait for me.
Lin Shan looked at the scene in front of him calmly.
This was just a reflection of a small corner.
Shaking his head, he found a deserted corner and teleported away, returning to his room. After returning to the room, Lin Shan began to sit cross-legged. Immersing one's own consciousness in the body has no practical significance, but it will produce a feeling of traveling through time. I don't know how long it took, but no one bothered me. When he opened his eyes again, the room was covered with spider webs, and the table and bed were filled with a musty smell.
Finally the peak.
At this time, Bloodwing's supernatural power has finally reached its peak, and it can no longer move forward. Without the Bloodwings to burn faith, he could only feel the power of faith at this time.
This is a very strange power that has no upper limit and cannot be restored by itself. It can only be replenished by the people's faith. Moreover, this power characteristic is also given by the people.
Lin Shan's belief characteristic is that he is good at fighting.
This is also the perception he has given the people.
But this little bit of power is dispensable now. If it is gathered at this rate for several more decades, it will only reach the peak of sequence 9, and it will be gone once it is used up.
So Lin Shan didn't pay too much attention to this power and turned around and threw it behind him.
It's time to prepare to find the sequence 8 magic potion, but it may take tens to hundreds of years to get there.
Let's see the development of the clan first.
When Lin Shan opened the door to the room, the hall on the 3rd floor was still empty, and all the books and family utensils had been moved. The hall was covered with dense spider webs, and it looked like no one had been there for a long time. Just when Lin Shan was about to teleport away, the sound of pushing the door suddenly came from the 1st floor of the hall.
Cough, cough, cough.
Accompanied by a violent cough, 2 young men, a man and a woman, walked in. They looked to be about 20 years old. How long will it take for no one to come here before it is covered with so much dust? The girl complained. According to records, this hall has been idle for 8 years. The young man next to him replied helplessly.
I think we should go back. How could the strongest human being live here? How could he not eat or drink for so many years? The girl said.
The young man glanced at the girl and advised, since you have slipped in, let's go in and take a look.
There might be something good inside.
This is the previous clan palace after all.
The girl said angrily, we are here to find people, not to be thieves.
Then she changed the topic and continued, it is okay to pay homage to the former clan palace.
Lin Shan looked at the 2 people on the 3rd floor.
Judging from their age, they should be the new generation who grew up in the gray fog world and have completely lost contact with the earth.
They first sneaked to the 2nd floor.
The young man took out a thin booklet from his bosom, flipped through a few pages, looked at it for a while, and then said, this is where the ministers of various departments used to work. Let's go to the 3rd floor first, and then explore the 2nd floor.
The strongest person of the human race used to live on the 3rd floor.
The girl covered her face with her hands and complained, you don't really think you can find him? I don't know how many people came here before us. If the person was really here, he would have been found long ago.
And if it were you, would you live here? You don't have to think about it with your brain. Hurry up, look for something good on the 2nd floor first.
The young man thought around and could only nod. In fact, he didn't believe that someone would really live here, but all the records said that the person lived here. The last time he appeared was 14 years ago, and some people said it was 9 years ago. It was too long ago and there was no way to investigate. It would be great if we could look through the clan artifacts, so we could know the exact whereabouts of the pioneers. The girl, who was rummaging through boxes and cabinets, turned around and said, after overthrowing the 7th department, you can look through it as you like. In order to prevent us from reading the clan calendar, the 7th department does not even allow new people who have traveled through time to read it, fearing that they will reveal it. Lin Shan stood at the stairs on the 3rd floor and listened to the conversation on the 2nd floor and the sound of rummaging through boxes and cabinets. Are they here to steal things, or are they here to find me? Anyway, in the end, the sound of rummaging through boxes and cabinets had drowned out the voices. After an unknown amount of time, the 2 dusty people appeared again. Did you get anything?
No, what about you?
The harvest is this layer of dust on my face. After a moment of silence, the girl gritted her teeth and said, go to the 3rd floor. As soon as the 2 stepped onto the stairs, they saw Lin Shan standing by the stairs. Lin Shan's previous clothes had turned pink due to the long time, and now he was wearing a white robe transformed by the light of his heart, with a hood on his head. The girl trembled and said, "Strange, strange, strange, run away." "It's not strange, it's a person." Seeing the girl about to run, the young man next to her reminded her. Ahem. Hearing this, the girl quickly stopped and coughed lightly, saying, "Of course I know it's a person. But it's too scary to stand there in white." She was suddenly startled and said in surprise, "Is he a thief? A real-life version of the thief crying 'Catch the thief'?" "Who are you?" the girl asked from a distance. "Who are you?" Lin Shan asked back. "We are Xincheng, woo woo woo." Before the girl finished speaking, the young man next to her covered her mouth. "Ah, hoo hoo hoo." The girl glared at the young man and said angrily, "Do you want to suffocate me?" The young man looked at Lin Shan with a vigilant look. "Are you here to stop us?" Lin Shan said lightly, "Please do as you please, I'm just passing by." Hearing this, the two did not relax their vigilance. They were afraid that this was a conspiracy of the central city. Although the central city was lonely, there were still a few extraordinary people. Lin Shan looked at the two people approaching him with interest. Both of them were extraordinary. It seemed that the human race could now produce extraordinary people. Seeing the two people's plan, Lin Shan was unmoved. When they were about to approach Lin Shan, the two people's hands were instantly covered with scales and grabbed Lin Shan. Lin Shan blocked with his elbow. Crack! Lin Shan's joint bones were directly dislocated, and the hand covered with brown scales grabbed one of Lin Shan's arms and twisted it hard. Twisted Lin Shan's arms several times like twisting a twist. Fallen body? Where did the fallen body sequence come from? In terms of physical strength alone, these two people have already surpassed him. He is now at the peak of two sequences. The only one who can surpass him in physical strength is the fallen body. "Chen Yi, are we too harsh?" the girl whispered as she looked at Lin Shan, whose arm was twisted into a knot and motionless. The young man named Chen Yi had a serious expression on his face. "This person is a bit weird. Don't take it lightly. How can you keep silent when your hand is twisted like this? And his clothes are not damaged at all. It's unreasonable, too unreasonable, but he looks so weak." Before the girl said the word weak, she felt unable to move. The next moment, the two were directly pressed to the ground by an extremely strong spiritual pressure, their faces pressed against the ground, and their bodies completely out of control. Crack, crack, crack. Amid the crackling sound of bones turning, Lin Shan straightened his arm back. Although it is still broken, it is okay as long as it can be used. Crack, the same bone-breaking sound was heard, but this time it was a different person. The two people on the ground were bleeding from all 7 orifices, and many of their bones were broken. Their consciousness was already a little blurred. The floor could not bear the pressure and made a creaking sound. The dust next to them seemed to be frozen in the air. "Did I hit too hard? They look so weak," Lin Shan muttered to himself. When the two people on the ground heard this, their bodies began to twitch wildly. They wanted to open their mouths to speak, but they were powerless. Lin Shan dispersed the spiritual pressure, and the two began to pant and cough violently, but they still lay on the ground and couldn't get up. If it's a fallen body, the recovery ability should be very strong. Lin Shan squatted down, looked at them, and asked, "By the way, where did you get the fallen body sequence?" Feeling Lin Shan squatting down and looking at them, the two people trembled again, and they closed their eyes desperately as if waiting to die. They didn't dare to look up, as if there was a terrifying weird squatting above. "Am I that scary? You were much more fierce than me just now. Are people outside as fierce as you now?" Lin Shan asked. The two still said nothing. "In that case," Lin Shan said lightly, "just kill him." Cough cough cough. The girl coughed violently a few times, blood flowed from the corner of her mouth, and begged, Don't kill us, it was our fault just now, whatever you want to know, I will tell you everything." "Did you hurt your internal organs?" "Sorry, I haven't made a move for too long, and I can't control it." Lin Shan looked at the two people with blood on their faces and apologized to them. The young man on the side smiled and said, "It's okay, senior, we don't blame you, we made the first move, we deserve it." Tears flowed down while laughing. The girl on the side looked at the young man's appearance, and she secretly admired him in her heart. This confession was too realistic. "It's good that you are okay. I will ask you questions below," Lin Shan said. "Don't worry, we will tell you everything." The two nodded repeatedly while enduring the severe pain. "What year is it now?" The young man and the girl looked at each other, with strange expressions in their eyes at the same time, thinking to themselves, no way, it can't be such a coincidence, senior.
It's the 20th year of the human calendar now.
The young man replied. 20 years in the human calendar, 9 years, plus the previous 5 years, it took nearly 15 years to reach the peak, only 5 years less than expected.
Is there something wrong with Faith? What are you doing here? Lin Shan asked.
We are here to find the pioneer Lin Shan, the girl replied, and then she turned her eyelids up to see the change in Lin Shan's expression. Lin Shan's face was calm and asked, "Why are you looking for him?" "It's not us who are looking for him, it's our sister who is looking for him."
The girl replied honestly.
"Oh? What's your sister's name?"
"Her name is Lu Wan."
Lin Shan recalled and seemed to not know this person.
The girl then deliberately said, "My sister's nickname is Xiao Yuan."
Hearing this, Lin Shan's mind suddenly flashed several pictures.
A little boy was chasing a little girl because of a candy, and in the end the candy seemed to be eaten by the little girl.
Then in the orphanage opened by Yen Ruxin, he forgot all the other children, only the little girl named Xiao Yuan still had some impression. She was brave and lively, and he vaguely remembered that he seemed to have told her that she could find him if she needed him in the future.
Could it be because of this incident?
The last picture was that the little boy who chased him seemed to have died on the way of migration, and she was crying alone, and he had never seen her since then.
Could it be her?
If it was really him, Lin Shan would still be happy to meet him. The little girl was only about 10 years old at that time, and he didn't know what she looked like now.
Where is she?
Lin Shan saw the two of them hesitating and was speechless for a long time. He added another sentence, "I am Lin Shan."
Really?
Although there was some speculation, the girl was still a little surprised at the moment. Lin Shan looked at her calmly. Lin Shan found that not only was she no longer afraid of him, but she was also looking at him like little stars in her eyes. The behavior of the young man on the other side was similar.
How? As a pioneer of the human race, Lin Shan doesn't have the prestige of a passerby?
You guys stay here to recover while I go get something.
Seeing Lin Shan walking into the room, the girl asked in a low voice, "Chenny, is he really the pioneer Lin Shan?"
After a moment of silence, Chenny said quietly, "Apart from him, who else can knock us down at the same time without using hands?" "That makes sense." Lin Shan returned to the room and opened the cabinet on the side.
A musty smell hit his nostrils. The cabinet is layered like a 9-square grid.
The top layer contains red lanterns, willow branches, some large and small bags of medicinal powder, and even a piece of grass in the corner.
Is this mercury grass?
It hasn't changed for more than 10 years. Lin Shan only took away the red lantern and willow branches.
The red lantern is now in a state of death.
This red lantern was a very scary monster at the beginning, but now it is almost the same as an ordinary lantern to him. It has been more than 10 years, and he even has some feelings for it. When Lin Shan walked out of the door with the red lantern and wicker sticks, he noticed that the door of the room had been moved. There is a looming power of faith. Currently, only other pioneers can use this power. Reminiscing about them saying that several people had looked for him before, but none of them found him, it should be the effect of this power. When the girl and young man saw Lin Shan reappearing, they immediately exclaimed, "Appeared!
Pioneer Lin's red lantern! Now it's certain."
The next moment, red light overflowed from Lin Shan's body and enveloped the two people in the distance.
When the red light disappeared, the hall was empty.
Thousands of meters above the sky.
Lin Shan looked at the scene below. It is similar to the central city in my impression.
There is not much change, except that the edge of the city has expanded. The only big change is that the clan palace has been abandoned, and the area around the clan palace has been sealed off.
"Give me the direction,"
Lin Shan said calmly. At this time, there was no change in the posture of the two people, they just changed from lying on the ground to lying in the air.
"Hey, it's a bit cold." "Me too, don't leave any ink marks," Lin Shan said.
There, Lin Shan took the two of them and flew directly over the city.
"Chen Yi, we are flying."
"I know, I'm not blind, Chen Er." Lin Shan's mouth twitched. The parents of these two siblings were so casual in naming them. Following the direction Chen Er pointed, we soon saw a large gathering place, only more than 10 kilometers away from the central city.
Seen from a distance, the densely packed buildings are no smaller than the central city, and maybe even more prosperous.
Ahead is the new city, with a population of 150,000. It is surrounded by 4 nearby towns, with a combined population of more than 300,000.
Have you started building branch cities? It's developing so fast. Lin Shan looked at the dense buildings in front and couldn't help but sigh.
At this time, Chen Er interrupted, "It's not a separate city. The new city and the central city are in opposition. The central city still has the old 7-ministry management system, while the new city uses the new imperial system. Here, the voice of the empress is the direction for the people to move forward.
Ha! Lin Shan frowned. The human race can develop in any way, but division is the only thing he doesn't want to see. Who is the empress?
Chen Er said matter-of-factly, of course it's Sister Lu Ruan.
Interesting. He never expected that little girl could become the empress she is now. Where does she live? Lin Shan asked. Emperor Pavilion. Chen Er replied. Guide the way.
After walking all the way, we finally found the so-called Imperial Pavilion. It was not a building similar to a palace, but a very high attic with 7 floors, located in the center of the entire new city. Lin Shan directly threw Chen Yi and Chen Er down outside the Imperial Pavilion, but he himself had disappeared. Only Chen Yi and Chen Er were left lying on the ground looking at each other. The guard next to the Imperial Pavilion saw 2 people suddenly on the ground and hurried over to check.
You two, who are you? The guard obviously knew these 2 people. Chen Yi and I feel that the sun next to the Imperial Pavilion is more comfortable. Let's lie down for a while and leave in a while. Lin Shan teleported directly to the beams on the 7th floor.
After looking at it for a while, Lu Ruan, who was reviewing documents with a high hat on his head, had no trace of his childhood at all. After observing for a while, he found that there was no one around, so Lin Shan fell directly to the floor. As soon as Lin Shan landed on the ground, he heard Lu Ruan's voice coming faintly, "You're here." Lin Shan said expressionlessly, "You are going to die."
"I know, please bother me." Lu Ruan stopped reviewing the documents, stood up and bowed his hands to Lin Shan as a junior.
"If you die, you will endanger other people."
Lin Shan said again. "I will die in the gray fog in the end."
The woman replied, her voice was very soft, as if facing death was nothing.
"That's good." Lin Shan asked again, "Are you looking for me?"
"Yes." Lu Ruan nodded and said, "I wonder if Pioneer Lin still remembers what he said in the orphanage."
"What do you want?" Lin Shan asked.
After a moment of silence, Lu Ruan said, "I want the human race to have only my voice. The pioneers are no longer in charge, and you have the strength now."
Lin Shan said. "I need your consent." Lu Ruan said. Lin Shan shook his head and said, "I can't represent them. I asked other pioneers, and they said that as long as you nod, it will be fine.
Within 3 years, you will see changes in the human race.
The human race needs to make changes. The previous system is no longer suitable for the present.
The pioneers have retreated behind the scenes, and the 7 departments have become completely bloated." Lin Shan was silent for a moment and thought. He didn't know what system was suitable for the current stage of development. Since the wheel of history has rolled here, he didn't need to stop it. Lin Shan nodded at him and said, "Go ahead, I hope to see the results you said within 3 years.
Thank you."
Teleporting away, Lin Shan flew towards the central city. He wanted to see the clan artifacts and the changes in the past few years. He was surprised by Xiao Yuan and wanted to meet her for a good chat. But he knew it just by seeing her back.
This is the Empress Lu Ruan, not the little girl Xiao Yuan from more than 10 years ago. Another thing surprised Lin Shan.
She had somehow merged a dead weird. At this stage, she was equivalent to an intelligent weird, but the day when the weird woke up was the day when her life came to an end, and this time would not be too long, at most 3 years.
The 7th floor of the Emperor Pavilion. Lu Ruan looked back at Lin Shan's previous position.
She clenched her fists, her nails scratched her palms, and drops of white blood fell, turning into white smoke and dissipating in the air. She knocked on the table.
2 guards walked into the room quickly, clasped their fists and said, "Empress." Lu Ruan's cold voice resounded throughout the pavilion. The pioneers retreated behind the scenes. The 7 departments are no longer the 7 departments before.
Lin Xianfeng has agreed, get ready to act.
It's time for the human race to unify. Yes. Central City. Lin Shan was walking on the street. This was the most prosperous area in the city.
Compared with the previous booming development, he found that something seemed missing here. He couldn't tell exactly what was missing, and it always felt like a twilight shrouded the entire city. The new clan palace is erected not far from the previous clan palace, and you can even look at each other.
Lin Shan walked directly in.
This clan palace also has 3 floors. The first floor is the hall, which is used to receive new travelers. Walking up to the 2nd floor, this is no longer the office of the 7th department, but a place where books are stored.
Lin Shan skipped the 2nd floor and went directly to the 3rd floor.
The guard who was watching along the way fainted before he saw him. Lin Shan only raised their blood pressure by 100 million points in an instant, which would not endanger their lives. Although he could go in and take a look as a pioneer, it was too troublesome and he preferred a more direct approach. Unexpectedly, I slept directly next to the clan artifacts before, but now I have to sneak through them if I want to look through them. In the empty hall on the third floor, there is only a high platform, and the family equipment on the high platform is suspended quietly above. Lin Shan stepped forward and took it off, then sat cross-legged on the ground and spread the jade album on his lap. Since Chen Liyun, there have been two more names, Lu Ruan and Ma Yingying. Among them, Ma Yingjie was recorded because he developed advanced paper-making technology, and banknotes were made using his technology. Lu Ruan, on the other hand, has a lengthy description of what she did. Year 8 of the human calendar, developed advanced sugar-making technology. 10th year of human calendar, open the first sugar workshop. Year 11 of the human calendar, lead a group of followers deep into the purple soul flower forest, and at the end of the 11th year of the human calendar, bring back a sequence stone tablet. Year 12 of the human calendar, a new city was built based on the sequence of stone tablets, attracting a large number of new generations. Year 15 of the human calendar, force Central City to sign a treaty on the residents' right to autonomous migration by force. There are some small words at the bottom to introduce the background and some processes. Only contributions to the human race will be recorded here, and privacy will not be involved. After reading this, Lin Shan could only comment in 2 words, wonderful. Lin Shan felt that the strangeness of the dead machine might be the starting point of everything. Maybe this was the so-called chance. Next, Lin Shan read the records of other pioneers and learned that the pioneers completely withdrew from the human rights circle in the 12th year of the human calendar, but requested to continue to complete the 13th regulation. However, only at the end of the 12th year of the human calendar, the 7 tribes were completely divided, the human race was divided into 7 internal small countries, and the 13th regulation was almost invalidated. Without the transfer of faith, many people have died due to faith issues in recent years. No wonder the promotion feels so slow. Sure enough, there is something wrong with gaining faith. Lin Shan murmured to himself. The pioneers stayed in hiding, but Lu Ruan suddenly rose up at this point. All coincidences add up to historical inevitability. Even without Lin Shan's nod, Lu Ruan would still unify the human race. Maybe Xiao Yuan is still Xiao Yuan. Lin Shan put the jade book back into place and teleported back into the air again. It was only then that he realized that he didn't have a real home in the clan, so that he didn't even have a place to live. It doesn't matter, he will go look for materials for Sequence 8 when the tribes are reunited. He will just live in the air for the next few days. Lin Shan took out the parchment and found that there were still some wrinkles on the parchment. Lin Shan, how many years do I have left to live? Parchment, 219 years and 4 months. Lin Shan, Sequence 8 Bingyan's position. Parchment, requires payment of 200 years of life. A 200-year lifespan is both very cheap and very expensive. With so many materials, it only has a 200-year lifespan, which is much cheaper than the previous weird one with a 60-year lifespan. However, if he pays, he will only have the last 19 years of his life left. There may be other places where his lifespan needs to be consumed, and his lifespan will not be exhausted before he has found all the materials. Forget it, don't think about it anymore. In fact, he has no choice. Lin Shan, pay. At the moment of writing payment, all the wrinkles on the parchment disappeared and it looked brand new. There was a vague hint of pressure. Parchment has become stronger again. Lin Shan remembered that in the past, the parchment would release supernatural power uncontrollably. As the lifespan of the payment increased, the parchment became quieter and quieter, and would give a few reminders from time to time. It has become smarter. It knows that only in this way, I will not give up using it and continue to provide lifespan. Lin Shan thought secretly in his heart. This was an honest conspiracy, and Lin Shan had nothing to do about it. 6 light spots appeared on the parchment, and the centermost light spot represented his own position. Lin Shan took a quick look at the distance between the materials. The distance is a bit ridiculous. The most recent freeze is weird, 6,658 kilometers. The farthest Yarn Beaver Evil Fall, 86,539 kilometers. If Lin Shan remembers correctly, the diameter of the Earth is 12,765 kilometers. For long-distance flights, it is not a problem for him to travel 1,000 kilometers a day. However, when he is in a hurry, he cannot fly at full strength all the time. He also needs to retain his supernatural powers to deal with dangers. Traveling 1,000 kilometers a day is considered a normal speed. If he flies in a straight line and there are no accidents, he can arrive there in half a year.
Yarn Beaver location. The problem is, you may not be able to beat it when you get there. It's sequence 8. Lin Shan doesn't know what to do.
Suddenly, Lin Shan discovered that the punctuation points on the parchment seemed to form an irregular oval around a certain place. Before Lin Shan could study it carefully, writing appeared on the parchment. Sequence materials surround the sequence steel, and sequence 8 materials are located within a radius of 100,000 miles from the steel.
Lin Shan, will someone snatch materials from me?
Parchment, they have lost this sequence, and it is not the same sequence, but it is not ruled out that there are overlapping materials. This means that there is a sequence 8 steel in the center of these materials, and this steel is in the hands of a certain race. The materials they need may overlap with those needed by Lin Shan, and then there may be a drama of snatching materials. A radius of 100,000 miles and a diameter of 100,000 kilometers is almost catching up with the area of the Earth.
It is impossible to just happen to run into it.
Lin Shan comforted himself a little.
This world is too big.
Under the influence of the gray fog, it is difficult for races to meet each other, let alone a collision between a single tribe.
So far, Lin Shan has only encountered a foreigner once, the Fox tribe, and the tribe barrier was destroyed.
The Cat tribe does not count, because the distance between the tribes is too close, and encounters are inevitable. In this way, 3 days passed in a flash. During the 3 days, Lin Shan spent most of his time floating in the air. He even went to the street on the first day, but never went there again in the next 2 days. It might sound a bit miserable, as he was penniless and could only look at and smell the delicious food. Even though he didn't need to eat now, he was still greedy. So, out of sight, out of mind, he kept floating in the sky, waiting for Lu Ruan's arrival. He would not interfere, he just wanted to be a witness.
It was noon.
There were thousands of pseudo-supernormal teams, with more than a dozen supernormal leaders in front. Lu Ruan was like a light smoke, floating in the front. There are more than 300,000 people in the new city, and the total number of pseudo-extraordinary people here is at least 1,000. This ratio is not bad.
He was not surprised by the extraordinary number.
The depravity potion uses evil depravity as the main medicine. The evil depravity of sequence 9 like to travel in groups. With the guidance of stone tablets, it is not a problem to find a group at a time. As for the weird ashes with Lu Ruan, a walking weirdo, it wouldn't be difficult.
The only limit on the number may be spiritual plants.
Not all spiritual plants grow in patches like purple soulflowers.
The troops from New City did not enter the city.
Just on the periphery, arranged neatly. They will not point the butcher knife at their fellow tribesmen, and Central City will not respond. Central City has long stopped exploring the gray mist. Without the supply of extraordinary flesh and blood, there are only a few pseudo-extraordinary people.
1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours.
There was finally a response from Central City, and only a dozen people left the city. The leader was Jiang Shi, an acquaintance of Lin Shan.
You're finally here, I've been waiting for a long time.
Jiang Shi looked at Lu Ruan and said with a smile.
Lu Ruan said coldly, I'm also waiting for peace of mind.
Jiang Shi smiled and said, this time, I represent the 7th department.
Lu Ruan didn't answer, just asked, do you want to fight? Can I not fight? Jiang Shi asked. Cannot. Am I enough by myself?
Jiang Shi continued to ask. Lu Ruan was unable to resist the unification of the human race. She was just waiting for someone's answer. Now that he is here, Representative Lu Ruan must have got the answer. She asked if one person was enough. She wanted to ask Lu Ruan whether it was enough for her to die alone. It was almost impossible to complete the transition between the old and new systems without bloodshed.
Lu Ruan glanced at Jiang Shi, 10 of you are not enough for me to fight.
Jiang Shi slowly drew out the long sword from his waist and said, that's not what I wanted to ask.
Lu Ruan's expressionless face wavered and asked, you didn't take the cereal potion for yourself when we exchanged the treaty, just for today? Have you wanted to die for a long time? However, some people can only settle down after they die. I don't have time to play the game of betraying the party with them.
Jiang Shi smiled bitterly, I knew it. Then, he looked at Lu Ruan and said slowly, I also tried to change, but in the end I failed. In fact, the withdrawal of the pioneers 8 years ago already foreshadowed everything.
Come on! Jiang Shi shouted.
He raised his sword and stabbed Lu Ruan. Before he could get close, Lu Ruan's supernatural power turned into a white chain and passed through Jiang Shi's chest. Jiang Shi's body was intact, but she had completely lost consciousness. Lin Shan watched this scene from the air. Jiangxi has been a minister for more than 10 years, and her prestige in Central City is definitely not low. It is not an exaggeration to say that she can represent the corrupted old 7 departments, but it should not be enough for her to use her own life to turn over history. If nothing else goes wrong, Lu Wan will conduct a large-scale purge next to clean up the old parties to prevent future troubles.
Lin Shan didn't want to understand all the grievances and political intrigues.
He suddenly didn't want to watch the subsequent process.
The change of power was never tender.
The affairs of the clan came to an end, and the other pioneers also went into seclusion. Next, he has to find his own path.
He can't keep dragging the development of the human race.
The human race also has its own path. Rather than becoming the emperor of the human race, what he looked forward to more was the mystery in the gray mist. Lin Shan looked at the punctuation marks on the parchment. The first stop is Weird Dongji, which is close to 7,000 kilometers away and can be reached in half a month. With this thought in his mind, the blood wings nearly 6 meters wide spread out directly behind him. The blood wings trembled slightly, and Lin Shan rushed forward at an extremely fast speed.
The clan land is now much larger than before.
If it continues to expand, it will overlap with the old clan land. At that time, the cat clan will inevitably attack again, and there will definitely be a war between the human race and the cat clan. This direction, Lin Shan suddenly stopped, and he found that he had flown into the purple soulflower forest unknowingly.
Sparse purple soulflowers bloomed all over the ground. He took another look at the mark on the parchment.
There was no problem. It was indeed in this direction. It seemed that this time he was going to cross the purple soulflower forest. Lin Shan has always had some taboos about this area.
Mystery and unknown are sometimes equal to danger.
However, thinking of the records he had read before, Lu Wan went deep into the purple soulflower forest and not only returned safely, he also brought back a cereal stone tablet. I wonder if the stone tablet she brought back is the same one she saw when she traveled through the world on the first day. Lin Shan calmed down for a moment, and then continued to speed up and fly deep into the flower forest. Along the way, purple soulflowers grow more and more densely, and towering trees hundreds of meters high can be seen everywhere. The entire flower forest was very peaceful, and no abnormalities were encountered. Lin Shan's current flying height is only 200 meters, holding the reactivated red lantern in his hand, observing the ground while flying. Although I am very afraid of this flower forest, I am also very curious as to what is the reason that makes this land grow so densely with extraordinary spiritual plants. Fly forward and draw a long red line at low altitude.
2 days later. Traveling during the day and resting in place at night.
The unchanging scenery made him numb. Then he started flying high into the sky.
Another day later. 5,000 meters in the air.
At this height, surrounded by vast whiteness, it was also the height where Lin Shan felt the safest.
After lying in the air for half an hour, he stood up and continued on his way. Bang!
It looked like this from a distance. A red light flashed, then the red light hit the air, and slid down from the air wall. After falling straight down 200 meters, Lin Shan finally reacted and floated up quickly.
What is that?
How can there be a wall here? Lin Shan was a little confused by this hit. He carefully touched the air in front of him with his hand, and there was indeed a wall. He knocked with his hand.
Bang bang bang. This feeling, there was a little bit of a rebound feeling.
Lin Shan began to descend in altitude, 3,000 meters, 2,000 meters, 1,000 meters, until the air wall still existed at an altitude of 500 meters. It seems that this wall rose from the ground. Staring at the ground that was no different from before, Lin Shan muttered to himself. The fact was indeed as Lin Shan guessed, until the air wall on the ground still existed. There was nothing unusual inside the air wall, only towering trees and purple soulflowers, which was no different from the scenery outside the air wall.
This wall cannot cover the entire purple soulflower forest, and it should be possible to bypass it.
In the end, Lin Shan decided to bypass it from the side.
He didn't even dare to think that there might be treasures inside.
Maintaining an altitude of 200 meters, he flew all the way to the right. While flying, he felt whether the air wall was still there. Finally, after flying for nearly 5 hours, the air wall finally disappeared. At this time, Lin Shan stood at the corner of the air wall, with a wall on the left and no wall on the right. Passing through the place without a wall and touching the right side, as he expected, there was also an air wall here.
If there is an air wall in only one direction, the design is too stupid.
This cubic barrier was the first time Lin Shan saw it. The barrier formed by the clan device was round and would not block people. This air wall was not only a cube, but also had the effect of a real wall. It seemed that there must be something hidden inside.
No matter what is inside, it is not something he can touch now. If he becomes stronger in the future, he can try to open this place. He immediately stopped hesitating and flew to the predetermined location again. On the 9th day, he finally crossed the entire flower forest, and the road turned into a swamp. At this time, there was only less than 3,000 kilometers left to the destination. I don't know when it started, but a few thousand kilometers of travel is nothing to him. However, the next journey will not be as safe as the purple soul flower forest. There may be danger, so it is better to be careful. At an altitude of 5,000 meters, Lin Shan looked around vigilantly, and in his heart he was thinking about how to deal with the weirdness of Sequence 8. He had never really fought against the weirdness of Sequence 8, so he was also very uncertain. Although he was confident in his current strength, it was a large-scale suppression after all. He now has 2 peak sequences, plus red lanterns and willow branches. If the red lantern is pushed to the extreme, it is equivalent to the peak weirdness, which adds up to 3 against 1. Besides, he was just taking some spiritual ash, not going to fight with the weird, so it should be okay, right? Just as Lin Shan's thoughts were flying, the sky, which was originally white, suddenly turned dark. It happened so suddenly that Lin Shan didn't react. It's dark? Where's the red moon? Lin Shan was a little surprised. Except for the red lanterns that illuminated a small area, the surroundings were pitch black and nothing could be seen. The red lanterns were no different from ordinary lanterns in terms of lighting, so the vision was extremely narrow now. Lin Shan stretched out his palm, and a light golden ball of light appeared in his hand, and the visible range suddenly increased by a circle. He observed the surroundings, and it seemed that he was still in the air, in the position just now. My position has not moved. There is no weird breath. Lin Shan slowly descended, and found something unusual when he descended 100 meters. He found that he had actually reached the ground. He was clearly flying at an altitude of 5,000 meters, how could he only fall 100 meters to the ground? There is only one possibility. This ground is fake. Although there are plants and soil here, he should be above the wetland, and the ground cannot be like this. At this moment, the soil on the ground was arched up. One by one, more than 1 meter long earthworms drilled out of the ground and covered the ground in an instant. Lin Shan flew into the air and observed these earthworms. He found that they were actually growing in the soil and seemed to have no self-awareness. After drilling out of the ground, these earthworms stood up with their tails growing in the soil, and then swayed like seaweed. There were so many in front of him that Lin Shan's scalp was numb. Just as he was about to leave, those dense earthworms in the soil began to grow wildly, and in the blink of an eye they grew to more than 10 meters high and attacked Lin Shan. Lin Shan quickly dodged to the side, and after he dodged, those earthworms actually turned around and attacked again. Not only that, the originally dense earthworms began to disperse and surrounded Lin Shan from all directions. Forced, Lin Shan could only fly higher. When he could easily deal with it, he was not in a hurry to fight back. He had to figure out what this thing was. As Lin Shan's height gradually increased, those earthworms seemed to have eyes and began to grow rapidly, following Lin Shan closely. Suddenly, a red light flashed, and Lin Shan teleported away from his original position. From above Lin Shan's original position, dense earthworms appeared at the same time. The earthworms above and below intertwined at Lin Shan's original position, separated as soon as they touched, and then turned around and attacked Lin Shan's current position at the same time. Not only that, it seemed that they felt Lin Shan's slipperiness. After a while, all the empty places above and below were densely covered with these earthworms. They swung like ropes, waiting for the next attack. What on earth is this? Lin Shan wondered. However, reality did not allow him to think too much. These earthworms surrounded Lin Shan without dead ends, and then grew rapidly and attacked Lin Shan. Lin Shan held up the heart light shield to resist. Bang, bang, bang. The dense collision sound was like raindrops, entering Lin Shan's ears. These earthworms have more or less spirituality. They keep hitting the heart light shield, and the light of the heart light shield is gradually dimming, but it will recover in a short while. According to this collision method, they can't break Lin Shan's defense even if they hit for a year. Just as Lin Shan carefully observed these earthworms, all the earthworms stopped hitting. Then the mouth turned into a suction cup shape and stuck directly to the heart light shield. The next moment, Lin Shan felt that his spirituality was fading at an extremely terrifying speed. Without any hesitation, he directly activated the spiritual power of the blood wings. All the earthworms within a radius of more than 10 meters around Lin Shan exploded and were blown to pieces by their own blood. While the surroundings were cleared, Lin Shan flew up quickly. Not long after flying, he reached the top. No wonder there are earthworms on it.
The top is actually a piece of ground, but all the plants grow upside down, which is a mirror image of the ground below.
Lin Shan tried to move out directly with teleportation. He found that there was no space node to go out, and the ground above could even block the space. He spent some time walking around, front, back, left, and right, and found that there was a piece of ground not only up and down, but also in any direction. This is a completely sealed space. There is no entrance. How did I get in? He detonated all the earthworms that approached him. Lin Shan decided to try using force. The light of his heart turned into a 10-meter-long giant pickaxe, and he began to command the giant pickaxe to dig the ground on the side. Boom, boom, boom. Every time he dug, the whole space made a loud noise. After digging more than a dozen times in a row, the space began to vibrate, and Lin Shan vaguely heard a strange wailing sound. Then, he saw the ground on the side bleeding, like muddy blood, with a pungent fishy smell. Lin Shan looked at the blood spilling down, muttered to himself, and said, "Isn't I in the stomach of some evil creature? And is it now, gastric bleeding?"
Before, across this strange ground, Lin Shan did not notice the blood hidden under it. Lin Shan felt that he was now in the stomach of a huge organism, and was swallowed for some unknown reason. "Sorry, I need to wash your stomach." Carefully detonating the dense earthworms that attacked him, Lin Shan guessed that these might be the digestive system of this creature. He waved at the bleeding place. The muddy gray-black blood suddenly spurted out like a fountain, a blood column more than 10 meters high. The surrounding ground began to tremble violently.
Me!
A huge sheep bleating sound resounded throughout the space, and Lin Shan's ears were buzzing.
Then, a faint red light shone in.
With a thought, Lin Shan disappeared directly on the spot. When he reappeared, the surrounding environment had turned into night, and the red moon was hanging high in the sky.
Finally out.
Lin Shan breathed a sigh of relief. He felt that he was stepping on something, but he couldn't see it with his eyes. The next moment, I don't know if it was in response to the cry just now or for other reasons.
Me!
Another sound similar to the sound of sheep came from a very far distance.
Me!
Another sound, but it came from another direction, and the location was also extremely far away. Then, the creature under Lin Shan's feet began to tremble.
Me!
Accompanied by a huge bleating, the creature under Lin Shan's feet began to appear. Like a mirror flower in water moon, a huge sheep's head made of stones appeared under Lin Shan's feet. Lin Shan was like an ant standing on a sheep's head. He looked at the huge head under his feet, which was at least a kilometer long. Although the head was huge, he was still a little unsure whether it was this thing that was eaten by it just now. He remembered that the space just now should be a cube, and the space inside was many times larger than the sheep's head. After the deafening bleating sound disappeared, its body became transparent again.
This creature should be the evil one. There are obviously companions beside him.
Because of his huge body, they are very far away.
This creature has a body and will not be weird.
The most important thing is that this creature is very weak, perhaps just reaching the extraordinary level. Give Lin Shan some time, he feels that he can dismantle this creature.
However, Lin Shan certainly will not commit suicide, because there are companions beside it. At this time,
Lin Shan looked at the mark on the parchment with a strange look on his face. The head under his feet was moving at a very slow speed, and the direction of movement was completely opposite to him. In this case, this head could not take the initiative to eat Lin Shan. Perhaps Lin Shan flew into its mouth himself, and it was forced to eat. Lin Shan was a little speechless. He found that there were many invisible things in this world. He crashed into the air wall directly, and this sheep head was even more outrageous. He put it directly into its mouth for it to eat. After correcting the direction, Lin Shan teleported down 1,000 meters and continued to move forward. He was afraid that he would meet its companions at the same height, and he might feed it again if he was not careful. He looked at the distance on the parchment, and the sheep head moved very slowly, only retreating less than 5 kilometers.
Keep moving forward. The last distance is less than 3,000 kilometers. I hope there will be no more problems.
In this way, rush during the day and rest at night.
8 days later.
In these 8 days, except for encountering 2 attacks by birds, there were no other accidents. At this time, there was less than 100 kilometers left to the target, and he planned to fly the last distance before descending.
Stopped at the last distance of less than 2 kilometers and hung in the air.
Lin Shan even felt that his palms were sweating unconsciously, which meant that he was in a state of extreme tension all the way. He hadn't felt this kind of mood for a long time. Now he was just like the first time he saw the strange lionfish, with a trace of fear growing from the bottom of his heart. Suddenly, Lin Shan came to his senses. He wiped the non-existent cold sweat on his forehead and stared at the surroundings, trying to find evidence that his emotions were affected. But there was nothing except a vast expanse of white void. And there was nothing abnormal in his body. I'm not affected by the unknown, so what's wrong with this emotion? The natural fear of the low sequence facing the high sequence? Why did these two emotions suddenly emerge, nervousness and fear? Lin Shan was very puzzled. He really hadn't felt these two emotions for a long time. Maybe what I encountered before is not enough to scare me, only this statement can make him feel a little more at ease. Since I'm here, I must go down and try. Lin Shan looked down and began to descend in altitude, 4,000 meters, 3,000 meters, 500 meters, and finally hovered at a low altitude of 200 meters. At this distance, with the help of the red lantern, the ground scene can be clearly seen. Plants of various shapes grow on the muddy ground, and wild animals can be seen running from time to time, and birds hover in the air looking for food. Suddenly, Lin Shan looked somewhere. There was a creature that looked like a crocodile, more than twice as large as a normal crocodile. The most important thing was that Lin Shan felt a strong spiritual fluctuation on it. This is a peak sequence 9 crocodile. It was walking aimlessly on the ground at this time, tap tap tap, accompanied by the sound of stepping on water and gradually moving away. Lin Shan kept staring at it, or rather, staring at the bottom of it. It was said that it was late, and it was fast. A bone claw stretched out from the muddy ground in an instant and grabbed the crocodile's hind legs. Even though the crocodile was huge, it lost its balance instantly when its hind legs were held by the bone claw, and it twitched and fell backwards. Swish swish swish. Before the crocodile could get up again, dense bone hands stretched out from the ground and grabbed all over the crocodile's body. Compared with the bone claws, these bone hands are relatively much smaller, only the size of a normal palm, and look very much like human hands. Even though the size was much smaller, the power was not reduced at all. When those bone hands touched the crocodile's body, the crocodile twitched even more violently. Then, the flesh and blood of the crocodile's body decreased at a speed visible to the naked eye, and it turned into an extremely complete skeleton in just over 10 seconds. The whole process was very fast. It took less than 30 seconds from the first bone claw to the crocodile turning into bones. The crocodile didn't even scream, and died in a daze. Lin Shan was terrified. If he was in the crocodile's position just now, his fate would not be better than that of the crocodile. With his physique, he would only die faster than that of the crocodile. He found that the swamp under the crocodile was squirming before, and thought it was some kind of beast or evil that could burrow into the ground. What is this thing? There is no weird breath either, but it looks weird no matter how you look at it. Lin Shan frowned. If this swamp was full of such monsters, let alone hunting targets, it would be difficult to survive. He thought that the crocodile would be fine after death, but what happened next shocked him even more. I saw that from under the crocodile's bones, dense bone hands stretched out again. This time, it was not just bone hands. After a moment, a half-complete skeleton crawled out of the ground, and then those skeletons continued to climb up. The whole picture turned out to be a complete human skeleton. Lin Shan roughly counted, there were no less than 20 skeletons present, and there was a giant skeleton standing more than 5 meters tall in the front, which looked like the skeleton of some kind of lizard, but it could stand on 2 feet. It seemed that the bone claws that stretched out at the beginning were its. Then, the more than 20 skeletons began to grow flesh and blood, and eventually turned into living people, but they had a single horn on their foreheads. They all had one characteristic: they were very thin, as thin as if only a layer of skin was wrapped around the skeleton. Is this another race? Lin Shan quickly ascended 100 meters and stopped at 300 meters to prevent exposure. Fortunately, they did not find Lin Shan due to the obstruction of the gray fog. I don't know how many meters their visual range is, so it's better to be careful. His current visual range in the gray fog is close to 700 meters. Obviously, the blood lamp oil generated by the spirit is more effective. If the source of the strange body is burned, the visual range can even reach more than 1,000 meters. Although the group of people below did not hold strange objects, they obviously also had ways to expand their visual range and were alert to the surroundings. Some people even looked up in the air and looked directly in the direction of Lin Shan. Lin Shan's eyes were slightly fixed, and he stared at the man in the air. After a moment, the man looked away and continued to stare in another direction. Ha! Lin Shan breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, their visual range did not reach 300 meters. In fact, even if Lin Shan was discovered, he would not be afraid. He could fly, and those people below obviously could not, which was a natural advantage. It was impossible to beat them. There were all extraordinary people below,
and at least half of them were peak extraordinary people.
No wonder the crocodile, which was also a peak extraordinary person, turned into bones in just a dozen seconds.
Lin Shan continued to look down.
4 of the more than 20 people stood 100 meters away, and the others began to write and draw next to the crocodile skeleton. Lin Shan stared at the circles of symbols he didn't recognize, which were drawn with spirituality and looked very obscure and profound.
After drawing, those people put their hands on the crocodile skeleton. The next moment, Lin Shan's eyes shrank.
The characters drawn on the ground began to have a close connection.
Then a faint blue light flashed, and a light blue crocodile phantom suddenly appeared in reality.
It flashed and disappeared, but Lin Shan saw it clearly.
It was the crocodile's soul that had disappeared. Then,
the crocodile skeleton actually stood up directly and stood on the ground motionless. Several people fumbled with the skeleton for a while and nodded with satisfaction.
Is this necromancy? Is it the kind of race that the more enemies fight, the fewer people they have, while the more we fight, the more people we have? No.
If that's the case, this race would have dominated the gray fog world long ago.
This kind of resurrection should have some kind of limit.
The next scene confirmed Lin Shan's guess. The group of people put their hands on the crocodile skeleton again, and a gray spiritual light emerged from their body. Then the crocodile began to emit gray light, and the skeleton, which was originally empty of spirituality, was directly pulled to the peak of sequence 9, recovering the same strength as before. Seeing this scene, Lin Shan relaxed instead.
This crocodile skeleton did not have the ability to restore spirituality and needed to actively replenish spirituality.
The threat level decreased more than a little bit, it gets weaker and weaker, and there is no endurance, so it's not a concern. Lin Shan gave such an evaluation, provided that the number is not too large. After everything was ready, one of the people below picked up the whistle hanging on his chest and blew it hard. No sound was made, but the 4 people who had been alerting the surroundings received the order at the same time and returned quickly. When everyone gathered, the flesh and blood on their bodies disappeared again, turning into a skeleton, and then with the newly added crocodile skeleton, they shrank back into the muddy soil.
These old sicks, they won't wait for prey here. This is a bit difficult to deal with, my target is too close to them.
Lin Shan was a little embarrassed. This place was less than 2 kilometers away from the weirdness he wanted to hunt. Even if there was a gray fog blocking this distance, it was still too close, which made him feel uneasy.
Then just watch here, they can't stay still.
Lin Shan muttered to himself.
For safety reasons, Lin Shan didn't plan to take action now.
Sitting cross-legged in the air, he took out the parchment.
Lin Shan, weirdness frozen, how to obtain spirit ash. Parchment, just dig a piece. This answer is really unexpectedly simple. The body of frozen shouldn't be a piece of soil. Chewing the 2 words frozen, Lin Shan felt it was very likely. Lin Shan, can I beat frozen? Parchment, 1 month of life is required.
1 month of life may not be a big deal to him in the past, but now he only has a dozen years left.
Forget it. Even if he can't win, he has to find a way to win. He doesn't have many years left to live.
Putting away the parchment, Lin Shan sat cross-legged in the air, staring at the ordinary muddy land.
This muddy land looks ordinary, but there are more than 20 Lao Lu hidden underground.
The sun sets and rises again. If they hadn't appeared again on the way and turned a passing white bear into a bear skeleton, Lin Shan would have thought they had escaped underground. However, seeing how hard they were crawling in the ground, Lin Shan thought they should not have the ability to escape underground, but just a means of hiding.
The red moon descended again. Those people still didn't change their positions. Lin Shan's eyelids drooped, and he didn't move.
I don't know how long it took before Lin Shan heard a subtle sound. With a thought, he opened his eyes and looked down. It wasn't the noise caused by the previous group of people, but another group of people came. 4 human-shaped black shadows. Lin Shan's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly continued to rise 200 meters upwards, hanging in the air, his eyes fixed on one of the 4 figures below. He murmured, "Sequence 8, he was not sure if it was sequence 8, but just a glance from a few hundred meters away, a pressure came over him. This was definitely not the ability of sequence 9. The man was deliberately releasing his spiritual pressure. Wherever he passed, the grass and trees on the ground were all crushed into the soil. The mosquitoes that were originally flying everywhere were directly crushed into rotten meat. Only the 3 people next to him were not affected. The 4 black figures passed by the ground where Lao Lu was hidden and stopped. Lin Shan stared at the bottom, looking forward to the next battle. Although there was a sequence 8 among the 4, there were more than 20 extraordinary people hidden underground, including more than a dozen peak extraordinary people.
It was really uncertain who would win. As if he had discovered something, the Sequence 8 Black Shadow raised his hand and was about to take action. Bang! The bone lizard in front suddenly broke out of the ground and fled to the side without any hesitation. The black shadows were talking in a low voice, without even looking at the bone lizard. I saw that the other 3 black shadows dispersed far away, and one of them even floated into the air. Only the Sequence 8 Black Shadow was left on the spot. He slowly placed his hands on the ground, muttering something. Seeing that no one paid attention, his spirituality surged all over his body. After a while, he stood up and looked around. He seemed a little confused. After standing there for a while, he left directly, and the other 3 hurriedly followed. Lin Shan blinked his eyes. What did he just see? The land within 100 meters was all turned over, new soil was turned on the ground, and the old soil and the vegetation on the ground were all deeply buried underground, and there were only huge broken bones on the ground. What sequence is this? Space displacement? Or reversing yin and yang? Where are the group of people before? He didn't know how deep the place that was replaced was, but it was definitely deeper than where those people hid. After the 4 shadows walked away, the bone lizard that had escaped before ran back again. Then they saw that the huge bone lizard fell apart, and the bones were scattered all over the ground. After a while, the bones began to change shape and turned into human skeletons, and then grew flesh and blood to restore human form. They looked at the direction where the 4 shadows were moving. After talking in a low voice for a while, they followed carefully behind them. It seemed that they were waiting for this moment. Lin Shan looked at the direction where the 2 groups of people were moving. It happened to be the direction where Dongyu was. He didn't believe this was a coincidence. Just when Lin Shan was about to leave, he caught a glimpse of a corner from the corner of his eye. A dog? This is a Shiba Inu. This must be a Shiba Inu. Lin Shan looked at the smiling dog's mouth, and couldn't help twitching. The Shiba Inu sneaked to the turned-up land. He sniffed the ground gently with his nose, and after a moment, he raised his head and showed a very human smile. Then, he took a step forward and chased the 2 teams in front. Lin Shan watched quietly in the air. Now he was a little confused. The mantis stalked the cicada, and the oriole was behind. There was a dog squatting behind the oriole, and he was still behind the dog. Doesn't it mean that he was the most cunning? He shook his head to get rid of his thoughts, and after waiting for a while, seeing that no strange creatures appeared, Lin Shan also rushed in the direction of Dongyu. He didn't fly too far ahead, but followed the Shiba Inu all the time. Only then did he realize that the Shiba Inu had 3 tails, which were not like normal dog tails, and the hair on them was very fluffy. It followed the smell all the way and finally stopped at a place. Lin Shan glanced at the parchment, which marked a distance of 500 meters. This dog's nose was really sharp. At this time, Lin Shan had already seen the so-called frozen land, which was really just a piece of land. Unlike normal land, the land was white, and the snowflakes transformed by the supernatural power kept falling on the white ground, and it felt chilly just looking at it. This weirdness was different from what Lin Shan had seen before. It felt very peaceful, without any supernatural power leaking out, and he did not feel any aggressive will. Not only that, staring at this piece of snow all the time, he even felt particularly peaceful. The range of its supernatural coverage was not large, only a radius of 100 meters and a diameter of about 200 meters. And the supernatural was particularly obvious. Anyone with a little IQ knew that there was something wrong with this snowy land. It seemed to tell everyone that this place was not normal and not to try to come in. The 3 tails of the Shiba Inu swayed in 3 different directions, and it paced back and forth as if waiting for something. Lin Shan looked in the direction of Dongyu, thinking. It seemed that the Shiba Inu also came for Dongyu. It was not in a hurry, so Lin Shan was naturally not in a hurry either. Although he didn't know the specific level of the dog, it was definitely not at Sequence 8, and the oppression carried by Sequence 8 could not be concealed. The Shiba Inu must be strong, otherwise it would not have the confidence to come here to be the 6th, but as long as it was not Sequence 8, Lin Shan would not be at all weak. 1 person and 1 dog just waited quietly. Probably less than 20 minutes passed. The space where the snow was located shook, like a curtain being lifted, and 2 figures walked out of the space. It was the Black Shadow of Sequence 8, followed by a tribesman. Only 2 people came out. If nothing unexpected happened, the other 2 would probably not be able to come out. At this time, Lin Shan saw clearly that the so-called black shadows were not real black shadows. Their bodies were made up of very smooth light red crystal surfaces. However, the 2 who came out now were extremely miserable. The Sequence 8 was slightly better off.
Apart from his torn clothes, he only had half of his arm missing, revealing the crystal clear bones inside, and the light red blood kept dripping down.
The companion next to him was much more miserable.
His facial features had become flat, as if they had been cut by a knife. In addition, the exposed pieces of crystal flesh on his face looked as if a mirror was attached to his face. There were countless other wounds of varying sizes.
However, even more miserable things were yet to come.
As soon as the two men appeared, more than 20 skeletons instantly emerged from the ground and surrounded the two men.
There was no language or dialogue.
The Sequence 8 stretched out his hand in front of him without hesitation. A skeleton that was originally several meters away suddenly disappeared, and when it reappeared, it was already in the Sequence 8's hand.
Crack, crack.
In an instant, all the bones in the skeleton's body were dislocated. When the Sequence 8 let go, the skeleton fell into pieces of broken bones.
Everything happened in less than 2 seconds.
He wanted to do the same thing again, but the remaining skeletons did not give him a chance.
The skeletons quickly approached the Sequence 8.
Even though he was a Sequence 8, the physical strength of a living Sequence 8 was no match for a Sequence 9's fallen body. The bone fist and the crystal fist collided, and the skeleton on the opposite side was completely dislocated and turned into a pile of broken bones.
However, in return, the Sequence 8 also stepped back a few steps.
The crystal clear bones on his arm had pierced out from his back, and the entire arm was directly scrapped and could no longer be used. However, even if he had no hands or feet, as long as his extraordinary organs were still there and he was still conscious, it would not affect his combat power.
He usually used his hands only to coordinate his abilities. At this time, the Sequence 8 had an extremely ugly face. His originally light red face was now red from anger, but he still did not say a word. He quickly glanced at the small bottle in front of his chest, and his thoughts moved slightly. In an instant, the small bottle disappeared from its original place, and when it reappeared, it was already in the hands of his companion behind him. The faceless companion was slightly stunned, looked at him deeply, and nodded. The next second, the faceless crystal man disappeared.
The skeletons didn't care about his missing companion and the small bottle. Their only target was the person in front of them. The skeletons all desperately stuck to him, fighting with their lives in exchange for his. An extremely strong spiritual pressure surged towards the Sequence 8, and the skeletons' movements all stagnated. Then they all released their spiritual power to resist.
Although the remaining skeletons still felt a huge pressure, it was no longer hindering their movements.
They attacked the Sequence 8 with a life-for-life fighting method, 1 life for 1 punch, and if they were lucky, 1 life for 2 punches. In the end, there were less than 5 skeletons left, and the life of the Sequence 8 was finally coming to an end. Sequence 8 seized the opportunity, and a skeleton punched through the heart of the Sequence 8, and turned into a pile of broken bones. At the moment when the Sequence 8 fell to the ground and was completely breathless, this tragic battle finally ended. The last 4 skeletons returned to human form. 2 men and 2 women. They looked at the broken bones scattered all around them. Some people squatted down and sobbed. Some people collected all the broken bones and buried them together. Simply dealt with the funeral of their companions. After whispering for a while, the 4 of them finally set out on the road to Hui tribe with the corpse of Sequence 8. Lin Shan did not see this scene. As early as when Sequence 8 sent the faceless crystal man away, the Shiba Inu below Lin Shan suddenly widened his eyes and ran in one direction. Lin Shan guessed that the small bottle should contain frozen spirit ash. In this seemingly ordinary snowy land, with 1 against 4, not only did they kill 2 people, but they also beat Sequence 8 half-crippled. Lin Shan's original confidence was extinguished in an instant. However, seeing the extremely excited Shiba Inu running in a certain direction, Lin Shan also became excited. He did not watch the battle behind him and followed the Shiba Inu closely. The Shiba Inu ran extremely fast, with its 4 legs already out of sight, and it could jump several meters away. Lin Shan had to use teleportation from time to time to keep up with him.
Finally, the Shiba Inu slowed down and began to move forward cautiously. Less than 100 meters in front of the Shiba Inu, the faceless crystal man was walking forward unsteadily. He stumbled step by step, looking up at the sky from time to time, as if he could not accept this result. Lin Shan was wondering if he could find his clan if he kept following this Jingrun. However, it seems that finding the clan land is useless. This is a race that can produce Sequence 8 by itself, and they are not afraid of exposing the clan land at all. He couldn't help but think of those 20-some skeletons. They might have come here to intercept and kill Sequence 8 of this race. Judging from the performance of both parties, it seems that they have dealt with each other many times and have deep grudges. Just when Lin Shan's thoughts were flying, the Shiba Inu below couldn't hold it any longer.
Its body suddenly expanded, changing from a cute Shiba Inu to a giant dog nearly 10 meters in size with sharp teeth and a sharp mouth. There were rich black stripes on its back, and its 3 tails swung in the air. The faceless crystal man turned around sharply, only to be met with sharp giant claws. After the Shiba Inu grew in size, it pounced directly on the faceless crystal man and pinned him under its claws. Then it was crushed mercilessly, and Lin Shan in the air could hear a bang sound like a crushed tomato, with crystal clear flesh and blood scattered around. After a while, the Shiba Inu shrank. He began to dig through the pile of rotten flesh with his claws, and finally found the small bottle among the bloody flesh. I don't know what material the bottle is made of, but it is still intact and sealed. The Shiba Inu was not surprised by this. The Shiba Inu did not pick up the bottle with its mouth as Lin Shan thought, but turned into a young man dressed in black and picked up the bottle. Where did the clothes go after the transformation? I didn't even see the Shiba Inu wearing clothes. Lin Shan was a little curious. The young man in black in front of him was the original body, and the Shiba Inu before was the illusion of his fallen body. The young man in black picked up the small bottle and was about to put it into his pocket. He suddenly felt that the blood in his body was uncontrollable, and his complexion turned green and white for a while, so he quickly stopped and used spiritual suppression. Lin Shan was in the air, applying countercurrent, explosion, stagnation, acceleration, and various supernatural buffs to him in an instant. Just when the young man felt the pressure suddenly relax, a red light flashed in front of his eyes, and Lin Shan appeared in front of him. Before he could react, he did not hesitate to release the supernatural influence on him again, and snatched the small bottle from his hand. The red light flashed, and the person appeared thousands of meters above the sky.
The next second.
Ah, bastard! This roar can be heard even from a distance of 1,000 meters. Lin Shan could only understand the word ah, so it seemed that the interjections were the same. He immediately ignored him. This thing didn't belong to him anyway, so Lin Shan felt at ease when he snatched it. He glanced at the small bottle in his hand. The finely chopped transparent smoothie contained at least close to 100 grams, which was completely enough.
Lin Shan looked at the parchment to confirm.
The parchment also cooperated and cancelled the light spot representing freezing, which meant that the material had been obtained. 1/5 of the materials for the Bing Yin sequence were obtained, and they were still strange ashes, and the total time was less than a month. Although there are some tricks, it can't be considered a trick, it can only be said to be luck. Next goal. Asshole, steal my things and you will die. Just when Lin Shan was thinking about his next target, an unintelligible word came into his ears. Although he couldn't understand it, the coldness and anger revealed in the words could be clearly felt. Lin Shan looked down and saw a Shiba Inu with blue wings approaching him at an extremely fast speed. Ha! Lin Shan's eyes narrowed slightly. Dual sequence? Life and death are the same body. The wings on the back of the Shiba Inu are spiritually transformed. If it were a fallen body, the wings should be solid. The body transformed from the fallen body sequence, and the wings transformed from the biological sequence, are interesting. Lin Shan couldn't help but admire that the combination of this Shiba Inu was more reasonable than his. It wasn't that he didn't know how to match, he just didn't have a choice. The Shiba Inu rushed towards Lin Shan with blazing eyes, reaching a height of 1,000 meters in just a few seconds, flying to the same height as Lin Shan. The Shiba Inu stretched out his hand and said coldly, "Give it back to me." Lin Shan could probably guess his intentions by looking at his movements. Lin Shan still looked at him calmly and said, "Sorry, I don't understand." The Shiba Inu was a little impatient and couldn't understand Lin Shan's words. In its view, the person in front of it who did not know what race it was not simple, and it did not dare to act rashly for a while. The main thing is the huge pair of blood-red wings on his back, such obvious supernatural power. Lin Shan didn't dare to act rashly. This was the first time he encountered a dual sequence like him. The man and the dog looked at each other like this. After a long time, Lin Shan could hold his nerve, but the Shiba Inu opposite him couldn't. In its opinion, Lin Shan had robbed him of his things, and he was still acting so indifferently, making it seem like he was the one actively looking for trouble. As for it killing people and grabbing things before, it can only mean that weak people are not qualified to enter its eyes, and the things in its hands belong to it. A blue long knife composed of spirituality slowly appeared in front of the Shiba Inu. It waved the long knife gently, and the rich blue spirituality cut through the space with the swing of the long knife. The Shiba Inu dog has a faint smile on its face. Lin Shan felt particularly out of place watching the scene in front of him.
He seemed to hear the 4 words breathing of Shiba. While the Shiba Inu was still showing off, a 10-meter-long giant hammer suddenly appeared on his head. Lin Shan's mind moved slightly, and the giant hammer suddenly hit down. Bang! The moment the hammer's surface touched the Shiba Inu, the airflow formed blew Lin Shan's robe up. Then, the Shiba Inu disappeared directly. Less than 3 seconds later. Boom! A large pit more than 10 meters wide appeared directly in the muddy ground, and the Shiba Inu lay in the center of the pit. Lin Shan didn't even look at it, and appeared at an altitude of 5,000 meters in a few teleports. He glanced at the parchment in his mind, negative extinction evil fall, 10,483 kilometers. Finding the right direction, the blood wings trembled slightly, and then flew forward at high speed. Just a few meters away. A blue long knife flew towards him from bottom to top at high speed. The thought moved slightly, and the heart light turned into a shield to resist. Asshole! How dare you sneak attack! An extremely angry roar came first, and in the blink of an eye, the Shiba Inu hovered not far from him again. However, after the blow just now, its head was already torn apart, and blood flowed down the top of its head, forming red watermelon lines. Really hard. Lin Shan's heart was solemn. The blow just now was his real full-strength blow. If Lin Shan was hit by that blow, not to mention his head, half of his body would be blown off, but this Shiba Inu only bleeds a little. After the loss just now, Shiba Inu no longer pretends to be cool. Holding the blue long sword, he rushed towards Lin Shan. The heart light turned into a normal-sized spear. Lin Shan commanded the long spear to fight hard. There was no trick to speak of. When the spirituality was almost the same, it was a competition of reaction speed and the use of spirituality. Bang! It was obviously just a weapon transformed by spirituality, but at this time, it made a collision sound of golden swords clashing. At the collision point between the blade and the tip of the spear, the golden light and the blue light intertwined and offset each other. They separated at the first touch. Lin Shan frowned as he looked at the pale golden long spear with a missing corner and the opponent's intact blue long sword. Although the heart light can change in 1,000 ways, it is very mediocre in both attack and defense. Although the Shiba Inu's spiritual power can only turn into a long sword, its strength is far greater than any weapon transformed by the heart light. If he keeps fighting hard like this, his spirituality will be consumed more and he will enter the equal state first. Even if he could hold on until both sides entered this state, he would be naturally weaker. If the sequence is compared to a weapon, his sequence is indeed not suitable for a head-on fight. In this case, let's not fight it head-on. The Shiba Inu also glimpsed the changes in the spear, and immediately smiled. Your sequence is not good, so don't blame me. It flapped its wings and continued to rush towards Lin Shan. Since it had an advantage, it did not intend to give Lin Shan a chance, and the long knife in its hand chopped down again. Lin Shan did not take it hard this time. When the long knife was about to touch him, he teleported behind the Shiba Inu and stabbed it with a backhand. Bang! Lin Shan was slightly stunned. The Shiba Inu actually held the long knife horizontally behind his back with one claw to block the shot. It turned its head to look at Lin Shan and sneered, I have been in the gray fog for so many years, and there are only 2 people in the same sequence who can fight me. You are still a little bit behind. This dog is a little bit wrong, it is ridiculously strong. Lin Shan glanced at the red lantern in his hand. Then he used all his strength to activate the power of the red lantern, and the Shiba Inu was instantly ignited, with a light red flame all over his body. However, the flame only burned for less than a second before it was immediately extinguished. Even so, the power of the red lantern was still corroding the Shiba Inu, and the sizzling corrosion sound continued. It was visible to the naked eye that the air around the Shiba Inu was slightly distorted. Even though it only burned for a second, the Shiba Inu felt a little uncomfortable at the moment, and the hair on his body had become charred. Facing the erosion of the red lantern, the Shiba Inu gritted his teeth again and rushed towards Lin Shan. Before he got close, his whole body suddenly froze again. It felt that its blood was out of control again. With a roar from the Shiba Inu, it turned into a 10-meter-tall giant dog, using its strong physique to resist the erosion. It stared at Lin Shan fiercely, and light red flames occasionally emerged from the dark lines on its back. The rich golden light on the heart light gun flowed, and instantly turned into a 10-meter-long gun. With a swoosh, it shot at the huge black dog that was still in a stalemate with the spirit. Swish, the tip of the gun pierced the epidermis, and pierced into the flesh and blood shallowly, but could not go deeper. In this way, Lin Shan commanded the heart light gun to continue attacking. The giant dog's body was full of blood holes, but it had no way to do anything to Lin Shan.
The giant dog knew that this was not a solution, and retreated to a distance under the pressure, pretending to vomit. Then he saw an object appear in its mouth. The object was pitch black, and Lin Shan could not see it clearly because it was in its mouth. The heart-light gun was still poking at him, and he grimaced in pain. Because too much blood had flowed from his body, his breath was getting weaker and weaker. He wanted to use the object in his mouth, but he was hesitant. Finally, he rolled his eyes and swallowed the object into his stomach again. He looked at Lin Shan with his eyes blazing, and then ran away without hesitation. Lin Shan did not chase him. From what he had just done, the Shiba Inu obviously had a backup plan, and it seemed that there was some hidden danger, so it was useless. If it was forced into a corner, it would do something desperate. There was also a possibility that the Shiba Inu's action just now was fake, just to scare him to avoid being chased. Lin Shan was too lazy to take the risk. If he caught up, it would not be any good even if he killed the Shiba Inu in the end. He looked at the parchment in his mind and flew towards the location of the evil Fushi. 2 days later, 5,000 meters above the sky. I don't know if it was an illusion, but Lin Shan felt that his body temperature seemed to have increased in the past 2 days, or the temperature of the blood in his body had increased. So much so that his body temperature, which was originally as cold as a corpse, actually became warm. My body has problems again. What is the source? For him, it is normal for the body to be cold, and if it has temperature, there must be a problem. He could not find the source for a while and could only keep it in mind and pay attention to it at all times. At least so far, he felt that everything was normal. He did not encounter any danger in the past 2 days, and there were very few weird and evil things at his height. 1 month later. On the way, he encountered a weirdness and 2 evils. He easily dealt with the evils, and Lin Shan did not fight against the weirdness. He escaped from the range of its spiritual influence without even seeing its real body. The weirdness was like a big gray cloud. When Lin Shan found it, he was about to avoid it, but he didn't expect it to move, and its speed was extremely fast, and it instantly wrapped Lin Shan in it. As soon as he entered, bloodlines began to appear all over his body, as if he was tightly strangled by sharp silk threads. Lin Shan used teleportation continuously to get rid of it. For the weirdness of Sequence 9, most of them can be escaped by teleportation, unless it is the kind of weirdness with its own space, and the weirdness of Sequence 8 happens to be all of this kind. At this time, Lin Shan's upper body robe was already tattered, with a bundle of willow branches on his shoulders and a red lantern in his hand. He didn't bring anything this time, so now he didn't even have good clothes to wear. He was a little envious of those people who had fallen bodies. Not only were they thick-skinned, but they didn't even need to wear clothes. The willow branches had been hung in the sky by Lin Shan's heartlight. Since his clothes were torn, he lived a life like a savage. It felt better to put the willow branches on his shoulders than to be shirtless. In the gray fog, he didn't dare to transform his heartlight into clothes. Every time he fought naked. He still couldn't accept it. Lin Shan hovered in the low sky and looked down. The land below was a very common shallow grassland, with dense plants and sparse trees taking root. The location of the negative extinguisher was 1 kilometer ahead, moving slowly and not fast towards the north. After flying forward 500 meters, he saw a dense community of organisms. The appearance of the evil negatives once again refreshed Lin Shan's cognition. There were patches of red, sticky, soft creatures clinging to the ground, and they were slowly crawling forward in an orderly manner. They were not like slimes, which were at least somewhat elastic, but these negatives were just thin skins clinging to the ground. They had no eyes, no mouths, and no organs. There were at least hundreds of negatives in this group. The flame of negative extinguishing. These soft-bodied creatures don't look like they have flames. Should we light it? Lin Shan was in a dilemma. Even if he took a step back, he had no place to put it. He couldn't just put it in his pocket. Let's get it first. If it doesn't work, send it back to the tribe first. It's only a month, Lin Shan thought to himself. He looked at the pile of negative extinguishing that was wriggling in the front, his expression a little solemn. This was his target, the Sequence 8 negative extinguishing. Other negative extinguishing were considered large when they were 2 meters wide, but this one was more than 20 meters wide. Standing close to it, I thought it was a red carpet on the ground, a sticky carpet. The fiery red skin was particularly bright, with yellow lines on it. At this time, it was wriggling forward like a pool of water. As it wriggled, the tribe behind it all followed closely behind it. The negative extinguished in the middle only extended less than 1 meter each time. It should be negative extinguished child, but even the child's aura has reached the level of transcendence.
In other words, he will face hundreds of transcendences. This power can easily destroy the population without sequence 8. Lin Shan looked at the parchment. Parchment, the flame is in negative extinguished. Lin Shan flew to the back of the entire negative extinguished group. He planned to find a negative extinguished to study where the flame was. Staring at a lone negative extinguished, Lin Shan commanded the heart light spear to stab out. It was not the expected spear that penetrated negative extinguished's thin body and nailed it there, but negative extinguished was poked into the ground by the spear. There is only one explanation for being poked into the ground as a whole, that is, the spear did not penetrate negative extinguished. He did not expect that the seemingly thin skin of negative extinguished was so tough. However, the purpose has been achieved. At least its movement has been restricted. After the group in front left, the spear will be taken back and it will be released. At that time, one-on-one research can be done in any way you want. At this time, the negative extinction group suddenly stopped moving. Lin Shan's heart skipped a beat, and he had a bad feeling. In an instant, the sky darkened. Lin Shan looked up at the sky, his heart trembled, and he felt his scalp burst. He hurriedly wanted to teleport away. How is it possible? Lin Shan was shocked. The space around him was solid without a single gap. Teleportation had completely lost its effect. Not to mention teleportation, it was difficult for him to even move at this moment. In the air. The sequence 8 negative extinction expanded to a size of 100 meters at this time, hanging in the air more than 10 meters high. Lin Shan thought that these negative extinctions had no eyes or mouths, but now he found out that he was wrong. The facial features of these negative extinctions actually grew on the chassis. A pair of narrow and scarlet eyes stared at Lin Shan with tyranny. The nose was 2 holes, and the mouth was also a thin line, a bit like the mouth of a manta ray. Lin Shan even noticed a glimmer of light in the middle of the negative extinction. It turns out that the flames of negative extinguish can only be seen under them. During this period, Lin Shan has been trying to use spirituality and supernatural powers to influence negative extinguish. As long as there is a gap, he can teleport away. Blood wings, ineffective, negative extinguish seems to have no blood in his body. Heart light, ineffective, the entire space is frozen, including the heart light gun not far away, which cannot be recalled. Red lantern, the supernatural power was successfully released, and the light red flame burned on it, and it didn't even blink. Negative extinguish just covered the sky and the sun in the air, and was not in a hurry to act, as if waiting for something. The next moment, Lin Shan finally knew what it was waiting for. I saw that the heart light gun inserted not far away was lifted up, and the negative extinguish that Lin Shan had poked into the ground slowly crawled up. It was unscathed and not even a trace of skin was broken. Although it only had skin, the defense of this skin was too outrageous. It was just an ordinary sequence 9 and it was estimated that it had not even reached the 5th stage. However, seeing its slow movement speed, Lin Shan was relieved. Although he had achieved the ultimate in defense, his speed was also extremely slow. Then, what about the negative extinguish above his head that could not only fly but also teleport? Lin Shan first glanced at the negative extinguish that was slowly crawling on the side, and then looked up at the negative extinguish that was blocking the sky in the air. He couldn't help but wonder if the gap between sequence 9 and sequence 8 was really that big. Crack! Due to the large swing of the head, the bones in the neck were directly dislocated. Lin Shan now felt like he was sealed in cement. Every movement was extremely difficult. If the amplitude was slightly larger, he could hear the sound of bones being unable to bear the weight. His brain was spinning at a very fast speed, trying to find hope of escape, but found that there was no chance. The so-called hunting sequence 8 was equivalent to committing suicide. How could he deal with an enemy of this level now? However, he had grown to the limit in both sequences and was in a dead end for a while, unless he could fight it in a group, and kill it with the number of people. It would be impossible for the human race to develop to that level without hundreds of years, and by then his lifespan would have been exhausted. After wriggling for nearly a minute, the Fushi finally returned to the tribe. The Fushi in the air, seeing the tribe members rejoining the team, no longer hesitated and pressed down on Lin Shan. Lin Shan's vision became darker and darker, and Lin Shan could see the flame in the center of the chassis of the Fushi clearly at this time, which was a wisp of white flame. Finally, the Fushi was completely attached to Lin Shan. In Lin Shan's perception, he felt very warm, and the Fushi had no weight, like a layer of gauze draped over his body. Then Lin Shan felt himself melting, his head, body, hands, feet, all glued together, even the red lantern melted, and the willow branches draped over his body were no exception.
Although he knew he was melting, he did not feel any pain, only an inexplicable warmth. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Shan completely lost consciousness, and the Fushi led the tribe to continue to crawl away. Only a little blood foam and bone residue was left at the place where Lin Shan had stood.
Wait until the Fushi group was completely far away. A sneaky Shiba Inu came out from nowhere.
It picked up a small bottle that was intact from the pile of debris. Wiped the blood on the bottle, muttered, "Fortunately it was made of Kongsher.
Only the last auxiliary medicine is left."
Then he stood up and looked at the blood foam residue on the ground. "I was originally looking for an opportunity to launch a sneak attack, but now I don't even need to do that. It's worth it that I followed him this far.
You dare to steal its people in front of Sequence 8. You have the guts to defeat me."
It would never have thought that Lin Shan was not trying to steal Sequence 8's people, but Sequence 8 himself. It first changed back to human form and put the small bottle in its pocket, and then changed back to Shiba Inu form. It felt more at ease walking in the gray fog in the fallen form.
Blue spiritual wings emerged, soared into the sky, and disappeared into the horizon.
On the deserted land, a black shadow appeared strangely around the blood foam residue. The heart of the black shadow was light golden, and there was a pair of extremely exaggerated blood-red wings behind it. He stretched out his hand and took a look, and then looked at the blood foam residue beside him. He then shook his head inside, flew to an altitude of 5,000 meters, sat cross-legged, and mobilized the origin of the ghost body to restore the body. It has been a long time since he was seriously injured, and the origin of the ghost body is in a full state. He is not afraid of someone killing him directly with the ghost body. As long as the ghost body still has the origin, the body can be repaired again. What he is afraid of is the situation that he will be injured infinitely but will not die. When the body parts are missing, the origin will automatically repair the body. If the origin is exhausted and the ghost body is in a dead state, it is unlikely that he will wake up again with the remaining 10 years of his life. There is a high probability that he will not wake up until his life is exhausted. Starting from the heart, flesh and blood began to slowly grow. The newly born heart was covered with a layer of light gold and began to beat slowly.
Black blood flowed from the heart to the surrounding void.
After the blood flowed in the void for a circle, countless tiny capillaries were derived. A human figure with only a heart and dense black blood vessels was born first, and then bones, flesh and other organs were gradually filled in. Time flies, and I don't know how long it has been.
Lin Shan opened his eyes again.
The first thing he did was to take out the parchment.
"Lin Shan, how much life do I have left?"
Parchment, 18 years and 1 month.
A year has been wasted.
The frozen ashes should have melted, and I have to get them again. But I can't even beat the evil of Sequence 8, how can I have a chance against the weirdness standing at the peak of Sequence 8? Lin Shan stood up, and the light of his heart turned into a white robe and draped over his body. Anyway, there are still 18 years, which is neither long nor short.
I will slowly think of a way. Maybe I can learn from the Shiba Inu.
After landing on the ground, the topography here has changed slightly. Without the red lantern, his vision was directly repelled to a range of 10 meters. He was no different from a blind man in this gray fog. Staring at the punctuation marks on the parchment to control his direction, he searched the surroundings in a carpet-like manner and finally found the place where he died before. The half-broken red wooden stick lay quietly on the ground. Seeing this half-broken stick, Lin Shan's heart suddenly sank. He didn't expect the red lantern to recover to this extent. Since the red lantern cannot be used, he can only think of other ways to increase the visual range. He thought of the spiritual vision ceremony mentioned by Zhao Xuan before.
What exactly is the spiritual vision ceremony?
Lin Shan sat cross-legged on the ground and began to think about what the spiritual vision ceremony is and how to operate it. Even Zhao Xuan can do it, so there is no reason why he can't. Thinking about it, he couldn't help but think of the more than 20 skeletons he had seen before. They used strange characters and spirituality to gather the crocodile souls that had already dissipated.
Are these all derived applications of spirituality, spiritual mark, spiritualized silk, spiritual vision ritual? Are these the same?
Of these 3 applications, he only knows the most basic application of spiritual mark, which is to separate a trace of spirituality to fix one end, and then no matter how far he goes, he will have a connection, and he can return to the original position based on this connection. The spirituality occupied is very small, and this connection can be said to be vague.
Even ordinary extraordinary people can pull this connection to thousands of kilometers away. However, now spiritual mark is of no use to him.
What he lacks is the visual range in the gray fog, and the application of spirituality such as spiritual vision ritual. Lin Shan condensed a pure light golden ball composed of spirituality in his hand. Staring at it for a while, he murmured, "Ritual means to sacrifice something, maybe it requires sacrifices, maybe there needs to be a complete set of prayers and prayer movements." Through the word ritual, he can only associate so much, these are all things he can't do. He doesn't know the prayers, nor the ritual movements, let alone the so-called sacrifices. Even if he had all these, he didn't dare to pray easily, because this was a supernatural world, and prayers would most likely be answered. He always remembered the he mentioned in the parchment, a title that only gods could use. The gods in this world were most likely extremely high sequence owners, so they definitely didn't use the power of faith, but the same spiritual power as him, because the power of faith was too weak and had many restrictions. Since he left the clan, he had never received faith power again, and this power was also limited by region. The answer seemed to be about to come out. The real gods in the gray fog world needed spirituality, not the so-called sincere faith. What believers needed to contribute was their own spirituality. Only after contributing spirituality could they borrow the power of gods through rituals. Although everything was just speculation, Lin Shan felt that even if it was different from the facts, it would not be too far off. Did Zhao Xuan and the others become believers of a certain god? It shouldn't be. What does the ritual mean? The more he thought about it, the more irritated he became. He simply stopped thinking about it and lay down to calm down for a while. The reason why he was so anxious was that the 10-meter visual range made it a huge problem for him to even return to the Hui tribe. When he encountered danger, he could not say whether he could avoid it, but he would definitely be like a blind man if he fought. He looked up at the sky quietly, and there was only a gray fog in his sight. At this moment, the pale golden light ball was floating above him. For some reason, Lin Shan said to the pale golden ball of light, "It would be great if you could help me improve my visual range." Lin Shan sat up helplessly. He felt like a fool. How could his spirituality understand what he said? The next second, an unexpected thing happened. He felt that his spirituality suddenly dropped, and his visual range suddenly increased to more than 200 meters. Although it was not much, it was much better than the previous 10 meters. Lin Shan was surprised. "Do you have wisdom?" He looked at the ball of light again and asked. There was no response. The ball of light was still suspended there, and he could control it at will. The spirit had no wisdom and could not have wisdom. But it might have a spirit. Thinking of the two words ritual and prayer, he could understand that he was praying to his own spirit just now. He prayed for the power to increase his visual range. So this is a ritual, praying to one's own spirit to gain some kind of blessing effect. No sacrifices or actions are needed, just consume one's own spirit. Then, the symbols carved on the skeletons should be another ritual praying to the gods, exchanging one's own spirit for the spirit of the gods. Wouldn't it be possible to make your wish come true? Lin Shan tried to pray to his own spirit again, this time he prayed for himself to have power comparable to sequence 8. As expected, it failed. Having a pair of wings, failed. Having 2 more arms, failed. Becoming taller, failed. Becoming faster, failed. Becoming stronger, failed. Having an extremely sharp spear, success. After trying for nearly half an hour, Lin Shan roughly understood that praying to his own spirit was just a different way to use the power of the spirit. Prayers that exceeded the spirit's own abilities or characteristics would not be answered. In short, this prayer is currently useful for increasing the visual range, and has no help in other aspects. It is not even as convenient as direct control with consciousness. After all, prayer takes time. It is impossible to attach the spirit to the eyes and form spiritual vision using conventional methods, but praying to the spirit can. The heart light itself does not have the characteristic of increasing the visual range. Why does this characteristic appear after praying? Where does this characteristic come from? Secrets are hidden everywhere in this world, even in one's own spirituality. At this moment, Lin Shan suddenly had another guess. If someone prays to his spirituality, can't they borrow the characteristics of his spirituality? If so, is he a weak version of a god? The question is how to let others pray to his spirituality. He can't stand beside others as a statue for people to pray. Lin Shan feels that the answer may be those complicated symbols. Shaking his head, he stopped thinking about it. Solving the line of sight problem is already a pleasant surprise. It's useless to think more now. Perhaps the answer he is struggling to find now is a very common sense among high-sequence people. Put the red lantern with only a piece of mahogany stick left into his pocket.
Zhang Kaishua Wing was about to leave when he suddenly thought, since spirituality is possible, can the supernatural also be possible?
Lin Shan stood in place, closed his eyes and tried to pray to his own supernatural. After a moment, he felt that his spiritual power was also reduced, just like his spirituality, the total amount was reduced, as if it was separated to supply spiritual vision. If the spiritual vision was not unlocked, then this part of the spiritual power would not come back. When he opened his eyes again, he found that the visual range had increased to nearly 500 meters. It works! Lin Shan finally breathed a sigh of relief. The visual range of 500 meters was already a relatively safe distance. Fly to 5,000 meters in the air. He took a look at the parchment and found that even after a year, the Fushi tribe had only moved less than 5 kilometers. Lin Shan didn't plan to send it off again. Not to mention the peak of the double sequence, even the peak of the 3 sequence couldn't beat the higher sequence one-on-one. That kind of gap, Lin Shan felt a little trembling when he thought about it now, as if an ant was shaking an elephant. He could only think of some other ways, such as leading the evil to the weird field, or leading other evils over. Or wait for the opportunity like Shiba Inu, follow it all the time, betting that it will encounter danger. There are many ways like this. The real strength of human beings lies in wisdom, not recklessness. However, the option of outlasting it is not suitable for Lin Shan. The first one to be outlasted will definitely be Lin Shan himself. Just when Lin Shan was thinking about what to do next, his peripheral vision suddenly caught a glimpse of the parchment, which represented the point of Dong Luo moving, and the speed was not slow. He was a little confused. Isn't Dong Luo a piece of snow? And he hadn't seen it moving before. The distance shown on the parchment was 3,450 kilometers. The moving weird, maybe it's an opportunity. If he could lure it to Fushi, and wait for it to fight, he would fish in troubled waters. In the end, no matter who wins, Lin Shan will not lose. Even if he uses his life to exchange for a material, he thinks it's a profit. The most important thing is that weird has no wisdom. Once it meets a person, it will attack instinctively, so it is easier to seduce. But Eduo is wise and flexible, and it may be dead as soon as it is discovered. Lin Shan stared at the parchment and roughly calculated the speed of Dong Yu's movement. It's doable. Lin Shan thought to himself. He found that Dong Yu's movement speed was about the same as his. He planned to try it first, and if it didn't work, he would think of other ways. The blood wings shook slightly, and flew quickly towards Dong Yu's position. 3 days later. Lin Shan looked at the parchment, and Dong Yu had been parked about 1 kilometer ahead 2 days ago. He flew forward carefully, and advanced about 500 meters. He braked suddenly and looked down in astonishment. There were 4 crystal people, still the same configuration, 3 sequence 9 and 1 sequence 8. They also set up a temporary tent here, and it seemed that they had lived there for a while. But Dong Yu was not seen 500 meters ahead. The punctuation on the parchment is 500 meters ahead. Did the parchment make a mistake? Lin Shan couldn't help but look at the parchment with some suspicion. The parchment ignored him and was very cold. Lin Shan continued to walk forward, 400 meters, 300 meters, 200 meters, 100 meters, but he still couldn't see Dong Yu even after he walked within 100 meters. Suddenly, a yellow figure ran past from below. The punctuation marks on the parchment moved in the same direction. It's that Shiba Inu, Dong Yu is on him. At this moment, when Lin Shan saw the figure of the Shiba Inu, he understood everything. It was not Dong Yu that moved, but the small bottle was on him. Seeing the Shiba Inu disappear from sight, Lin Shan hurriedly followed. When passing by the tent, he found that the tent had been dismantled, and the 4 people were no longer there. If nothing unexpected happened, the 4 people came to find potion materials, and the Shiba Inu came to wait for a bargain. This Shiba Inu's ability to find people is a bit outrageous, comparable to his ability to find potion materials. However, this time there are no more than 20 skeletons to assist. Is this Shiba Inu going to fight Sequence 8 head-on? There should be a backup. This Shiba Inu is very shady. Lin Shan thought to himself. The Shiba Inu did not choose to fly, but ran wildly on the ground with 4 legs. This time, with the parchment positioning, Lin Shan did not follow too closely, and hung far behind. In this way, after flying for several hours, the Shiba Inu finally stopped at night. Spend a peaceful night. At dawn the next day, the Shiba Inu continued to run wildly. After several hours, the Shiba Inu stopped. It looked at the group of skeletons in front of it excitedly. This time there were more than 40 skeletons. This time, the Shiba Inu did not run anymore, but spread its wings and flew into the sky, hanging far behind the group of skeletons. The skeletons moved forward cautiously. Lin Shan flew 100 meters behind the Shiba Inu. If the Shiba Inu looked back at this distance, he would definitely see him. But it did not look back at all, staring at the skeletons below with a smile on its face. Feeling this extremely familiar scene, Lin Shan felt full of weirdness. The Shiba Inu seemed to have planned it every time, with the Crystal Man taking the materials and the Skeleton Man blocking the Crystal Man. It only needed to wait and deal with a small minion behind to get a set of Sequence 8 potion materials. Lin Shan absolutely did not believe that the same coincidence could happen twice. And his two appearances behind the Shiba Inu were the real coincidence. This time the Shiba Inu was more cautious and stayed where he was without moving at all. Half an hour later, there was the sound of a fierce fight ahead, and the ground shook. Even though they were so far away, the Shiba Inu approached cautiously, with its three tails erect at the back. It could be seen that it was not at peace at the moment. Lin Shan then flew directly over the Shiba Inu, maintaining an altitude of 300 meters, and flew nearby. As soon as I got closer, I saw a very impactful scene. One giant beast pinned another giant beast to the ground and beat it violently. One of the giant beasts was visually estimated to be at least 70 meters tall. It looked like a gorilla, but the hair all over its body was like sharp thorns. It was pressing the other giant beast to the ground and beating it crazily. The other giant beast looks even more peculiar. It is a strange cube with 4 sharp claws. Its round eyes and square mouth make it look even a little bit joyful. It is brown overall and only about 20 meters tall. High, in front of the gorilla, he was kneaded like a child. Which one is the Sequence 8 of the Crystal Clan? The scene in front of him brought great visual stimulation to Lin Shan. Only now did he know that the fighting style in this world, in addition to the collision of spirituality and spirituality, also has this kind of fist-to-flesh fighting style. However, he couldn't realize it. His two sequences perfectly avoided falling into the body and turning into a giant beast or something. It was really a pity when he thought about it. Crack! The shell of the giant cube beast was shattered into pieces, and thick gray-white blood spilled to the ground like a waterfall. At this moment, the spiny-haired gorilla let out a miserable cry, and its body began to shrink rapidly, shrinking by nearly half. I saw that on the chest of the thorn-haired gorilla, where the gray-white blood was stuck, the internal organs inside were clearly visible. If it weren't for a thin layer of spiritual membrane, the internal organs would have flowed all over the floor at this moment. This blood is extremely corrosive. The most powerful killing move of the giant cube beast was actually its own blood, and it almost completed the counterattack with this move. After suffering the loss just now, the thorn-haired gorilla did not dare to move forward easily at this moment. A close attack would completely damage the enemy by 800 and damage itself by 1000. However, it had no long-range attack means, so it was in a dilemma for a while. Seeing that the thorn-haired gorilla was hesitating, the cube quickly shrunk to a size of less than 2 meters. Then a crack suddenly appeared in front of it, and then it got into the crack and disappeared. Lin Shan saw clearly that there was a dark space in the crack, which gave him the same feeling as the dark space he entered last time. It seems that as long as you are Sequence 8, you can actively enter that space. The spiny-haired gorilla allowed it to escape without stopping him. He had already gotten what he wanted, and he didn't want to fight such a thankless fight. I saw that the thorn-haired gorilla quickly shrank and returned to its human form. It was a member of the Jing tribe. He took out a small bottle and looked at the gray blood forming puddles on the ground. Although this blood is extremely corrosive, it is also an auxiliary medicine for sequence potions. He just put it in a small bottle and did not put more. The main medicine of Sequence 8 is different from that of Sequence 9. It will not grow in sheets or form swarms. Team, it is impossible to advance to Sequence 8 in batches. At this time, 3 of his tribesmen also walked over from the side. The Sequence 8 nodded to them, casually opened a crack, and got in with the 3 people next to it. Where are those skeleton people? Lin Shan was a little surprised. The imagined battle did not happen. He saw the skeleton man walking in with his own eyes. He must be hiding underground now, but why didn't he appear just now? Isn't their target Sequence 8 of the Crystal Clan? Not only did they not appear just now, but now that the Jing clan members are gone, they have not appeared yet. Lin Shan noticed the position of the Shiba Inu and did not move. For a moment, the place was quiet. They didn't move, and Lin Shan didn't move either. 1 day, 2 days. Until the next day, on the ground below, skeletons crawled out of the soil. Even though Lin Shan had seen them several times, he still felt a little scared. They first gathered together and talked for a while, and then all the skeletons began to change shapes and fit together, eventually forming a roundwheel shape. In the blink of an eye, it rolled hundreds of meters away and disappeared into the gray mist. Lin Shan looked at the Shiba Inu and found that he was still in the same place and not moving. A moment later, the roundwheel made of white bones rolled back, circled around in a large circle, and then disappeared into the gray mist again. Just when Lin Shan thought that the Shiba Inu was going to go down to get the materials, the Shiba Inu suddenly flew to the side at an extremely fast speed. Then he saw a giant bone bird flying over where the Shiba Inu had just been. It circled in the air for a short time before disappearing into the gray mist again. This time the Shiba Inu did not continue to wait, but rushed quickly, took out a small transparent bottle filled with gray-white blood, rose into the sky without any hesitation, and disappeared into the horizon. Lin Shan could vaguely see the three tails wagging behind it as it flew up. He didn't stop the Shiba Inu now. Who knew if those skeleton people would come back again and let him run a certain distance? Anyway, as long as it was covered with cold blood, the ashes cannot escape. With this thought in his mind, Lin Shan moved quickly towards the Shiba Inu. He kept using teleportation to close the distance, and he could see a blue dot in the distance, trailing blue tail. Teleporting again, Lin Shan came directly above the Shiba Inu. This time without the help of the red lantern, he is not sure whether he can win, but fighting a dual sequence Shiba Inu is countless times easier than fighting a sequence 8. The 10-meter-long heart light hammer mercilessly hammered down, smashing the Shiba Inu directly to the ground and creating a big pit on the ground. The Shiba Inu in the pit was still a little confused at this time. He looked up at the sky blankly, and a 10-meter-long light golden spear enlarged in his pupils. It was frightened and quickly summoned the spiritual long sword. Before he could hold the sword, his whole body suddenly froze, and the blood in his body began to stir uncontrollably. In the moment of stiffness, the spear arrived in the blink of an eye. Boom! Dust and smoke rose on the ground, and a blue light shot out from the dust and smoke at a high speed, heading straight for Lin Shan's position. The heart light was used by Lin Shan to attack, and he was now without a single piece of clothing on his body. It's just a Shiba Inu on the opposite side. He could only comfort himself in this way. The heart light spear turned back to block the knife, and a small corner was missing on the tip of the spear, but it was restored to its original state in an instant. Another blue light, but this time it was not a long sword, but a Shiba Inu. At this time, its head and chest were covered in blood, and it was obvious that the sneak attack just now made it uncomfortable. It's you again, sneak attacking every time, can you have some morals? No. Aren't you dead? The Shiba Inu was shocked, because he saw with his own eyes that Lin Shan was digested by Fushi and only the residue was left. However, his face looked a little strange, and he was curious why Lin Shan didn't wear clothes. Is it a racial habit? It seems that there is indeed such a race. Lin Shan ignored it and just stretched out his hand. The Shiba Inu understood what he meant, and he must want to get back the potion material. For a moment, the Shiba Inu's brain was spinning rapidly. Fight, it had fought before, and it was no match. Run, the person on the other side was of unknown race, and he must have the same tracking method as him to find his position so accurately. He couldn't fight and couldn't run, so there was only one last way. He turned back into the form of a young man in black, and smiled at Lin Shan very friendly. The next second, Lin Shan's expression suddenly became a little dazed, and a series of inexplicable memories entered his mind. The Shiba Inu in front of him was his elder brother, Mr. Huang Lu. He had a good relationship with his elder brother. He always obeyed his elder brother. All the good things on him were lent to him by his elder brother. Dense memories entered his mind, and Lin Shan could no longer distinguish what was true and what was false. He only remembered that he had a good brother named Huang Liuye. How could the young man in black look so much like his good brother, more and more like him? The figure in his memory completely overlapped with the young man in black in front of him. Big, just when Lin Shan was about to speak. The feather pen in his mind suddenly trembled, and the next moment, all these false memories were instantly shattered, but they did not disappear. They were still in his mind, just like the feeling when the potion formula was recorded on the sequence stone tablet. Big, yellow dog. Ha! The young man in black widened his eyes, full of disbelief. The script is not like this. How could he let people call him Big Yellow Dog in the script he set up himself? It's weird. Then, he stepped back a few meters and stared at Lin Shan vigilantly. Lin Shan came back to his senses. Until now, his head was still dizzy. He couldn't help but be a little shocked when he recalled the experience just now. If it weren't for the feather pen, would he have recognized the dog as his big brother now? Directly modifying the memory,
It's outrageous.
You can understand me now, right? At this moment, the young man's voice came into Lin Shan's ears. It was a very unfamiliar language, but his brain or his spirit automatically translated it for him.
Did you do anything?
Lin Shan said coldly. The language he spoke now was the same as the black shadow young man in front of him, and it felt like he already knew this language.
That's right, master.
I just engraved the language of my tribe on your spirit, and I paid a lot for it. The young man in black said with some heartache.
Just engraving the language?
Lin Shan asked coldly.
That's right.
The young man in black answered calmly. Lin Shan did not expose him, but said lightly, "Give me back my things."
The black-clothed youth was full of doubts. What is it?
Magic potion materials. Lin Shan said expressionlessly, "Frozen spirit ash."
The black-clothed youth was stunned, and then he said angrily, "Didn't you take the frozen spirit ash?"
Lin Shan stopped talking nonsense with him, and pointed the tip of the heart-light spear at him. The black-clothed youth trembled, and changed the subject, saying, "But I still have some here.
If you are still not satisfied, I can give you half, which is definitely enough for the auxiliary medicine. Do you think it's okay?"
"Yes."
Lin Shan nodded. The black shadow youth breathed a sigh of relief and took out a small transparent bottle from his side pocket. The bottle was filled with finely crushed transparent smoothie.
Then, it took out an empty bottle from its pocket and wanted to pour half of the spirit ash into the empty bottle.
Suddenly,
he froze all over, and the feeling of uncontrolled blood came again.
Not good.
When he realized that something was wrong, it was too late. A flash of red light appeared in front of him. Lin Shan snatched the bottle, and teleported back to the original position again.
I had expected you to do this a long time ago. That bottle is fake.
The young man in black said with a smug look. Lin Shan was stunned for a moment, glanced at the parchment, and found that the punctuation representing the frozen on the parchment disappeared again.
This means that he has got it. It's okay, I just like fake ones.
Lin Shan smiled and said, "That's perfect, you can use the real one yourself."
In this case, let's see the real thing.
The young man in black saw that Lin Shan was not easy to deceive, so he stopped pretending. He had noticed the red wooden stick in Lin Shan's hand. The red lantern that set fire to him had become like this.
What was there to be afraid of?
In addition, he was robbed of things by Lin Shan twice, and at this moment he felt inexplicably annoyed.
But
Lin Shan changed the subject and said, "If you can answer a few questions for me, I will give you half. After all, we have no hatred in essence.
We are all for our own interests."
How the young man in black let out a long breath, suppressed his anger, and replied, "Ask."
"Why do you always get the advantage by following those two tribes?"
Lin Shan asked. It could be a coincidence once, but it is impossible for it to be a coincidence every time.
I can only give a rough idea, not the details.
Okay.
Lin Shan nodded. It's very simple.
The black shadow said slowly, "I will first go to the tribe of the crystal tribe and engrave the sequence formula and material location I know to them, just like I just engraved the language of my tribe for you, and then modify their memory cognition to make them think that the sequence stone tablet engraved it in their minds. Then, spread the news to the Unicorn Clan and let them ambush at the material location in advance."
The two clans have a blood feud. The Unicorn Clan is very happy to kill the Crystal Clan Sequence 8. They don't have Sequence 8. Even if they sacrifice dozens of warriors, if they succeed, they will make a lot of money. If they fail, it's okay. Sequence 9 can be born in batches. Did you really give them the formula?
Lin Shan was a little unconvinced.
It's definitely impossible. What they gave was fake.
Only the materials I need are real. Write the fake distance farther away, so that they will definitely come to find the real materials first.
Then why? Those skeletons just now, the Unicorn Clan didn't go up?
Lin Shan was puzzled.
Because they can't beat them.
The black-clothed young man spread his hands and said, "The Crystal Clan just now was a fallen body. It is difficult to kill across sequences with the same physique, and that Crystal Clan person has already gone a long way in Sequence 8. The Unicorn Clan came to kill the enemy, not to send heads. They would definitely not go up if they knew they couldn't beat them."
"Why did they come back in the end?" Lin Shan asked. "It was to find me."
The black-clothed young man replied.
Lin Shan nodded and asked, "One last question, have you found all the materials?"
The young man in black looked at Lin Shan warily and said seriously, "I only found 2.
"Is that so? Help me get a material according to your method, and I will give it to you."
Lin Shan suddenly said. "You are getting more." Before he finished speaking, his body froze again. A familiar red light flashed in front of him. This time he turned into a 10-meter-tall giant dog without hesitation, staring at Lin Shan with anger in his eyes. Suddenly, the pupils of the giant black striped dog shrank sharply. It stared intently at the black wooden sign held in Lin Shan's hand, which should have been hung on its waist in human form. At this moment, it felt that the space in its stomach was empty. The giant black striped dog spoke human words in a deafening voice. "You can't take this. It has my clan's spiritual symbol on it. If you don't want to bring destruction to the clan, just return it to me." Lin Shan looked at the black wooden card in his hand. It was as cold as holding an ice cube. It was only half the size of a palm. The regular rectangle was completely black without any patterns. When he was in a trance, he vaguely saw the young man in black standing in front of him. Rubbing the black wooden sign with his hand, many inexplicable memories appeared in his mind. This is a weird thing. This is the third strange thing he has seen besides the red lantern. The level is obviously much higher than the red lantern, and it does not have any supernatural leakage like the red lantern. Maybe it was the fourth item. Now he vaguely felt that the quill and the parchment might be separate. There is a price to pay for using magic objects. The price of parchment is life, the price of red lantern, it should be blood. What is the price of this wooden sign? At this time, the giant black striped dog pounced over. The sharp teeth and the bloody mouth are right in front of you, and it wants to swallow Lin Shan in one bite. Lin Shan teleported directly to 1,000 meters behind him. This distance was beyond its sight range. However, the huge blue wings on the back of the black striped giant dog shook violently and came to Lin Shan in an instant. What came face to face was a huge pale golden hammer. Bump! There was a huge collision sound, and the giant hammer hit the mouth of the giant black striped dog, knocking it back more than 10 meters and causing a large bloodstain on the corner of its mouth. On the surface, Lin Shan kept attacking the black striped giant dog and seemed to have the upper hand. However, the black striped giant dog had countless chances, and he only had one. Seeing that the giant black striped dog attacked again, this time Lin Shan directly took out the black wooden sign. When the black striped giant dog saw the wooden sign, its football-sized pupils suddenly shrank to the size of a fist, its two front paws suddenly stopped, and it turned around and ran away without the slightest hesitation. Lin Shan rubbed the wooden sign with his hand, and a strange feeling arose. Lin Shan stared at the escaping giant black striped dog, and its original escaping movement stopped abruptly. An invisible supernatural force shrouded the area of 10,000 meters. The scope of the wooden sign's supernatural influence was too terrifying. I don't know what sequence of strange objects it was. Lin Shan felt that he had an extra ability. He could tamper with the cognitive memory of the giant black striped dog not far away at will. Lin Shan is my good big brother. I am here just to help my brother collect potion materials. When the second message was engraved, Lin Shan paused suddenly and broke into a cold sweat. His memories from childhood to adulthood are disappearing in an irreversible way, just like the originally rich picture of life is gradually being erased by a piece of eraser. So far, his life before the age of 15 has become a blank sheet of paper. He felt that if he carved in a few more lines, he would even forget who he was. The most terrifying thing is that it has completely disappeared, including all the knowledge and common sense learned at that stage. Lin Shan was already a little confused, as if half of his brain had been wiped out. At this moment, the quill started moving in his mind again. It became illusory, as if it was passing through the river of time, writing and drawing on his blank life picture, and the originally blank picture became rich again. Exactly the same as before, but it looks a bit illusory, like a projection. Lin Shan woke up instantly, and all his previous memories were restored. However, these memories had a hazy feeling, as if he was a bystander, not a personal experiencer. The quill turned from virtual to real. It came to the parchment and took the initiative to write on the parchment, "Reversal rule, the gift must be returned at the cost of 2 years of life. The historical memory projection is extracted as a buffer at the cost of 1 year of life." It has been extracted. Note, the memory of history is not your memory. Lin Shan chewed on these 3 paragraphs. He was already certain that the quill pen was a separate artifact. He had always thought it was just a pen that came with parchment paper. If it hadn't been for the quill, he might have become an idiot. Reversal rules. The rules should refer to supernatural power. The quill can reverse the cost of using magic objects. It consumes the same lifespan as the parchment. Unlike the parchment still needs to agree. This quill directly forces the extraction. The already limited lifespan has been reduced by 1 year again, and there are still 2 additional years left.
Now there are only 17 years of life left. After the rule is reversed, there are only 15 years left. Not reversing now will have no impact on him, but what is written on the back of the quill is very clear. The memory of history is not his memory, it is just pulled by the quill as a buffer. There will definitely be additional harm, which he cannot detect. The meaning of returning the gift should be to eliminate the effect of using the trick, that is, to return the Shiba Inu to normal. Is the supernatural itself a rule, or are only some supernatural beings a rule? Lin Shan feels that there should be a difference between supernatural beings and rules. In other words, only some supernatural beings are rules. It is also possible that the power used after reaching a high order is the rule. Just as Lin Shan's thoughts were running wild, the giant black striped dog not far away, which had been stiff for a long time, began to shrink in size, and in the blink of an eye it transformed back into the form of a Shiba Inu. It looked at Lin Shan, its eyes full of joy. "Brother, how much do you still need in terms of potion ingredients?" Xin Guan turned into a white robe and draped it around his body. Lin Shan adjusted his expression to look more natural and said with a smile, "I just got an auxiliary medicine, and it's still far from enough. It's okay. I'm just here to help you find materials, Big Brother. In addition to what Big Brother has in hand, I have found all the materials I need. There is nothing to do next. After you have found all the materials, our brothers will return to the clan to be promoted together." Shiba Inu Hao said nonchalantly. Lin Shan clearly remembered what he just said about finding two kinds, and sure enough, none of them were true. He took out the wooden sign and asked the Shiba Inu, "Do you know what this is? What's wrong? Isn't this a forbidden object in the clan?" Shiba Inu looked confused, feeling strange about Lin Shan's question. "It's okay." Lin Shan said, "I wasn't very clear when I first got it. Sequence 7 Thinking Remnant Monument, brother, don't use it. You can't afford the price. If you use it, you will become a fool." "Why is this in your place?" Shiba Inu said and suddenly felt something was wrong. Seeing his confused eyes, Lin Shan said, "I just asked you to borrow it." With that said, he directly threw the remnant tablet of thought to the Shiba Inu. The Shiba Inu caught it naturally, returned to his human form and hung it around his waist. Seeing that the Shiba Inu tied the remnant thought monument around his waist again, Lin Shan continued to ask, "Why is it okay for you to use it?" "Someone will bear the price for me." There was a soft color in Shiba Inu's eyes, as if he was thinking of someone. Lin Shan didn't ask any more questions, as he was afraid it would affect the effect of the suggestion. Looking at the young man in black in front of him, Lin Shan recalled his previously altered memories. This man seemed to be named Huang Lu Yi. Lin Shan got straight to the point and said, Huang Lu, the nearest material is an extinguished flame. What can you do?" Huang Lu asked, "Do you know the location?" "I know, I left a spiritual mark." Lin Shan said casually. "Take me there and I'll note the location." Huang Lu said. "Okay." Lin Shan nodded. 4 days later, Lin Shan and Huang Lu appeared in the sky above the negative Shi group. The negative Shi people did not change at all and were still crawling forward tirelessly. Huang Lu's face was a little solemn at this time, and he said, "It's not easy to handle, this is an ethnic group. Except for the sequence 8, the other negatives have no attack methods, but their defense is extremely strong." Lin Shan said. "They look so familiar. I seem to have seen these evil degenerates somewhere before." Huang Lu murmured. Lin Shan said calmly, "Maybe you have seen someone who looks similar." It seems that although all his memories of Lin Shan have disappeared, he still has some vague images of profound things. "Yes, there are many kinds of evil deeds, and there are many that look similar. I seem to have seen similar ones before." "That's right," Lin Shan said with a smile on the surface, but in his heart he was shocked by the horror of the remnant thought monument. This was not only about modifying cognitive memory, but also arranged for brain augmentation. "Wait a moment, I'll place a spiritual beacon," Huang Lu said. As he spoke, he saw the dense spiritual threads spread out under his feet, forming a square pattern like a Go board. After flashing a few times, the board disappeared into the void and disappeared. Lin Shan noticed that the spiritual marker he used only established a point, while the spiritual marker like Huang Lu built a coordinate system at a certain point in the gray fog. In addition to finding the location, it also had the ability to identify the direction. No wonder he could be able to walk in the gray fog without getting lost. Other races should have similar abilities. The development of the cat race is still far behind those of these races, let alone the current human race. The principle of this spiritual sign is the same as before, and Lin Shan can imitate it slowly after taking some time.
The difficulty of this technique is not the application, but the discovery.
Okay, brother, let's go to the crystal clan now and give them the news about the potion. Go directly? Go directly. Is it too dangerous? It's okay. I've been there twice. The crystal clan's territory is vast. Sequence 8s are all people who stand at the top. It's impossible to see them casually. When encountering sequence 9s, just the two of us can quickly destroy the corpses and eliminate traces. 19 days later. The two traveled nearly 10,000 kilometers in 19 days. They stopped at an altitude of 5,000 meters. Like Lin Shan, Huang Lu also believed that the height of 5,000 meters was a relatively safe height, and he could almost avoid 100% damage. The weirdness and evil depravity above 95. Even so, the two of them didn't dare to rush at night. The gray fog at night and the daytime were completely different worlds. Looking at the void ahead, Huang Lu said slowly, "The front is the clan land of the Jing clan. You can't get in by normal methods. You will keep circling around the clan land. It's useless to know the direction. Unless you break the clan wedge violently, only sequence 8 has that ability, and it will also alarm the clan. People of the field." Lin Shan said nothing, waiting for his next words. Huang Lu continued, "But it's okay. Many races in this area have secret agents under my night clan. Just find someone to guide us in." Lin Shan finally knew the name of his race, the Night Clan, which looked no different from the human clan. Anzi has strength compared to other tribes, and this Night tribe is the strongest race he has seen so far. I don't know if the human race has their hidden child. It's unlikely. The human race doesn't even have the ability to travel far now. It has just been able to produce extraordinary things on its own. The exploration of the surrounding area is also extremely simple. The gray mist is vast and boundless, and tens of thousands of people can easily travel. Kilometers, the probability of encountering other races is very small. Not everyone is like him, running around all day long. Just when Lin Shan was thinking a lot, Huang Lu's voice came. "Follow me." Lin Shan followed Huang Lu and flew forward. About 20 minutes later. "Catch my spirit." The aqua-blue spirituality spread from Huang Lu's body like tentacles. Lin Shan used a trace of his spirituality to wrap around the tentacle, and then he saw Huang Lu take a step forward, and the whole person suddenly disappeared from sight. That trace of light golden spirituality changed its direction and extended into the space. Lin Shan followed the guidance of the spiritual thread and took 2 steps forward. The surrounding space swayed gently like ripples in water, the gray fog disappeared, and the sight distance ahead became extremely far. The clan land and the gray mist are like 2 worlds. Here, the birds are singing, the flowers are fragrant, the mountains are flowing, and you can see the peaks. The peaks are surrounded by clouds and mist. The tops of the peaks are very flat as if they have been artificially flattened. There are thousands of feet high waterfalls flowing down from the mountains, making it look like a fairyland. Lin Shan almost thought he had traveled through time again, to the world of cultivating immortals. Looking further down, at the foot of the mountain, a large city stands, covering a huge area. This city alone has a population of at least millions. There are densely packed towns outside the city, and there are some kind of red plants growing around it, which should be their food. Compared with the Crystal Clan's territory, the Human Clan's territory is like a small mountain village. The difference between them cannot be described in words. The Crystal Clan's regime is unified, but each city has a little autonomy, including going out to look for magic potions. "We must first find a city with a sequence 8 steel," Huang Lu said. "Haven't you been here before?" Lin Shan was puzzled. The formula on the sequence 8 steel will be refreshed once every 10 years. It would be too fake to refresh it twice in a few days. It will definitely attract attention, so we have to find a new city and give them a new steel. "Fake sequence steel?" Lin Shan asked. "Yes." Huang Lu replied. "Talent." Lin Shan thought to himself. However, with the ability to engrave memories, this method is really feasible. However, the appearance of the sequence 8 steel should cause a sensation in the Crystal Clan. Didn't Huang Lu's use of it twice in a row before arouse suspicion? Lin Shan didn't ask more questions. He would know when he saw how Huang Lu operated. "We will act at night. If we are discovered in this place, we will die," Huang Lu said. "Okay." Lin Shan nodded in response. "Fly higher, at least 10,000 meters." A few hours later, night fell and the red moon was in the sky. 2 black shadows slowly fell from the sky. Beside a street in the city. The buildings here are all made up of 3 integral diamond shapes,
with a sharp corner at the top and 2 corners below as building supports, and a hollow area in the middle.
Lin Shan looked at the street, looking at the buildings with an average height of nearly 15 meters, and asked, "Is there any formation here that will detect us?" "What formation? Spiritual instrument?"
Huang Lu was puzzled at first, and then continued, "The crystal clan does not have the strength to build a spiritual instrument covering such a large area.
Even my night clan will only set it up in the most important cities. Beside the street, there are occasionally crystal clan people walking even at night. There is a beam of white light at the top of each building as a street lamp.
The light is not strong, giving people a dim feeling." Lin Shan transformed into a set of clothes according to the style of crystal clan people's clothes, wrapped himself tightly, and walked under the dim light.
Huang Lu turned into a Shiba Inu and got into the back of Lin Shan's clothes.
As for the clothing, although the styles are different, all the races that Lin Shan has seen so far have something in common. They are all humanoid, and they all call themselves a certain race people.
The human race directly uses people as the race name. Is there any connection between them, or is it just a coincidence?
Lin Shan pondered the connection in his heart. After thinking for a while without any results, he asked, "In such a big city, how do you know their situation?"
"Just find a place where no one is around and ask." Shiba Inu Huang Lu said in a low voice below. "Are you going to ask ghosts in a place where no one is around? Can you understand their language?"
Lin Shan asked in a low voice.
"I don't understand, but there are people who do. Find a place where no one is around and you will know." Shiba Inu still said in a low voice.
Just as the two were talking in a low voice, 2 crystal people came towards them, one big and one small.
They looked like 2 female crystal people.
The appearance and physical features of the crystal people are very different from those of the human race. Just the color of the skin made Lin Shan look out of place here. He quickly stopped and stood by the road with his head down, hiding himself in the dim light.
"Mom, why did that person wrap himself so tightly?"
"Hiss, don't look at him. Generally, people dressed like this are not good people. Maybe they are cultists or something. Be careful not to capture you and make you serve the evil gods."
"Hee, I'm not afraid of any evil gods. The ancestors will protect us."
The crystal girl was not only not afraid, but also squinted her eyes and laughed happily. Seeing this, the girl's mother also smiled and rubbed the girl's head, and asked, "Will Ast become a person like the ancestors when he grows up?"
"No, Ast doesn't want power." The girl's mother was not surprised by the answer. Obviously, this kind of conversation was not the first time.
"But only with power can we protect ourselves and our race," the mother patiently persuaded.
"If you have power, you should bully others, right? History books say that we have bullied many races to develop to this point," the girl said unhappily. "If you don't bully others, others will bully you. If we lose, even just once, will you still have the life you have now?"
The mother still persuaded with a smile.
"But," the girl's face suddenly became serious, "isn't it good for us to develop together?
Shouldn't the strong help the weak, just like our ancestors helped us?"
"Ah."
The mother sighed and said, "Go home tomorrow.
You have been out for a long time. Your father must miss you." She then laughed and scolded, "He only has you as his heir, and you are not motivated. Has it been a long time?"
The girl suddenly became sad and said with a depressed face, "It feels like it has only been a short time since I came out."
When the two gradually walked away, Lin Shan raised his head and looked at their backs. "What did they say? I don't understand."
Then, Huang Lu's grim voice came from below. "Fortunately, they didn't get close. I was ready to destroy the bodies."
He was still indifferent to life, or indifferent to the weak.
A deserted street corner. Huang Lu crawled out from under the hem of his clothes and looked around to make sure there was no one here. It changed into a human form, and wrote and drew on the ground with its fingers. Various mysterious characters emerged from its fingertips. After a while, the ground was full of characters with unknown meanings. Lin Shan counted them and found that there were 23 characters. These characters seemed to have no connection.
Some were even just simple 2 strokes.
He watched them repeatedly and memorized these symbols in his heart.
Huang Lu began to murmur.
"The great lord of the night Ashlararisti rose, you are the ruler under the grey fog and the ruler of the night. You control the night with infinite power. Your devout believers are here to pray for your gift.
Please give me the power to talk to the night. I am willing to sacrifice my spirituality and guide my faith."
After the last word fell, the characters on the ground began to gradually light up with blue light, starting from the first character and lighting up one by one. When the last character lit up with blue light, the light on all the characters flashed a few times and disappeared along with those mysterious characters. Seeing this, Huang Lu breathed a sigh of relief. Not bad, it succeeded in one try. After the ritual was successful, Huang Lu closed his eyes. Lin Shan could not feel any fluctuations in him. The only thing he could feel was that his spirituality was getting weaker and weaker. After a moment, Huang Lu opened his eyes and shook his head regretfully, saying, "This is just an ordinary tourist city. There is only one Sequence 8 in charge. Not to mention the Sequence 8 stone tablet, there is not even a Sequence 9 stone tablet. Let's go out of the city and go east. There is a city over there that is most suitable. There are 3 Sequence 8 guarding it, and there is also a Sequence 8 stone tablet in the city." "Who did you just ask? You didn't really ask about this dark night," Lin Shan said in surprise. "I just asked the Night Clan's hidden man who guided us in this city. Talking to the night. I guess only the Lord of the Night has this ability. For us, this is just a means of communication," Huang Lu replied. Lin Shan nodded without saying anything. "Let's go to the next city," Huang Lu continued. "Okay." Just then, a man and a woman suddenly ran in from the corner of the street. They held hands like a couple. When they saw Lin Shan and Huang Lu, their bodies froze for a moment. The next moment, their faces changed drastically, and they looked terrified. Just as they were about to open their mouths to shout, their bodies suddenly softened, and they fell into a pool of blood without any pain. Behind them was a light golden spear and a blue long knife. A few hours later, the sun rose again. Lin Shan and Huang Lu came to the sky above another city. Will it be a problem to leave the body there? Lin Shan fiddled with the coat he had taken off and asked with a frown. "Don't worry, they won't find us." Huang Lu was very confident. Then he looked down and said, "Let's continue to act at night." "Okay." Lin Shan responded. He was unfamiliar with the place, and Huang Lu had experience in such things. Listening to him could avoid a lot of unnecessary trouble and danger. When night fell, 2 black shadows sneaked to the sky above the edge of the city. "What should we do next?" Lin Shan asked in a low voice while looking at the city below. "First, find a stone to make a stele, at least nearly 10 meters high and 2 meters wide," Huang Lu said. "Where can I find a stone that is so big? Otherwise, just cut a piece from the wall below?" Lin Shan pointed to a place below. Huang Lu looked in the direction Lin Shan pointed. It was a large lake, which he had noticed before, but when he looked carefully at this moment, he found that the bottom of the lake was actually surrounded by a circular wall made of huge stones. It can be used, and it can be modified when the time comes, but it should be imprisoned with something. Huang Lu hesitated, thought for a while and then said, "It is definitely not weird, a solid wall cannot imprison weird, maybe it is some kind of evil, let's go and see." Lin Shan looked at Huang Lu and said seriously, "If there is any danger, we will run away." Under the cover of night, the two flew towards the big lake, and arrived above the big lake in less than a minute. The two of them saw clearly at this time that the lake covered a huge area and was bottomless. There was a high wall surrounded by huge rocks in the middle, blocking the surrounding lake water. It was pitch black and nothing could be seen inside the wall. The two of them were not interested in what was inside the wall, as long as it didn't come out and bite them. All they were interested in was the stone wall. Lin Shan stared at the stone wall in front of him and frowned. "You said, there is a corner missing here, and there is a stone tablet of similar size on the other side. Will it arouse suspicion?" "Definitely," Huang Lu replied without hesitation. "Since one missing piece will lead to suspicion," then the two of them looked at each other and said in unison, "Then let it be a few pieces." Lin Shan looked at Huang Lu across from him and felt that he was a little bit pleasing to the eye. Unfortunately, he was destined to be an enemy. When he reversed the rules of the thinking monument one day, he didn't know how he would feel after knowing everything. Anyway, it would definitely not be two. That's it. Next, the two of them circled around the circular stone wall, thinking about how to start the construction. The height of this stone wall beyond the surface of the lake is only about 5 meters, which means that if you want to cut a 10-meter high stone tablet, the hollow area inside will definitely be filled with lake water. It must be meaningful for the Jing clan to build a high wall here. What will happen after water is injected is unknown. How about we go to the mountain and look for another boulder? Didn't we pass by a mountain peak when we just came here? Huang Lu suddenly became timid at this time. However, he said it was too late. Boom! There was a loud noise, and the 10-meter-long heartlight giant axe directly split a gap in the stone wall. The stone that made the stone wall was obviously not an ordinary stone. After cutting with the axe, only a gap less than 1 meter deep appeared. The next second, the ordinary stone wall emitted white light for some unknown reason.
Spiritual threads appeared above it and then broke.
In this way, tiny cracks began to appear on the stone wall.
Run quickly. There are spiritual rituals engraved on this stone wall. The spiritual circuit has been destroyed by you. The ritual is collapsing. Someone will definitely come over soon. Huang Lu's voice came from far away.
Lin Shan looked for the voice and found that he had flown hundreds of meters away and turned into a small blue dot in the blink of an eye.
Has he already cracked the influence of the thinking stone? When in danger, just leave it to my good brother?
Lin Shan couldn't help but feel a little suspicious. While thinking in his mind, his movements were not slow, the red light flashed and he teleported away from the place. Not long after Lin Shan and Huang Lu left, a black light rose into the sky from within the high wall, and they rushed towards the city without any hesitation, but were stopped by 3 figures on the way.
And the 2 culprits are still at large.
There is no one to guard such an important place, so we were almost in danger.
Huang Lu was lying on the ground on a mountain peak and complained.
At this time, he had returned to his human form, holding a dog tail in his mouth and leaning against it.
Beside the tree,
Lin Shan was looking at the cliff in the distance, looking for a suitable position. He stared at a certain position and flew forward, commanding the thin slices that were transformed by the light of his heart on the side. This slice was like the gear of a cutting machine. Lin Shan controlled it.
It quickly spun and flew towards the cliff ahead. A flat stone slab was quickly cut out.
At the moment when the stone slab was about to slide down and hang down, Lin Shan commanded the light of his mind to transform into a rope to tie up the stone slab. But the stone slab still fell down at an extremely fast speed, and Lin Shan felt that his spirituality was passing away at an extremely fast speed.
Huang Lu, come and give it a try, this thing is too heavy.
Lin Shan turned around and shouted. As soon as he finished speaking, a 10-meter-tall giant dog with black stripes appeared under the stone slab, rising up against the stone slab. After 1 person and 1 dog dragged the slate to the ground, they were ready to start processing.
Huang Lu returned to his human form.
After circling the stone slab, he commented with his professional eyes, "The sequence stone tablet is a stone tablet.
Yours is too smooth.
It has turned into a sequence stone tablet.
It is a bit fake. Knock this place. And this place, make it look a little rougher. Peel this area, don't make it too flat. Okay, it's almost done." 20 minutes later, Huang Lu nodded with satisfaction and said, "Look at me next."
I saw him summoning the spiritually transformed blue sword, walking to the stone tablet and starting to carve. At this time, Lin Shan could carefully observe his knife.
This knife should be the same as his biological ability and wings.
Lin Shan's blood wings did not have the ability to transform into weapons. They only had the ability to control blood. The same to Huang Lu has 2 abilities, flying and attack, while Lin Shan has flight control. It's hard to tell who is stronger and who is weaker.
It all depends on how you use it. However, it is worth mentioning that Lin Shan has many extra flying abilities. Having a space shuttle is the ability to teleport. Compared with Xingguang, this knife cannot become larger.
Lin Shan didn't see him slashing himself with a 10-meter-long knife when he turned into a 10-meter giant dog.
The only thing that can become bigger is the pair of wings on his back.
Although Light's attack is a little weaker and its long-distance flight speed is 100 million points slower, its ever-changing ability is also beyond the reach of other sequences.
Half an hour later, Huang Lu jumped down from the stone tablet and said, "It's done." The fake is confused with the real one. Lin Shan flew into the air and looked down.
He had to say that Huang Lu's technique was really fake. The inscriptions and strokes on it were very similar to the sequence of stone tablets he had seen before, and there were also evil and strange patterns.
Are these weird and evil things real or did you make them up? The stone tablet depicts 2 weird things, 2 evil things and a spiritual plant.
Only the negative extinguishing is known to Lin Shan. The sequence is called Burning the Earth and the flame of the negative extinguishing is used as the main medicine. Only the negative extinguishing is real.
The others are all made up by me.
Huang Lu said with a smile. Lin Shan wanted to praise him but didn't know how to praise him properly.
He could only keep silent and sit aside. After dark, the stone tablet was transported to the city.
Night fell while the 2 were waiting boredly.
The 2 followed the old method.
Lin Shan commanded the rope transformed by the heart light to lift it up, while Huang Lu turned into a giant dog to hold it from below. The 2 flew very slowly with the huge fake sequence stone tablet. It took nearly 2 hours to see the outline of the city after a half-hour journey. When they flew closer, they were surprised to find that there were many more ruins in the city, as if they were smashed by some giant object. Even at night, there were still dense figures on the streets of the city. The two of them flew to high altitudes. There was no gray fog blocking their sight here, and there was no safe sight distance. Thousands of meters in the sky, at this height and under the cover of night, even if they dragged a huge stone tablet that was 10 meters long, they would not be discovered.
How do we put the stone tablet? Lin Shan asked.
Throw it down to a place with few people in the back city,
Huang Lu said. Lin Shan looked down and said speechlessly, just throw it down? It will break, right? It must break. After it breaks, I will imprint the memory of a few sequence 8s. Others who have not received the imprint will think that the stone tablet is destroyed. Huang Lu replied. Can you still influence sequence 8? Then why not just find a few thugs?
Monument of Thought can, but the price that the people behind me can't afford, so I can only burn a small piece of memory, and can't change the cognition.
Huang Lu explained. When they arrived at the location, Lin Shan said, throw it, and run after throwing it. Then I'll throw it away. Lin Shan confirmed again. Throw it, Huang Lu affirmed.
The next second, the sound of broken bones rang out.
Crack. Then Huang Lu screamed. Ah! It's broken.
Lin Shan retracted his heartlight, and the weight of the stone tablet was all pressed on Huang Lu. The huge body of the stone tablet weighed only a few dozen meters, and Huang Lu was instantly pressed down by more than 10 meters. You asked me to throw it, Lin Shan directed his heartlight to continue to help him carry it, and asked in confusion, by the way, how did you get the stone tablet before?
It's hard for one person to bear this weight. My lord.
My body of nearly 10 meters is not fake, it's the problem of this stone. From the beginning, I felt that this stone was wrong, it was too damn heavy. Huang Lu turned his head and stared at the dark stone on his back with suspicion. I'm afraid this stone will not break if it falls down, I have to cut it in the air first.
Move me away first and then let go. Lin Shan said. Huang Lu leaned sideways to let the stone tablet slide down from the side.
Lin Shan loosened the heartlight rope, and the stone tablet began to fall down at an accelerated speed. Then, a blue light flashed across the surface of the stone tablet, and the stone tablet was directly broken into two pieces. Huang Lu turned into a Shiba Inu and stood beside Lin Shan with a blue long sword in his hand. The two watched the stone tablet gradually disappear into the night.
A moment later. Boom!
A loud noise was heard even thousands of meters high. There was only one sound, it seems that the other half of the stone tablet was stopped.
Run away first, Huang Lu said.
The two came directly to the outskirts of the city, not daring to get too close, in case the other party has a perception type of sequence ability, it would be troublesome.
Is this distance okay?
Lin Shan looked at Huang Lu, and then he just needed to activate the ability of the thinking broken monument.
No problem.
Huang Lu replied, then turned back into a human form and sat cross-legged on the ground, and began to rub the thinking broken monument with his hands. As a Sequence 7 weirdo, the thinking broken monument has a very large spiritual influence range, as much as 10,000 meters, and can affect people in the city from outside the city. Not only that, the supernatural power of the Thought Remnant monument cannot be detected, and it is extremely secretive. Even now, Lin Shan did not feel anything strange within the range of its supernatural power. In less than 30 seconds, Huang Lu opened his eyes, and there was no other change except fatigue in his eyes.
Okay, let's go to the Unicorn Clan next.
After a short rest, Huang Lu stood up and said, the Crystal Clan must discuss first and then send people to find materials.
The Unicorn Clan must be ambushed first.
After a pause, he continued seriously, we don't have much time.
The shorter the completion, the better. There are too many uncertain factors in the middle. Yeah. Lin Shan nodded and asked, is the unicorn far from here?
Not far, the borders of the two tribes are about to collide. By then, only one of the two tribes can survive.
Huang Lu replied.
Lin Shan was thoughtful. If he succeeded in his promotion, he must first deal with the Cat Clan. The two of them soared into the sky without hesitation, and disappeared in the sky in a moment. 2 hours later, they arrived at the border of the Crystal Clan, passed through the barrier like a water curtain, and completely disappeared in the Crystal Clan territory. Lin Shan flew rapidly with Huang Lu all the way. This time, Huang Lu stopped in less than an hour, and spiritual tentacles emerged from his body.
Lin Shan understood and transformed spiritual threads to wrap around the tentacles.
Huang Lu continued to walk forward and disappeared directly in front of him, and Lin Shan followed closely. The scene in front of him changed again. not like the fairyland scenery of the Crystal Clan.
The Unicorn tribe's territory is more like a huge primeval forest.
What comes into view is the top of the trees that can't see the edge at a glance, and the dense leaves block the view of the scenery under the trees.
The One-Horn tribe doesn't build houses, they like to live in trees.
They have a special technology that allows trees to continue growing even if they are hollowed out in half.
The trees below are actually their houses.
They gather together regardless of the city.
They reproduce very quickly and have a large population.
The One-Horn tribe doesn't have sequence 8 but can hold its own against the Crystal tribe entirely because of the number of people and the strange sequence of their tribe.
Huang Lu looked at the forest below and explained. Strange sequence? Is it the sequence of the fallen body that turns into a skeleton? Lin Shan asked.
Yes. Huang Lu nodded and said, other sequence 9 formulas are basically refreshed once a year as the surrounding materials change, but the sequence of the Unicorn tribe can continue to produce for decades, and the characteristic of this sequence is that it can be fused with each other.
The more people there are, the stronger the fusion body is.
The strongest is comparable to ordinary sequence 8. Speaking of this, Huang Lu was also a little jealous. He continued, the sequence steel generates formulas by detecting surrounding materials. The sequence 9 formula can be continuously produced for decades. There is only one possibility, that is, they have an inexhaustible source of materials.
There may be limitations, but the output is also huge.
Hearing this, even Lin Shan was a little jealous.
If the steel was brought back to the human race.
However, the continuous production of this sequence seems not to be a problem of the steel, but a problem of the materials. The two were thinking about their own thoughts all the way. Continue to move forward to the most central area of the tribe. You can see a huge statue standing here from a distance.
It is a huge eyeball with tentacles growing around it.
Lin Shan stared at the statue for a while and vaguely felt a little familiar, as if he had seen this thing somewhere.
This is the evil god, the master of the void, and most of the Unicorn tribe believe in it.
Huang Lu was also looking at the statue, with a hint of fear in his eyes.
Is there no harm in believing in the evil god? Lin Shan asked.
Huang Lu glanced at him and slowly said, weak races mostly believe in evil gods, and strong races generally believe in righteous gods.
Evil gods extract lifespans, and righteous gods extract spirituality.
The spirituality sacrificed will disappear forever, and it takes time to make up for it. Evil gods and righteous gods only need different sacrifices. It is hard to judge whether they are good or bad. We lend them power to the sacrifices, and to some extent, this is actually a transaction. Although there is no good or bad, the evil gods are more unscrupulous, and they will not have any scruples as long as the sacrifices are enough. Also, all sacrificial rituals must be guided by faith. The deeper the faith, the stronger the power that can be borrowed. Lin Shan thought in his heart, it seems that the evil gods and the righteous gods really have their own advantages. I don't know how many gods there are in this world, and what authority each god holds. Why haven't humans encountered such gods? Maybe they are too weak and even the gods don't look down on them, or maybe the time has not come yet.
What should humans do when the time comes?
By the way, parchment and quill pens are driven by consuming lifespans. Will they have any connection with the evil god?
The two flew to the top of the evil god statue. Huang Lu closed his eyes and began to rub the wooden sign in his hand, looking for the target.
Although the bottom was blocked by the dense forest, it did not affect the spiritual penetration of the Thought Remnant monument. Unlike the Crystal Clan, the Unicorn Clan only needed to engrave the inspiration of the evil god on the high-level officials. The previous 2 times have been verified, and perhaps they will be more fully prepared this time. Even if some smart people will be suspicious, it will not affect them from sending people to ambush. In fact, Lin Shan still has a biggest doubt. The Thought Remnant monument is such a strange power. Huang Lu should have no difficulty using it to control a race like the Unicorn tribe that does not have sequence 8, but why did he go to so much trouble to do so many additional operations, and even dared not directly control a high-level member of the Unicorn tribe, and had to use the hint method of evil god revelation?
There must be some factors that he does not know about. There are too many mysteries in this world.
Even now, what he has seen may only be the tip of the iceberg.
Let's go. After dozens of seconds, Huang Lu opened his eyes.
From beginning to end, the two did not see any Unicorn tribe members. Nearly 20 days later, the two came to the sky above the negative extinguishing tribe, and they hardly moved compared to their previous position. Until now, Lin Shan finally knew the side effects of historical memory. He now felt that those hazy memories were becoming more and more blurred, and they might disappear completely in a short time. If the rules of the Thought Remnant Monument are not reversed in time, perhaps he will lose his memory again and become an idiot in a short time.
However, the matter here is not over yet. After getting the flame of negative extinguishment, he will run away and then unlock it.
After all, this dog has helped him so much, and it is a bit difficult to deal with it suddenly.
Moreover, he now seriously suspects that Huang Lu has unlocked the influence. The two waited quietly. For the two who often